Chapter 1. Lakers change coach. Jiang Feng reveals his identity as a time traveler. May 2011. The NBA playoffs are in full swing. However, the defending champions, the Los Angeles Lakers, suffered a shocking defeat in the Western Conference semifinals, being swept by the Dallas Mavericks and eliminated from contention. The team's aspirations for a three-peat were thus shattered. The day after their elimination, the legendary head coach Phil Jackson announced that he would no longer serve as the Lakers head coach and would retire to enjoy his golden years. This news compounded the Lakers' woes following their defeat. Losing such a championship-caliber coach left the team in disarray despite possessing the formidable duo of Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol, which ensured a basic level of competitiveness for the upcoming season. External concerns and uncertainties regarding the Lakers' future persisted. Could it be that the league's premier powerhouse was destined for decline? It is noteworthy that the Lakers secured 5 championships over the past decade, all under Phil Jackson's stewardship, underscoring the profound impact this legendary coach had on the franchise. In an effort to stabilize the team, the Lakers management announced they would soon commence the search for a new head coach to succeed the Zen master, Phil Jackson. This announcement sent ripples throughout the nation, generating buzz that even overshadowed the ongoing playoffs, such as the influence and allure of a super team in the NBA. All media outlets and basketball analysts began to evaluate potential candidates for the Lakers coaching position. Among them were several renowned names, as well as assistant coaches deemed qualified to ascend to the head coach role. Reports surfaced that some coaches had even expressed their desire to compete for the position, eager to throw their hats into the ring. In an instant, it seemed that every NBA coach or individual with coaching experience was a potential candidate for the Lakers head coach. Though the position was highly coveted, it attracted a multitude of aspirants. One of the most storied franchises in NBA history, and situated in the vibrant city of Los Angeles, the Lakers' visibility and appeal far surpassed that of other teams in the league. Becoming the head coach of the Lakers would undoubtedly add luster to one's coaching career, providing an impressive credential. Amidst the widespread attention, the Lakers boldly commenced their search for a new coach, conducting interviews in rapid succession. Media outlets closely monitored the situation, identifying several frontrunners, including Mike Brown, Rick Adelman, Brian Shaw, and Chuck Person. Among these, Brian Shaw garnered the most support. Not only was he a former teammate of Kobe Bryant, but he also currently served as one of the team's assistant coaches, possessing a deep personal connection with Kobe. During the coaching search, Kobe publicly expressed his endorsement of Brian Shaw on social media. However, Lakers owner Jerry Buss promptly responded, stating that a new coach would be selected soon and that he preferred to minimize player interference and commentary on the matter. Simultaneously, reports emerged from 2 insiders within the Lakers confirming that the team had settled on its new head coach, Mike Brown. Negotiations were in their final stages, with an official announcement expected within 3 days. Kobe was displeased with this development and declined to comment publicly on the Lakers' coaching search. The discontent of the team's foremost star undoubtedly poses the greatest challenge to Mike Brown's tenure. After all, Kobe is not a coach that just anyone can rein in. Time passes. 3 days have elapsed. Only 1 day remains until the official announcement of Mike Brown assuming the head coach position for the Lakers. Yet, the nation awaits in vain for the Lakers to make their declaration. This has left everyone perplexed, sparking speculation. Could there be some unforeseen development? At this moment, in the office of the Lakers General Manager Kupchak gazes at the young man from China before him, his brow furrowed, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions: doubt, curiosity, anger, and anxiety. Had it not been for this young man's interruption in the underground parking lot, he would have already concluded the press conference. The reason he abandoned the press conference and brought this Chinese youth to his office was simply due to 2 statements. The first: if I become the head coach of the Lakers, I can guarantee that the team will be a championship-level squad for the next decade, securing at least 5 championships. The second: I have traveled back from the future. Upon hearing the first statement, Kupchak dismissed the youth as a mere braggart. The second statement, however, led him to regard this young man as deranged. Nevertheless, a powerful, uncontrollable curiosity compelled him to bring the youth into his office. You claim to be from the future? What is this future you speak of? And how did you arrive in this era? Kupchak reined in his complex emotions and asked in a low voice, I hail from the future, 12 years hence. You may find it hard to believe, but I really did nothing extraordinary. I simply played an NBA video game all night and then fell asleep. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in this era. The young man, Jiang Feng, shrugged his shoulders, expressing his exasperation in English. Upon arriving in this era, he inexplicably acquired proficiency in the English language, which he had loathed during his school years. 3 days prior, he could scarcely believe that this was genuinely happening. However, when the chilling electronic voice of the system resonated in his mind, warning him that if he failed to become the head coach of an NBA team within 3 days, the God-tier basketball coach system would fail to activate and vanish, ultimately leading to his own erasure. He realized he had indeed traversed dimensions, starting with a hellish level of difficulty. What manner of system is this? Why does it threaten to obliterate its host at the slightest misstep? It is utterly terrifying. What vexes Jiang Feng most is that it is currently the NBA playoffs. When does a team ever change coaches during this time? Amidst his despair, Jiang Feng stumbled upon news regarding the Lakers' search for a coach, and a flood of memories from before his transition surged into his mind. It seemed that, at present, the Lakers were his sole hope. Chapter 2. Future Revelations shock Kupchak. A disruption in the making. Do you even draft your lies? You merely slept and found yourself here? Even claiming to have arrived by time machine would sound more plausible than your previous explanation. Kupchak scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. At this moment, he was utterly convinced that this young man from Huaxia was fabricating stories. Although the motives behind such deception remained unclear, delving deeper would merely squander his time. It was best to hasten towards the press conference. Good sir, you must have watched too many American science fiction films. Time machines are nothing but a fabrication that I can assert with utmost clarity that there are myriad ways to traverse time, yet none involve returning via a time machine. Jiang Feng declared earnestly. After all, he had perused countless web novels from Huaxia, none of which featured protagonists traveling through time in such a manner. Very well. Since you claim to hail from the future, enlighten me. Will the Lakers still hold a place among the Western powerhouses in the next 2 years? Kupchak inquired, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice as he prepared to depart. He had not anticipated that this young man could provide an answer. Thus, he intended to challenge him for mere amusement. The Lakers will be eliminated in the second round of the playoffs next season. During the offseason, they will trade for Howard and sign Nash. While retaining Gasol, Jiang Feng replied candidly. Kupchak halted, turning to face Jiang Feng, astonishment flickering across his features. I have such miraculous maneuvers in store. The combination of Kobe, Howard, Gasol, and Nash could undoubtedly sweep the league. Regardless of the veracity of this statement, he relished the flattery. Who does not enjoy such praise? As a team manager, the pinnacle of one's career is often marked by executing trades that alter the landscape of the league. However, due to poor chemistry, the Lakers barely made the playoffs and were eliminated in the first round. Jiang Feng continued, his voice growing somber. For the Lakers, that season was indeed one that they would prefer to forget. Kupchak. The smile vanished from his face, and his expression turned to stone. How could this be? Young man, you are truly spouting nonsense. When the Lakers assembled the quartet of O'Neal, Kobe, Malone, and Payton, their chemistry was also lacking, yet they still reached the finals. Your tale lacks any semblance of credibility. Kupchak shook his head, clearly unconvinced by Jiang Feng's assertions. Indeed, that was because all 4 stars were healthy. However, in that future season, Howard suffered from back issues. Nash was aging and frequently sidelined, and most critically, Kobe, in his desperate bid to lead the Lakers into the playoffs, exerted himself to the utmost, ultimately succumbing to a devastating Achilles tendon rupture. Once in the playoffs, facing the Spurs, do you think the Lakers stand a chance without Kobe? Jiang Feng stated, calmly recounting the events yet to unfold. Kupchak fell silent. If this were indeed the case, the Lakers would have no hope against the Spurs without Kobe. How could Kobe suffer an Achilles rupture? Even if the combination of the 4 heavenly kings would falter, it should not lead one to the brink of an Achilles rupture. I recognize that Kobe is an exceptionally obsessive individual, and playing through injuries is his norm, yet he would also heed the signals from his own body, remarked Kupchak. With curiosity. Unbeknownst to him, he had become completely engrossed in the narrative recounted by Jiang Feng, as if these events were destined to occur, so vivid and brimming with possibility. Were they? Because Jerry Buss, the esteemed patriarch, passed away mid-season due to cancer. Kobe pledged at his memorial to lead the Lakers into the playoffs. However, the team's competitiveness was woefully inadequate, forcing him to overexert himself, depleting his own body to propel the team forward, ultimately culminating in an Achilles rupture. Yet, it is a consolation that he fulfilled his promise. Jiang Feng continued, a trace of melancholy in his voice. The departure of great figures from this world invariably evokes sorrow and mourning. He distinctly recalled the uproar that the news of Jerry Buss passing incited, even in the Far East. Passed away? Ultimately, could he not escape the torment of illness? Murmured Kupchak, momentarily lost in thought, his countenance reflecting profound sadness. Suddenly, he seemed to come to a realization, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Feng, enunciating each word with gravity. Did you just say that owner Jerry must succumb to cancer? Indeed, Jiang Feng affirmed with a nod. Kupchak's expression shifted once more, his eyes betraying a tumult of shock, panic, and incredulity. The news of Bus' illness was still under wraps, known only to a select few within the Lakers' upper echelons. How could this young man from the East possibly be aware of it? Could he truly be from the future? Kupchak's eyes flickered with suspicion as he scrutinized Jiang Feng anew, gradually coming to a serious consideration of his words. If you were to become the head coach, how would you devise a tactical framework centered around Kobe and Gasol? He inquired, unwittingly initiating an interview with Jiang Feng. Even knowing that this young man hailed from the future, Kupchak felt compelled to proceed with caution after all. Securing him as the Lakers' head coach could incite seismic repercussions, potentially leading to everlasting glory or infamy. Naturally, I would commence with an adjustment to the roster that I will leverage my foresight to completely overhaul the team composition, first assembling a competitive lineup, Jiang Feng declared, his spirit soaring. One cannot deny the exhilarating sensation of possessing knowledge of the future. You know, it sounds to me as though you aspire not to be a head coach, but rather a general manager. Are you attempting to usurp my position? Kupchak's demeanor instantly shifted to one of coldness. Was he here to undermine the establishment? Chapter 3. Thwarting Mike Brown, becoming the head coach of the Lakers. No. My esteemed friend, I possess foresight into future events, thus enabling me to effortlessly assemble a formidable roster. However, I shall not assume the role of general manager. My expertise lies solely in coaching. Having unveiled my secret to you, we are now inextricably linked. I will only provide you with suggestions on trades, while the execution remains in your capable hands. The accolades will be yours alone. In less than 3 years, you shall be recognized as the most discerning and exceptional general manager in the entire league, perhaps even the greatest in the annals of history. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Kupchak's breath quickened. This is incredibly enticing. For individuals like them, the pursuit of wealth has long ceased to be the primary objective. Achieving fame and success is their true aspiration. Consider Jerry West, who once traded the all-star center Divac for the rookie Kobe at 8T the time. The transaction was met with skepticism, yet in retrospect, it was nothing short of genius. With that single trade, West secured his legacy, and to this day, fans still marvel at his unparalleled insight. Please continue. Kupchak maintained an outward calm, though a tempest brewed within him, as visions of the future danced in his mind. That's all. Jiang Feng shrugged. That's all. What about your tactical system? If you are merely an inexperienced novice, how can I entrust you with the head coach position? However, if you cannot take on the role of head coach, I would welcome you as my assistant. Kupchak remarked, revealing a sly smile. The old fox's true nature was surfacing. Why must this individual from Huaxia be the head coach? An assistant could also pave the way for his own success. Moreover, it would spare him from external scrutiny. A double victory indeed. No, I will only accept the position of head coach. As for the tactical system, I shall not disclose it now, but rest assured, I possess one. Jiang Feng's expression darkened as he spoke earnestly. This old fox is indeed cunning. Regrettably, he must become the general manager. As for the tactical system, it should manifest once the system is activated. Is there nothing more to discuss? Seeing Jiang Feng's attitude, Kupchak's countenance also grew somber, his tone laced with an undercurrent of threat. This is a matter of life and death. Furthermore, you must understand that appointing me as head coach is your first step towards eternal renown, for the roster I construct must operate according to my vision. Entrusting it to another may not yield the same results. Jiang Feng stated coldly, his palms slick with sweat, his back already drenched. It is impossible not to feel anxious. Since his encounter with Kupchak, revealing his time-traveling secret, he has been gambling with his life. Having traversed into this world for less than 3 days, he has yet to savor the benefits and splendor of his new existence. How could he possibly meet his demise now? Scarlett, Taylor Swift, Gal Gadot, and other enchanting beauties await his conquest. Countless mountains and caves in America beckon him to explore. Kupchak, sensing Jiang Feng's resolute demeanor, fell into silence, his mind racing as he grappled with the dilemma, torn between decision and indecision, that he firmly believed that if he were to decline, the negotiations would collapse. The individual from Huaxia would likely seek to engage with other teams to pursue similar endeavors. After all, he was the only representative from the future, while this league comprised 30 teams. He, Kupchak, would miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whether it would etch his name in history or tarnish his legacy, this was indeed an opportunity. After a considerable pause, He resolved to speak earnestly. Very well. I shall appoint you as the head coach of the team, however. This decision is not solely mine to make, as I must first secure the approval of owner Jerry Buss. Certainly. That is your responsibility, and I trust in your ability to persuade Jerry Buss that my stipulation is that the contract must be finalized today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng beamed with a radiant smile. Time was not on his side, yet he had successfully taken the first step. Just as he was speaking, Kupchak's phone rang, the caller being none other than Jerry Buss. Upon answering, he was met with a cold, accusatory tone. I need a reason. Jerry's voice dripped with concealed anger, clearly seeking accountability. Considering the timeline, Kupchak should have just concluded the press conference announcing Mike Brown as the new head coach of the Lakers. Yet, none of that had transpired. Boss, please, hear me out. I've encountered an unforeseen situation. I believe Mike Brown is not the ideal candidate for the team. This remarkable talent is far more suited to take on the role of head coach, Kupchak insisted earnestly. Who? Jerry Buss shot back succinctly. He was indifferent to the identity of the coach. His primary concern was whether this individual could propel the Lakers forward. A young man from Huaxia, named Jiang Feng. Kupchak replied. An extended silence enveloped the phone call. Have you lost your mind? Are you delirious? Hurry to the press conference. Mike Brown is still waiting for you. Buss managed to suppress his fury, speaking in a low voice. Kupchak remained silent, instead gesturing to Jiang Feng, who immediately understood and exited the office. What followed was Kupchak's moment to showcase his true prowess. Approximately half an hour passed. Jiang Feng was once again summoned into the office. There sat Kupchak, his face aglow with vitality, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle and was now in a state of well-deserved repose. My boy, I have successfully persuaded the owner to appoint you as the head coach. Do not let me down, he exclaimed with candor. I have staked my entire career on convincing the owner. Should I be dismissed, you would lose this opportunity as well. Kupchak spoke plainly, fully aware that their fates were now intertwined. Ultimately, he could not resist the allure and had boarded the ship of this young talent from Huaxia. As for what the future holds, let time bear witness. Rest assured, just await the generous bonuses from the owner. Jiang Feng smiled gently, narrowing his eyes. He understood that Kupchak had paid a significant price, yet it was all worthwhile. Moreover, he discerned that Kupchak had not disclosed his identity as a time traveler to Jerry Buss. After all, once revealed, all future accolades for the Lakers would no longer belong to Kupchak. This old man was as cunning as a fox and would never relinquish the opportunity to become the greatest general manager in NBA history. Kupchak nodded decisively, promptly producing the contract prepared for Mike Brown. Jiang Feng glanced over the contract, noting that the salary remained unchanged at 4 years for $18 million. With a sense of regret, he inscribed his name at the bottom of the document. Thus, he stealthily secured the position of head coach for the Los Angeles Lakers, previously held by Mike Brown. Chapter 4. System Gift Package. Kobe's Future. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the head coach of the Lakers, successfully activating the divine basketball coaching system, and now issuing a beginner's gift package. The moment Jiang Feng inscribed his name on the contract, a chilling electronic voice echoed in his mind. Immediately, a smile graced his lips. Activating the system was a trivial matter. What truly mattered was that he was spared from the system's obliteration. The sensation of survival was indeed sublime. As Jiang Feng's thoughts stirred, he activated the novice gift package bestowed by the system. In an instant, a plethora of information flooded his mind, accompanied by the system's cold, mechanical voice that resonated once more. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Talent Skill Tactical Compendium Perfect Level, Player Binding Initial Level, Talent Incentive Initial Level, and obtained the following items: 2 intermediate timeout cards, 2 advanced 3-point cards, and 1 injury recovery card, rare. As Jiang Feng listened to these extravagant titles, he was utterly befuddled. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the interface of the system materialized within his mind. Host, Jiang Feng position, head coach of the Lakers honorary title, rookie talent skills, tactical compendium perfect level, player binding initial level, talent motivation initial level, items, intermediate timeout card 2, advanced 3-point card 2, injury recovery card 1, rare, player affection, Kobe, 0, Gasol, 0. Reputation points, 0. After becoming familiar with the system interface, Jiang Feng noticed numerous gray, locked screens, which he surmised were yet to be unlocked, likely requiring the completion of tasks or system upgrades for access. At present, He seeks to comprehend the distinction between talent skills and items. Talent skills are abilities that can be utilized indefinitely, whereas items are consumable resources that are depleted upon use. Both can be acquired through the completion of tasks or through the lottery. Jiang Feng's face radiated with uncontainable joy. The novice gift package proved to be exceedingly generous, bestowing upon him 3 innate skills along with several utility cards. With a mere thought, the functions of each innate skill materialized in his mind. Comprehensive Tactics, a passive skill that enables the host to master all knowledge pertaining to basketball strategies and gameplay. Player Binding. This skill allows a designated player to be bonded with the host, significantly enhancing the player's attributes or focusing on specific enhancements. As the host's accolades increase, the player's attributes will subsequently improve. Currently at the initial level, it permits binding with only one player. Cooldown period. 1 year. Upon expiration, the host may dissolve the bond, restoring the player's values to their original state. Talent Motivation. When applied by the host to a designated player, this skill can awaken the player's inherent potential, accelerating their development. At present, it is at the initial level and can only be utilized on one player. Cooldown period. 2 years. Once employed, the host cannot retract this skill. The potential enhancement for that player will remain permanently effective, and after the cooldown, it may be used on other players. Subsequently, Jiang Feng examined the functionalities of the 3 items, his elation intensifying. Each item possessed remarkably practical capabilities that could prove pivotal during matches. His confidence in assuming the role of head coach and leading the Lakers to championship glory swelled exponentially. Afterward, Jiang Feng perused the system interface's notes, acquiring a lucid comprehension of the system. Note 1. Innate skills are categorized into passive and active types, with levels classified as initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. The host can obtain upgrade cards through a lottery to enhance their innate skills. Note 2. Items are consumable in nature, divided into common, intermediate, advanced, and rare categories. Note 3. Highlighted the affinity of players is critically significant for the host and serves as an essential metric for assessing a head coach's authority and status within a team. It is advisable for the host to foster positive relationships with every player. The higher the affinity, the greater the execution of the coach's tactical directives. Furthermore, upon reaching a certain affinity threshold, players can have exclusive attributes conferred upon them by the coach. Conversely, if a player's affinity reaches 0, their tactical execution will also plummet to 0. Upon reading the final note, Jiang Feng was left utterly bewildered. If the execution rate were to fall to 0, what was the point of devising strategies? If the players disregarded his plans, it would render him a mere figurehead within the team, devoid of any influence or purpose. Lost in thought, the system's voice resonated once more in Jiang Feng's mind. Ding! A new task has been issued before the commencement of the new season. Achieve an affinity level exceeding 60 with the Lakers star player, Kobe, and ensure that the affinity of other players remains above 40. Note: other players refer to the final roster prior to the new season's initiation. Task rewards: Tactical Information Boards X2, Advanced Tactical Cards X2, and 100 prestige points. As Jiang Feng listened to the system's task, his expression turned once again to one of dazed surprise. To elevate Kobe's favorability to 60? That seemed quite a formidable challenge. After all, Kobe's ideal candidate for the head coach of the Lakers was Bryant Shaw. When the Lakers opted for Mike Brown, Kobe was already quite upset. Had he known that the Lakers ultimately chose an obscure individual from Huaxia, he would likely have been infuriated beyond measure. Fortunately, the system afforded a lengthy deadline for this task, spanning several months, allowing him to attempt it to the best of his abilities. Once Jiang Feng gained a thorough understanding of the system, he shifted his awareness back to the reality around him. It may have appeared as though he had been immersed in the system for an extended period, but in the real world, it was merely a fleeting moment. Kupchak tucked away the contract, as if bearing a weight of great significance, and earnestly addressed Jiang Feng. Young brother, from here on out, your performance will be pivotal. I sincerely hope you do not disappoint me. Boss, this is the second time you've expressed this sentiment to me. Rest assured, we shall both reap the rewards of fame and fortune. Furthermore, I will require your cooperation moving forward. Please provide me with the player information for the Lakers, as I need to make adjustments to the roster. Jiang Feng remarked, his expression turning serious, imbued with an air of formidable confidence. No jesting here. With the system in hand, the world is mine. You would do well to greet Kobe first, without his acknowledgement. You will find it exceedingly difficult to progress within this team. Pakuchik nodded, then added, rest assured, I am more than capable of managing my relationship with Kobe, Jiang Feng remarked, preparing to leave Kupchak's office. Wait, I would like to inquire about Kobe's career following his Achilles tendon rupture. How did he fare after retirement? This was a question that intrigued Kupchak. Ever since Jiang Feng mentioned Kobe's Achilles injury, he had been pondering this matter. Following the rupture, Kobe's professional journey became quite tragic. He played very few games over 2 consecutive seasons, and, upon his return in 2016, his performance was markedly diminished before he ultimately decided to retire. During those years, the Lakers also languished at the bottom of the league standings. After hanging up his sneakers, Kobe ventured into the business world, successfully establishing himself as an entrepreneur. The river breeze spoke softly, hinting that there was still a final sentiment left unexpressed. In the year 2020, Kobe met with tragedy as a plane crash claimed his life, alongside that of his second daughter. Chapter 5, Negative Affection. The obsessive nature of Kobe. Kupchak listened, his heart heavy with emotion, reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. Who could have foreseen that after clinching the championship in the previous season, it would mark Kobe's final encounter with glory, leading to a subsequent career that unfolded in such sorrow? For someone as fiercely competitive as Kobe, this must have been an immense anguish. And what of me? Kupchak inquired further. After Kobe's retirement, you were dismissed, and the management of the Lakers underwent a monumental transformation. As for your whereabouts, I regret to say, I did not take note. Jiang Feng spoke, Kupchak. He sat dazedly in the chair, a mixture of shock and disbelief washing over him. Had he truly been dismissed? For some inexplicable reason, a tinge of sorrow welled up in his heart. Since the year 2000, he had served as the general manager of the Lakers, making countless contributions to the team. If he was indeed dismissed after 17 years, then he had dedicated nearly 2 decades to the Lakers. What a lengthy span of time. Yet, could he not escape the cruel fate of dismissal? Truly, the heartlessness of capitalism is undeniable. The individual before him, hailing from the future, seemed unaware of where he would go after leaving the Lakers, illustrating how completely he had faded from public attention post-dismissal. Such is the influence and allure of the Lakers. Kupchak wearily waved his hand, signaling Jiang Feng that he could take his leave. The latter was escorted to his office by a secretary. Throughout this process, the beautiful secretary frequently cast furtive glances at Jiang Feng, her curiosity piqued by this enigmatic figure from China. Her starry eyes brimmed with uncertainty and intrigue. It must be said, Jiang Feng possessed a striking visage. In his previous world, he had been affectionately dubbed Little Wu Yanzu by many friends. From his school days through to university graduation, he had received an estimated several boxes of love letters. Now, having traversed to America, his handsome appearance continued to garner the admiration of American beauties, proving that charm transcends borders. Of course, while the beautiful secretary was discreetly observing Jiang Feng, he too was admiring her, albeit with different points of focus. The secretary's attention was drawn to Jiang Feng's handsome face, while Jiang Feng's gaze was captivated by her ample bosom that seemed barely contained by her clothing, as well as her voluptuous hips that swayed enticingly as she walked. It must be acknowledged that Kupchak, the elder, had an eye for talent. This secretary could serve as just a secretary, or perhaps more than that. One could seek her assistance during work hours, and even in leisure, she could be a delightful companion. Returning to the office, Jiang Feng promptly dialed the number provided by Kupchak for Kobe. He recalled vividly that in the world he had traversed, Mike Brown's inaugural action as the head coach of the Lakers was to reach out and communicate with Kobe. To establish a firm foothold within a team, one must attain consensus with its leading star. Otherwise, progress would be exceedingly difficult. After a series of beeps, the call connected. Hello, who is this? Kobe's deep, alluring voice, tinged with a hint of aloofness, came through the line. Greetings, Kobe. This is Jiang Feng, the newly appointed head coach of the Lakers. In the future, please. Before Jiang Feng could finish speaking, Kobe abruptly ended the call. Jiang Feng felt somewhat at a loss. Perhaps he had been mistaken for a fraud, considering that the Lakers had yet to officially announce such news. All he could do now was wait. Approximately half an hour later, Kobe's call came through. Hello. I do not care how you have become the head coach of the Lakers. I expect you to possess self-awareness. If you are unable to fulfill this role in the upcoming season, I will ensure your departure, Kobe stated coldly, cutting off the conversation before Jiang Feng had a chance to respond, abruptly ending the call. Jiang Feng, how truly unruly the old master is. Yet, it is well known that Kobe has always been exceedingly demanding when it comes to his beloved basketball. If Jiang Feng were indeed a talentless mediocrity, the Lakers would have no hope of claiming the championship in the upcoming season. One can only imagine the fury that must have coursed through Kobe upon learning that the management had appointed Jiang Feng, a complete novice without credentials, as head coach. As for Kobe's sentiments, Jiang Feng holds them in high regard. He distinctly recalls that Mike Brown was dismissed after just one season as the Lakers head coach, a decision precipitated by the team's disastrous four-game losing streak following the assembly of the formidable quartet, Kobe, Howard, Gasol, and Nash. This egregious performance left Kobe deeply dissatisfied, as he sat on the bench, glaring with an intensity that seemed to drive Mike Brown away. Ding dong, Kobe's favorability towards you has decreased by 10. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Jiang Feng's mind. Jiang Feng, what? Wasn't the affection level at 0? Can it still decline? He immediately accessed the system interface to examine the affection level section, where it astonishingly displayed Kobe's affection for him as -10. The system is somewhat flawed. How can there be a negative affection level? This is rather absurd. Consequently, the difficulty of completing the task has escalated. I can manage. I will persevere. Jiang Feng, while offering himself some solace, settled into his office chair and powered on his computer. The efficient secretary had already set up his email and established an account for him. Moreover, the information regarding Pukuchik had also been forwarded. Jiang Feng opened the document, revealing a comprehensive overview of the Los Angeles Lakers roster for the current season. The team's ambition this season is to strive for a third consecutive championship. However, it has become evident that the team exhibited signs of fatigue during the regular season, and their fervor for the championship appeared somewhat diminished. Although the core lineup remains unchanged, the team's prowess has waned due to the advancing ages of its stalwarts, Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol. Throughout this season, Kobe participated in all 82 regular season games, averaging 33.9 minutes on the court, with impressive statistics of 25, 2 points, 5, 1 rebounds, 4, 7 assists, and 2 steals per game. He continues to exemplify the caliber of a top-tier superstar in the league. However, as the playoffs commenced, Kobe noticeably displayed signs of exhaustion. Particularly in the series against the Dallas Mavericks, he seemed to have lost the dominance characteristic of a superlative superstar. As Jiang Feng gazed upon Kobe's statistics, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. If the concept of load management had existed in this era, and if Kobe had been allowed to rest for a dozen or so games during the regular season, conserving his energy for the playoffs, would the outcome have been different? This fleeting notion made him shake his head and chuckle. Even if such a practice had been available, one can only imagine that, given Kobe's fierce determination, he would have vehemently opposed it. He once declared that as long as his body permitted, he would always take to the court. He did not wish to disappoint the fans who came to the arena to witness his performance. Thus, throughout his illustrious career, not only did he never indulge in rest days, but he also played through minor injuries, a testament to his remarkable professionalism. Chapter 6. Igniting All of America. A humiliation of epic proportions. As Jiang Feng continued to observe, the performances of players such as Gasol, Bynum, and Odom remained remarkably steady, closely mirroring the statistics from the 2 championship seasons, without a dramatic decline. In fact, Odom even saw a slight increase in various metrics, earning the accolade of best sixth man. As for the other role players, there is little to commend. They are neither exceptionally strong nor particularly weak. Yet their impact in the playoffs is notably limited. This is especially true for the Lakers' backcourt, where the seasoned veterans Fisher and Blake rank 60th and 61st among guards, respectively. Frankly speaking, the Lakers possess the weakest point guard situation in the league. Beyond the point guard dilemma, the aging roster poses a significant challenge for the Lakers. Except for Bynum, all 4 other starting players are over the age of 30, and the forward Artest, after securing a championship last season, has seen a rapid decline in performance this season, lacking offensive threat and drive. Lastly, there exists a critical issue. The team's three-point shooting is abysmal. This season, the Lakers ranked 23rd in three-point shooting efficiency and 25th in shooting percentage across the league. For a team aspiring to clinch the championship, such a three-point shooting percentage is unequivocally unacceptable. In fact, Kupchak has also recognized these issues. Jiang Feng vividly recalled how, during the off-season, Kupchak engaged in trades concerning these pivotal issues. At one point, he sought to exchange Pau Gasol and Lamar Odom for the league's premier point guard, Chris Paul. The deal was nearly finalized, pending only the official announcement. However, Just as the announcement was about to be made, NBA Commissioner David Stern unexpectedly intervened, causing the transaction to collapse. Consequently, the opportunity for the league's foremost shooting guard, Kobe Bryant, and the top point guard, Paul, to join forces was lost. The cancellation of this trade triggered a series of butterfly effects, leading to a significant shift in Odom's mindset, as he hoped for a trade away from the team. In desperation, Kupchak had no choice but to send Odom to the Mavericks in exchange for a trade exception valued at $8.9 million and 2 draft picks. The Lakers' loss of Odom, a key player, further diminished their strength. Although they later acquired Sessions to bolster the point guard position during the latter part of the season, the impact was minimal. Throughout the entire season, the Lakers remained shrouded in the shadows of the failed Paul trade, grappling with their frustration. Nonetheless, with stars like Kobe, Gasol, and Bynum leading the charge, they managed to secure a playoff berth, though they no longer resembled a championship-caliber team. However, now that Jiang Feng had traversed time and become the head coach of the Lakers, such circumstances would not repeat. He intended to leverage his foreknowledge of the future as a tremendous advantage to assemble a championship-caliber team in the upcoming season. As for the adjustments to the roster, Jiang Feng had already envisioned a rough outline, awaiting the conclusion of the current season. Of course, he was aware that the league would soon face a lockout, granting him even more time to strategize. Upon reflecting on this, a subtle smile graced Jiang Feng's face. It was time to make a name for himself in the NBA. Just then, his daydreaming about a bright future was abruptly interrupted by a series of knocks on the door. A beautiful secretary clad in a sleek black professional outfit entered, slightly bowing as she said, "Coach Jiang, the general manager requests your presence in his office." Jiang Feng cast a fleeting glance at the profound, pristine chasm before him, took a deep breath, and then nodded slightly as he rose to make his way toward Kupchak's office. The moment when the beautiful secretary slightly bent over was truly remarkable, utterly mesmerizing. Upon arriving at Kupchak's office, he inquired, "Sir, what matter do you wish to discuss with me?" Jiang Feng inquired directly. "It appears you are still unaware of the events that have transpired. Perhaps you should check the news on your phone," Kupchak remarked with a furrowed brow. Jiang Feng retrieved his mobile phone, connected to the internet, and began to peruse various news articles, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Breaking news. The Los Angeles Lakers have dismissed Mike Brown, opting instead for a young talent from China as their head coach. A descent into despair? The Lakers appoint a rookie from China as head coach. What a perplexing maneuver. What has transpired within the Lakers management? Owner Jerry Buss seems bewildered. With championship aspirations dashed for the upcoming season, is the Lakers organization embarking on a rebuilding phase? What is Kobe's stance on this matter? A myriad of news articles flooded the internet, garnering more attention than the ongoing playoffs. If the Lakers' decision to appoint Jiang Feng as head coach was merely an attempt to seize headlines, it has undoubtedly succeeded. Simultaneously, countless fans engaged in fervent discussions online. My goodness, what has the Lakers done? Selecting a Chinese individual as their coach? Does a Chinese person possess the capability to coach basketball? I am utterly disillusioned with the Lakers management. I hope the team trades Kobe and does not squander his final peak years. Truly, this is an unprecedented spectacle. I have seen teams appoint rookies as head coaches, but I have never heard of a Chinese individual being appointed in such a capacity. Who exactly is this Chinese person? There is no information available online about him. What qualifications does he possess to lead the Lakers? This is simply outrageous. One can only anticipate that the Lakers' next season will be a chaotic disaster, as the team continues to tread further down this self-destructive path. Kupchak is indeed bewildered. Fans are rife with speculation, filled with skepticism regarding the Lakers' choice, and mockery directed at Jiang Feng abounds. Upon reading these comments, Jiang Feng's countenance grew increasingly somber, as if he might weep. Anger surged within him, not from the derision of these netizens, but from the glaring fact that no one had mentioned his name throughout the discourse. Not even the media, in their coverage of the news, had acknowledged him. This was an unfathomable humiliation. Moreover, the overt hostility displayed by these netizens and media towards individuals from China only intensified Jiang Feng's displeasure. He was aware of the inherent superiority complex among Americans, but he had not anticipated its magnitude. It is difficult to fathom the extent of ridicule and discrimination that Yao Ming faced upon his arrival in the NBA before gradually gaining acceptance. This indeed is a challenging path. However, with systematic support, he shall carve out his own path in the NBA, shattering these mockeries and doubts, making these Americans aware of their folly. Look, The current public sentiment online is exerting significant pressure on both us and the team. Kupchak remarked solemnly. What then? Does that imply my esteemed colleague? Jiang Feng inquired. Having boarded your pirate ship, I find myself with no path of retreat. Therefore, I am prepared to host a press conference, allowing the entire nation to witness the Los Angeles Lakers' regard for you. I firmly believe that together we can stir the very fabric of this league and compose a legendary narrative, can we not? Kupchak responded, his tone growing resolute. Jiang Feng could not help but regard Kupchak with newfound respect, as he had not anticipated that this cautious and profit-driven old man possessed such audacity. Indeed, years later, you will be grateful for the decision you made today. The river breeze whispered softly. By the way, since you hail from the future, I am curious to know which team clinched the championship this season. Was it indeed the triumvirate of the Miami Heat? Pat Riley truly excels. He managed to persuade 3 superstars to take pay cuts and join the Heat during the off-season. Kupchak inquired, his tone tinged with envy. To assemble an epic trio like James, Wade, and Bosch is indeed a feat that will be etched in history. The river breeze shook its head. Kupchak's breath became rapid. Who could possibly vanquish the formidable trio of the Heat and seize the championship? Chapter 7. Press Conference Under Scrutiny. A verbal counterattack. This season, the Mavericks claimed the championship. Nowitzki led the team single-handedly, avenging the bitterness of the 2006 finals defeat. The gentle river breeze whispered softly. Kupchak's expression shifted once more, revealing an incredulous demeanor, followed by a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Who would have imagined that, in the end, it would be the Mavericks who emerged as the dark horse to claim the championship? In retrospect, it seems only fitting that the Lakers were swept from the competition. Jiang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it was not unjust. The Mavericks, throughout the regular season, maintained a low profile, yet in the playoffs, they emerged as a formidable dark horse, showcasing their extraordinary strength and advancing all the way to the finals, ultimately vanquishing the Heat to secure the championship. This triumph marked the sole championship trophy in Nowitzki's illustrious career. Prior to the commencement of the playoffs, it is unlikely that anyone would have anticipated the Mavericks clinching the title. Jiang, since you hail from the future, you must possess insights into the global economic landscape. Could you share any pathways to wealth accumulation, perhaps suggest a few stocks, or enlighten us on promising industries worthy of investment? Kupchak deftly shifted the conversation once more. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that the earlier inquiry was merely a prelude. This was the true intention of Kupchak. This old rascal was indeed quite avaricious. Naturally, with a time traveler possessing foresight at his side, who could resist such temptation? After all, with just a modicum of information from the future, one could effortlessly ascend to the status of a billionaire and attain financial freedom. However, Jiang Feng was resolute in his decision not to divulge any of this information. Why not invest on one's own? Apple. Dear sir, why not purchase shares of Apple? Surely, that would yield splendid results. The river breeze smiled as he spoke. What nonsense. Am I unaware of the Apple market? Not only in the future, but even now, Apple Incorporated has already become the highest valued company in the United States. Will Apple be even more formidable in the future? If its market value continues to surge, I might just invest a little. Kupchak said, his face illuminated with excitement. Indeed, the future market value of Apple is set to exceed $1 trillion, yet I have not kept track of the specifics. Moreover, as a citizen of Huaxia, I am not well versed in the intricacies of the American economy. I must emphasize one point. My presence in this world has already triggered a butterfly effect, and at the very least, the NBA will be altered because of me. As for other matters, I cannot say for certain. If you decide to purchase stocks in Apple, be aware that any changes in information due to the butterfly effect from my previous world may lead to losses, which you must not attribute to me, Jiang Feng remarked, once again reminding Kupchak. This old fox, with just a single word from you, could infer 100 thoughts. It is essential to leverage this trait to keep him in check. Regardless, everything that needed to be said has been articulated. The choice now rests solely with him. Kupchak maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes shifting as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons. All right, it's settled. You may return. Await my call tomorrow, Kupchak stated. His spirits not particularly elevated. It was evident that after hearing Jiang Feng's words, he had retreated, opting to observe before making any decisions. Moreover, although Kupchak had come to trust Jiang Feng, this trust was far from absolute. Everything that Jiang Feng spoke of today requires time for validation. Subsequently, he was once again escorted out of the office by his secretary. The two walked side by side in silence. As they were about to part ways, Jiang Feng swallowed hard and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "Excuse me, miss, but one of the buttons on your shirt seems to be undone." The beautiful secretary smiled playfully at his words, glancing down before adjusting her collar, accentuating her cleavage even further. Then, with a graceful sway of her ample hips, she turned away with poise. Who could possibly resist such charm? After a few more encounters, one could easily find themselves overwhelmed by desire. Upon leaving the Lakers' office center, Jiang Feng hailed a taxi and returned to his apartment. Though referred to as an apartment, it was rather meager, accommodating only a bed, a table, and a chair. Spanning merely a few square meters, an epitome of a working-class dwelling. Jiang Feng remained unfazed by these thoughts, aware that he would soon liberate himself from such a life. He reclined on his bed, reflecting on the day's experiences, which struck him as somewhat remarkable. Subsequently, he rose to commence jotting down notes. This habit, cultivated during his time working in Beijing, involved documenting tasks and objectives he needed to accomplish, thereby allowing him to address each matter with clarity and organization. 1. Attend the press conference scheduled for tomorrow. 2. Request player profiles from the past 3 years of the draft from Kupchak, initiating the transformation of the team's roster. 3. Foster a positive relationship with Kobe to fulfill the tasks set by the system. 4. Assemble his own team of assistant coaches. 5. Leverage his foresight of future opportunities to invest in burgeoning industries and amass wealth. Jiang Feng penned 5 tasks that he must accomplish. The inclusion of the final task was prompted by a reminder from Kupchak. Having previously toiled as a struggling migrant worker in Beijing, he is acutely aware of the significance of financial stability. Now that he has traversed into a new realm, he can no longer afford to worry about monetary concerns. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before crossing out the final item on his list. Among the first 4 matters, aside from the press conference, the remaining 3 were anything but straightforward. The priority, for now, was to excel in his own duties. As for the 5th item, it could wait until everything stabilized. After all, he possessed the key to wealth, and there was no rush to amass riches at any given time. The night passed in silence. The following day, upon receiving a call from Kupchak, Jiang Feng took a taxi to the venue of the press conference. At that moment, the hall was bustling with nearly 100 media representatives gathered for the event. The staff had not anticipated such a turnout of journalists, who seemed more interested in covering the hiring of a new head coach than the playoff matches. It was somewhat absurd. The press conference commenced swiftly. Once Kupchak announced Jiang Feng as the new head coach for the Lakers' upcoming season, all eyes were riveted upon him. In that instant, he was the center of attention. However, the gazes were laden with a myriad of complex emotions: confusion, curiosity, disdain, derision, and envy. They could not fathom how this young man from Huaxia had managed to usurp Mike Brown's position as the Lakers' head coach. Yet, they would soon unveil the truth during this conference, aiming to put the young man in a challenging position. It was time to impart a lesson to this youth. The reporters licked their lips, eager to unleash their inquiries. "Jiang, do you believe you possess the capability to lead the Lakers as their head coach?" one journalist asked, his tone laced with subtle contempt and a hint of arrogance. Disdain was understandable, but where did this air of superiority stem from? "Indeed, I am exceedingly confident in my abilities, and I also believe I could coach any team in this league, though they will not have the opportunity," the river breeze gently whispered, exuding an air of profundity. The reporters, taken aback, found themselves somewhat bewildered. How audacious could this individual from Huaxia be, to speak with such unabashed bravado? "Where does your confidence stem from?" one reporter queried, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Since the inception of the NBA, no individual from Huaxia has ever assumed the role of head coach," another reporter pressed on. "History is crafted by individuals, and I am destined to be one who shapes it. Not only will I serve as a coach, but I shall also ascend to become a legendary head coach in the annals of the NBA." Jiang confidently declared, "I am merely jesting. With the system at my disposal, the world is mine to command. Moreover, I possess foresight into the trajectory of the league over the next decade. With such advantages, is it not feasible to assemble a championship team? There would be no need for the system to eliminate me. I would simply find a piece of tofu to meet my demise." The journalists could not suppress their laughter upon hearing this. This young man from Huaxia seemed rather audacious. Aspiring to become a legendary NBA coach? This might well be the greatest joke they had ever encountered. "Jiang, you are the most oblivious and least humble individual from Huaxia I have ever met. As far as I know, the people of Huaxia are typically very modest." One reporter could not help but interject, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Haha, what I just said was already quite humble. Am I not being humble? Jiang Feng spoke with utmost seriousness, casting a glance at Kupchak with a look of inquiry as he uttered his final words. Kupchak's lips twitched, rendered momentarily speechless. Fortunately, he was aware of the source of Jiang Feng's confidence and conviction. Otherwise, he would have been tempted to deliver a couple of sharp slaps to him. How utterly pretentious. The reporters, equally bewildered, found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. This individual from Huaxia truly defies convention. Those aware of his status recognize him as a novice coach, while others might mistakenly believe he is already a legendary figure adorned with accolades. It is absurd. Unbeknownst to them, they operated on a completely different plane, grounded in the surface while Jiang Feng had ascended into the stratosphere. Jiang, since becoming the head coach of the Lakers, have you been in contact with the star player Kobe? Do you believe you can manage your relationship with him effectively? One reporter inquired. Absolutely. We had a delightful conversation. I am confident that I can forge a wonderful friendship with Kobe, Jiang Feng confidently remarked, as images of his phone conversation with Kobe from the previous day danced in his mind. Well, it should have been quite pleasant, at least from his perspective. Ding. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Jiang Feng's mind, informing him that Kobe's fondness for him had diminished by 10 points, dousing him with a bucket of cold water. Jiang Feng, what a surprise. I didn't anticipate that Kobe would also be present at this press conference, thereby complicating my own task. The journalists in attendance shook their heads, perceiving this young man from Huaxia as merely spouting nonsense. What manner of character does Kobe possess? The entire league is well aware. Would he be inclined to accept a novice coach? At the very least, Kobe's current refusal to grant interviews speaks volumes. The reporters harbor an intense disdain for Jiang Feng, yet they find themselves powerless to reprimand this audacious rookie. However, the future holds ample opportunity to unmask this Huaxia youth's fabrications. The more arrogant he is now, the more dismal his fate will be when the Lakers inevitably part ways with him in the upcoming season. The reporters, left speechless by Jiang Feng's bravado, are eager for the new season to commence, anticipating the spectacle of this young man's tragic downfall, which would undoubtedly bring them great satisfaction. With no advantage gained in their verbal sparring, the reporters are left to ponder. Jiang. One final question. What kind of team do you envision transforming the Lakers into? A journalist inquired, continuing to challenge Jiang Feng. Without a doubt, it is a championship-caliber team. Within 2 years at most, the Lakers will secure the championship. Jiang Feng replied earnestly. The reporters present were left in bewilderment. This young man from Huaxia seems to be rather eccentric. Chapter 8. Do they all wish to see Jiang Feng's folly? Absurdity indeed. Amidst gasps of astonishment and disbelief, the press conference concluded. The journalists departed with their heads hung low, as if they had suffered a defeat, initially intent on provoking and ridiculing Jiang Feng. They found themselves rendered speechless by his audaciously confident responses, which only served to embolden his arrogance. This was quite disheartening. They were all eager for the new season to commence. Until then, they would allow this Huaxia youth a few more days of revelry. The words he has spoken will inevitably demand their due in the future. The more audacious he is now, the more tragic his fate shall be. What do you think? Esteemed one, are you satisfied with today's press conference? The River Breeze smiled as he inquired, Youngster, you are still too inexperienced. You speak without considering the consequences. You have elevated yourself too high. I hope you can fulfill the words you uttered at today's press conference, or else the path ahead will be fraught with difficulties. Moreover, these journalists are eagerly awaiting to witness your missteps. Kupchak remarked solemnly, utterly astounded that this young man could outdo Larry Bird in arrogance. Youth without exuberance is a waste of youth. I am a young man, and I must embody the vitality and spirit that come with it. Besides, have I truly elevated myself? I merely speak the truth. If others fail to comprehend, you should understand as well. Fear not. I shall not grant these journalists the opportunity to undermine me. Jiang Feng grinned and remarked, it is preferable that way. If you achieve nothing in the upcoming season, it would be not only your tragedy, but mine as well. Kupchak replied, turning to make his exit. Boss, I still require nearly 3 years' worth of draft player information. The playoffs are nearing their conclusion, and we must finalize certain trades before the draft commences. Jiang Feng retracted his cavalier demeanor and spoke earnestly. Understood. I shall have my secretary compile the necessary documents and send them to you. Kupchak, without turning his head, muttered to himself, pondering the madness of his actions. What was he thinking, engaging in such reckless behavior? The situation was spiraling beyond his control. He could only hope that his choices were sound. lest he find himself undone by this young man from Huaxia. The river breeze nodded as he returned to the office, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the enchanting secretary. One couldn't help but wonder whether the buttons of her alluring blouse were fastened. In less than half a day, the press conference held by the Lakers for Jiang Feng ignited a frenzy across the nation. Those who watched the event were overcome with an impulse to see Jiang Feng meet his demise. What caliber is he? What prowess does he possess? To aspire to become a legendary coach and to claim a championship title with such audacity. If pretentiousness were a crime, this young man from Huaxia would have surely faced execution. This time, it was not just the fans engaging in heated discussions online. Even numerous NBA legends could not remain silent, voicing their opinions on the matter. Magic Johnson remarked, "This is the worst decision in the history of the Lakers. As a former Laker, it pains me deeply." Larry Bird added, "I watched the press conference. This kid is quite the showman. But one must have the capability to back it up. Does he possess my level of talent?" It is well known that Larry Bird is notorious for his bravado. Yet he has always delivered on his claims, which is truly impressive. Mike Brown expressed his discontent. "I was stood up yesterday, only to find I was replaced by an arrogant rookie coach. The Lakers will regret this decision." Phil Jackson stated, "Kobe will not accept this. In the new season, either Kobe will be traded, or this young man from Huaxia will be dismissed. It's yet another farce." Charles Barkley quipped, "I say this earnestly. If this young man from Huaxia is not released by the Lakers within a month of the new season, I shall kiss a donkey's rear." Shaquille O'Neal chimed in, "Kupchak is out of his mind." The opinions of these legends sparked extensive discussion among netizens, with many expressing a desire for Jiang Feng to endure at the Lakers for a month, just to witness Barkley's promised spectacle. Across the vast ocean in Huaxia, the news of Jiang Feng becoming the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers has sparked a frenzy online after a day of fermentation. What on earth is happening? Who is this Jiang Feng that he has suddenly ascended to the role of head coach for the Lakers? Have we been cut off from the internet in our village for the past few days? This is truly unexpected. I couldn't even find any information on Jiang Feng through my searches. Nevertheless, it is astonishing that he has become the head coach of the Lakers. Has the team lost its mind? Or am I simply confused? Jiang Feng is barely in his early 20s, and he is stepping into the position of head coach? The absurdity of it is hard to fathom. Regardless, Jiang Feng has brought honor to our homeland, as he is the youngest head coach in NBA history and the first head coach from our country. Indeed, it seems that in the upcoming season, we must not only pay attention to Yao Ming, but also to Jiang Feng. I am eager to see what achievements he can attain in the NBA. Achievements? I doubt it. It is quite possible that he will be dismissed by the Lakers before the season even begins. Bringing glory to our homeland? Let us be clear about the situation, shall we? This kid is embarrassing us on a global stage. He is bringing shame to our country. Fans are voicing their opinions, with some curious to watch the spectacle, some offering unconditional support for Jiang Feng, while others belittle and mock him. In the eyes of certain netizens, Jiang Feng is merely a clown in America, a source of amusement for foreigners. Some users encourage him, yet they do not hold high hopes, as this entire situation seems utterly ludicrous and beyond the comprehension of fans. Even the renowned basketball commentator Yang Yi from our homeland expressed his bewilderment with several large question marks on his social media. He subsequently published an extensive article articulating that the competency and caliber of NBA head coaches are exceedingly high, and that our people, in terms of understanding basketball, tactical application, and personnel management, fall short when compared to the basketball culture prevalent in America. To put it plainly, we are not on the same level. This is also the reason why there are no Chinese coaches in the NBA. Moreover, aspiring to become an NBA head coach necessitates a lengthy process of experience, starting from assistant coach or roles such as data analyst, and growing through extensive time before having the opportunity to become a head coach. With only 30 teams in the NBA, there are merely 30 positions, and the competition for these spots could involve thousands, if not more. The brutality of this competition is unimaginable. As for Jiang Feng becoming the head coach of the Lakers in his 20s, it is simply preposterous. As a citizen of our homeland, seeing this news brings a sense of joy, but to be frank, it will be exceedingly difficult for Jiang Feng to survive in the NBA. This is, at its core, an outrageous and absurd situation. At the conclusion of the article, Yang Yi conveyed his heartfelt wishes for Jiang Feng, asserting that regardless of the duration of his tenure as the head coach of the Lakers, it presents a valuable opportunity for learning. This experience is also anticipated to contribute positively to the development of basketball in China. The article garnered substantial agreement from numerous netizens. From that day forth, many fans began to take an interest in Jiang Feng. Even those who were initially skeptical harbored a glimmer of hope. Chapter 9. Recovery from Injury Card. The target is Yao Ming, Los Angeles Lakers office headquarters. The door to Jiang Feng's office was rapped upon. The beautiful secretary glided in with an elegant gait, the rhythmic sound of her high heels echoing in the room. With a sweet smile, she placed the documents Jiang Feng required upon the desk. Today, she donned her signature black professional attire, though her pleated skirt had been replaced with a form-fitting pencil skirt, accentuating her voluptuous figure to perfection. Her flesh-toned stockings enveloped her long legs, rivaling those of a model, creating a striking visual impact. Notably, the buttons of her shirt at the collar remained undone, offering a tantalizing glimpse. No man could remain unaffected by such a captivating sight. Jiang Feng could not help but steal a few glances. And only after the beautiful secretary departed from the office did he retract his appreciative gaze and immerse himself in his work. When considering the Los Angeles Lakers lineup adjustments for the new season, Jiang Feng approached the matter from two perspectives: immediate combat effectiveness and latent potential. Immediate combat effectiveness pertains to the current contributions to the team, while latent potential refers to future benefits for the team. Moreover, both immediate and latent capabilities must align with the Lakers' playing system. He reopened the roster of the Lakers, marking all the players he deemed necessary for trade. Players such as Luke Walton, Sasha Vujacic, and Shannon Brown were all placed on the trading block by Jiang Feng. Ultimately, only 6 players remained: Kobe, Gasol, Bynum, Odom, Artest, and Fisher. As Jiang Feng gazed at this list, he found himself in a state of contemplation. Artest's addition to the Lakers last season had indeed yielded commendable results on the defensive front. However, with the passage of time, his defensive prowess had significantly waned. Furthermore, he offered little value on the offensive side, all while commanding a salary exceeding $6 million. Reflecting on this, Jiang Feng circled his name. Next, he circled Bynum's name as well. This young man must be traded, otherwise he might engage in a series of reckless antics that would not only jeopardize his own career, but also drag the Lakers down with him. Jiang Feng vividly recalls that in the forthcoming season, Bynum delivered the finest performance of his career while playing for the Lakers, achieving personal bests across all statistical categories and earning a spot in the All-Star starting lineup. However, shortly thereafter, Bynum was traded to the 76ers as part of the deal for Howard. The entire nation believed that Bynum would emerge as the star player for the 76ers. Yet unforeseen circumstances arose. Due to injuries, Bynum was forced to sit out the entire season, and during his recovery, he engaged in various questionable activities, such as bowling, which aggravated his condition and frequently changing his hairstyle. Ultimately, this led the 76ers to lose patience with Bynum, resulting in the decision not to renew his contract at the end of the season. A once great prodigy of a center found himself in a position of neglect. In truth, the upcoming season represented a peak in Bynum's trade value. However, Jiang Feng could not afford to wait that long. Moreover, he had already identified a worthy successor to Bynum, none other than the illustrious Yao Ming, hailing from the same homeland. Jiang Feng is resolutely determined to secure Yao Ming's signing with the Los Angeles Lakers. This fervent desire stems from his passion as a fan of Chinese basketball prior to his time travel. It is well known that Yao, in his pursuit to participate in the 2008 Olympics, risked an early return to the court, which ultimately hindered his full recovery from injury. In the past 2 seasons, he predominantly remained in a state of rehabilitation, culminating in his complete withdrawal from the current season, 2010 to 2011. Following this season, Yao became a free agent. Considering his history of injuries and the Houston Rockets' ongoing rebuilding phase, the team was only willing to offer him a minimum salary contract. Several other teams proposed similar offers of minimum salaries and short-term contracts, with only the Dallas Mavericks prepared to extend a lucrative contract. However, embodying the loyalty inherent to the Chinese spirit, Yao ultimately chose not to continue his professional career or accept the Rockets' minimum offer, but instead opted for retirement. It is poignant to note that he retired at the tender age of 31, the peak of a basketball player's career. Thus, Yao departed the scene quietly, leaving an enduring void in the hearts of his Chinese fans. Since then, the NBA has not witnessed the likes of the Chinese giant again. Now, as Jiang Feng has traversed time to become the head coach of the Lakers, he is determined to rectify this regret, providing the Chinese fans with a resolution and offering Yao a more complete professional legacy. Under the Jiang Wen's resolute determination, regardless of the state in which Yao Ming returns from his injury, he is steadfast in his commitment to securing a contract with the Los Angeles Lakers. Even if it means merely lying down, he is determined to ensure that Yao Ming earns a championship title, bringing glory to the land of Huaxia. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's expression froze as he recalled that within the novice gift package provided by the system upon his acquisition, there was indeed an item known as an injury recovery card. If only, as Jiang Feng's thoughts stirred, the functionality of the injury recovery card emerged vividly in his mind. Injury recovery card, a rare grade item, upon utilization, grants complete restoration of all injuries for a designated player. Note: complete restoration refers to injuries with a historical record and potential risks. However, even post-utilization, the player remains susceptible to future injuries, though they will not suffer due to prior injury vulnerabilities. Gazing at the capabilities of this item, Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned, soon to be overtaken by a wave of ecstasy. The power of such a rare-grade item was undeniably formidable. It was well known that Yao Ming had long grappled with ankle injuries, having endured several setbacks, and the looming shadow of injury risk from the 2008 Olympics was significant. If this injury recovery card were employed for Yao Ming, would he not be able to return to his peak form, devoid of concerns regarding his ankle's vulnerabilities? The mere thought of a peak Kobe Bryant paired with a peak Yao Ming was exhilarating. Yet, even if this item could restore Yao Ming to optimal health, future injury risks remained. Jiang Feng felt unperturbed, for he understood the crux of the issue. By ensuring Yao Ming maintained a healthy weight and regulating his playing time, he could maximize Yao Ming's health potential. Without a shred of hesitation, Jiang Feng promptly dialed Kupchak's number. "Big boss, I require Yao Ming's phone number. Could you kindly assist me in retrieving it?" Jiang Feng remarked. "Youngster, are you truly considering signing Yao Ming? The current market for him is rather bleak. The Rockets have previously indicated their willingness to extend only a minimum short-term contract, fearing further injuries." Kupchak replied seriously, "That is solely due to Maury's utter foolishness. Yao will undoubtedly face injuries with the Rockets and will fail to reach his peak performance. However, under my guidance, the scenario will be entirely different. Trust me. Give me a call." Jiang Feng declared with resolute conviction, his tone imbued with grandeur and confidence. "My friend, one must certainly think thrice before taking action. Particularly regarding adjustments to the team's lineup, numerous factors must be contemplated." Kupchak, filled with trepidation, managed to locate Yao Ming's phone number and relayed it to Jiang Feng. He harbored an unsettling premonition. Moreover, teaming up with Jiang Feng felt akin to walking a tightrope. Jiang Feng said little and promptly terminated the call. He was not yet inclined to provoke Kupchak. Should Kupchak become aware of his intentions to trade away nearly half the team, including players like Bynum and Arteist, it was likely that the old man would suffer a heart attack and find himself hospitalized. Subsequently, Jiang Feng meticulously pressed each digit and dialed Yao's mobile number. Chapter 10. I will master the art of traditional Chinese medicine. Securing Yao. "Hello." Yao's deep voice resonated, seemingly devoid of cheer. "Hey, Yao Gu, this is Jiang Feng. You must have heard my name buzzing around these past few days." Jiang Feng spoke with a smile, his excitement palpable. After all, this was the legendary Yao Ming. In the world prior to his journey through time, the opportunity to encounter a star of such magnitude was unimaginable. The head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers? "My friend, you have ignited a sensation in both America and China over the past few days. You are undoubtedly a figure of great prominence, though the means by which you ascended to the position of head coach remains a mystery to me. I extend my heartfelt congratulations and hope you establish a solid footing in the NBA." Yao Ming replied, his tone imbued with sincerity. Having navigated the NBA for many years, he was acutely aware of the challenges faced by Chinese individuals within the league. Beyond the unfair treatment, he also bore the weight of scrutinizing glances from others. Moreover, the path for Chinese players aspiring to join the NBA was fraught with obstacles. Regardless of the controversies and doubts surrounding Jiang Feng online, he is, after all, the first Chinese head coach in NBA history, which in itself is a remarkable achievement. Yet, many Chinese fans fail to recognize this aspect, merely viewing Jiang Feng's potential dismissal as a source of shame for their country. Such trivial matters are insignificant. I shall frequently find myself in the spotlight in the future." Jiang Feng smiled and said to Yao, "This young man certainly possesses a flamboyant personality. However, this exuberance is not off-putting. Rather, it leaves a favorable impression. What brings you to seek my company?" De Yao inquired, getting straight to the point. There is no reason to call unless it serves a purpose, he thought, recognizing that Jiang Feng must have an ulterior motive. During the off-season, Brother Yao, you will become a free agent. Join the Lakers, and I will lead you to victory. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly, without any preamble, directly addressing the subject at hand. Yao was left with a multitude of questions, perceiving the conversation as a jest. My dear brother, your ambitions seem rather grand. I fear I might not be able to digest them, he added, half in jest, yet with a notable seriousness in his final statement. I have no intention of departing from the Houston Rockets. Brother Yao, I trust you have already engaged with the management of the Rockets. What kind of contract renewal can they possibly offer you? Perhaps a short-term deal with a minimum salary? Such an offer would be utterly insulting. What purpose remains for you with the Rockets? Moreover, the NBA operates as a commercial league where capital interests reign supreme. While loyalty exists, it is scarce. Do not allow loyalty to become your downfall. Jiang Feng advised gently. Yao remained silent. Indeed, he had been in contact with the management of the Rockets in recent days, discussing the matters of contract renewal, yet the process was fraught with difficulties. This turmoil had adversely affected his mood, although he remained loyal to the Rockets. The terms of the renewal contract rendered that loyalty seemingly trivial. This left Yao feeling lost regarding his future career, even contemplating retirement. Brother Yao, I understand your desire to retire, and given your character, it is a possibility you might consider. However, I wish to convey that it is entirely unnecessary. Join the Lakers, and I will employ you in a highly strategic manner, striving to prolong the zenith of your career. As for the potential of injuries, you need not worry. I have studied traditional Chinese acupuncture, and with a few precise treatments, I can assure you that all injury risks will be alleviated. Jiang Feng spoke candidly, dropping a bombshell on Yao. Such an extraordinary method for recovering from injuries could not be disclosed, so Jiang Feng had to cleverly rephrase the matter. He admired his own wit. After all, traditional Chinese acupuncture is profound and intricate, capable of reviving the deceased or ending the life of the living truly miraculous. If Yao's concerns weren't alleviated, Jiang Feng feared the allure would not be sufficient. He had to make Yao intrigued. On the other end of the line, Yao was utterly bewildered, internally lamenting. This young man was spouting nonsense, yet somehow, it was irresistibly captivating. How did he know I was contemplating retirement? Yao suddenly realized and inquired. This thought had only ever circled in his mind, never spoken to anyone, not even to his own wife. Haha. Not only am I proficient in traditional Chinese acupuncture, but I can also read hearts. Furthermore, my ascension to the position of head coach for the Lakers surely signifies my capabilities. As for the extent of my abilities, you shall have to experience it yourself. Jiang Feng chuckled enigmatically. After casting out the metaphorical bomb, he feigned profundity to maintain an air of mystery, thereby igniting Yao's curiosity. Yao responded, perplexed, questioning how the abilities Jiang had just mentioned were befitting of a basketball coach, particularly the aspect of traditional Chinese acupuncture, which left him bewildered. Are you sure you haven't chosen the wrong profession? Perhaps a doctor or a master of deception would suit you better. Yet, he had to admit that Jiang had successfully piqued his interest. Mystery. This was Yao's immediate impression of Jiang Feng. The sudden appearance of this individual from Huaxia exuded an aura of enigma. Moreover, judging by their previous conversation, it seemed Jiang was not merely a charlatan. He likely possessed genuine skills. If one could ascend to the position of head coach for the Lakers solely through cunning, that would indeed be remarkable. Perhaps it would be worth a try? Engaging in conversation with this intriguing character was rather enjoyable. Additionally, if he did not join the Lakers, it was likely he would seriously contemplate retirement, a prospect he found somewhat unsatisfactory. I could sign with the Lakers. However, if injuries prevent me from playing. Do not regret your recruitment of me today, Yao said, preemptively warning Jiang Feng. He dismissed Jiang's earlier comments about acupuncture, fully aware of his own physical condition. After all, he had several steel screws in his ankle, with significant injury risks. If recovery were feasible, he would have achieved it long ago, rather than enduring the torment of his ailments. No worries. I possess the miraculous art of acupuncture, Jiang replied. Let us agree verbally for now, and allow the Lakers general manager to discuss the contract details with you. Rest assured, I will ensure that Kupchak treats you fairly, Jiang Feng remarked, then hung up the phone. Yao was momentarily taken aback, pondering how it seemed as though Kupchak would heed Jiang Feng's words. It was quite absurd. This young man had a penchant for jesting. He had made solemn promises in front of me, all while attempting to don an air of authority. I suspect he might even plead with Kupchak behind the scenes. Such determination. Dayo felt a surge of admiration for Jiang Feng, elevating his fondness for him. As Dayo was not yet an official member of the Lakers, Jiang Feng was unable to gauge Dayo's sentiments through the system. Otherwise, he would have been utterly elated. After the call, Dayo's expression grew resolute. Since Jiang Feng was so fervently advocating for his joining the Lakers, he could not disappoint this young man. Moreover, it was no easy feat for a Chinese individual to carve a niche in the NBA, especially with Jiang Feng being a novice coach. With the remaining vigor in his body, he decided to assist him as much as he could. Dayo sighed, his countenance tinged with melancholy and reluctance, uncertain if his body could endure the rigors of the NBA. Chapter 11. Roster Construction Plan. In the Jiang Feng office, having secured Yao Ming, he inscribed the name of the illustrious player onto his new roster, followed by the names of Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, and Lamar Odom. To him, these three athletes were invaluable assets to the team. Kobe, of course, needs no elaboration. He is the spiritual icon of the Los Angeles Lakers. The angel of the City of Angels, a superstar of the league, and currently the most influential figure in the realm of basketball. Trading Kobe would undoubtedly be a profoundly foolish endeavor. Moreover, even if Jiang Feng contemplated such a trade, team owner Jerry Buss would vehemently oppose it. Gasol, the Lakers' dependable second-in-command, has consistently delivered impressive averages of 18 points and 9 rebounds over several seasons, making him the perfect partner for Kobe. Additionally, Gasol's European background is another significant reason for Jiang Feng's desire to retain him. It is well recognized that European players possess a comprehensive skill set and can seamlessly adapt to any team's system or style of play. Gasol exemplifies this adaptability. What Jiang Feng values most is his ability to orchestrate plays from the high post, which can effectively activate the team, ensuring a more fluid offensive execution. As for Odom, Jiang Feng believes he can seamlessly adapt to the forthcoming era of small ball basketball, standing at an imposing height of 2.08 meters. Odom not only possesses remarkable agility, but also excels in rebounding, initiating fast breaks, orchestrating plays, and demonstrating exceptional passing skills. Furthermore, he boasts the ability to create his own shot and shoot from beyond the arc. His versatility is truly unparalleled. The moniker left-handed magician is certainly well-deserved. Although Odom may not be at the pinnacle of any one skill, his talents are nonetheless situated in the upper echelons of the league. With such a versatile player as a glue within the team, the adjustments and variations in lineup during games become all the more dynamic. As for the remaining players on the Lakers, Jiang Feng observed intently and ultimately made a resolute decision to engage in a series of transactions. From the perspective of potential combat power, he meticulously reviewed the draft data and circumstances from the past 3 years, and a multitude of trading strategies vividly emerged in his mind. As someone who traversed time from 2022, he possessed a profound understanding of which players from these 3 years would ascend to superstardom in the future. His objective was to select players that were well-suited to the Los Angeles Lakers based on their compatibility with the team's roster. He began his examination with the profiles of the upcoming 2011 draft prospects. A mere glance revealed an array of familiar names: Kyrie Irving, Kemba Walker, Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard, Nikola Vucevic, and many others who were set to participate in this year's draft. It is indeed implausible for Jiang Feng to acquire all these gifted players for the Lakers. Based on the needs of the roster, he ultimately focused on 3 players: Klay Thompson, Kawhi Leonard, and Jimmy Butler. Klay Thompson, the future second-in-command of the Warriors and one of the most formidable three-point shooters in NBA history, is set to form the Splash Brothers duo with Stephen Curry. He possesses exceptional finishing abilities and predominantly excels in off-ball offensive plays, in addition to being a top-tier perimeter defender. What truly captivates is Klay Thompson's prowess in crucial matches. His performance is undeniably remarkable. In a future year, during a match between the Warriors and the Thunder, Thompson appeared as if descended from the heavens, sinking an astonishing 11 three-pointers in Game 6 of the series. This feat not only set a new record, but also propelled his team to victory over the Thunder, culminating in the Warriors' epic comeback from a 1-3 deficit. Following the match, the owner of the Warriors even knelt before Thompson in the player tunnel, paying homage to his extraordinary performance. Then there is Leonard, the future premier small forward of the league, who was once regarded as the strongest at his position. He initially garnered fame through his defensive prowess, but gradually evolved into a superstar capable of dominating both ends of the court. However, Leonard's attendance in the future remains inconsistent, and in his quest to preserve his physical well-being, he occasionally engages in peculiar tactics. For instance, to manage back-to-back games. He might play only the first half of the opening match, regardless of the game's outcome, refraining from participating in the second half. Jiang Feng remains indifferent to these matters. For within his long-term vision, Leonard holds no place. In essence, acquiring Leonard serves merely as a temporary measure to aid the team's transition. It takes a remarkable audacity to appoint a future superstar as a transitional player, a feat only Jiang Feng could achieve. Ultimately, he settled on Butler due to his remarkably low cost. According to player reports and draft predictions, Butler is merely a second-round pick. However, Jiang Feng recalls that Butler was selected by the Bulls as the 30th pick in the first round. Even so, it remains an exceptionally affordable choice. Beyond his cost-effectiveness, Butler is destined for stardom and possesses a commendable trait, tenacity. Indeed, JB exemplifies resilience, a sentiment often echoed by fans. In addition to his toughness, Butler is renowned as a relentless competitor. Like Leonard, Butler's journey began with defense, gradually evolving into a player excelling in both offense and defense, characterized by an intense desire to win and a fierce competitive spirit. From both technical and psychological perspectives, Butler is an exemplary player. Presently, Jiang Feng's sole concern lies in whether Kupchak possesses the capability to acquire 3 draft picks to select these 3 players for the Lakers. Subsequently, Jiang Feng reviewed the draft situations from the past decade as well as the 2009 draft. Undoubtedly, the 2010 draft is regarded as a lackluster year. With few players emerging as league superstars, notable figures including John Wall, DeMarcus Cousins, and Paul George, Jiang Feng, not one to squander energy, directed his focus toward the 2009 draft class. Initially regarded as a lackluster draft year, it soon revealed itself to be an unexpectedly fruitful one, with numerous players emerging as prominent talents, ultimately earning the title of the most underrated draft class. Renowned athletes such as Curry, Harden, Griffin, DeRozan, and Evans hailed from this cohort. Naturally, these players, having spent 3 years in the league, have become indispensable to their respective teams, making any potential trades quite challenging. However, Jiang Feng possessed a significant bargaining chip in the form of Bynum. Thus, careful consideration was required regarding which player to acquire in exchange for Bynum. After meticulously reviewing the draft prospects from the past 3 years, the initial outline of the Lakers roster for the upcoming season began to take shape, with only minor adjustments needed. The current projected starting lineup includes Yao Ming, Gasol, Odom, and Kobe, yet there remains a void at the point guard position, a long-standing dilemma for the Lakers. Throughout Kobe's illustrious career, he has yet to partner with a point guard of all-star caliber, let alone one of upper echelon status in the league. In Jiang Feng's mind, a sudden realization struck him: the player Lowry. Before his time travel, Jiang Feng was particularly attentive to the Houston Rockets and the Los Angeles Lakers, teams that most basketball fans in China were also keenly interested in during the Yao Ming era. Consequently, Jiang Feng was well acquainted with Lowry. He vividly recalled that after the conclusion of the following season, 2012, the Toronto Raptors managed to acquire Lowry from the Rockets with merely a future protected draft pick and a marginal role player. The Rockets were entering a period of reconstruction, aiming to amass a plethora of draft picks, and had essentially traded away all their sellable players. Within 2 years of joining the Raptors, Lowry evolved into an all-star caliber point guard. Even during his final 2 seasons with the Rockets, Lowry averaged impressive statistics of 13 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists per game. The tenacious guard was known for his robust defense, swift mobility, strong playmaking skills, and three-point shooting, making him a perfect fit for the small ball lineup. Having secured Lowry, Jiang Feng still harbored concerns about Kupchak's capabilities, prompting him to revisit the 2009 draft situation. Suddenly, he recalled the case of James Harden, which brought an exaggerated smile to his face. How could he have forgotten this fellow? Although Harden would eventually become a superstar, he was still a bench player for the Thunder at that time, and the team did not seem to value him highly. Otherwise, they would not have traded him away to save a few $1 million. In the eyes of the Thunder's management, the 2 most crucial players were Durant and Westbrook, which rendered the possibility of trading Harden feasible. Compared to other stars from the 2009 draft class, Harden's rise to prominence was indeed relatively late. Players like Curry, Evans, and Jennings had already showcased their brilliance during their rookie seasons, while Harden's debut season could only be described as dismal. It was not until the current season, 2010 to 2011, that Harden began to manifest a glimpse of the talent expected of a 3rd overall pick. Thus, the time was indeed ripe for trading Harden. The river breeze was filled with excitement as Jiang Feng inscribed Harden's name. Subsequently, he circled the names of Jeff Teague, Taj Gibson, and Drew Holiday from the class of '09, all of whom are commendable blue-collar players. Gibson could serve as a backup center, while Teague and Holiday would provide valuable support. If it proves impossible to acquire Harden and Lowry, then settling for a trade that brings in Teague and Holiday could also be a viable option. Both guards possess playmaking abilities and are proficient in three-point shooting. Among them, Drew Holiday stands out as a tenacious defender, making them all exceptional players. After establishing the framework of the roster, Jiang Feng meticulously crafted several trade proposals, which he then compiled into a document and sent to Kupchak via email. Within mere minutes, the phone rang, and then Jiang Feng heard Kupchak's furious roar. "Jiang Feng, come to my office at once. Immediately, right now." Chapter 12. Kupchak's Heart Attack. The Shock of Dayo. The gentle breeze of the Jiang River guided Jiang Feng along the familiar path to Kupchak's office. "My friend, is this truly the trade proposal you have spent an entire day crafting? Retaining only 4 players while trading away the rest? And you intend to sign the free agent Yao Ming for no less than $10 million? I harbor profound doubts that your proposal is devoid of personal sentiment." Upon entering, Jiang Feng was met with a barrage of skepticism from Kupchak. "Indeed, this is my trade proposal. The Lakers have reached a point where only through destruction can there be rebirth. These trades are imperative. As for Yao Ming, I certainly bring personal feelings into this. We are both of Chinese heritage, and moreover, we are good friends. Signing Yao Ming for $10 million is undeniably a tremendous value." Jiang Feng responded earnestly, inquiring when you and Yao Ming became good friends. "It was I who provided you with Yao's phone number. Moreover, how do you perceive this as an exceptional value? Are you aware of Yao's recovery from his injuries? If he were to sustain another injury, that $10 million would be rendered futile. It would merely occupy valuable salary cap space." Kupchak spoke in a low voice, his expression grave. This young man truly continues to create challenges for himself. "Just now, after a brief phone call, we became good friends. There is no need to worry about Yao's injury risks. He will undoubtedly astonish you in the upcoming season." The river breeze chuckled as he spoke. Kupchak? Suddenly, he felt a bit breathless. Could it be a shock? And what on earth is this trade involving Bynum? He is undoubtedly the premier center in the Western Conference. Kupchak expressed his disdain and continued. "With the presence of Yao Ming, Bynum is up for trade. Otherwise, what purpose would he serve? Moreover, to retain him would mean incurring a salary exceeding $13 million. Jiang Feng stated with an air of certainty. Kupchak responded, "He is not merely experiencing oxygen deprivation. He is on the verge of a heart attack. Are you certain you are not jesting? Do you comprehend the immense pressure I must endure to finalize these trades?" Kupchak's expression was grave. "Indeed, my esteemed leader, you are already bearing that weight. Furthermore, Bynum will ultimately be traded by you, albeit in exchange for Howard. I have previously conveyed to you that this is a profoundly flawed transaction, marking the inception of the Lakers' decline." Jiang Feng spoke earnestly. Kupchak fell silent, lost in contemplation, grappling with uncertainty and inner conflict. He lacked foresight into the future and remained oblivious to its circumstances. Thus, the trade proposal presented by Jiang Feng appeared fraught with unpredictability, and one misstep could plunge him into the abyss once more. Entrusting Jiang Feng with the role of head coach had already led him to the brink of despair. In this brief span of life, how many opportunities do we truly have to defy fate? Why not be audacious and place your faith in me? As Jiang Feng observed Kupchak's demeanor, he discerned the man's anxiety and thus offered his counsel. "It is merely your audacity that has led you to board the vessel of treachery, leaving me to face the flames." Kupchak replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Do not forget, I hail from the future." At last, Jiang Feng spoke, choosing to say no more. Kupchak was rendered speechless by his words. After all, the individual hailed from the future. "Very well, I shall proceed according to your plan. However, it is unlikely that every trade proposal will be successful. And I must also take into account the salary cap." Kupchak gritted his teeth and made his decision. "No worries. Most of the players I have selected are under rookie contracts, which will facilitate your management of the salary cap." Jiang Feng spoke with heartfelt concern. Kupchak cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Feng, thinking to himself, "How can I trust your words? By the way, Kobe has already called me, expressing his strong dissatisfaction towards you. Have you not reached out to Kobe previously? You should make an effort to contact him in the coming days." Kupchak stated with earnest seriousness. Jiang Feng revealed a bittersweet smile and nodded in acknowledgement. He had indeed made contact, yet the call was abruptly terminated, leaving him without the opportunity for dialogue. Most critically, his favorability rating had plummeted by 10 points, exacerbating an already dismal standing, coupled with the decline from the press conference. Kobe's favorability towards him now stood at a disheartening -20. The difficulty of his task escalated. It appeared imperative to arrange a meeting with Kobe. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Jiang Feng departed the office, clocking out and heading straight to his apartment. Meanwhile, Kupchak, accompanied by a beautiful secretary, commenced his overtime work. He meticulously examined Jiang Feng's trade proposal on his computer, methodically initiating phone calls. Such a substantial roster adjustment was a rarity in his managerial career. His first call was to Yao Ming. "Hello," Yao Ming exclaimed, surprised by the caller ID. He had just conversed with Jiang Feng in the afternoon, and now Kupchak's call had come in the evening. What remarkable efficiency! Having been recruited by the Lakers back in 2006, he had retained Kupchak's number. "Hi, Yo. This is Kupchak. I believe Jiang Feng has shared quite a bit with you this afternoon. I would like to extend a sincere invitation for you to join the Lakers. I can offer you a contract of 3 years for $30 million. If you are amenable, we can reach a verbal agreement ahead of time," Kupchak stated. A hint of nervousness in his tone. In the NBA, a verbal agreement between a team and a player typically solidifies the contract, rendering it immutable. Though there have been instances of players retracting, such occurrences are rare, as they jeopardize their credibility and reputation within the league. Only a fool would engage in such folly. "Absolutely. I am willing to join the Lakers," Yao Ming responded with unwavering decisiveness, though internally he was utterly astonished. Jiang Feng had truly succeeded. He had managed to persuade Kupchak to extend an offer exceeding $10 million, a feat that was nothing short of remarkable. In recent days, Yao had received contract offers from several teams, most of which were minimum salary or short-term deals. Even the Mavericks, who were willing to provide a high salary, only offered a contract of 4 years for $20 million, averaging just over $5 million annually. He was acutely aware of his market value within the NBA, which contributed to his feelings of disheartenment. He felt overlooked by these teams. Thus, he recognized that the contract from the Lakers was undoubtedly a premium offer. Yet, how could the wily Kupchak be unaware of this? The only plausible explanation was that Jiang Feng played a pivotal role in this contract. The ability to sway a general manager's decision. Jiang Feng was indeed extraordinary. Yao suppressed the astonishment within him and could not help but feel a surge of anticipation for his career with the Lakers. He was determined to demonstrate to the league that his worth extended far beyond the minimum salary. For now, let us wait until the free agency market opens to discuss the details of the contract and formally sign it, Kupchak stated before hanging up the phone. Subsequently, he dialed the number of another team's general manager to discuss trade matters. The old man was evidently a pragmatic individual, and it was likely he would be working late into the night. Kupchak was indeed burning the midnight oil. The river breeze felt delightful. Upon returning to the apartment, I ordered a serving of fried chicken burgers and purchased 2 bottles of beer, indulging in a sumptuous feast. After indulging heartily, Jiang Feng refrained from indulging in any further nocturnal activities and retired to bed early, for he was to meet the city of Los Angeles at the break of dawn. Precisely at 4 o'clock. Chapter 13. An audience with Kobe. The dwindling affection value. The following day, the early hours of Los Angeles bore a somewhat desolate air. As the majority of its inhabitants remained ensconced in slumber, Jiang Feng, battling against the drowsiness, rose from his slumber, splashed some water on his face, and ventured out, hailing a taxi that whisked him straight to the Los Angeles Lakers training facility. Along the journey, he encountered young men and women, clad in revealing and fashionable attire. Drifting through the streets after a night at the club, he observed the homeless, huddled in the shadows, trembling against the chill, and he noticed the sanitation workers, diligently tending to the bustling streets. The myriad facets of life unfolded before his eyes, granting him profound insight into this second-largest city in America, Los Angeles. No city is an unequivocal paradise. Without wealth, every place is merely mundane. With riches, every locale transforms into a haven. A half-hour later, Jiang Feng stepped into the expansive training arena of the Lakers. Within the vast gym, a solitary figure tirelessly practiced his shooting. The rhythmic sound of the bouncing basketball echoed through the empty space, amplifying the sense of solitude. Upon sensing Jiang Feng's presence, Kobe ceased his training and cast a piercing gaze in his direction, his eyes brimming with an icy demeanor. Clearly, Having watched the press conference, Kobe was acquainted with Jiang Feng's appearance. "What brings you here?" he inquired coldly. His training had been interrupted, and he felt a twinge of displeasure. Not particularly eager to encounter Jiang Feng. Was this the manifestation of a -20 affinity? His demeanor was indeed exceedingly frigid. "Kobe, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. We ought to have a proper discussion." The river breeze drew near and spoke. "No, there is no misunderstanding between us. You simply need to fulfill your responsibilities." Kobe replied in a solemn tone, "I reiterate, if you do not exhibit the requisite capabilities of a head coach in the upcoming season, you shall undoubtedly face dismissal. Rest assured, I will execute my duties exceptionally well. I have already conferred with Kupchak yesterday, and during the off-season, we shall construct a highly competitive roster. I can confidently assure you that next season we will be a championship-caliber team, poised to return to the finals and claim the championship." Jiang Feng spoke with a confidence and grandeur that seemed to suggest he had already secured the O'Brien Trophy in his grasp. Ding dong. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Jiang Feng's mind, detecting a 10-point decline in Kobe's favorability towards the host. This unexpected revelation left Jiang Feng, who had been earnestly posturing, momentarily stunned. Jiang Feng gazed at the expressionless Kobe, a flurry of questions swirling in his mind. What has become of the fundamental trust that should exist between individuals? Do you truly believe I would place my faith in your words? Even if Kupchak were to assemble a championship-worthy roster, do you possess the requisite coaching prowess? Kobe furrowed his brow, feeling an increasing disdain for Jiang Feng. How audacious of this young man from Huaxia to attribute Kupchak's accomplishments to himself. His audacity knows no bounds. Consulting with Kupchak? Does he even have the standing to do so? Allow me to enlighten you about the system and style of play I intend to establish for the upcoming season. As Jiang Feng spoke, a multitude of tactics and formations emerged vividly in his mind. Possessing a passive talent skill akin to an all-encompassing tactical compendium, he found this entirely effortless. Subsequently, he began to expound at length, articulately delineating the playing style and characteristics of the small ball era. Ding! A notification indicated that Kobe's affection for the host had diminished by 10 points. Once Jiang Feng concluded his discourse, the system's voice resounded once more. "Jiang Feng, you have articulated a great deal, but how does it differ from the fast-paced tactics of the Suns? Furthermore, I do not subscribe to your theory. A center is the cornerstone of a formidable team. Without an exceptional center, the team becomes exceedingly passive on both ends of the court, making it arduous to secure a championship, regardless of how talented the players in other positions may be." Kobe, unabashedly, asserted his belief. Having collaborated with great centers like O'Neal and Gasol, both of whom led to triumphs, thus he is acutely aware of the center's significance. In Jiang Feng's previous theory, the role of the center is entirely diminished, which stands in stark contrast to the current style of play in the league. Even in this era where the center's influence has waned, a quality center remains a coveted asset in the league. Jiang Feng sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. The official arrival of the small ball era took place in the 2015 season, and with 3 to 4 years remaining. Persuading a traditional superstar like Kobe to embrace this new style of play is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. The fast-paced tactics that Kobe refers to are merely a variant of the small ball approach. There exists a fundamental distinction between the two. However, discussing this with Kobe at present will likely yield little acceptance. As the saying goes, one can only attain true understanding through practice. It is only after the Lakers roster for the new season is solidified and the small ball strategy is implemented in actual games that Kobe will truly comprehend its efficacy. Since it is still difficult for you to embrace the small ball tactics, allow me to elaborate on the team's alternative strategies. We shall continue to maintain a twin tower lineup in the upcoming season, albeit with the starting center position transitioning from Bynum to Yao Ming. The river breeze continued, ding dong. It has been detected that Kobe's affection for the host has diminished by 10 points. The system's voice echoed once more. It's now at -50. The river breeze weeps without tears. If this communication continues, not only will the completion of the system's tasks be jeopardized, but the relationship between him and Kobe might devolve into a perpetual enmity, one where they would greet each other with hostility. You speak nothing but falsehoods. How could Kupchak possibly engage in such foolishness? Kobe stated coldly, utterly incredulous. Well, you may as well call that old fellow to verify the truth of my words. Do not fret over him not answering, for Kupchak is still working late into the night. He must have endured an entire sleepless night, Jiang Feng remarked, handing over his phone and dialing Kupchak's number. Kobe, somewhat skeptical, took the phone. Hello. You troublesome lad. You've certainly posed many challenges for me. To expedite your trade proposal. I spent the entire night on calls without a moment's rest. The voice of Kupchak, filled with frustration, came through the line as soon as it connected. Kobe was momentarily taken aback, questioning the reliability of his hearing. To expedite your trade proposal? The implications of that statement were profound. Manager, it's me. Kobe said in a low, sultry tone. Kobe. Kupchak's voice wavered, revealing a hint of regret for his earlier words. Are you looking to trade Bynum and then sign Yao? Kobe inquired gravely, not delving into Kupchak's previous comments. For he understood that this cunning veteran would offer no further clarification. Indeed, this will be a pivotal step in constructing our championship roster. Kupchak responded solemnly. As the team's star player, Kobe had the right to be informed. Regardless of the nature of the communication between Jiang Feng and Kobe, Kupchak could not afford to deceive. As these maneuvers were indeed his responsibility, he would bear the consequences as well. This was the burden and cost that Kupchak chose to accept by placing his trust in Jiang Feng. All right, I understand, Kobe replied, abruptly ending the call without a shred of courtesy. Ding. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Feng's mind, indicating a 20-point decrease in Kobe's favorability. -70. In the depths of his heart, Jiang Feng pondered anxiously, questioning whether he truly had to unveil his ultimate move. You should leave. I shall request a trade from the team. Regardless of any agreements you and Kupchak may have reached behind the scenes, do not involve me in this. His career was nearing its twilight, and he yearned to pursue a championship rather than languish in the twilight of his professional life with a team devoid of prospects. Kobe coldly replied, his teeth clenched, seemingly struggling to suppress his fury. Initially, he had envisioned concluding his career with the Lakers. Yet the recent actions of the team's management had left him profoundly disappointed and even desperate. If it comes to this, then I have no choice but to resort to my ultimate strategy. Chapter 14. Conquering Kobe. Can I have a son? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, astonished at the formidable challenge posed by Kobe. The crux of the matter lay in Kobe's excessively earnest and stubborn disposition. It was not merely the chaotic management of the team in his eyes. Even the Lakers' front office's inactivity during the offseason would provoke his dissatisfaction. It was precisely due to the Lakers' inability to secure a worthy contender to assist Kobe that he compelled the franchise to consider trading him. Ultimately, however, Kobe remained with the Lakers, and during the season, the team successfully acquired Gasol, endowing them with the capability to compete for the championship. He achieved his desire, clinching 2 championships within 3 years. Now, the Lakers' disordered operations have once again plunged Kobe into profound disappointment, leading him to harbor an aversion towards Jiang Feng. Feeling no inclination towards him, even bordering on disdain. Do not waste your efforts. Initially, I intended to observe the situation in the new season before making a decision. But my patience has run thin, Kobe declared coldly, akin to an everlasting iceberg. His recent dialogue with Kupchak had drained his final reserves of patience. Trading Bynum and signing Yao Ming? What kind of absurd maneuver is that? Had this transaction occurred 3 or 4 years ago, it would have been hailed as a stroke of genius, yet in the present context, it appears utterly foolish. Do you comprehend why Kupchak appointed me as the head coach of the Lakers? Do you understand why Kupchak is willing to adjust the roster according to my strategy? Do you grasp why I am confident in assuring the team's return to championship contention next season? Jiang Feng inquired with increasing urgency. Kobe shook his head, a sharp gaze reflecting his bewilderment, particularly the first question, which left him utterly perplexed. How could Kupchak appoint a young man devoid of coaching experience as the head coach of the team? It was utterly absurd and incomprehensible. Alas, I initially wished to engage with you as a regular individual, yet what I received in return was your disdain and distrust. I can no longer maintain this facade. I must reveal the truth. I hail from the future. I possess knowledge of the NBA's trajectory over the next decade, along with a wealth of tactical expertise, which is why Kupchak entrusted me with the role of head coach to reconstruct the team's roster. Jiang Feng grinned and spoke, once again revealing his thoughts. My friend, are you jesting with me? Kobe's gaze resembled that of someone observing a lunatic. Kupchak, upon hearing my words, wore a similar expression. Yet he chose to place his trust in me. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly, the despair and anxiety he had felt moments ago dissipating. Choosing to reveal his vulnerabilities was a means to swiftly earn Kobe's trust and forge a dependable friendship. This was a decision he had long contemplated, not a spur-of-the-moment choice. Yet he had not anticipated the necessity of such revelation would arise so swiftly. The rationale behind his actions was that only through this transparency could Kobe truly believe his words, thereby creating an opportunity to save Kobe's life in the future. Hence, Kupchak's series of foolish maneuvers became evident. "In my eyes, you are nothing but a deceiver," Kobe exclaimed through gritted teeth. The river breeze. He immediately recounted the future circumstances of the Lakers and the tragic fate that awaited Kobe in his professional career. Upon hearing about the formation of the formidable quartet consisting of Howard, Kobe, Gasol, and Nash, a spark of excitement illuminated Kobe's eyes. However, when he learned that this illustrious assembly would conclude the 2011 to 2012 season in failure, coupled with his Achilles tendon rupture that would render him sidelined for the subsequent 2 seasons, his expression turned somber, revealing a deep-seated resentment. "After 2 years of rehabilitation, you made your return, yet your form was considerably diminished, ultimately compelling you to yield to the passage of time. You penned a heartfelt piece titled Dear Basketball, announcing your retirement following the 2015 to 2016 season. Throughout that season, you approached each game with a smile, yet deep within, you remained a relentless scorer. In your final game, you embraced your true self, unleashing a fervent offensive display, disregarding all limits, and culminating in an astonishing 60 points, shattering numerous records. You concluded with the poignant words, 'Mamba out,' marking the official end of your illustrious career." Jiang Feng spoke in one breath, then cast a half-smiling, half-serious glance at Kobe. At that moment, the elder Kobe's gaze had turned completely vacant. An unparalleled shock washed over his face as he looked at Jiang Feng, his eyes filled with astonishment. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Kobe found himself believing everything this young man from China had said, for the cherished game of basketball had long existed in his mind, a secret he had shared only with his beloved wife, Vanessa. Yet now, this young man had voiced it. If it were Vanessa who had informed this young man, Kobe would have sworn it was impossible. Moreover, everything Jiang Feng recounted felt undeniably real. Kobe understood that if the day of his retirement game truly arrived, he would indeed follow the very path Jiang Feng had described, for that was precisely how he envisioned his farewell match. As he absorbed this information, the expression in Kobe's eyes transformed once more, softening into one of warmth and friendliness. "If you hail from the future, then everything unfolding now becomes comprehensible. Though it still sounds absurd, I do not believe you are lying," Kobe said earnestly. "Just a moment ago, you called me a fraud." The river breeze murmured softly, infused with a hint of complaint and a touch of jest. "Huh, what you have just articulated is truly astonishing. I must allow myself some time to absorb it." Kobe replied with a smile, albeit somewhat awkwardly. "Are you reassured now? In the upcoming season, I shall lead the Lakers back into the realm of championship contention. And under my guidance, your professional career will undergo a profound transformation. As for the future I previously mentioned, it shall no longer exist," Jiang Feng declared with unwavering conviction, his tone brimming with confidence. Kobe nodded, his spirits lifted. Reflecting on his earlier demeanor towards Jiang Feng, he felt a tinge of remorse. Ding. The system detected a 10-point increase in Kobe's affinity for the dormitory. Ding. The system noted another 10-point rise in Kobe's fondness for the dormitory. The system's notifications resonated continuously in Jiang Feng's mind. Within the system interface, Kobe's affection for Jiang Feng steadily escalated, ceasing only upon reaching a total of 50. "Jiang Feng, what is this? Have I made myself so clear, and yet the affinity is only at 50? Old Ke, you are quite stingy." However, Jiang Feng feels no concern. Now that trust has been established between both parties, it is a simple matter for the affinity to continue to grow. "Jiang, since you hail from the future, there is something I wish to inquire of you." Kobe revealed a sincere smile. His tone softened considerably, and even his manner of address became more endearing. "What is it?" Jiang Feng shrugged, as if he had already anticipated this. No one is indifferent to their own future. Not even Kobe. Will Vanessa and I be able to have a son in the future? Chapter 15. Talent Skill Binding Kobe. The finals are about to commence. The Lakers engage in frenzied trades, once again capturing the headlines. "Well, after retirement, you and Vanessa had 2 children, but both were girls." Jiang Feng remarked, "I never anticipated that Kobe would be so concerned about this matter. After all, they are all daughters. Nevertheless, daughters are wonderful. I truly cherish having a daughter." Kobe responded, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passing through his eyes. Jiang Feng could perceive that, although Kobe cherished his daughters deeply, his desire for a son was undeniably genuine. Alas, fate had thwarted this aspiration, a fact that has since become a source of jest across the internet. Numerous netizens have concocted humorous anecdotes to tease him, such as the adage that nothing is insurmountable in this world, save for the birth of a son. Initially, it was thought that the odds were favorable, yet the reality proved otherwise, as the elder Kobe welcomed yet another daughter, thereby completing a formidable lineup of starters. Among the myriad of quips, one particularly striking jest compared Kobe favorably to Magic Johnson, suggesting that at least he wasn't burdened with the task of procreating. Nevertheless, I am aware of the circumstances a decade hence. What if you and Vanessa were to welcome a fifth child, and it turned out to be a son? The river breeze gently patted the old coach's shoulder in a gesture of solace, silently adding in his heart that it could very well still be a daughter, truly resembling what the online community had suggested, assembling a complete starting lineup. Let things unfold naturally. After such an extensive conversation, I have already squandered a considerable amount of time. It is time for me to commence my training. Kobe suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness. He had not forgotten the responsibilities that lay before him. Otherwise, at 4 o'clock in the morning, the Los Angeles sky would witness. Speaking of which, in order to adapt to my tactical system for the upcoming season, I will provide you with specialized training, primarily focusing on three-point shooting. Jiang Feng's expression also turned serious. In the era of small ball, the three-point shot serves as a crucial offensive weapon, forming the very foundation of the small ball lineup. Therefore, it is imperative to enhance Kobe's three-point shooting ability. According to the player data provided by Kupchak, Jiang Feng realized that Kobe's career three-point shooting percentage hovers around 33. It remains uncertain how much this percentage could increase if he were to be bound with a talent skill player. As for Kobe's other attributes, there is no need for further enhancement. As one of the greatest superstars in NBA history, excelling in both offense and defense, Kobe possesses no weaknesses on the court. Elevating his three-point shooting capability will only amplify his offensive prowess to an even more terrifying level. Now we can commence training. I am ready to endure any intensity. As long as it improves my skills, Kobe declared, a fervent glint in his eyes. Renowned as a training fanatic within the league, Kobe's diligence is widely acknowledged. This relentless dedication is one of the reasons he has garnered a multitude of fans. With his natural talent, he is also willing to exert more effort than others. He truly deserves to be recognized as one of the most influential superstars in the league. The river breeze gently nodded, and then promptly utilized the player's bound talent skill. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Finding successful. Please make a choice. Enhance Kobe's overall attributes or elevate specific attributes. As Jiang Feng's thoughts shifted, he opted for the latter. Please select which attribute of Kobe you wish to enhance, echoed the system's voice. As the words settled in his mind, an interface materialized, displaying options such as passing ability, mid-range shooting proficiency, rebounding prowess, and three-point shooting capability, among others. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Jiang Feng opted for the three-point shooting ability. Ding dong. Selection successful. The system proclaimed that in the forthcoming year, Kobe's three-point shooting percentage would witness an enhancement of 5 from its original foundation. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. In this manner, Kobe's three-point shooting percentage for the upcoming season could be maintained above 38, approaching 39. This would already place him at the level of the league's elite three-point shooters. Of course, when compared to historically great sharpshooters like Curry, Thompson, and Ray Allen, there remains a slight disparity. Jiang Feng recalls vividly that Stephen Curry's career three-point shooting percentage hovers around 44, while Klay Thompson stands at approximately 42. Indeed, the Splash Brothers are truly formidable. The thought recedes. Jiang Feng commenced a specialized training regimen for Kobe, focusing on three-point shooting. Over the ensuing days, Jiang Feng spent countless hours in the training facility alongside Kobe, assisting him in honing his three-point shooting skills. With the enhancement of his innate talents, Kobe could distinctly perceive the progress he was making in his shooting. This realization fueled his fervor for practice, leaving him eagerly anticipating the commencement of the new season. Acknowledging that Jiang Feng was the catalyst for the improvement in his three-point capabilities, Kobe's fondness for him grew, appreciating the young man's reliability despite his youth. Ding dong. The system detected a 10-point increase in Kobe's fondness for the host, elevating the affinity level to 60. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, finally meeting the criteria for the system's task. Now, he awaited the confirmation of the new season's roster and the opportunity to enhance the other players' affinities, thus completing the system's objectives. With Kobe's favor secured, elevating the sentiments of the remaining players would prove to be a far simpler endeavor. As time swiftly passed, June arrived, and the NBA Finals commenced with fervor. The Miami Heat and the Dallas Mavericks faced off, vying for the coveted Larry O'Brien Trophy. In the predictions surrounding this series, all media outlets unanimously favored the Heat, believing their trio of stars would easily triumph over the Mavericks, who relied solely on Dirk Nowitzki to claim the championship. Numerous basketball analysts expressed sympathy for Nowitzki, who had only reached the finals twice in his career, both times facing the formidable Heat. The 2006 finals were particularly disheartening, as the Mavericks, having taken a 2-0 lead, were ultimately defeated by the Heat in 4 consecutive games, narrowly missing out on the championship title. Now, facing an even stronger Heat squad, the Mavericks appeared to have little chance of success. On June 4th, U.S. time, the first game of the finals commenced at the Heat's home court, the American Airlines Arena. This highly anticipated match was expected to draw significant attention. However, headlines were quickly eclipsed by the Los Angeles Lakers. After days of negotiations, the Lakers' trade efforts bore fruit. Yahoo reporter Adrian Wojnarowski broke the news, igniting a nationwide frenzy. Breaking news: the Lakers are poised to sign Yao Ming upon the commencement of free agency. Major development: the Lakers, Thunder, and Rockets have executed a 3-team trade, with Harden and Lowry joining the Lakers, Bynum moving to the Thunder, and the Rockets acquiring Steve Blake along with a first-round draft pick. Significant news: the Lakers have completed a trade with the Pacers, exchanging Ron Artest for Paul George and a first-round draft pick. Major update: the Lakers and Bulls have struck a deal, sending Luke Walton and Derek Fisher in exchange for Taj Gibson and a first-round draft pick. Critical news: the Lakers have finalized a trade with the Bucks, exchanging Matt Barnes and Shannon Brown for a top 10 first-round draft pick. One after another, Wojnarowski unveiled a series of trades within the span of an hour, setting the nation ablaze with excitement. Chapter 16: Nationwide Scrutiny. Assembling the coaching staff. Targeting Steve Kerr. The Lakers are truly going mad. These transactions appear to be an act of self-destruction. Trading Bynum. The Lakers have parted ways with a player who could serve as a cornerstone for their franchise, a center who led the Western Conference. This is utterly absurd. So many trades. They have essentially exchanged half the team. The Lakers' general manager must be out of his mind. First, he appointed an inexperienced rookie from China as head coach, and now he executes such foolish trades. It seems he has no desire to remain with the Lakers. No, I believe his career as a general manager is nearing its end. With such amateurish maneuvers, which team would dare to employ Kupchak? I wonder how Kobe feels about these trades. Acquiring a plethora of young players is a complete waste of Kobe's final peak years. Friends, I just calculated that the Lakers have traded away a total of 7 players in these recent moves, leaving only Kobe, Gasol, and Odom as the remaining core players. This is disastrous. To keep up with Lakers news, I've even missed the finals between the Heat and the Mavericks. Fans are fervently discussing this online, and numerous basketball experts are vociferously criticizing the Lakers' series of transactions on social media. The number of points to critique is so extensive, it leaves one unsure of where to begin. In conclusion, the media and basketball analysts have summarized that the most detrimental move by the Lakers was sending Bynum away while signing Yao Ming, who is frequently injured and out for the season. From their perspective, the Lakers seem to be providing warmth to the Thunder. After acquiring Bynum, the Thunder have formed a formidable trio with Bynum, Durant, and Westbrook, complemented by Ibaka's emergence as one of the league's premier defensive players. The Thunder's strength is extraordinary. With the finals of this season just underway, many in the media have predicted that next season, the Thunder will emerge as the league's strongest team, potentially surpassing the Heat. Meanwhile, the Lakers' decision to sign the injury-prone Yao appears perplexing. Many believe that coach Jiang Feng is somehow influencing this decision, given that both he and Yao hail from China. Yet how could Kupchak possibly heed Jiang Feng's counsel? This has left many fans and basketball experts in a state of deep confusion. Renowned basketball commentator A. Smith candidly expressed his opinion, stating that the Lakers could very well enter a rebuilding phase next season. Since they have traded away so many players, why not trade Gasol and Kobe as well? Indeed, the transactions made by the Lakers appear to be orchestrated in preparation for a reconstruction. For an entire day, the nation has been engrossed in discussions surrounding these trades, to the extent that the ongoing finals have been overshadowed. Both the media and fans are particularly eager to discern Kobe's stance. After all, it is widely acknowledged that if Kobe does not seize this final pinnacle of his career to strive for for another championship. The opportunity for a sixth title might elude him for the rest of his professional journey. However, these recent trades by the Lakers do not seem to signify reinforcement. In pursuit of an interview with Kobe, numerous media outlets have besieged him at the training facility. Ultimately, Kobe expressed his support for the Lakers management, leaving the entire nation astounded. His reaction was utterly unexpected. Just days prior, when the Lakers opted for Brian Shaw as head coach against Kobe's wishes, he had conveyed his strong discontent. Yet, in a mere span of days, Kobe's endorsement of the Lakers' seemingly self-destructive maneuvers is astonishing. What has prompted this shift in Kobe's perspective? Basketball analysts and fans find themselves once again engulfed in profound confusion. What other secrets lie within the Lakers' dealings? The rapid and decisive execution of these trades raises questions about who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. These queries continue to perplex observers. Nevertheless, one thing is indisputable. The Lakers are poised to be the team undergoing the most significant transformations during the offseason. Meanwhile, in his office, Jiang Feng peruses the news online, beaming with delight. The Lakers have taken a decisive step toward the vision he had anticipated. He is exceedingly pleased with Kupchak's trades, even beyond his expectations. The most surprising was acquiring Paul George from the Pacers in exchange for Artest. Initially, he sought merely a draft pick, and George's addition is a delightful surprise. Since the trade has materialized, he must accept it with reluctant enthusiasm. After all, General George is destined to be a superstar, a top-tier small forward in the league, excelling on both offense and defense. With the roster now nearly complete, all that remains is to await the commencement of the draft and the onset of the offseason. Next, it will be time to assemble his coaching staff. Since Phil Jackson stepped down as the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, his assistant coaching staff has been disbanded. With a new ruler comes a new court. Regardless of who ascends to the role of head coach for the Lakers, it is certain that a fresh assistant coaching team will be assembled. In the NBA, the assistant coaching staff plays a monumental role. There are those who specialize in offense, others in defense, and even some dedicated to the psychological development of players. In Jiang Feng's mind, several candidates began to emerge for these crucial positions, with Steve Kerr being the first to take shape in his thoughts. This future championship coach of the Warriors dynasty possesses exceptional coaching abilities. During his playing career, he was under Phil's guidance and became well-versed in the triangle offense. Subsequently, he joined the San Antonio Spurs, contributing to their championship victory and becoming intimately familiar with Popovich's tactical philosophy and roster system. These experiences have equipped him with invaluable insights, ultimately enabling him to craft the unparalleled death lineup during his tenure with the Warriors. Today, this remarkable talent lies in wait, yearning for the discovery of his true patron. Jiang Feng recalls vividly that Steve Kerr assumed the role of head coach for the Golden State Warriors during the 2014 to 2015 season. Prior to this, he was a commentator for TNT. Therefore, Kerr is still regarded as a commentator in the present context. Jiang Feng once again dialed Kupchak's number. "Boss, could you please assist me in locating Steve Kerr's contact information? The river breeze opens the door to the mountains. What do you seek him for?" The commentator. Kupchak expressed some confusion. "I wish to appoint him as my chief assistant." The river breeze parted its lips, inquiring, "What madness has seized you now? Seeking a commentator to serve as an assistant coach? He possesses no coaching experience whatsoever." Kupchak suddenly raised his voice, then, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concerns. "Neither do I possess any coaching experience. Which head coach was born with the innate ability to lead? Are they not all shaped and molded through gradual development?" Jiang Feng consoled. "Is Cole destined to be a renowned coach in the future?" Kupchak inquired with curiosity. "Not merely a renowned coach. He is absolutely extraordinary." Jiang Feng remarked briefly on some of Steve Kerr's future accomplishments. After hearing this, Kupchak, filled with excitement, hurried off to find his phone. A few minutes later, Jiang Feng received his text message. Subsequently, he dialed Steve Kerr's number. "Hello, this is Jiang Feng, the head coach of the Lakers. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join my coaching staff as my lead assistant." The river breeze is succinct and direct. "I'm sorry, but I have no interest," came Cole's indifferent voice. "Hey, I quite admire your haughty demeanor. Don't dismiss me so swiftly. Why not allow me to share a few words first?" The river breeze smiled gently, unperturbed and undeterred. "Whatever you say holds no interest for me. I do not believe you possess the merit to lead me," Cole retorted, maintaining his pride. He had been following the news over the past few days and was well aware of the tumultuous state of the Lakers. It was chaotic and disorganized. Not only would he refuse a position as an assistant coach, but he would also decline the role of head coach if offered. Working in such a quagmire as the Lakers made it exceedingly difficult to showcase one's talents. Moreover, if one's inaugural coaching endeavor lacks accomplishments, it would be a formidable challenge to re-enter the coaching realm in the future, particularly for a novice like him, devoid of coaching experience. The significance of that first resume cannot be overstated. Speaking of the current roster, I am preparing to implement a strategy for the upcoming season that involves. Jiang Feng paid no heed to Kerr's rejection. Instead, he elaborated on the nuances of small ball tactics and the distinctive characteristics and advantages of the small lineup, while also sharing his insights on the future of basketball. After he finished speaking, the conversation fell into silence, punctuated solely by Kerr's heavy breaths. May I retract what I just said? Allow me to join the Lakers coaching staff. After a considerable pause, Kerr finally exclaimed, his attitude having undergone a complete transformation. Jiang Feng's lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. The law of irresistible allure is eternally relevant. Whatever happened to that haughty demeanor just moments ago? One ought not to speak too soon. Now, it seems, one finds themselves rebuked. Chapter 17. The Resonance of Cole. Vogel's Decision. Jiang Feng's acumen in human affairs. Indeed, I have always been a person of magnanimity. Moreover, I acknowledge your talents, which is precisely why I extend this heartfelt invitation for you to serve as my chief assistant. Jiang Feng spoke with a smile. Cole's reaction was entirely within his expectations, for Jiang Feng was acutely aware that although Cole was now a commentator, he possessed a profound understanding of basketball. Furthermore, the era of small ball was pioneered by Cole in collaboration with Curry. Given that he would soon ascend to the role of head coach for the Warriors and develop their small ball system, it was evident that Cole had been preparing for this moment, harboring his own theories and insights. The construction of the Warriors roster and the establishment of their team system were merely practical applications of these ideas. Jiang Feng's own theoretical framework originated from the Warriors, specifically from Steve Cole himself. Thus, Jiang Feng's exposition was bound to resonate deeply with Steve Cole, leading him to perceive that the system the Lakers sought to establish was a perfect fit for his theories. Should he join the Lakers, he would have the opportunity to put his theories into practice. What could be more enticing than this? It was akin to an overlooked scientist suddenly receiving recognition and support for their research, or an ambitious individual finally being granted the chance to showcase their talents. Steve Cole would not let this opportunity slip away. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's commendation, Cole felt even more exhilarated. Thank you for this opportunity, I assure you. I will not disappoint you. You're too kind. I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. For subsequent contract matters, please contact Kupchak directly, Jiang Feng remarked, having ended the call. With an offensive-minded assistant coach now in place, it remains imperative to appoint someone to oversee the team's defense. As the adage goes, defense secures the championship. A thorough examination of NBA championship teams in recent years reveals that they have all been among the league's elite defensive squads. Furthermore, the failure of the Suns' fast-paced strategy has demonstrated that an exclusive focus on offense is untenable in the playoffs. Thus, the assistant coach responsible for defense is equally vital. Standing before the window, Jiang Feng gazed down upon the opulent city of Los Angeles, his mind racing with thoughts. Several coaches renowned for their defensive prowess surfaced in his imagination, yet the prospect of inviting one to join the Lakers as an assistant seemed daunting. Notable figures such as Thibodeau and Mike Brown came to mind. Thibodeau had thrived with the Bulls, transforming the team into a bastion of tenacious defense after assuming the role of head coach, and he had been awarded the title of Coach of the Year this season. Conversely, Mike Brown had experienced a complete fallout with the Lakers. Although he had been confirmed as the team's head coach, he faced public humiliation when the announcement was rescinded on the day of the press conference. The Lakers had initially chosen Brown for his defensive acumen. If Jiang Feng were to extend an invitation to him to join as an assistant coach now, it would feel somewhat like a dagger to the heart. Suddenly, a name sprang to mind for Jiang Feng: Vogel. This individual is exceptionally skilled in the art of defensive coaching. During his tenure with the Pacers, the team consistently ranked among the top defenses in the league for several years. Jiang recalls Vogel's journey as profoundly inspirational, as he ascended from a video analyst to an assistant coach, ultimately becoming a head coach. Currently, Vogel serves as an assistant coach with the Pacers, yet it seems he is poised to be elevated to head coach in the forthcoming season. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng and Kupchak called Vogel. Hey, this is Jiang Feng, the head coach of the Lakers. I wanted to inquire if you would be interested in joining the Lakers as an assistant coach. Focusing on the development of the team's defensive strategies, Jiang Feng directly inquired, maintaining an air of arrogance. For someone like Vogel, who had been perpetually seeking opportunities, it was essential to create an impression that such chances were exceedingly rare. An assistant coach for the Lakers? Are you certain? Vogel exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. After all, this was the Lakers. Even as an assistant coach, the visibility associated with the team was unparalleled compared to other franchises. Currently, he served as an assistant coach with the Pacers, yet he garnered no attention and was devoid of superior prospects. Joining the Lakers, without a doubt, represented an exceptional choice. Even though the current head coach of the Lakers appeared rather unreliable, and the forthcoming season promised to be chaotic, being at the epicenter of such tumult would inevitably place one in the spotlight. Indeed, this could be a rare opportunity. If seized, it could propel your coaching career to unprecedented heights. Jiang Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, his voice deep and his tone resolute. Vogel was momentarily taken aback. Very well. I accept your invitation and am willing to serve as the assistant coach for the Lakers, he said, taking a deep breath as though he had made a momentous decision. You may discuss the specific details of the contract with Kupchak. Rest assured, you will come to appreciate your choice. Jiang Feng chuckled as he hung up the phone. He was aware that the Pacers would soon elevate Vogel to the position of head coach. However, to be candid, Vogel's tenure as head coach of the Pacers had not garnered him the recognition he truly deserved. Even if he were to receive the accolade of Coach of the Year in the future, or if he led the Pacers to the Eastern Conference Finals for 2 consecutive years, it still culminated in his dismissal, making it quite arduous for him to secure a stable position elsewhere. Yet, joining the Lakers presented a different narrative. With the Lakers, Vogel would have the opportunity to secure numerous championships, and when the time came for him to move on from his assistant role, he would undoubtedly find himself in a head coaching position with other teams. For Vogel, being with the Lakers was akin to being gilded. In the realm of NBA coaching, one's pedigree significantly influences their standing. Assistant coaches trained under the likes of Popovich are often sought after as head coaches in other teams. After confirming the 2 assistant coaches, Jiang Feng dialed Kobe's number once more. Hello, Kobe. Do you have Brian Shaw's contact information? Could you share it with me? I am considering recruiting him as an assistant coach for the team. Jiang Feng remarked with a smile. He was quite familiar with Brian Shaw, who had previously played for the Lakers during his NBA career and had won 3 consecutive championships alongside Kobe. After retiring, he served as an assistant coach for the Lakers, maintaining an excellent relationship with Kobe. In terms of capability, Brian Shaw's coaching skills were rather average. After facing unemployment in the future, he struggled to secure a position within the NBA and ultimately took on a coaching role in the Development League. The reason Jiang Feng wished to recruit Brian Shaw was due to his connection with Kobe and his contributions to the Lakers. Over his career as a player and assistant coach, Brian Shaw had spent over a decade with the Lakers, earning a remarkable reputation. Such a dedicated figure should not be cast aside from the NBA. Moreover, Brian Shaw excelled in nurturing young talents, which is precisely what the Lakers currently require. Are you certain about this? Kobe exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Shaw's contributions to the team and his capabilities make him an exceptional candidate for the assistant coach position. The river breeze smiled as it spoke, and one could sense Kobe's elation. Ding dong. A notification indicated that Kobe's affection for the host had increased by 10. The system's voice sounded abruptly. Jiang Feng smiled, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected goodwill he had garnered. Indeed, the NBA also thrives on the nuances of social connections. After Kobe ended the call, he swiftly sent over the contact information for Brian Shaw. Jiang Feng initiated a recruitment call, and the process unfolded seamlessly as Brian Shaw readily agreed. Having devoted numerous years to the Lakers, he harbors a deep affection for both the city of Los Angeles and the team itself. The prospect of returning is nothing short of delightful. The coaching staff has also taken shape. Everything is in place, awaiting only the final touch. The upcoming draft will serve as the pivotal moment to enhance the roster. Once the 15-man roster is finalized, the Lakers are poised for a powerful resurgence in the upcoming season. The river breeze gazed upon the enchanting nightscape of Los Angeles, eyes shimmering with fervent anticipation. The entire world presumed that the Lakers would languish in the upcoming season, yet the true ambition of the team was to clinch the championship. Chapter 18. The Mavericks' Triumph. The bounty of the draft. The Lakers' trade turmoil had momentarily seized the spotlight, but soon, news of the finals reclaimed the headlines. To everyone's astonishment, the Mavericks secured a victory on the road, leveling the series at 1-1 and seizing the home court advantage from the Heat. Moreover, the disparity in strength between the two teams appeared less pronounced than anticipated, with each match proving fiercely competitive. Although the Mavericks relied solely on their singular superstar, Dirk Nowitzki, the Heat found themselves unable to contend with him effectively. Following the first two games, the championship odds for both teams underwent a significant transformation, with the Mavericks' chances soaring from 15 to 40, igniting even greater excitement among fans for the forthcoming matches. As the finals progressed to the third game, expectations were high that the Mavericks would capitalize on their home advantage to secure a victory. However, in an unexpected turn of events, they suffered a narrow defeat to the Heat by just 2 points. Dwayne Wade erupted in a phenomenal performance, emerging as the pivotal figure in the Heat's victory. Post-game, numerous media outlets lauded Wade, speculating that the Heat would replicate their 2006 comeback against the Mavericks, reclaiming the championship trophy once more. The Heat shared this conviction, resolutely designating Wade as the primary offensive focal point and entrusting him with the ball. Conversely, LeBron James, deprived of possession, seemed to lose his identity, compounded by the Mavericks' targeted defense, resulting in a series of lackluster performances devoid of his superstar brilliance. While Wade consistently delivered explosive displays, he struggled to lead his team to victory. After suffering consecutive defeats, the series score stood at 3-2 in favor of the Mavericks, who held the match point. The sixth game of the series was set to unfold at the Heat's home ground, the American Airlines Arena. National media and basketball experts predicted the Heat would triumph on home soil, dragging the series into a decisive Game 7. However, all were left astonished when the Mavericks decisively claimed victory on the road with a score of 105-95, securing the championship for the season. Dirk Nowitzki ascended to the pinnacle of basketball, avenging the loss suffered in the 2006 finals. Subsequently, news of the Mavericks' championship victory sent shockwaves throughout the world. Meanwhile, at the Los Angeles Lakers office, Mitch Kupchak sat in his office, fixated on the television screen, watching the jubilant celebrations of the Mavericks, trembling with emotion. They won. The Mavericks truly emerged victorious. This young man, Jiang Feng, indeed possesses foresight into the future. Kupchak expressed his astonishment, his voice imbued with a profound sense of surprise. Following that initial shock came an overwhelming surge of excitement. He was acutely aware that his legendary career was on the verge of commencement. Years hence, he would be heralded as one of the greatest executives in NBA history. What an immensely proud honor this would be. Kupchak instructed his beautiful secretary to pour him a glass of red wine, savoring it as visions of the future danced in his mind. Soon, he would plunge wholeheartedly into his work. On June 24th, in American time, the NBA draft was set to unfold in Newark, New Jersey, a week after the conclusion of the finals. Kupchak, accompanied by Jiang Feng and his attractive secretary, had flown from Los Angeles to New Jersey well in advance, eagerly anticipating the draft's commencement. Initially, this draft appeared unrelated to the Lakers, as they had already exhausted their future draft picks in the trade with the Grizzlies for Gasol. Moreover, the Lakers had remained a top-tier team in the league, rendering any potential picks quite late in the rounds, typically second-round selections. However, following a series of trades orchestrated by Kupchak a few days prior, the Lakers now held 3 first-round picks and 1 second-round pick. Coupled with a string of audacious maneuvers after their playoff elimination, the Lakers had become the focal point of this draft. The media buzzed with speculation regarding which promising rookies the Lakers would select. Retaining the core duo of Kobe and Gasol while amassing such an abundance of draft picks for reconstruction was a maneuver that left many astounded. Clearly, the Lakers had become a laughingstock in the league, with the entire nation poised to witness their misfortune. Amidst the clamor and excitement, the draft finally commenced. The Cavaliers, holding the first overall pick, unhesitatingly selected the prodigious point guard, Kyrie Irving. Even prior to the draft, Irving had been a favored candidate for the top pick. Despite being a point guard, he possessed an exceptionally comprehensive offensive skill set and a remarkably stylish playing style. During his college days, he was dubbed an offensive kaleidoscope. The last time the Cavaliers secured the first overall pick, they chose LeBron James, and now, with the opportunity to select Irving once more, they harbored high hopes for him. This marked the dawn of a new era and a beacon of hope for the team's rebuilding efforts. The Minnesota Timberwolves, holding the second overall pick, selected Derrick Williams. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, sitting in the Lakers' war room, furrowed his brow. The team's draft acumen had been astonishingly poor, failing to secure a single cornerstone player with high draft picks for several consecutive years. This was indeed perplexing. However, the draft is not solely reliant on discernment. A measure of luck plays a significant role as well. Soon, it was time for the 10th pick. All eyes in the room turned towards the Lakers' war room. Anticipating yet another unexpected maneuver, I declare that the Lakers have chosen Klay Thompson from State University with the 10th pick. David Stern announced loudly from the podium. The venue erupted in enthusiastic applause, yet it was also met with a chorus of derisive laughter. Reports indicated that the Lakers had not even conducted a workout with Thompson, raising questions about their confidence or perhaps their indifference towards the player's abilities. It was truly outrageous. In the Warriors' war room, frustration reigned. What on earth is the Lakers doing? How could they select Klay Thompson? He is clearly a prospect we valued highly. The Warriors' general manager, Bob Myers, grimaced as he spoke. After establishing Stephen Curry as the core of the team for the season, the Warriors had been diligently assembling a roster around him. They had observed Klay Thompson for an extended period, believing he could become an exceptional shooter to complement Curry. The Warriors intended to select Thompson with the 11th pick, but were blindsided by the Lakers' preemptive choice. Myers glared darkly at the Lakers' war room, visibly displeased. Sensing the palpable tension, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smirk. Feeling a twinge of guilt towards the Warriors, having recently snatched away their future head coach, they now had also seized one of their prospective core players, potentially altering the trajectory of the franchise. In their disappointment over losing Klay Thompson, the Warriors reluctantly opted for Jimmer Fredette with the 11th pick. Fredette, a talented point guard, struggled to adapt to the NBA and, after moving between several teams, ultimately took his talents overseas. Subsequently, the Lakers selected Kawhi Leonard and Jimmy Butler with the 15th and 30th picks, acquired through trades with the Pacers and Bulls, respectively, and chose Chandler Parsons in the second round. The selections of other teams mirrored those from the world Jiang Feng had come from. As each franchise approached their draft choices with thorough evaluations and investigations rather than mere enthusiasm. As the draft concluded, apart from the Warriors, each team successfully acquired their desired players. The Lakers, in particular, emerged with an impressive haul. For draft picks were utilized to select 2 forwards, a swingman, and a shooting guard. Except for Chandler Parsons, who seems to lack a promising future, the remaining 3 players are poised to evolve into superstars, with Leonard emerging as one of the top 5 superstars in the league. Chapter 19. The lockout is over. The Lakers' new roster. After spending 2 days in New York, Kupchak and Jiang Feng embarked on their journey home. Upon their return to Los Angeles, as Kupchak stepped into his office, still settling into his chair, he received a call from the general manager of the Spurs, eager to discuss a potential trade involving Kawhi Leonard. Initially, Kupchak was inclined to decline, but the Spurs presented an offer he found difficult to refuse: George Hill plus a first-round draft pick. Kupchak recognized that George Hill was a key point guard being nurtured by the Spurs, and he had been performing exceptionally well this season. In fact, in his eyes, George Hill surpassed both Harden and Lowry in excellence. Kupchak was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Spurs would be willing to make such a significant sacrifice for the rookie Leonard. It seemed Jiang Feng's judgment was indeed astute. He promptly called Jiang Feng to recount the developments. Decline. Of course, they must refuse. They had painstakingly acquired the draft pick to select Leonard precisely because they believed in his immense talent. There was no way they could relinquish him to the Spurs without a fight. Although George Hill was commendable, he simply could not be compared to Leonard on any level. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly, acutely aware of the San Antonio Spurs' long-standing desire for Leonard, though he did not anticipate such swift action. He vividly recalled that in the world he traversed from, Leonard had just been selected by the Pacers before being traded to the Spurs. It must be said that Coach Popovich possesses a remarkably discerning eye for talent. However, in this reality, it seemed he might not acquire Leonard. With Jiang Feng's counsel in mind, Kupchak felt a sense of assurance and promptly declined the Spurs trade request. Simultaneously, Kupchak found himself increasingly hopeful for Leonard's future. In the ensuing days, all eyes in the NBA were fixated on the labor negotiations. Several rounds of discussions had taken place, yet yielded no fruitful outcomes. On June 30th, following the collapse of the final negotiation, the NBA officially entered a state of suspension. This development instilled a sense of panic among many NBA players. After all, not all players possess the immense wealth of superstars, allowing them to remain unconcerned about the lack of games or income. Most players still needed to toil for their livelihoods. Consequently, many chose to play overseas. Daily news related to the NBA revolved around the potential destinations of certain stars. Meanwhile, Some players engaged in casual street basketball to maintain their visibility. As for the general managers and head coaches of various teams, they had all retreated into silence. As the gentle river breeze brought a sense of tranquility, Jiang Feng, having received his first paycheck, began to indulge in a leisurely lifestyle. He first rented a luxurious apartment and then purchased an Audi A6 for transportation, subsequently reveling in nightlife and socializing with companions. Life was vibrant and colorful. Time swiftly passed, and the NBA's labor negotiations continued with no resolution in sight. As November approached, circumstances finally took a turn for the better. On November 26th, after a grueling 15-hour negotiation, both parties announced they had reached an agreement, bringing an end to the prolonged stalemate. The NBA officially declared that the preseason would commence on December 8th, along with player trades and signings. The regular season for the 2011 to 2012 campaign was set to begin on December 25th, coinciding with Christmas. Due to the lockout, the new season would be significantly shortened, comprising only 66 games. After months of inactivity, the NBA was once again bustling with life. The free agency market opened, and teams began engaging in trades and signings to adjust their rosters. For the Los Angeles Lakers, the lineup for the new season had already been largely established prior to the lockout, requiring only contract signings with players. Mitch Kupchak enthusiastically took action. The Lakers reached an agreement with Yao Ming, signing him to a 3-year contract worth $30 million, with the new season set to see him don the number 11 jersey. The Lakers also signed 4 rookie players, Leonard, Thompson, Butler, and Parsons, hosting a signing ceremony. Additionally, the team assembled an assistant coaching staff, bringing on board Steve Kerr, Brian Shaw, and Frank Vogel. The official announcements from the Los Angeles Lakers regarding their signings have been incessant. The principal players include center Yao Ming $10 million, Taj Gibson $1.2 million, forwards Pau Gasol $18 million, Lamar Odom $8 million, Kawhi Leonard $22 million, Paul George $25 million, and Chandler Parsons $5 million. Shooting guards Kobe Bryant $25 million, Klay Thompson $24 million, Jimmy Butler $11 million, point guards James Harden $6 million, and Kyle Lowry $5 million. These 12 individuals will constitute the primary rotation players for the Lakers in the upcoming season, leaving 3 spots to meet the league's mandated roster of 15. General manager Mitch Kupchak has signed 3 second-round draft picks, completing the 15-player roster. Consequently, the Lakers' total salary for the new season is projected to be around $82 million. After careful calculations, Kupchak expressed great satisfaction with the management of this salary cap, as his budget for player salary expenditures next season is over $91 million. With nearly $10 million saved, the Lakers will also incur significantly lower luxury tax obligations. In addition to the Lakers' notable transactions, the free agency market has witnessed a monumental trade within a mere month. The New Orleans Hornets and the Clippers have reached an agreement to send the league's premier point guard, Chris Paul, to the Clippers in exchange for numerous draft picks and role players. The relocation of such a superstar often reshapes the landscape of the league. Following this trade, the long-struggling Clippers have risen prominently, while the consistently playoff-bound Hornets have entered a phase of rebuilding. In a matter of days, nearly 1/3 of the players in the league have changed teams. Amidst the limited time frame, various teams have engaged in frenzied maneuvers, embarking on an arms race to bolster their rosters. Simultaneously, training camps have commenced, with players gathering to commence their training and fostering team chemistry. Los Angeles International Airport. Jiang Feng stood outside the arrivals hall, his face brimming with anticipation as he scanned the surroundings, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Yao Ming. Following the suspension of the league, Yao had returned to China to focus on his rehabilitation and recovery. Now, with the suspension lifted, he was en route to Los Angeles by plane. After a brief moment, a diverse group of individuals emerged from the arrivals hall. The river breeze instantly caught sight of the towering figure of Yao, standing out among the crowd like a crane among chickens. Truly, he is remarkably tall. Brother Yao, over here. Jiang Feng exuberantly raised his hand and shouted, excitedly sprinting towards Yao Ming. Even upon seeing Kobe, he had never experienced such fervent emotions. This was primarily due to Yao Ming's unparalleled stature in the hearts of the youth of their generation. During those years, which basketball enthusiasts did not patiently await by the television to witness Yao Ming's games. As he observed the approaching Jiang Feng, Yao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Feng had already leapt into his embrace. Jiang Feng stands at an impressive height of 89 meters, which is quite tall among the average populace. However, it pales in comparison to the towering Yao Ming. Thus, the embrace between them appeared somewhat comical. Jiang Feng? Yao Ming exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, as he hadn't anticipated that Jiang Feng looked even more youthful and handsome in person than in the photographs circulating online. Indeed, he is quite the dashing figure. This was the first impression Jiang Feng left on Yao Ming. It's me. I was once your fan. And now I finally get to meet you in person. Jiang Feng chuckled and remarked, "What a pleasure it is to meet you. You have undoubtedly been the center of attention these past few months, and today I finally have the honor of seeing you in person. You are even more handsome than in the photographs." The not-so-smooth flatterer, De Yao, offered a compliment to Jiang Feng. "Haha, indeed. Here, I am affectionately referred to as the little Wu Yanzu." Jiang Feng laughed heartily. De Yao remarked, "This fellow is truly lacking in modesty." As they strolled out of the airport, their conversation flowed effortlessly. After a few exchanges, De Yao could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "The training camp is about to commence. When shall you employ your acupuncture expertise to alleviate my injury concerns?" Chapter 20. Utilization of Injury Recovery Card on De Yao. The player's painful affection. With a serious expression, De Yao gazed intently at Jiang Feng, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It is worth noting that the primary reason he had consented to Jiang Feng's recruitment was the promise that he could eradicate his injury risks, which instilled in him the courage to continue battling in the NBA. The torment inflicted by injuries is truly unbearable. Only those who have endured it can comprehend such suffering. Moreover, after signing with the Lakers, De Yao had been observing the discussions circulating online. The majority believed that the contract extended to him by the Lakers would inevitably devolve into a worthless agreement. This sentiment stirred a sense of indignation within De Yao, igniting a fierce determination to prove himself. He did not wish to be the individual who hindered the Lakers' progress. "Whenever you wish, if your urgency is that great, I can fulfill your request at this very moment." Jiang Feng spoke earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on De Yao. De Yao pondered, feeling a peculiar twist to the words as they escaped the boy's lips. "Let us do it now," De Yao exclaimed, his impatience palpable. Consequently, Jiang Feng escorted De Yao to his apartment. There, he retrieved a set of silver needles he had ordered online for acupuncture. To maintain this ruse, he had exerted considerable effort. In hindsight, he wished he had simply claimed it was traditional Chinese massage. Opting for acupuncture had indeed proven somewhat convoluted. Jiang Feng casually made a few adjustments at the ankle of De Yao, then accessed the system to employ a rare injury recovery card. Ding dong. The application of the injury recovery card on De Yao was successful, eliminating all potential injury risks. It is important to note that while the removal of injury hazards does not guarantee future health, there remains a possibility of subsequent injuries. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in Jiang Feng's mind. "Very well. Now, take a moment to assess how you feel." Jiang Feng removed the silver needle with a smile. De Yao stood up in bewilderment, questioning, "Are you certain? It has only been a matter of minutes." Jiang Feng, brimming with confidence, asserted, "Indeed, as I have mentioned, my acupuncture technique is nothing short of miraculous. The essence of this miraculous art lies in its swiftness and effectiveness." De Yao, somewhat skeptical, cautiously shifted his feet, acutely aware of a significant alleviation in his ankle. As he rotated it, the sensations of soreness and foreign discomfort had vanished. Incredibly, he realized he genuinely felt different. His ankle seemed to have grown more robust. With astonishment, De Yao exclaimed, his gaze toward Jiang Feng infused with awe. "While we have mitigated the risk of injury, it is crucial to understand that we cannot guarantee your future immunity to harm. To diminish the likelihood of injury, I require you to lose weight. Prior to the commencement of the new season, you must shed at least 5 kilograms. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, I shall subject you to specialized training." Jiang Feng, shedding his previously nonchalant demeanor, spoke earnestly. He had long devised a comprehensive training regimen for De Yao. "Well, I find myself eagerly anticipating tomorrow's specialized training. I can hardly contain my excitement." Yet, as he voiced his concern, his expression grew serious. "Am I truly certain that I should lose weight?" he inquired, his enthusiasm tempered by apprehension. Initially, under the demands of the Rockets, he had gained considerable weight to enhance his competitiveness in the paint. However, losing weight could potentially diminish that very capability. It is imperative to shed some pounds. Your current weight imposes a significant burden on your knees and ankles. If you do not reduce your weight, you may easily succumb to injuries in the future." Jiang Feng spoke, and Yao nodded, suddenly lost in thought. He felt as though he had been transported back to the moment he first entered the NBA, filled with dreams and expectations for the future. Such a sensation was truly delightful. After departing from Jiang Feng's apartment, Yao gazed at the bustling streets, and his once dormant heart began to beat with renewed vigor. The following day marked the official commencement of the Lakers training camp. At 9 in the morning, all the players gathered in the training facility. Kobe, who had risen at 4 o'clock, had already completed a training session and returned home to share breakfast with his family. The players assembled, eyeing each other curiously, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with one another. The rookies were particularly reserved, especially in the presence of the superstar Kobe, where their shyness was accompanied by a hint of fear and a sense of admiration. Paul George, in particular, looked at Kobe with fervent enthusiasm, completely transformed into a fan. However, he refrained from approaching Kobe, as the latter, along with Yao and Gasol, engaged in lively conversation. They were now teammates, and numerous opportunities for interaction lay ahead. With a resounding thud, the heavy doors of the arena swung open, and Jiang Feng entered alongside his coaching staff. The players quickly assembled and scrutinized Jiang Feng, their expressions a tapestry of curiosity, skepticism, disdain, and doubt. They had heard of this young coach and the whispers that he had played a role in shaping the Lakers roster, particularly in securing Yao's high-priced contract through connections. Such actions fostered a sense of resentment among many players towards Jiang Feng. "Welcome to the Lakers, everyone. From this day forth, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder as comrades in battle. I understand that you are curious about me and harbor doubts, but I can only assure you that I will become the greatest coach in NBA history, bar none. Of course, you may consider this boastful. Many may feel I lack the capability to lead this team. However, I hope you will not display your skepticism too overtly, for in due time, you shall find yourselves eating your words." Jiang Feng proclaimed with a resounding voice, his tone imbued with confidence and a hint of bravado. The reason for his initial warning to the players against challenging his authority stemmed from his ability to perceive each player's level of affection towards him through the system. The situation, however, was far from ideal. To his surprise, Yao held a commendable affection level of 90 towards him. What kind of sentiment was this? Truly, my brother Yao is a remarkable person. Aside from Yao and Kobe, only Gasol's affection level towards Jiang Feng reached 40, while the majority of the remaining players registered a disheartening 0, with only a few rookies exhibiting an affection level of 30. This presented a rather intricate dilemma. Completing the system's tasks seemed a daunting challenge, even with Kobe's approval. Standing nearby, Steve Kerr felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he was the very individual who had swiftly contradicted himself, all within the span of just half an hour. The players, on the other hand, remained completely indifferent, some even displaying disdain. In the eyes of certain players, this young man from Huaxia was merely boasting, and without any semblance of preparation. The greatest coach in NBA history? The legendary Red Auerbach would likely rise from his grave, prying open his coffin to hurl his 16 championship rings at Jiang Feng's face, reminding him of who truly holds the title of the greatest coach in NBA history. Observing the demeanor of those around him, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. As the head coach of a team, the loss of players' trust would render him utterly powerless. For Jiang Feng, the greater challenge lay in the fact that he had yet to establish any measure of trust with the players, to earn their respect, trust, and affection. The most effective approach would be to conquer them through prowess, thereby gaining their recognition. But how might he achieve this? As Jiang Feng furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, a sudden illumination graced his mind, and a brilliant idea emerged. Chapter 21. Assigning Training Tasks. Special Training for Yao. The Secret Weapon Leonard. The most effective way to demonstrate my coaching prowess is undoubtedly through a match. Since the regular season has yet to commence, let us engage in an internal training game. However, the Lakers have replaced the majority of their players during the off-season, and the new team members are still unfamiliar with one another, necessitating a period of acquaintance before we proceed with the training match. It is evident that you harbor doubts regarding my capabilities. I can perceive not only the expressions on your faces but also the sentiments within your hearts. Therefore, I shall organize a training match in 1 week's time, at which point you will fully comprehend the extent of my abilities. Until then, I grant you 1 week to familiarize yourselves with one another. From this day forth, the esteemed assistant coach Steve Kerr shall lead your training, while Yao and Leonard shall accompany me for specialized training. The river breeze gently beckoned, signaling the two players to follow. Upon hearing this, Yao and Leonard were momentarily taken aback, yet Kobe's eyes sparkled with anticipation. A few months prior, He had undergone specialized training with Jiang Feng, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his three-point shooting ability, which filled him with exuberance and deepened his trust in Jiang Feng. He believed that after Jiang Feng's training, both Yao and Leonard would experience significant growth in their capabilities, undoubtedly benefiting the team. Subsequently, Jiang Feng turned to Kerr and remarked, "Let us implement the roster system we previously discussed. First, allow the players to familiarize themselves with each other's playing habits to enhance their synergy." Kerr nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as the theories he had diligently researched over the years were finally poised for practical application. As for the level of skill that would emerge from this practice and its consequent impact in the NBA, that would be revealed once the regular season commenced. Vogel, you will oversee the team's defensive training. However, while constructing the defensive framework, it is essential to collaborate with Steve Kerr. Brian Shaw, you will assist them both while also managing the team's data analysis, providing insights for adjustments on both offensive and defensive fronts. Jiang Feng remarked, assigning tasks to the two teaching assistants thereafter. The river breeze carried away Yao and the perpetually expressionless Leonard from the Lakers' training facility, leading them directly to the Staples Center for practice. Coach Jiang, what will our specialized training entail? Yao inquired with excitement and anticipation. Brother Yao, addressing me as Coach Jiang creates a distance in our relationship. Has the bond we forged last night been diminished by our respective roles? That truly saddens me. Jiang Feng feigned disappointment and said to Yao, how is it that this sounds so peculiar? Leonard, though he appeared foolish, he was not naive. He harbored a lingering suspicion that something clandestine had transpired between Yao and Jiang Feng the previous night. Brother Jiang, surely this suffices. Yao gritted his teeth, reverting to the familiar address used the night before. Ah, this term still resonates with warmth. My special training regimen for you consists solely of practicing three-point shots. Jiang Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he spoke earnestly. Are you certain you are not jesting? Me. Attempting a three-point shot from the perimeter? The bewildered Yao Ming responded, feeling as though his entire worldview had been shaken. Indeed, in the upcoming season, I shall devise strategies that will afford you opportunities to shoot from beyond the arc. Thus, prior to the commencement of the new season, you must fervently practice your three-point shooting. My expectation is that you accomplish a staggering 10,000 attempts within a week. The river breeze whispered, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. He firmly believed that with Yao Ming's shooting prowess, the development of a three-point skill was not only possible, but inevitable. After all, in this era dominated by small ball strategies, even Brook Lopez, a traditional center devoid of three-point shooting ability, had gradually honed his skills beyond the arc, achieving a commendable shooting percentage. This transformation allowed Lopez to thrive with the Milwaukee Bucks, establishing himself as a reliable starting center. What, then, hindered Yao Ming? One could still vividly recall the group stage match against the United States during the 2008 Olympics, where Yao astonished all by sinking a three-pointer right from the outset. Now, he was determined to convert this capacity into a staple weapon within his arsenal. As the new season approached, he was eager to demonstrate to the world what a formidable three-point artillery truly entailed. The mere thought of it sent waves of excitement coursing through him. Regrettably, the system lacked any tools or talents to enhance three-point shooting accuracy. Otherwise, a swift application for Yao would have been straightforward. Thus, he could only practice shot by shot. 1,000 three-point attempts per week? Yao widened his eyes, finding this training volume somewhat exaggerated. Not so. Sakuraji Hanamichi had completed 20,000 shooting practices in a week. If you yearn for the same, I would not stand in your way. Jiang Feng smiled broadly and said, do you know why I am providing you with this specialized training? Without uttering a word, Diyu silently turned around to retrieve the basketball from the ground, commencing his practice of three-point shots. Subsequently, Jiang Feng shifted his gaze to the expressionless Leonard. Jiang Feng feigned profundity as he inquired. Leonard shook his head, genuinely unaware. It is because I perceive you as an exceptionally talented player with a future career that promises great accomplishments that I have resolved to personally mentor you. Under my guidance, you will undoubtedly ascend to the status of a superstar. Jiang Feng remarked, reminiscent of leaders in corporations who paint grand visions for their employees. He began by expressing his admiration for Leonard, only to subsequently envision a magnificent future for him. Undoubtedly, Jiang Feng spoke the truth, not merely attempting to deceive Leonard. Achieving the Finals MVP in only his third season is a testament to Leonard's extraordinary growth. Moreover, he possesses an exceptional talent. Despite having gifted players like Paul George, Thompson, and Butler on the team, Jiang Feng chose to focus his motivational skills on Leonard. The reason is simple. While these young athletes are destined to become stars in the league, Leonard stands in a class of his own. His influence on the game and his dominance on both ends of the court are unparalleled, far exceeding that of Paul George and Thompson. With a demanding schedule and weighty responsibilities this season, Jiang Feng naturally aims to maximize the advantages of his own talents. Accelerating Leonard's potential is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Under Jiang Feng's strategic guidance, Leonard found himself momentarily bewildered, a rare flicker of excitement breaking through his usually stoic demeanor. Before entering the NBA draft, he never dared to dream of becoming a superstar. He merely hoped to establish himself. In the upcoming season, you will be the team's secret weapon. I shall ensure that the world recognizes your exceptional abilities. Therefore, in this limited time before the new season commences, you must train with unwavering determination. My expectations are modest. Let us start with the 666 training method. If your progress meets my satisfaction, I will arrange for Kobe to refine your offensive skills in a few days. Addressing any shortcomings you may have, Jiang Feng remarked, continuing to provoke Leonard to ignite his competitive spirit. As anticipated, Leonard cracked a smile, albeit a rather forced one, appearing more grotesque than a frown. A hidden gem? To receive such attention from the coach in his rookie season is indeed a privilege. With that in mind, he must not disappoint the coach. Furthermore, the opportunity to receive guidance from Kobe is one that cannot be overlooked. Leonard retracted his awkward smile and turned to the other half of the court, embarking on an intense training session. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng received a notification from the system. Ding! It detected a 40-point increase in Leonard's favorability towards the host, bringing the current favorability to 60. The river breeze gently caresses. Ah, indeed. The youth are filled with fervor, easily swept away by their passions. Chapter 22. The training match commences. Jiang Feng's selection of lineup. In the ensuing week, Yao Ming and Leonard diligently adhered to the training regimen set forth by the team, pushing themselves to the brink with rigorous additional practice. Particularly Yao, who poured every ounce of his effort into achieving the astonishing feat of completing 10,000 three-point shots within just 1 week. It is noteworthy that this three-point training constituted an extra challenge for Yao. To meet the ambitious targets set by Jiang Feng is a testament to his relentless dedication. Amidst such fervid training, Yao's proficiency in three-point shooting has escalated rapidly. While still somewhat erratic, he has undeniably developed the capability to shoot from beyond the arc. Moreover, Leonard, who has been invigorated by Jiang Feng's talent-boosting skills, is also experiencing remarkable growth, with notable enhancements across various attributes. Certainly, he remains a considerable distance from the peak version of himself, yet it is unequivocal that he surpasses the rookie Leonard from Jiang Feng's previous world. A week later, within the training facility of the Lakers, all players gathered together, their expressions grave yet their eyes shimmering with excitement. Jiang Feng and several teaching assistants stood at the forefront, deliberating on the matters concerning the upcoming training match. In previous sessions, the players engaged in practice matches to foster mutual understanding and synergy. However, this training match differs significantly. It must be approached with the seriousness of an actual competition. Jiang Feng seeks not only to demonstrate his coaching prowess, but also to ascertain the performance potential of the current Lakers roster. This exhibition match has even captured the attention of General Manager Kupchak. Coach Jiang, what do you say? Shall you select the players first? Steve Kerr remarked with a smile. In that case, I shall not hold back. Yao Ming, Leonard, Thompson, Butler, James Harden, Parsons. Jiang Feng selected 6 players. Steve Kerr, Vogel, and others were left wide-eyed, somewhat bewildered. Jiang, are you certain you wish to employ this lineup? Aside from Yao Ming, the rest are all rookies. It appears that only James Harden possesses any substantial prowess, Steve Kerr remarked in astonishment, sensing that Jiang Feng was deliberately courting adversity. Absolutely. If one seeks to showcase their capabilities, a lack of challenge simply will not suffice. Jiang Feng confidently spoke, while Steve Kerr ceased his remarks and proceeded to strategize with the remaining players. The river breeze began to strategize. However, the players' spirits were rather subdued. Aside from Yao Ming and Leonard, the remaining players appeared tense, somewhat anxious, and lacking in confidence. As mere rookies, they were daunted by the prospect of facing the formidable trio of Kobe, Gasol, and Odom. With just these 3, they could easily overpower them. Hey, gentlemen, do not be anxious. Treat this as a routine practice match. Yet, we must strive earnestly for victory. Let not the opposing lineup intimidate us. As long as we adhere to my game plan, we possess a significant chance of triumph. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly as he produced his tactical board. The players looked on with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Hey, boys, you should be thrilled. This is an opportunity for you. If you manage to defeat Kobe in this scrimmage, the news of it will undoubtedly make you the center of media attention. Yao Ming stepped forward to rally the team. Upon hearing his words, the players' expressions brightened, and they became invigorated, as fresh recruits to the league, filled with youthful exuberance. Who among them did not wish to make a name for themselves? Defeating Kobe would indeed be a monumental event in the NBA. After all, the legendary Kobe remains one of the most popular superstars in the league, wielding immense influence. Observing the palpable shift in the players' spirits, Jiang Feng gave a thumbs up to Yao Ming. Yao winked in response, conveying that it was a trivial matter for once upon a time. He too was the leader of the Rockets. Such encouragement to boost his teammates' morale was merely a fundamental skill. Now, let me outline our strategy. Leonard, your primary task will be to guard Kobe, utilizing your exceptional defensive prowess to contest him. Harden, you are the team's leading offensive option. Simply focus on what you do best. Yao, we will rely on you in the paint. In the early stages of the game, try to remain within the key. We shall reserve your secret weapon for later. Jiang Feng continued to speak as he began to sketch strategies on the tactical board. Undoubtedly, the opponent's advantage in the restricted area was glaring, necessitating that Yao Ming remain stationed there to safeguard the rebound. With Yao's presence, the small ball lineup could not be deployed. However, Jiang Feng planned to adapt the tactics designed for Brook Lopez of the Bucks, allowing Yao to shoot three-pointers from the perimeter. This, however, would be a surprise maneuver reserved for the critical moments of the game. Offensively, the strategy hinged entirely upon Harden to initiate the scoring. Once the opponents recognized Harden's threat on the offensive end and collapsed into the paint, Thompson would find his opportunities on the perimeter. As for Butler, he simply needed to rely on his individual defensive advantages. At this stage, Butler's overall prowess was indeed average, but his tenacity and toughness on the court were precisely what the team required. After a brief preparation, the starting players took to the court. The white team, coached by Jiang Feng, featured a starting lineup of Yao Ming, Leonard, Butler, Thompson, and Harden. The red team, under Steve Kerr's guidance, included Gasol, Odom, Paul George, Kobe, and Lowry. The atmosphere in the training facility instantly transformed into one of solemnity. Kupchak, watching from the sidelines, felt a twinge of nervousness, his palms beginning to sweat. Knowing the future potential of these players through Jiang Feng's words, Kupchak's inner thoughts screamed that he had assembled an all-star team. Who else could compare? Indeed. Among the 10 players on the court, save for Odom, the others were all but assured future all-star selections. A whistle blew. Gasol and Yao Ming leaped for the tip-off. With Yao tapping the basketball away, the white team launched the first offensive. James Harden dribbled past half-court, executing a series of low, deceptive dribbles before suddenly accelerating to penetrate from the left side. Lowry maintained tight defense, but was unable to contain him. Upon reaching the paint, Harden drew Gasol's help defense, flicking his wrist to bounce the ball to Yao, who, rising on his toes, executed a one-handed dunk with finesse. The red team commenced their offense. Lowry dribbled past half-court and immediately passed to Kobe. The veteran seemed reluctant to seize control of the game from the outset, lofting the ball to Gasol in the paint. Gasol faced Yao in a one-on-one, feinting and pivoting before attempting a shot. Expecting to easily maneuver around Yao, Gasol was taken aback when Yao lunged forward, disrupting his shot. Gasol's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted for a rebound. In that instant, he felt as if he were transported back to the 2008 Olympics, battling against Yao. Back then, Yu was at the pinnacle of his career. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Upon seizing the ball, Leonard passed it to Harden, who swiftly dribbled down the court, penetrating the paint to execute a floater despite being contested by Odom. The red team initiated their offense. Lowry dribbled past half-court, engaging Odom in a pick-and-roll, and, after penetrating the lane, returned the ball to Odom, who took a mid-range shot. Clang! The ball once again bounced off the rim. Yao Ming secured the defensive rebound and sought out Harden once more. Learning from the previous play, the red team quickly retreated on defense, denying the white team any opportunity for a fast break. Harden, at the top of the arc, engaged in a pick-and-roll with Yao Ming before driving into the key. This time, the red team could not afford to underestimate Harden. Even Kobe, defending on the perimeter, collapsed into the paint to double-team him. Recognizing the situation, Harden decisively followed Jiang Feng's strategy and dished the ball out to Thompson, who lay in wait at the left corner. Klay Thompson, with a resolute expression and piercing gaze, released a three-point shot with remarkable speed and impeccable form. The ball soared in a high-arc swish. It found nothing but net. What a splendid three-pointer. Kupchak on the sidelines could not contain his applause and cheers, utterly captivated by the display of young talent. The score stood at 7-0. The white team had made a resounding statement from the outset, leaving the red team in a precarious position. Kobe's demeanor darkened. Being trampled by a cadre of youthful challengers was intolerable. After halftime, he demanded the ball, signaling his teammates to clear out as he prepared for a solo attack. The current NBA superstar, Kobe, was finally ready to strike. Chapter 23, Leonard's Gift. A stalemate. Jiang Feng's ace. Following Jiang Feng's defensive plan, Leonard positioned himself directly in front of Kobe, standing at 2.01 meters with a wingspan of 2.21 meters and hands measuring 29 centimeters in width, more than double that of an average person. Leonard's static physical gifts could only be described as terrifying, particularly his wingspan and hands, which were of an almost superhuman caliber. Kobe furrowed his brow, his expression grave, as an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. Could a rookie impose such pressure upon him? A fervent competitive spirit ignited within Kobe's eyes, coupled with an almost obsessive desire to win. He was determined to overpower this newcomer, dribbling, changing direction, executing cross-steps, suddenly widening the angle of his maneuver, pausing, and then accelerating to break through. Kobe's series of moves flowed seamlessly, dazzling onlookers and exuding a captivating aesthetic. He advanced near the free-throw line, initially believing he had outmaneuvered Leonard, only to discover that the latter was still closely shadowing him. Consequently, Kobe adjusted his offensive strategy, abruptly halting and shifting laterally to create distance from Leonard before launching a lean-back jump shot. However, he underestimated Leonard's formidable reach. Although there was ample space for the shot, Leonard's defensive leap disrupted Kobe's attempt. The ball clanged off the rim. Yao Ming once again secured the defensive rebound, swiftly tossing the ball forward to initiate a fast break. This was part of Jiang Feng's strategy, to exploit any opportunity for a counterattack, pushing the pace to capitalize on the youthful player's speed advantage. After interfering with the shot, Leonard immediately sprinted down court. The red team, aside from Kobe, failed to react in time to return to defense. Upon receiving the ball, Leonard charged into the paint, scoring with a layup over Kobe's defense. A splendid basket. Kupchak could not help but applaud. Such overwhelming athleticism. Kid, you've managed to provoke me, Kobe remarked ominously. His gaze filled with intensity. Having been momentarily subdued by the rookie on both offense and defense, the proud Kobe could hardly tolerate the indignity. Leonard, maintaining his stoic expression, was at a loss for how to respond to Kobe. Now on offense, Kobe found himself in a favorable position, backing down against Leonard, perhaps wary of Leonard's defensive prowess. Kobe deliberately elevated the arc of his shot as he turned for a fadeaway jumper. The basketball traced a high arc through the air. Swish. It landed perfectly in the net. The players of the red team exhaled in relief. At last, they had scored. The prospect of losing face is daunting. The white team is on the offensive. Harden passes the basketball to Yao Ming in the paint. The latter engages in a one-on-one against Gasol, receiving the ball and using his strength to pivot and execute a jump shot. With his undeniable height advantage, Yao effortlessly sends the ball soaring through the air. It is one of his signature moves. Swish. The ball finds nothing but net. Now, the red team takes their turn. Kobe continues to dominate with the ball, showcasing his skills through a series of swift changes in direction before executing a smooth stop-and-back jump shot that finds its mark. One cannot help but admire Kobe's remarkable ability to adapt. In just a single possession, he acclimates to Leonard's defensive pressure and rhythm, subsequently scoring repeatedly despite Leonard's attempts to contain him. Kobe has become virtually unstoppable. Jiang Feng is hardly surprised by this turn of events. If it were peak Leonard, he would undoubtedly be able to limit Kobe's impact to some extent. However, as a rookie, Leonard is left with no choice but to endure Kobe's relentless onslaught. The initial success in containing Kobe was merely a result of his unfamiliarity with Leonard's defensive style. After a few exchanges on both ends, Kobe has thoroughly deciphered Leonard's defensive capabilities, allowing him to dismantle the defense with ease. In the ensuing moments, driven by Kobe's fervor, the red team embarks on a scoring spree, quickly narrowing the gap on the scoreboard. The white team, led by Jiang Feng, remains rather youthful and at times lacks composure. their inexperience allowing the seasoned veterans of the red team to fully exploit their weaknesses, were it not for Yao's crucial contributions in the penalty area during pivotal moments. Stabilizing the team's morale, the match may have spiraled out of control long ago. Nevertheless, as the first half drew to a close, given that the training match follows a self-imposed rule of 2 halves, each lasting 15 minutes, the score stood at 35-38, with the white team trailing by 3 points. Gentlemen, your performance in the first half was commendable. As we embark on the second half, let us strive to maintain this momentum. If we can minimize our errors and capitalize on open shooting opportunities, victory will surely be within our grasp, Jiang Feng remarked, urging the players to persevere. Everyone nodded in agreement, brimming with determination. They had not anticipated that, after the first half, they would find themselves evenly matched against the formidable trio of Kobe, Gasol, and Odom from the Lakers. This was largely attributed to the astute tactics devised by their head coach. Many plays had yielded unexpected results. It must be noted that despite Jiang Feng's youth, he displayed remarkable acumen and maturity in game strategy and tactical deployment. He truly possessed exceptional skills. Ding. Detected an increase of 10 points in Butler's favorability towards the host. Ding. Detected an increase of 10 points in Thompson's favorability towards the host. Ding. Detected an increase of 10 points in Odom's favorability towards the host. In Jiang Feng's mind, the persistent sound of the system's notifications echoed, and his expression grew increasingly peculiar. While it was one thing for his own players to elevate their fondness for him, what on earth did it mean for Odom to do the same? Had he truly managed to impress Odom within just half a game? The surprises in the second half promised to be even greater. As the break concluded, the match resumed. For the red team, Kobe and Gasol remained the primary offensive forces, while Odom contributed in other significant ways. As for Paul George and Lowry, they were essentially mere spectators in the game. This was due in part to the lack of chemistry with the Lakers' former Iron Triangle, and also because their performances were decidedly lackluster. On the white team, the driving forces were Yao Ming and Harden. Though Leonard and Thompson had initially dazzled with their performances, they found it increasingly difficult to make an impact as the opponents became more familiar with their play. Thompson, in particular, struggled not only to create open shots, but also saw his shooting efficiency decline. Butler's tenacity and toughness were indeed impressive, yet he still found himself overwhelmed. Ultimately, the standout performance on the white team belonged to James Harden. After being assigned the point guard position by Jiang Feng, Harden's display was nothing short of refreshing. Not only did he operate more fluidly on the offensive end, but he also effortlessly orchestrated the team's plays, bringing a sense of order to their offense. His performance was a significant leap from his time as a bench player with the Thunder. Jiang Feng expressed immense satisfaction with Harden's performance, which entirely met his expectations. He vividly recalls that during Harden's third season in his professional career, a significant breakthrough was anticipated, even while coming off the bench. Now, as he steps into the role of starting point guard for the Lakers with ample ball possession and playing time, there is a strong belief that he will deliver an even more remarkable performance in the upcoming season. Throughout the second half of the game, both teams engaged in a back-and-forth offensive surge, unable to create a significant gap in the score. In the final 3 minutes of the match, Kobe suddenly erupted, once again showcasing the prowess of a superstar, sinking 2 consecutive mid-range shots that propelled his team to a 4-point lead. This 4-point advantage proved sufficient to stabilize the situation, tipping the scales of victory in favor of the red team. The Jiang Feng team has called for a timeout. The players, drenched in perspiration, returned to the bench, their eyes reflecting a sense of reluctance. After all, they are facing a superstar. Were it not for Kobe, they would indeed feel more confident in securing victory in this match. Gentlemen, remain steadfast in your belief. We possess a significant opportunity to triumph in this exhibition game, Jiang Feng confidently declared, once again retrieving the tactical board. The players, brimming with vitality, gazed intently at him with sparkling eyes. Jiang Feng then shifted his focus to Yao. Breaking into a grin, "Brother Yao, it is time to showcase the fruits of our specialized training." Chapter 24. Yao astonishes the entire arena. The final tactical arrangement. Securing victory. Curiosity swept through the group as they pondered the nature of Jiang Feng's specialized training for Yao. Only Leonard, usually stoic, displayed a rare flicker of excitement. His eyes filled with palpable anticipation. Yao, on the other hand, felt a twinge of anxiety, his expression turning solemn. Despite having practiced three-point shots 1,000 times over the past week and possessing a commendable shooting ability, he lacked the confidence to deploy it in an actual game scenario. Relax, think of the effort you have invested this week. I am confident you will undoubtedly surprise our opponents. The river breeze whispered as his thoughts stirred, prompting him to open the inventory and peruse the description of the advanced three-point card. Advanced three-point card, designed for a specified player. It enhances three-point shooting accuracy by 20 for a duration of 3 minutes. Indeed, it is an extraordinarily formidable item. If the advanced card is already so powerful, one can only imagine the extent to which a rare three-point card might excel. He had resolved to utilize an advanced three-point card on Yao Ming. Although this was merely an inconsequential practice match, it played a crucial role in bolstering Yao's confidence in his three-point shooting, for the sake of Yao's future professional career. Allowing him to shoot three-pointers without hesitation is worth the investment of a single card. Gentlemen, for the final 3 minutes, our strategy will revolve around high pick-and-rolls executed by Harden and Yao, while the others maneuver to find open shooting opportunities. Once Harden penetrates the paint, he will undoubtedly attract defensive attention, at which point he should pass the ball to Yao on the perimeter, enabling him to take the three-point shot. Other players, whenever you observe Yao with space beyond the arc, do your utmost to deliver the ball to him. If the high pick-and-roll presents no opportunities, Yao retreat to the corner or to the three-point line at the 45-degree angles on either side. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly, leaving the players in a state of bewilderment. Was this truly the result of the specialized training he had mentioned? Even after an intensive week of training under Yao Ming, could one realistically expect a qualitative transformation in his three-point shooting ability? The team harbored doubts, for they were all professional athletes well aware of the formidable challenge involved in developing a new skill. It was noteworthy that prior to Yao's tenure in the NBA, he had not made a single three-point shot. Now, however, he was positioned by Jiang Feng to be the primary shooter beyond the arc. This tactical design was undeniably bold and fraught with risk. Nevertheless, as it was the coach's directive, they chose not to voice any objections, focusing instead on execution. Upon the resumption of play, the white team initiated their offense. Harden, at the top of the arc, utilized Yao's screen to penetrate into the paint. Both Gasol and Lowry abandoned their defensive assignments on Yao, dedicating their efforts to closely guard Harden. They understood all too well that once Yao stepped beyond the free-throw line, he lacked shooting capability. With a flick of his wrist, Harden returned the ball to Yao. The red team had no players advancing to defend, all waiting for Yao to make a pass. The system activated an advanced three-point shooting card for Yao. Jiang Feng stood on the sidelines, silently reciting to himself, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and his eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation. Even if Yao's three-point shooting percentage languished at a mere 20 after intensive training, the enhancement from the three-point prop card would elevate his accuracy to 40, a statistic worthy of a historic sharpshooter. Yao took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, and raised the basketball, assuming the posture for a shot. The players of the red team were left utterly bewildered. Even Coach Steve Kerr was taken aback. The onlooker Kupchak widened his eyes in astonishment. What was happening? Had the white team already conceded the match? Were they simply throwing caution to the wind? The tactical design by Jiang Feng harbors considerable flaws. Prepare to secure the rebound, shouted Odom, swiftly turning and racing towards the key area. Yao Ming made a slight adjustment, raised his arm, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, propelled the basketball away. He did not even leap. He executed a three-point shot while remaining grounded. The ball traced a high arc through the air. Swish. It entered the net with a delightful, crisp sound. Everyone was momentarily stunned, gazing at the scene with expressions of disbelief, their minds ablaze with questions. Could it truly have gone in? It was utterly astonishing. Yao Ming, equally exhilarated, waved his arms, immediately glancing towards the sidelines at Jiang Feng, his eyes brimming with gratitude. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had been reborn. The river breeze smiled in response, forming a gesture of okay. Everything is not as serious as it seems. This embodies the highest form of romance among the people of Huaxia. After Yao sank a three-pointer, the point difference narrowed to just one. Guys, that was purely a coincidence. Do not let this three-pointer disrupt your mindset. We must remain steady and secure our next basket, Kobe declared loudly as he dribbled past the half-court line. Upon crossing, he engaged in a pick-and-roll with Gasol, then penetrated into the paint, facing Yao's defense. He halted and executed a mid-range jump shot with precision. In that crucial moment, Kobe demonstrated his killer instinct. Even in a practice match, he approached the game with unwavering commitment and an insatiable desire to win. The white team initiated their offense. After dribbling past half-court, Harden once more executed a high pick-and-roll with Yao. In the space between Harden and Yao, Gasol and Lowry chose to defend Harden. Yao found himself open beyond the arc once again. Upon receiving the basketball, he hesitated not for a moment, raising his hand in a shooting posture. Kobe's pupils constricted, sensing an imminent threat, and instinctively lunged toward Yao. Yet, it was evidently too late. Yao replicated his earlier success, gently flicking the basketball away. The ball soared through the air in a high arc swish. It found nothing but net. The white team had leveled the score. Everyone stood in stunned silence once more. While the first three-pointer could be deemed a fluke, could two consecutive three-pointers still be merely incidental? Steve Kerr furrowed his brow, astonished that Jiang Feng had preserved such a skill for the most critical moments of the practice match. It was truly unpredictable. Kupchak's face flushed with excitement as he clapped fervently. Yao's performance in this game was nothing short of spectacular, alleviating the weight on his heart regarding the signing. Defend a basket. If we score again, we can turn this game around. Yao bellowed with great fervor, exuding an impressive presence. The other players on the white team responded with fervent shouts, their morale completely ignited. With just over a minute remaining in the game, both teams had two opportunities for offense. Steve Kerr called for a timeout to devise a strategy. Upon returning from the break, Kobe attracted defenders, allowing Lowry to find an open shot, which he executed flawlessly with a mid-range jumper. Swish. The white team launched their offense. They employed a high pick-and-roll strategy. Yet this time, Gasol did not collapse to double-team Harden. Instead, he positioned himself in front of Yao, initiating defense against Yao's three-point shot. Observing this, Yao strategically moved to the right corner. Harden, encountering help defense from Odom in the paint, passed the ball out. Klay Thompson seized the opportunity, drawing Gasol's assistance, and subsequently passed the ball back to Yao, who, brimming with confidence, attempted another three-pointer. Unfortunately, this shot did not find its mark. The situation grew increasingly dire for the white team. Kobe, at the top of the arc, began to manage the clock. With 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, he called for a screen, then drove to just near the free throw line, executing a stop-and-pop jumper. Clang. Once again, he missed. Yao secured the rebound. Beep. The whistle blew. Jiang Feng requested a brief respite. Simultaneously, the effects of the intermediate pause card he utilized emerged vividly in his mind. Intermediate pause card. This item allows for a short cessation of play, during which it can significantly enhance the offensive and defensive attributes of all players on the field by 20 of their current state, or substantially elevate the attributes of a single player by 30. As Jiang Feng's thoughts stirred, he channeled the amplification effect onto Klay Thompson. The team continued to strategize in order to deliver the ball into the hands of the great Yao, but this time, Yao merely served as a decoy. Refraining from executing the final shot, Leonard and Butler positioned themselves at the perimeter, providing dual screens for Klay Thompson. Once Yao drew the defender's attention, the basketball was passed into Thompson's hands. It was now his moment to seize the final opportunity. If he sank this three-pointer, victory in the game would be ours. Jiang Feng retrieved the tactical board and devised a three-point shooting strategy. This tactic, frequently employed by the Warriors in the world he traversed from, encapsulated the essence of small ball play and was specifically tailored for the likes of Curry and Thompson. However, in subsequent times, numerous teams adopted this strategy to leverage their own sharpshooters. Thompson was taken aback, realizing the coach's profound trust in him by assigning the final play to his execution. This faith was truly moving. With that in mind, he was determined not to disappoint the coach's expectations. A resolute expression crossed Thompson's face, and a fire ignited within him. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng heard the system's notification of an increase in Thompson's favorability towards him. As the timeout concluded, only 20 seconds remained in the scrimmage, and the white team had ample time to execute their strategy. Following the out-of-bounds throw-in, Harden and Yao Ming executed a high pick-and-roll. Upon penetrating the paint, Harden passed the ball back to Yao, who raised his hand in a shooting posture. Gasol and Kobe rushed forward, their expressions tense. They could not allow Yao to attempt another three-pointer. Previously, they had carelessly permitted him to score 2 consecutive threes, which had led to a deadlock in the final moments of the match. Thus, the red team dared not let Yao shoot from beyond the arc again. As Yao attracted the attention of 2 defenders, he faked a shot and deftly passed to Thompson, who had just emerged into open space beyond the three-point line thanks to Leonard's screen. Positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left side, Thompson maintained a calm demeanor, His heart as tranquil as still water, akin to a cold-blooded assassin. He lifted his hand and launched a three-pointer. The entire arena grew tense. Under the gaze of all present, the basketball traced a high arc through the air. Swish. It swished through the net. Beep. The final whistle sounded. Time expired, and the scrimmage concluded with a score of 67-66. The white team had edged ahead by 1 point, clinching victory in the scrimmage. Chapter 25. Mastering the coaching realm to perfection. Completing the system task. We won. We won. Klay Thompson exclaimed with fervent excitement, as if he had just sealed a playoff victory. The players of the red team were left gasping for breath, their expressions dazed. They had never anticipated that the final offensive play would not be executed by Yao or the outstanding Harden, but rather by Klay Thompson. This was truly unexpected. Consequently, the red team's defensive focus had been fixated on Yao and Harden, thereby neglecting Thompson. Clap, clap, clap. Lakers general manager Kupchak walked onto the court, applauding. What an exhilarating scrimmage. It even evoked the thrill of a playoff game. Everyone played remarkably well, but I must especially commend Jiang Feng. His strategic formulation, utilization of player capabilities, and tactical design in critical moments were nothing short of flawless. This is our new head coach for the upcoming season. You have witnessed his coaching prowess in this match. Are there any dissenting opinions? Kupchak remarked with a smile, his face radiating pride. He recognized that it was time to step forward to assert his presence, while simultaneously bolstering Jiang Feng's authority within the team. Although he feigned composure, his heart was roaring with excitement, thinking this young man has remarkable talent. He truly made me proud. I believe that even owner Jerry Buss would applaud in appreciation. I must show the recording of this practice match to the owner. Kupchak was immersed in his thoughts. Silence enveloped the court as everyone remained in a state of profound astonishment. The tactical execution displayed in the final moments was indeed extraordinary. Not only was the strategy impeccably crafted, but it also anticipated our psychological responses, skillfully leveraging the performances of Yao Ming and Harden to draw defensive attention. It was truly impressive. Coach Jiang, in terms of coaching, I wholeheartedly concede to your superiority in this match. You are worthy of the position of head coach for the Lakers, Steve Kerr applauded, genuinely admiring Jiang Feng's coaching abilities while also supporting him to help establish his authority. Of course, his words bore less weight than Kupchak's, as he had previously been merely a commentator and was coaching for the first time. Clap, clap, clap. Kobe was the first to applaud, followed closely by the other players, who joined in with their applause, finally revealing expressions of respect towards Jiang Feng. Reflecting on the match, the combination of several rookie players and veteran Yao Ming against the legendary trio of Kobe, Gasol, and Odom, who had once secured back-to-back championships, seemed to hold no chance in this practice game. Just having the superstar Kobe alone could easily overwhelm the rookies. Everyone anticipated a lopsided affair. However, to their surprise, Jiang Feng transformed the seemingly hopeless situation into a remarkable victory, leading the rookies to triumph in this match. As Kupchak noted, Jiang Feng excelled in game strategy, tactical design, and the utilization of player capabilities to the utmost degree. The match commenced with Harden delivering an outstanding offensive performance, drawing the opponent's defensive focus. Subsequently, Yao Ming and Thompson showcased their skills, helping the team steadily increase their score. Leonard, while matched against Kobe, also revealed his defensive talent. Although he was ultimately outmatched, his few successful one-on-one defenses were indeed impressive. The climax of the game unfolded in the final 3 minutes, when Yao unexpectedly demonstrated the results of his training by sinking 2 three-pointers, catching the opponents off guard. In the final possession, the players executed a flawless collaboration, each fulfilling their roles, creating a perfect open shot opportunity for Thompson. All of this was orchestrated by Jiang Feng, who, like a master fisherman, skillfully managed the entire match, having everything firmly under his control. Jiang Feng also smiled, for the voice of the system resonated continuously in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards granted, Tactical Information Boards X2, Advanced Tactical Cards X2, and 100 Prestige Points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for unlocking the Prestige system. The current Prestige points stand at 100. Accumulating a certain number of Prestige points will elevate one's honor title, and it will also enable participation in a lottery. Once the function of the explanation shop is available in the future, one may purchase items as well. The voice of the system echoed repeatedly in Jiang Feng's mind. Hearing the final words of the system, Jiang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. At last, The task had been accomplished. Moreover, he had unlocked the reputation system and acquired numerous items, providing him with greater security as the new season approached. The gentle breeze carried subtle intentions as I glanced at the system interface, observing the player's fondness towards me. The highest rating belonged to Yao Ming, an impressive 95 points. With just an additional 5 points, it would reach the perfect score of 100, thereby unlocking the exclusive attributes bestowed upon players by the coach. Jiang Feng eagerly anticipated the arrival of this moment. The player with the second highest affinity was Kobe, whose score had impressively risen to 75 points. It was evident that Jiang Feng's coaching performance during the training match had left a profound impression on Kobe, instilling in him a renewed confidence for the upcoming season. Initially, it was thought that Kupchak's decision to appoint a rookie as coach was a strategy destined for failure, yet this novice coach continuously delivered delightful surprises. Aside from Yao Ming and Kobe, the other players' affinity scores ranged between 40 and 70. Ding dong. A new task has been issued. Achieve a 5-game winning streak at the start of the season. Task rewards: 2 stamina recovery cards, intermediate, 1 advanced clutch card, and 200 reputation points. Note 1. If a winning streak longer than 5 games is achieved, each additional victory beyond the 5-game streak will yield an extra 50 reputation points until the streak ends. Note 2. This task must be completed to unlock the main storyline tasks for the season, which present the opportunity for substantial rewards. Otherwise, the main storyline tasks for this season will not be released. The system's voice echoed once more in Jiang Feng's mind. Jiang Feng, what on earth is this system? Are the task difficulties truly this formidable? And what is this convoluted chain of requirements? If I do not achieve the 5 consecutive victories in the new season, I cannot unlock the main storyline tasks. It is widely acknowledged that the rewards for the main storyline tasks are the most substantial. This means I must exert every ounce of effort to complete the new season's tasks. For now, I can only hope that the Lakers' schedule for the new season is somewhat lenient. Jiang Feng, care to share your thoughts? Kupchak inquired, directing his gaze towards Jiang Feng. All eyes in the arena were fixated on him. Jiang Feng withdrew his thoughts, gazing at the familiar and sincere faces around him, feeling a stirring in his heart. With deep emotion, he proclaimed, "The Lakers are a family. As members of this family, we must stand united, fostering trust and respect among one another. Though the outside world may doubt us, believing we are in a phase of rebuilding, I assure you that our objective remains unwavering, to contend for the championship. I am confident that we will seize the title in the upcoming season. What about you?" As he uttered the final words, his voice instinctively rose in intensity. Championship! Championship! The players, ignited with fervor, echoed his sentiments with resounding shouts. Jiang Feng nodded with satisfaction. From this moment on, the new Lakers team could truly be considered established. Now, we eagerly await the commencement of the new season. Chapter 26, a review before the new season. Coach Jiang Feng is poised to lead with remarkable prowess. In the ensuing period, all members of the Lakers trained fervently under Jiang Feng's guidance. Beyond refining their synergy and practicing tactics, Jiang Feng gradually instilled his small ball philosophy into the team, ensuring that the players comprehended and became familiar with this approach. Naturally, this was an arduous journey, as humanity often struggles to embrace new concepts. When Jiang Feng first deployed the 5-small lineup on the court, all the players were bewildered, unsure of how to proceed with the game. Without a traditional center on the court, they resembled a machine that had lost its axis, rendered incapable of functioning. Jiang Feng can only guide the players step by step on how to exploit offensive opportunities through continuous screens and picks, while leveraging the swift mobility of a small ball lineup to gain an advantage. At this point, a player raises a question. Isn't this akin to the fast-paced offensive strategy once employed by the Suns? In response to this, Jiang Feng provided the players with thorough and patient explanations. The small ball strategy is a concept that allows for the creation of various tactics, with the run-and-gun approach being merely one of them. This particular tactic sacrifices defense for the sake of offense, compensating for defensive shortcomings with aggressive play. However, within Jiang Feng's philosophy and tactical design for small ball, a balance between offense and defense is essential, rather than an emphasis solely on offensive prowess. With the current roster of the Lakers, this balance is entirely achievable. Following Jiang Feng's elucidation, the players came to understand the distinctions involved. After all, they are all NBA athletes with a high basketball IQ. Throughout subsequent training sessions, the players gradually recognized the potency of the small ball lineup and the critical role that three-point shooting plays within it. Consequently, additional practice focused on three-point shooting became a mandatory part of each training session. Notably, Yao Ming diligently completed thousands of three-point shots daily. After more than 2 weeks of rigorous training, the Lakers' tactical system and standard gameplay were largely established. In the context of retaining the previous double tower strategy, Jiang Feng has devised a tailored approach specifically for Yao Ming, reminiscent of the future Bucks team with the formidable Brook Lopez, thereby granting Yao greater latitude to showcase his talents. Simultaneously, the training of the small ball lineup has yielded commendable results. Naturally, the players still require time to develop synergy. But the clock is ticking, leaving them no choice but to refine their cohesion gradually during the regular season. Time passes swiftly, and before long, it is early December. With only a few days remaining until the preseason commences, the media has begun fervently promoting the upcoming NBA season, and in accordance with annual tradition, they are forecasting and reviewing the new season's prospects. On the team power rankings unveiled by ESPN, the Miami Heat occupies the top position. Despite their defeat in the last season's finals, they are still regarded as the most formidable team in the NBA, bar none. The sheer intimidation factor of their three superstars remains unparalleled. With the established chemistry from the previous season and Dwayne Wade's open declaration that LeBron James is the team's leader, the anticipation for the new season's Heat is palpable. In second place are the Chicago Bulls, who finished the last season as the top team in the Eastern Conference, with their star player Derrick Rose becoming the youngest MVP in NBA history. However, they faced a harsh exit in the playoffs at the hands of the Heat. Nevertheless, with the further maturation of Noah and Rose this season, the Bulls still represent the most promising challengers to the Heat in the Eastern Conference. Third in the rankings are the traditional powerhouse Spurs of the West, followed closely by the Thunder, Celtics, and other strong teams. The reigning champions, the Mavericks, find themselves in ninth place, primarily due to the off-season departure of their best defensive player, Tyson Chandler, to the Knicks, alongside key role players like Beria and Peja also switching teams. This has significantly diminished the Mavericks' interior defense and perimeter shooting capabilities, leading basketball experts to harbor skepticism regarding their prospects for the new season. As for the Lakers, who are even less favored, they are ranked 10th, just behind the Mavericks. The reasons are straightforward. The Lakers' offseason moves have been nothing short of chaotic. Not only did they appoint rookie coach Hua Xiao as head coach, but their roster adjustments were also remarkably bizarre, trading away the Western Conference's top center, Bynum, along with pivotal players like Artest and Fisher. The Lakers will undoubtedly emerge as a vastly different team in the new season. Without even considering the rookie coach's competency, the players' integration poses a significant challenge. In conclusion, basketball analysts candidly express that the Lakers are squandering Kobe Bryant's final career years, entering a rebuilding phase a tad too early. Following the team rankings, ESPN promptly released a list of the top 50 active players in the league, with none other than LeBron James claiming the top spot without question. Previously, the top position on this list was held by Kobe Bryant. However, during last season's playoffs, Kobe displayed signs of fatigue, leading many to believe that his prime had passed, and his competitive prowess and dominance over the game were waning. The only player deemed capable of succeeding Kobe as the league's foremost figure is LeBron James. Despite LeBron's lackluster performance in last season's finals, it is universally acknowledged that this does not reflect his true capabilities. Ranked second is Derrick Rose, who claimed the regular season MVP last season, followed closely by Kevin Durant, who has secured the scoring title for 2 consecutive seasons. Other superstars such as Dwight Howard and Chris Paul follow in the rankings. Clearly, this list has been overtaken by younger players, with the previous generation largely displaced. Only Kobe, Tim Duncan, and Dirk Nowitzki remain tenuously within the top 10, with Kobe positioned at 7th place, while the latter two occupy the 9th and 10th spots, respectively. Many fans find this ranking unacceptable and have taken to the internet to express their outrage, arguing that Kobe's position is unjustly low. Just a year ago, Kobe was leading his team to back-to-back championships as the league's top player. To see him drop to 7th in such a short span feels somewhat absurd. Additionally, numerous fans are advocating for Duncan and Nowitzki, questioning how Duncan, last season's finals MVP, could possibly be relegated to 10th place. Undoubtedly, this list has sparked significant controversy, igniting fervent discussions online. Fans are embroiled in heated debates, yet no definitive conclusions emerge, as rankings are inherently contentious. The discourse surrounding which player reigns supreme will never yield a conclusive answer. In addition to ESPN's player and team rankings, other prominent media outlets like Sports Illustrated have released similar lists, all showing the Lakers and Kobe in lower positions, reflecting a general lack of optimism about their prospects. Compounding the issue, bookmakers have established odds for which coach will be the first to be dismissed in the new season, with Lakers coach Frank Vogel occupying the top spot by a wide margin. This particular odds list has met with unanimous agreement across the internet. Even in China, fans concur that Vogel is likely to be the first coach to depart in the NBA's upcoming season. Chapter 27. Frank Vogel's Expectations of Kobe. The grueling schedule at the season's start. In the Lakers training facility, during a break in practice, the players were stirred by the news they encountered online, which elicited a chorus of exclamations. Kobe's expression darkened, his demeanor so intense it seemed as though water could drip from his face. For the fiercely competitive Kobe, this ranking of players was a profound affront. He could not fathom being placed 7th in the league given his prowess. Consumed by anger, an overwhelming aura of intensity radiated from him, filled with a palpable sense of menace. This formidable presence deterred many younger players from approaching him. They would circumvent his vicinity, choosing to maintain a safe distance, fearful that the wrath of Kobe might inadvertently ensnare them. The river breeze applauds as the players gather together, observing everyone's emotions. I can tell that you have all seen the news. It is commendable to feel this way. It signifies your unwillingness to be doubted and belittled. I hope you all prepare yourselves for the new season and embark on a winning streak that will showcase the prowess of the Lakers to the entire world. Should you experience a series of defeats, I may indeed find myself as the coach most swiftly dismissed in the upcoming season. Jiang Feng chuckled to himself, seizing the moment to further inspire the players. After all, he had a significant mission to accomplish, entirely dependent on the performance of the players. The players joined in the laughter, fully aware that such an occurrence was impossible. Jiang Feng's position within the Lakers was as solid as a rock, yet his self-deprecating humor still managed to amuse them. Despite the laughter, determination shone in each player's eyes. They were eager to prove themselves once the new season commenced. The taste of doubt was far from pleasant. Jiang, pay no heed to them. The reporters from ESPN and those basketball experts are nothing but fools. And the odds set by the betting companies are utterly ridiculous, Kobe declared, his tone suggesting a desire to reprimand those so-called experts. Only Kobe would dare speak so boldly against them, knowing well that offending them could lead to a prolonged backlash. I certainly won't be bothered by their opinions. Their conclusions stem from ignorance. Once the new season begins, they will taste the bitterness of being proven wrong. But you, Kobe, must deliver an outstanding performance in the upcoming season. Go shatter those doubts. The river breeze remarked with a smile. Indeed, I have been holding my breath in anticipation. I yearn for the regular season to commence tomorrow. I shall demonstrate to the world that I remain among the top 3 superstars in the league. Kobe, gritting his teeth, responded with each word dripping with intensity. Moreover, my expectation of you is to secure the regular season MVP. The river breeze spoke with calmness, yet Kobe found himself unsettled. Throughout his illustrious career, he had secured the regular season MVP award only once. Even during the era of his back-to-back championships, he remained devoid of this prestigious accolade. This illustrates the formidable challenge of attaining such an honor. Not only must a player exhibit exceptional statistics, but the performance of their team also plays a crucial role, serving as a significant criterion in determining eligibility for the regular season MVP award. Furthermore, the league's selection process for the regular season MVP has gradually leaned towards younger talents. Could a veteran like him, who has been in the league for over a decade, once again grasp this coveted trophy? Other players turned their gaze towards Kobe, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. As a transformative superstar in NBA history, Kobe's collection of accolades was virtually unparalleled. Yet his singular regular season MVP award seemed somewhat meager when compared to the likes of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, who each boasted multiple honors. Very well. Since you have set the challenge, I shall strive to achieve it, Kobe declared earnestly, a surge of ambition flooding his heart, brimming with indomitable spirit. The river breeze nodded slightly, uttering words of encouragement before allowing the players to resume their training. Upon returning to his office, he received an email from Kupchak, which contained the newly released schedule for the upcoming NBA season, detailing all of the Lakers matchups. As Jiang Feng opened the email, he was utterly taken aback. Due to the shortened season, the schedule for the upcoming season has become exceedingly congested, with the Los Angeles Lakers facing matches for 3 consecutive days right from the season opener. This is not merely back-to-back games. It is, in fact, a sequence of back-to-back-to-back encounters. Following a single day of respite, they are scheduled to compete again, with yet another match the day thereafter. In essence, within the first 7 days of the new season, the Lakers are set to engage in 5 games. What a grueling schedule this is. No wonder the system's objective is to achieve a 5-game winning streak. This indeed poses a formidable challenge. Without even considering the strength of their opponents in these 5 matches, the physical toll imposed by such a relentless schedule is already enough to leave the Lakers thoroughly exhausted. Jiang Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, the tasks issued by this system are far from simple. Yet, there is no choice but to face them head-on. These system tasks are imperative to complete. Otherwise, one risks missing the main storyline and consequently forfeiting numerous rewards. Subsequently, Jiang Feng convened several teaching assistants to begin analyzing the opponents in the upcoming matches and to devise targeted strategies. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Only by thoroughly understanding the adversary can one make more effective adjustments. As for the imminent preseason games, Jiang Feng chose to forego participation. On December 8th, in the United States, the NBA preseason officially commenced. The preseason serves to help players reacquaint themselves with the intensity of competition and to facilitate team cohesion, rendering the outcomes of these matches largely inconsequential. Jiang Feng has early announced that, in consideration of the players' safety and health, he will rest the Lakers' 4 mainstays, Kobe, Gasol, Yao Ming, and Odom, during the preseason. Consequently, the players taking the court for the Lakers during the preseason will consist solely of newly acquired talents and rookies selected in the draft, without exception. The Lakers concluded their preseason with a series of defeats. Nevertheless, during these matches, players such as James Harden, Klay Thompson, and Leonard occasionally showcased remarkable performances. Notably, after being positioned as the point guard by Jiang Feng, James Harden's performance has ascended to an entirely new level compared to the previous season. Throughout the preseason, Harden averaged an impressive 23.5 points, 5.6 rebounds, 9.8 assists, and 1 steals per game, which are statistics befitting a superstar. Many media outlets have praised Harden's performance during the preseason and have raised questions regarding the trade between the Lakers and the Thunder, pondering whether this transaction could indeed be deemed a failure for the Lakers. The outcome remains uncertain, hinging on Harden's performance in the regular season. Due to the team's continuous losses in the preseason, Jiang Feng has once again found himself under scrutiny. In response, Lakers general manager Kupchak expressed unwavering support for Jiang Feng in an interview, asserting that the team's decisions were sound and that their faith in Jiang Feng meant he would not be dismissed. Fans and media, however, have regarded Kupchak's words as little more than a jest. Should the Lakers' performance be woefully inadequate, it is likely that Kupchak would swiftly terminate Jiang Feng's contract in search of a more seasoned coach to rectify the situation. In summary, the Lakers have generated an abundance of topics during the preseason, consistently trending on American social media, making them undoubtedly the most talked about team. Following the conclusion of the preseason, the regular season officially commences on December 25th, American time. Chapter 28, Pre-Game Interview. Setting a modest goal. The opening match of the NBA season featured a total of 5 exhilarating games: the Miami Heat versus the Dallas Mavericks, the Los Angeles Clippers against the Golden State Warriors, the Chicago Bulls facing the Los Angeles Lakers, the Boston Celtics taking on the New York Knicks, and the Orlando Magic competing against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Each game was filled with captivating storylines, a deliberate arrangement by the NBA to showcase thrilling matchups at significant moments. After all, this league thrives on narratives, rivalries, and the drama akin to a Hollywood blockbuster. Undoubtedly, the most anticipated clash was between the Miami Heat and the Dallas Mavericks. Just months prior, these two teams had battled in the finals, and the lingering animosities made this opening game particularly intriguing. Following closely was the matchup between the Chicago Bulls and the Los Angeles Lakers, not merely for the game itself, but for the myriad of narratives surrounding the Lakers. With the retirement of Coach Phil, the rise of a rookie coach, a complete overhaul of the roster, and a series of audacious trades to amass draft picks, every move the Lakers made in the offseason left fans astonished and stirred controversy. Compared to the previous season, the new-look Lakers were almost unrecognizable. Were it not for the enduring presence of the legendary duo Kobe and Gasol, fans might have felt that the Lakers had transformed entirely. What sort of prowess could the new Lakers exhibit in the upcoming season? How capable was Coach Jiang Feng in leading this storied franchise? Fans eagerly anticipated these developments. Much like unwrapping a chocolate, the flavor of which remains unknown until tasted. The first game commenced with the Miami Heat against the Dallas Mavericks. Initially expected to be a highlight, However, the excitement diminished quickly as the Heat surged ahead in the first quarter. The revitalized Heat, under the commanding presence of LeBron James, established themselves as the unequivocal core of the team. With his leadership, the Heat dominated, achieving a staggering 32-17 score in the first quarter, overpowering the Mavericks on both ends of the court. The absence of defensive stalwart Tyson Chandler rendered the Mavericks' interior defense as porous as a sieve, completely dismantled by the Heat's relentless offense. With a 15-point lead at the end of the first quarter, the Heat offered the Mavericks no opportunities for a comeback, ultimately securing victory with a score of 105-94, avenging their prior finals defeat. James played for just over 3 quarters, showcasing an extraordinary performance with 37 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, shooting 11 of 19 from the field and converting 15 of 19 free throws. Such an impressive display ignited excitement across the nation, with many basketball analysts proclaiming that the league's finest, James, had unequivocally returned. Undoubtedly, LeBron James has emerged as the most prominent player in the season opener. In the subsequent games, superstars such as Durant, Chris Paul, and Howard made their appearances, yet none could surpass the performance and fervent discussions surrounding James. Soon, another highly anticipated match between the Bulls and the Lakers commenced at the Staples Center. An hour before the game, the arena was already teeming with fans, all seats occupied. Regardless of the Lakers' offseason changes, the love from their supporters remained unwavering. However, many fans expressed their skepticism towards the management's decisions, brandishing placards demanding the dismissal of coach Jiang Feng, proclaiming he was unworthy of leading the Lakers. At this moment, both teams were engaged in pre-game interviews. In the Bulls' interview area, a reporter eagerly inquired, "Derek, what are your thoughts on the Lakers' series of trades during the offseason? It's quite fascinating. They've made numerous adjustments, and I am eager to face them," Derrick Rose responded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Clearly, Rose perceived the Lakers as lacking any significant threat, with only Kobe Bryant warranting attention. "Joakim, you will be matching up against Yao Ming. Do you feel confident in containing him?" a reporter asked. "Please omit the 'do you.' A few years ago, I might have struggled against Yao, but the current Yao is no longer a concern. I will make him realize that he no longer belongs in this league," Joakim Noah retorted with a smirk, his tone laced with sarcasm. "The Lakers' decision to lavishly sign you will surely become the league's greatest joke." Oh no. The real joke is hiring an unknown rookie from China as head coach. As a player with a notorious reputation, Noah was no stranger to both fierce competition and trash talk. "Tom, what are your thoughts on the Lakers' new head coach, Jiang Feng?" a reporter asked. "I'm afraid I've never heard of that name, so I can't comment. I do hope he leaves a lasting impression on me during this game. Otherwise, I may not even remember him this season," Tom Thibodeau replied candidly, shrugging his shoulders. As the recipient of last season's Coach of the Year award, Thibodeau maintained his air of superiority, prompting nods of agreement from the reporters, who shared his skepticism towards Jiang Feng. Anticipation for the match grew immensely. In the Lakers' interview area, a reporter asked, "Kobe, how do you feel about being ranked 7th on ESPN's list of the top 50 active players? That ranking is utterly ridiculous. It cannot elucidate anything," Kobe stated coldly, his tone tinged with anger. Clearly, he remained resentful regarding the rankings, unable to let it go. "Kobe, what is your perspective on the current Lakers team? How does it compare to last season's?" a reporter inquired. "It has improved. Our roster has become younger and more dynamic, and we have acquired numerous strong reinforcements during the offseason. I am quite pleased with the changes in the team," Kobe replied, his tone lightening somewhat, betraying a hint of excitement. This revelation astonished the reporters, as they had not anticipated such a high appraisal from Kobe regarding the Lakers. It is well known that Kobe possesses a pragmatic character, never concealing his thoughts in front of the media. Thus, his satisfaction with the team must be genuine. Yet, how could this be? The current roster of the Lakers hardly meets Kobe's standards for championship contention. "Kobe, do you believe this Lakers team is qualified to compete for the championship?" a curious reporter asked. "Absolutely. We will be the most formidable contenders for this season's championship," Kobe asserted, his voice brimming with confidence. This statement left the reporters even more bewildered. With rookie players, a novice coach, and a chaotic environment within the team, how could they aspire to contend for the championship? What audacity did Kobe possess? Ultimately, the reporters turned their attention to the Lakers' rookie head coach, Jiang Feng, who sat at the far end. Everyone was eager to understand what had transpired in such a short period that had led Kobe to believe in the team's championship potential. It is widely acknowledged that a championship team not only requires a strong roster, but also a capable head coach, whose influence can be pivotal. Thus, it is undeniable that Kobe's confidence stems from his trust in Jiang Feng. This situation seems quite absurd. Is Jiang Feng truly a more adept motivational leader than Rivers? Jiang, as you approach your inaugural game coaching the Lakers against the elite Bulls, what are your feelings? A reporter asked. I am looking forward to it. I also appreciate the league's arrangement, as I am competing against the best. Otherwise, I would not find interest in other teams. Jiang spoke softly. A reporter inquired. Are you really that confident? Jiang replied, in the long run, the ultimate goal is to secure the championship. However, in the short term, I have set myself a modest objective to achieve a winning streak of at least 5 consecutive victories, Jiang Feng confidently asserted. Yet the reporters could only shake their heads in disbelief. This novice coach's words were utterly unrealistic, showing a complete disregard for the actual circumstances, speaking without consideration. It is essential to recognize that the Lakers are set to play 5 games within a mere 7 days as the new season commences. A schedule that can only be described as the most grueling of all. Does Jiang Feng still harbor delusions of achieving a 5-game winning streak? The likelihood is exceedingly slim. Moreover, given the current capabilities of the Lakers, whether they can surpass the Bulls remains uncertain. It has become increasingly evident that Kobe has indeed been misled by Jiang Feng. I am curious to see how long he can maintain his position as head coach of the Lakers with such deceptive prowess. Following the pre-game interviews, both teams' players took to the court to commence their warm-up routines. After the warm-up concluded, the players returned to their respective benches to receive the coach's final strategic instructions for the match. Gentlemen, although our opponents are formidable, there is no need for excessive trepidation. Play with confidence and boldness. In crucial moments, I, as your coach, will be here to guide you. As Jiang Feng spoke, the crowd nodded in agreement, their faces radiating an overwhelming sense of confidence. Although their head coach was merely a young man in his early 20s, his words instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Perhaps this is what trust feels like. The Bulls are not formidable enough to compel us to reveal all our strategies, so tonight's game will primarily feature a twin tower lineup. Focusing on channeling the ball into the paint from the outset, Yao and Gasol deliver a resounding lesson to the Bulls, demonstrating what it means to be the league's strongest twin towers. Of course, if opportunities arise from the perimeter, do not hesitate to take the shot. I can assure you that our three-point shooting capability is undoubtedly the best in the league. As for Kobe, whenever you wish to take a shot, feel free to spread the floor for isolation. You are the league's most formidable scorer, and such firepower must not go to waste. Jiang Feng spoke with confidence, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he felt the blood coursing through his veins ignite with fervor. This exhilarating sensation was indeed a long-lost memory. The players nodded in agreement once more. Yao, in particular, clenched his fists, determination etched across his face. He desperately needed a match to validate his worth. During this period, he had fervently trained his three-point shot and, adhering to Jiang Feng's directive, shed 5 kilograms before the commencement of the new season. He felt entirely transformed. Now, allow me to present the starting lineup for this match. Chapter 29, the Lakers starting lineup. Yao, Gasol, Leonard, Kobe, Harden, each one dazzling both offensively and defensively. Jiang Feng spoke softly. In truth, the starting lineup had been established when he assembled the team, with the exception of the small forward position, which had caused some indecision. When it comes to ability, at this stage, it is undeniable that Odom surpasses Leonard. However, promoting Odom to the starting lineup would undoubtedly weaken the Lakers bench. These rookies possess considerable potential, yet they lack a leader on the substitutes bench. After much contemplation, Jiang Feng ultimately decided to keep Odom as a substitute and elevate Leonard to the starting position. Firstly, Odom had played as a substitute last season and had even earned the accolade of 6th Man of the Year, fully acclimating to this role. Secondly, after Jiang Feng utilized his talent enhancement skill on Leonard, the latter's abilities had significantly improved, making him well-suited for a starting role. Moreover, as a core player he is nurtured, Leonard requires increased playing time to hone his skills and foster growth. Jiang Feng distinctly recalls that prior to his transmigration, Leonard's rookie season with the Spurs saw him serving as a bench player for the initial half, only to ascend to a stable starting position during the latter half. To return to the matter at hand, the player Jiang Feng had pointed out strode onto the court with a resolute demeanor. The starting players for the Bulls gradually made their entrance, arranged from position 5 to 1, Noah, Boozer, Luol Deng, Hamilton, and Rose. Observing this formidable lineup, Jiang Feng couldn't help but smirk. Was this not a guaranteed domination? The players took their respective positions, and the game was on the brink of commencing. Across the vast ocean, in the Chinese live broadcast room, the Lakers season opener garnered immense attention from millions of Chinese fans. The Lakers had long been one of the most beloved teams in China, with Kobe being among the most adored stars. With Yao Ming's recent addition, the Lakers had catapulted to the forefront of Chinese fans' interests. The game was being narrated by the familiar voices of Yang Jian and the venerable Zhang Weiping. As the match was about to begin, we saw both team starters take to the court after a lengthy hiatus, finally witnessing Yao Ming grace the NBA arena once more. This time clad in the Lakers' colors. Zhang, considering Yao Ming did not participate in the preseason, his physical and competitive condition remains uncertain. Do you believe he can return to his peak form? Yang Jian inquired. Achieving peak form may be challenging, but I firmly believe Yao Ming is worth the $10 million salary. While he may not be as formidable as Bynum, he certainly surpasses the average blue-collar center. The minimum salary offered by the Rockets is utterly unreasonable, Zhang Weiping retorted vehemently, expressing his indignation towards the Rockets' actions. In addition to Yao Ming's prominence among Chinese fans, the Lakers' newly appointed head coach, Jiang Feng, also attracted considerable attention, with rumors suggesting that Yao Ming's decision to join the Lakers was facilitated by Jiang Feng's connections. Otherwise, the Lakers would not have been able to offer such a lucrative contract. What is your perspective on this? Yang Jian pressed. Such claims are utterly ludicrous. A rookie coach like Jiang Feng wielding such influence within the Lakers? Yao Ming signing with the Lakers is a testament to Kupchak's discerning eye, Zhang Weiping remarked dismissively. Do you believe Jiang Feng is capable of fulfilling the role of head coach for the Lakers? Yang Jian continued, expressing his incredulity. How did this individual from China come to lead the Lakers? My personal interpretation is that if Jiang Feng truly lacked the ability, it would indicate internal discord within the Lakers. Firstly, Kobe would never yield to Jiang Feng. Based on my understanding of Kobe, even if he refrained from voicing his grievances, he would undoubtedly express discontent during interviews. However, as the new season commences, Kobe has remained silent, even publicly endorsing Jiang Feng, which speaks volumes. Without delving into Jiang Feng's coaching prowess, it is evident that he possesses a remarkable ability to connect with players. Previously, Phil Jackson was not only adept at constructing team dynamics but also excelled in managing the players. No one could tame Kobe, yet Phil had the unique capacity to command his respect. Thus, I hold considerable expectations for Jiang Feng. Elder Zhang remarked, his voice imbued with a rich Kyoto accent. Fans in the comments section enthusiastically noted the authenticity of his dialect, with many expressing agreement through ones in support of Elder Zhang's perspective. Subsequently, all attention shifted to the commencement of the match. At the Staples Center, amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, Noah and Yao Ming faced off for the jump ball. With you skillfully tapping the basketball away, the Lakers initiated the offense. After dribbling past half court, James Harden awaited Yao to establish position in the paint before lofting the ball into his hands. Yao, with his back to Noah, prepared to execute a play. Noah, brimming with excitement, had previously stated in an interview that he intended to teach Yao a lesson. True to his word, he was determined to show no mercy. Aiming to dominate the matchup, Yao, near the paint, engaged Noah with a series of physical maneuvers before using his strength to pivot and shoot. Noah lunged desperately, but Yao's height rendered him unreachable. The basketball arced elegantly through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. The area near the paint is indeed Yao's sweet spot, boasting an astonishing shooting percentage. This turnaround jumper was one of his signature moves from his time with the Rockets. The arena erupted in cheers, many fans glowing with delight. It appears that Yao is in fine form. Hey, buddy, I was unprepared just now. Next time, I won't let you score so easily. Noah spoke with a stoic expression. Yao Ming subtly raised an eyebrow but remained silent, merely turning to return to defense. His humble nature seldom led him to engage in banter with opponents on the court. In fact, when Yao first joined the NBA, he was so shy that he hardly communicated with his teammates. It was only after he emerged as the team leader that Yao gradually began to inspire his teammates through both words and actions. Feeling disregarded by Noah's lack of response, his countenance grew even darker. The Bulls launched an offensive. After Derrick Rose dribbled past half court, he noticed Noah positioning himself in the paint, reaching out for the ball. Rose found himself in a quandary, fully aware that Noah lacked the ability for personal ball handling. Yet, he could also discern Noah's eagerness and determination to make a statement. After a moment's hesitation, Rose passed the ball to him. Noah dribbled forcefully into Yao, then awkwardly pivoted for a shot. Yao merely took a step forward, lightly leaped, and with a single swipe, sent the basketball soaring away, delivering Noah an emphatic rejection. Yao was somewhat taken aback. Had he truly been absent from the court for just over a season, and now players dared to shoot so audaciously in front of him? Did they really think his towering height of 2.26 meters was inconsequential? The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Yao's performance in that single offensive and defensive exchange was nothing short of spectacular. What a magnificent block! Who would have imagined that Yao's competitive condition was so remarkable? This sequence ignited the game. Yang Jian exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion. Countless fans from Huaxia fervently typed in the comments section, "Yao Ming is incredible! Tears of joy. My youth has returned." And similar expressions flooded in. It felt as if one had returned to the pinnacle of their dreams. Elder Zhang also expressed his excitement. On the court, Leonard seized the ball that you had swatted away and swiftly dribbled down court, igniting a fast break opportunity. This was something Jiang Feng often emphasized in training. If a counterattack opportunity arose, one must initiate the offense promptly, disregarding the speed of Gasol and Yao, as having 3 players was sufficient to execute the fast break. Of course, if no opportunity presented itself, one would need to control the pace and engage in a half-court game. After crossing half-court, Leonard passed the ball to the advancing Kobe, who executed a change of direction, paused, accelerated, and effortlessly bypassed Hamilton for a layup. What a thrilling counterattack! The Lakers' fast break speed had undeniably elevated from the previous season. Yang Jian couldn't contain his enthusiasm. This is the advantage of a youthful roster. Although we traded away Bynum, Artest, and Fisher, it must be said that the current Lakers exude a newfound vitality. Old Master Zhang cheerfully remarked, increasingly looking forward to the match. The Bulls initiated their offense. Rose orchestrated the play from the top of the arc. This time, Noah refrained from calling for the ball and obediently positioned himself at the high post to set a screen. Utilizing the pick, Rose accelerated swiftly, evading his defender in a single stride, and leaped high into the air. However, in the face of Yao Ming's formidable presence, he prudently opted to pass. Clearly, he was wary of Yao's intimidating defensive prowess in the paint. After all, standing at 2.26 meters, Yao exuded pressure merely by his presence. Not to mention his remarkable agility and ability to assist and recover defensively. Noah received the basketball near the free throw line, finding himself wide open. Evidently, this was part of Jiang Feng's strategic arrangement, testing Noah's shooting capability. Noah glanced around, realizing all his teammates were tightly guarded, leaving him no space to receive the ball. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to attempt a shot. The basketball arched gracefully through the air before veering out of bounds, resulting in an air ball. Chapter 30. An explosive start against the Bulls. Tactical supremacy. Noah, in an open position, launched an air ball. Fans familiar with Noah are well aware that he often finds himself in such awkward predicaments during games. The offense was undeniably disorganized. The possession changed hands. The Lakers took their turn on offense. After dribbling past half-court, Harden passed the basketball to Gasol in the paint, who effortlessly faced off against Boozer. After a series of shoulder bumps, he turned to execute a hook shot, but suddenly noticed Noah closing in for a double team. As a premier defensive stalwart in the paint, Noah's defensive awareness was indeed exceptional. Seizing the opportunity, Gasol cleverly flicked the ball to Yao Ming beneath the basket. Yao, grasping the ball with one hand, gently rose onto his toes to complete a one-handed slam dunk. A splendid pass. Excited, Yao Ming exclaimed as he dashed to high-five Gasol. With a blink, Gasol dismissed the moment as trivial. As a European player, Gasol possesses a remarkably comprehensive skill set, his playmaking abilities ranking among the elite in the league. His proficiency enhances the effectiveness of small ball tactics. The recent interplay demonstrated Gasol's pivotal role to perfection. As the Bulls initiated their offense, Rose dribbled past half-court, engaging in a pick-and-roll with Boozer. Upon penetrating the paint, he encountered a double team and had no choice but to pass the ball back to Boozer, who positioned himself near the free-throw line for a jump shot. Yao left Noah unguarded to assist defensively. Undeterred, Boozer launched a mid-range shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. After securing the rebound, Gasol swiftly passed to a breaking Kobe. The Bulls players, taken aback, were unprepared for the Lakers' rapid transition. Kobe crossed half-court, noticing Rose retreating to thwart his drive. He abruptly halted beyond the three-point line and released a shot. The ball arched gracefully through the air. Swish! It found the net. 0-9. In under 2 minutes, the Lakers executed an impressive 9-0 run, with all four of their opening attempts finding the mark, showcasing remarkable offensive efficiency. Beep. The whistle blew. Bulls head coach Thibodeau called a timeout, visibly displeased with his team's performance. Under his guidance, the Bulls had boasted one of the top 3 defensive efficiencies in the league last season, establishing themselves as a formidable defensive force. Yet, in this game, they had been thoroughly dismantled by the Lakers, their defense as fragile as paper, an unsettling reality to accept. The root cause lay in the Lakers' strategies at both ends of the court, which effectively countered the Bulls. Thus, Thibodeau had to call a timeout to recalibrate their tactics, aiming to break the scoring drought. Gentlemen, we need to adjust in 3 areas. First, protect Noah to prevent his offensive shortcomings from being exposed to the Lakers. Second, eliminate opportunities for their fast breaks. We can no longer assess this team through the lens of last season. This is a completely revamped team with a distinct style of play. Last season, the Lakers were among the teams with the fewest possessions and fast breaks, but this season, with a younger roster, their pace has increased. Most importantly, we must contain Yao's impact. Thibodeau's expression was grave as he spoke, drawing diagrams on the tactical board to outline strategies. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, Jiang Feng was also making adjustments. Yao, Thibodeau will undoubtedly intensify his defensive efforts against you. So if an offensive opportunity does not present itself, decisively pass the ball to the perimeter. Kobe, it is essential to augment your personal offensive capabilities. Should the opposing team launch a counterattack, your scoring prowess must serve to subdue their efforts. As the river breeze swept through, the strategist sketched out tactics while speaking. The players nodded in agreement, their expressions relaxed. Despite facing the formidable team that had secured first place in the Eastern Conference last season, they felt an inexplicable sensation that perhaps the Bulls were not as intimidating as anticipated. It was rather absurd. Surely, this must be an illusion. The incredulous players consoled themselves internally. Upon returning from the timeout, the Bulls initiated their offense. Derrick Rose held the ball at the perimeter while his teammates actively maneuvered into position. Boozer set a solid screen, and as Rose penetrated the paint, he drew defenders before passing to Luol Deng, who was stationed in the corner. Deng launched a three-pointer, and the ball soared through the air, swishing through the net effortlessly. Now it was the Lakers' turn to attack. After dribbling past half-court, James Harden passed the ball to the towering Yao Ming in the paint. The moment Yao received the ball, the Bulls collapsed defensively, double-teaming him. With a deft flick of his wrist, Yao dispatched the ball to Leonard, who feigned a shot, drawing Rose's defense, before passing back to Harden, who unleashed a wide-open three-pointer that arched perfectly through the air, also finding its mark. The Bulls continued their offensive push. Rose, dribbling across half-court, executed a signature move, changing direction without losing speed. With a single change of pace, Harden found himself disoriented, akin to a lost lamb. It must be acknowledged that Rose's maneuver was truly unassailable, unrivaled in the league. Upon reaching the paint, he again drew Yao's defense. This time, however, Rose opted not to pass, but rather faced Yao head-on, evading his defense mid-air before finishing with an elegant layup, both graceful and infused with a thrilling sense of speed and passion. It was undeniable that the Bulls exhibited significant improvement on both ends of the court after the timeout. The Lakers responded with an offensive play. Gasol seized an opportunity in the paint, executing a turnaround hook shot that found the net. The teams were locked in a stalemate, with the score remaining close despite more than half a quarter having passed. Subsequently, both head coaches began to make substitutions, ushering the game into a rotation phase. For the Bulls, veteran Derek Fisher, acquired from the Lakers during the off-season, took to the court. As he entered, a video montage celebrating his contributions to the Lakers' 5 championships played on the arena's big screen. The audience rose in applause, paying tribute to the veteran who had played a pivotal role in the Lakers' success. Alongside Fisher, role players Watson and Asic also took the floor. The Jiang Feng replaced the veteran trio of Yao Ming, Gasol, and Kobe with Ty Gibson, Odom, and Thompson, reigniting the fierce battle. In his professional debut, Thompson appeared slightly anxious, missing an open three-point shot that was poorly angled. Gibson, embodying the role of a quintessential blue-collar center, focused solely on screens and rebounding, contributing little offensively. Harden and Odom emerged as the offensive leaders for the Lakers, particularly James Harden, who began to showcase his scoring prowess, sinking three-pointers and penetrating the paint for fouls, scoring consecutively. However, on the Bulls' side, role players like Fisher and Brunson excelled, denying the Lakers the opportunity to extend their lead. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 26-32, with the Lakers holding a 6-point advantage. In the Huaxia Live broadcast room, Jiang, the commentator, was asked by Yang Jian about the Lakers' performance in the first quarter. Impressive. It gives me a refreshing feeling. I must commend Lakers general manager Kupchak for his targeted adjustments during the off-season. Fast breaks and three-point shooting deficiencies have been notably improved this season. However, what astonished me the most was Yao's performance. He hardly resembles a heavy center recovering from a significant injury, displaying remarkable agility that enhances his intimidation factor in the paint. If you can maintain this form, the Lakers could achieve great success this season, Mr. Zhang proclaimed, his eyes filled with anticipation. Let us see if you can sustain this level of performance for the remainder of the game and surprise us further. Chapter 31. The Bulls counterattack. Jiang Feng adjusts tactics. After a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced, with both teams continuing their rotation. Lowry replaced Harden, becoming the team's central figure. Under his orchestration, the Lakers' offense flowed smoothly, with clear tactics for each possession. Yet, Thompson and Paul George struggled to find their rhythm, missing consecutive open shots. This allowed the Bulls to seize the opportunity, launching a 9-2 scoring surge within 4 minutes, briefly overtaking the score for the first time in the game, gaining a 1-point lead. The players on the bench waved their towels enthusiastically, believing this to mark the beginning of the Bulls' resurgence, unaware it would be their last lead of the match. The game entered a dead ball situation. The Jiang Feng has donned the prowess of the legendary Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol. As for the towering Yao Ming, he continues to recuperate on the sidelines. Despite utilizing a recovery card for his injuries, Yao is still advised to shed some weight. Jiang Feng remains exceedingly cautious in his usage of Yao, having resolved prior to the commencement of the regular season to limit Yao's playtime to approximately 25 minutes per game. Upon Kobe's entrance, he immediately activated his offensive prowess. With an arsenal of skills, he executed back-to-the-basket fadeaway jumpers, sudden stop jump shots, and pull-up three-pointers, consistently finding ways to score. Notably, his three-point shooting was particularly lethal, as he sank 2 consecutive shots from beyond the arc. In less than 3 minutes, Kobe single-handedly amassed 10 points, propelling the team to a resounding 10-3 scoring surge. The crowd erupted in fervent chants of Kobe time. This offensive surge ignited the arena and forced the Chicago Bulls to call a timeout. Upon resuming play, both teams fielded their star lineups. The Bulls initiated their offense, with Derrick Rose penetrating the paint and drawing Yao's defense before lofting the ball high. Joakim Noah leapt into the air, catching the ball mid-flight and executing a spectacular alley-oop dunk. Following the basket, Noah, overwhelmed with emotion, clenched his fists and flexed his muscular frame, directing a fierce roar towards Yao. The frustration that had been building since the opening moments was released in that instant. It was, after all, his first score after an arduous 1.5 quarters, truly a hard-fought achievement. Yao's expression darkened as he turned to sprint towards the offensive end. "Hey, is this Noah so audacious? Let me handle him," the elder Zhang remarked with a hint of annoyance. As the Lakers mounted their offense, James Harden dribbled past the half-court line and lofted the ball into Yao's awaiting hands. Noah immediately charged at Yao, intensifying the physical contest. Undeterred, Yao, with his back to the basket, executed a nimble pivot, evading Noah before leaping to deliver a thunderous two-handed dunk. The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar, akin to a tidal wave of applause, utterly astonished by Yao's performance. "Hey, impressive. That's how it's done. Who dares to act arrogantly before Yao? Do they truly believe he is an easy target?" The elder Zhang exclaimed, his excitement palpable, disregarding the commentary setting, his words dripping with unwavering support for Yao. This candidness is precisely what endears Zhang to the fans. Unpretentious, expressive, and genuine. The Staples Center buzzed with excitement as Yao Ming's thunderous dunk ignited the fans and bolstered the team's morale. In the ensuing minutes, the Lakers surged with momentum. Kobe, Yao, and Gasol hit consecutive shots, utterly bewildering the Bulls. As the first half drew to a close, the score stood at 46-62. With the Lakers extending their lead to a commanding 16 points. During halftime, within the Bulls' locker room, a somber atmosphere prevailed. Players sat with heads bowed, engulfed in frustration, unable to comprehend being so thoroughly dominated by the Lakers. Wasn't it anticipated that the Lakers would struggle in the new season? Was their head coach merely an inexperienced novice? Yet, witnessing the Lakers' first-half performance, marked by tactical prowess, individual brilliance, seamless teamwork, and formidable defense, it was evident they were anything but a team in disarray following a coaching change and significant roster overhaul. The remarkable chemistry displayed by this revamped squad in such a short span could undoubtedly be attributed to the efforts of coach Jiang Feng. It was rather astonishing. Did this coach from Huaxia truly possess such capability? Hey, everyone, lift your spirits. The Lakers' explosive performance indeed caught us off guard, but we have deciphered their strategy. The second half will be our time to retaliate, Coach Thibodeau declared, acknowledging the unexpected onslaught from the Lakers in the first half. One had to concede that the rookie coach of the Lakers had some skill, but that was where it ended. The players nodded in agreement, their fighting spirit undiminished. After a lengthy halftime break, the second half commenced. Rose took the initiative, showcasing his exceptional individual prowess with a series of scores. He first penetrated the paint for a layup, followed by a mid-range jumper. Once his shooting rhythm was established, he sank a three-pointer from beyond the arc simultaneously. He assisted his teammate Luol Deng in making another three-point shot. The Bulls demonstrated the formidable pressure characteristic of the top team in the Eastern Conference. In addition to their offensive resurgence, the Bulls' defense escalated to a new level, effectively stifling the Lakers' scoring attempts. For a span of 3 minutes, the Lakers failed to register a single point, struggling to find their rhythm and committing a series of basic errors. This provided the Bulls with ample opportunities for fast breaks. The deficit quickly diminished, shrinking from 16 points to a mere 4. The whistle blew. Jiang Feng reluctantly called for a timeout to make adjustments. Hey, gentlemen, let us focus. It was evident that you had become somewhat lax at the onset of the second half. Upon returning from the break, Yao, I want you to set high screens and then position yourself beyond the three-point line, creating space in the paint, while remaining ready to take the three-point shot at any moment. It is time for everyone to witness the fruits of your rigorous training during the off-season. Jiang Feng, with a relaxed demeanor, showed no signs of anxiety despite the scores being equalized. What if the Chicago Bulls surge in fast breaks? Even if they managed to catch up, what difference would it make? The Lakers' performance in the first half merely scratched the surface of the team's potential. Numerous hidden cards remained unplayed. Moreover, several strategy cards lay idly in his repertoire. Nonetheless, Jiang Feng was confident that the Bulls would not necessitate his cards. With his current training of the Lakers, they would undoubtedly overpower the Bulls. The audience, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of exhilaration, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. At long last, Jiang Feng is set to alter his strategy. It is time for the Bulls to witness the true prowess of the Lakers. From the Bulls bench, Thibodeau exclaimed with enthusiasm. Well done, team. Maintain this rhythm of offense and defense, and we shall decisively defeat the Lakers. They are at their wits' end, with no new tricks up their sleeves. When Yao Ming and Kobe are contained, the Lakers are utterly vulnerable. Chapter 32. Yao Ming demonstrates his three-point ability. Noah is tougher than his head. The players, invigorated by Thibodeau's words, felt their spirits soar. However, they must remain cautious of Kobe's potential for sudden brilliance. Despite being a veteran after more than a decade in the league, once Kobe ignites, he becomes an unstoppable force. Thus, after the timeout, your paramount defensive task is to stifle Kobe, Thibodeau declared with grave seriousness. The players nodded, striding onto the court with renewed confidence. As the game resumed, the Lakers initiated their offensive play. Harden orchestrated the attack from the top of the arc, while the other players spread out beyond the three-point line. Yao positioned himself at a high spot to set a screen. Harden, using the pick, penetrated the paint, drawing the defense before tossing the ball back to Yao. Observing Yao stationed beyond the three-point line, Noah relaxed, refraining from rushing to defend, merely standing at the free-throw line, waiting for Yao's pass. A hint of mockery in his eyes. What kind of strategy is this from the Lakers? Allowing Yao to receive the ball at the three-point line? It's akin to self-sabotage. Yao can only be effective in the paint. Being pushed to the three-point line renders him useless. This is utterly nonsensical. Elder Zhang expressed his anxiety, furrowing his brow. Clearly dissatisfied with the strategy Jiang Feng had devised during the timeout, Yang Jian nodded in agreement, feeling a pang of concern for Jiang Feng. If this tactic were to falter, the media would undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon him post-game, as this possession was crucial for the Lakers. On the court, Yao, noticing Noah's considerable distance from him, hesitated not a moment in taking his shot. Instantly, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. The two commentators from Huaxia were equally bewildered. The Bulls players widened their eyes in disbelief, while Thibodeau on the sidelines wore an expression of sheer joy. The Lakers were truly cutting off their own options. Choosing not to pass to Kobe and allowing Yao to attempt a three-pointer was an absurd tactic, one only a novice coach would employ. Under the anxious and perplexed gazes of all, Yao gently flicked his wrist and released the basketball. The ball soared through the air, tracing a high arc swish. It nestled perfectly through the net. With a powerful gesture, Yao Ming completed his shot, casting a fleeting glance at Noah before turning back to defend. Noah stood frozen, seemingly unable to comprehend the remarkable event that had just transpired. The entire arena fell into a brief silence. Moments later, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Yao's three-pointer was nothing short of breathtaking. The fans were electrified, applauding and shouting with all their might. A three-pointer? Yao had actually made a three-point shot. To my recollection, this marked the first time in his NBA career that Yao had successfully executed such a shot. My goodness, this is truly astonishing. Director Jiang, do you believe Yao's three-pointer was merely a fluke, or has he truly mastered this skill? Yang Jian exclaimed, his excitement bordering on the unrestrained, before turning to Zhang Weiping. Remarkable. Yao is simply extraordinary. To witness such progress at this stage of his career is astounding. I must apologize for my previous assessment of him. This is not merely a return to form, it is an elevation to new heights. Clearly, Yao has indeed acquired the ability to shoot three-pointers. The strategy devised by Jiang Feng was specifically tailored for Yao. Old Zhang remarked, his body trembling with excitement. The comments section was ablaze with jubilant fans fervently sharing their thoughts. Incredible. Yao's three-pointer takes us back to 2008. What a display. I expected him to miss entirely. Yet he made a perfect shot. Yao is phenomenal. The move to the Lakers has only amplified his prowess. With Yao, Kobe, and Gasol on the roster, one can only echo Mr. Lu Sun's declaration of the Lakers as champions. He made a three-pointer. Does Yao not deserve a maximum salary? What was Mori thinking? Offering him a minimum contract? It's utterly infuriating. Haha, if Mori watched this game, he must be regretting his decision immensely. Fans continued to praise Yao enthusiastically, completely overlooking the significance of the strategy that Jiang Feng had crafted for him. Unlike Yao, Jiang Feng did not evoke the same level of recognition or appreciation among the fans, leading to his contributions being overlooked. On the court, hey, buddy, don't get too caught up in it. While the Lakers' offense may have succeeded, it doesn't dictate the course of the game. Rose consoled. Indeed, Yao's three-pointer was purely coincidental. I doubted he could make a second one in this match. Noah retorted, his expression returning to one of seriousness, tinged with a hint of disdain. His bravado is as stubborn as his head. The Bulls launched their offense. Upon crossing half-court, Rose propelled himself into the air as he penetrated the paint, contending with the oncoming Gasol, and with a deft use of leverage, flung the ball toward the basket. Swish. It found nothing but net. Rose once again showcased his extraordinary athleticism. Now it was the Lakers' turn to attack. The player's positioning was astonishing. Yao Ming had not occupied the low post. Instead, he stood beyond the three-point line at the left corner. The intention was clear, to create space. Noah was perplexed, unsure of how to defend. If he followed Yao outside, the paint would be entirely unprotected. Conversely, if he remained in the paint, Yao would be left wide open. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to trail Yao to the perimeter. This was truly utilizing Yao as a three-point shooter. Jiang Feng's tactical approach was audacious indeed. Yang Jian exclaimed, feeling as though his jaw might drop in disbelief. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Old Master Zhang squinted, his face radiating anticipation. He was eager to witness Jiang Feng's expression from the sidelines, confident that the big screen would soon capture him following this offensive play. Kobe was now at the helm of the offense. Given his elite scoring threat, the Bulls would surely not allow just one defender to pursue him into the paint. As expected, upon Kobe's drive, 3 defenders collapsed toward the basket, including Noah. This was the essence of deterrence. With a flick of his wrist, Kobe passed the ball to Yao, who was positioned at the left corner for a three-point attempt. Bang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. However, Gasol secured the offensive rebound and swiftly returned the ball to Yao, who, without hesitation, launched another three-pointer. The ball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! Another three-pointer. With Yao's 2 successful three-point shots, the lead expanded to 10 points. The crowd erupted in cheers. The cameras quickly panned to Jiang Feng on the sidelines. Clad in a sleek black suit, with arms crossed over his chest and a slight smile gracing his lips, his dark eyes sparkled with depth and brilliance. His commanding confidence exuded an ineffable charm. The spectators gazing at Jiang Feng on the big screen could not help but think, goodness, this guy is incredibly handsome. Chapter 33, Captivated by Jiang Feng. A resounding victory over the Bulls. Living up to expectations. Another one. Yao has scored yet another three-pointer. Remarkable. It is hard to believe that Yao has mastered the art of shooting three-pointers in just a few months. A heavy center capable of shooting three-pointers is seemingly unprecedented in the NBA. Yang Jian exclaimed, feeling as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Indeed, even among the highly skilled European players, those who can shoot from beyond the arc are few and far between. Jiang Feng, the new head coach of the Lakers, is quite remarkable. This single game showcases a complete transformation of the Lakers, particularly in the way he utilizes Yao Ming, which is nothing short of masterful. Moreover, this young man is truly enigmatic. Had it not been for the Bulls suddenly unleashing a scoring surge to even the score, one might assume Jiang Feng would have kept Yao Ming's three-point shooting ability under wraps. Just look at the confident smirk on his face. It seems he is entirely in command of this match. Elder Zhang remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Feng on the screen, as if he wished to etch the image of this young talent into his memory. An intense premonition surged within him. This rookie coach from Huaxia is destined to lead the Lakers to accomplish remarkable feats in the league. It must be said, Jiang Feng is quite handsome. Yang Jian couldn't help but express, casting a glance at his own reflection on the computer screen. Slightly lacking. As the internet would say, he could clearly rely on his looks, yet he insists on showcasing his talent. Elder Zhang jested in return. The commentators continued to discuss Yao Ming's two three-pointers, with only an occasional comment regarding Jiang Feng. What is happening? Am I actually finding Jiang Feng somewhat attractive? Not just attractive, he is absolutely stunning. The more I look, the more captivating he becomes. It's quite enthralling. Clearly, these comments are from female fans. However, male fans also chimed in. Damn it, even I, a man, have been charmed by Jiang Feng's looks. At the Staples Center, the fans erupted in enthusiastic cheers, not for Yao Ming, but for Jiang Feng on the sidelines. Although the fans may not fully grasp tactical strategies or game plans, they understand that the Lakers' fluid offense and Yao's consecutive three-point opportunities are orchestrated by the coach. Thus, this rookie coach from Huaxia is not as inept as rumored. On the contrary, he seems to have the Lakers performing exceptionally well. At least from the current display in this match, the Lakers do not resemble a team prepared to tank. This realization brought immense joy to the fans present. With the entire Lakers team performing brilliantly, the fans gradually recognized Jiang Feng's coaching prowess. Beep. The whistle sounded. Thibodeau called a timeout. Guys, do not lose heart. Yao's ability to hit three-pointers has taken us by surprise. We must bolster our defense against him and deny him any further opportunities to shoot from the arc. And then he will be rendered ineffective. Noah, keep your focus. No matter the circumstances, do not allow Yao to take another three-point shot, Thibodeau stated sternly, clearly dissatisfied with Noah's recent defensive efforts. Noah nodded grimly. This match had been an utter embarrassment, and he felt like a fool. He had been brazenly provoking Yao, only to be thoroughly outplayed. He had naively assumed Yao's successful three-point shot was merely a fluke. Offensively, we performed admirably, but our defense must continue to strengthen. Let us maintain this momentum and strive to close the gap before the end of the third quarter, Thibodeau encouraged, clapping his hands. Upon returning from the timeout, Rose orchestrated the offense from the top of the arc. After a pick and roll, he penetrated the paint, but found Boozer tightly guarded with no opportunity to receive the ball. Instead, he passed to Luol Deng on the perimeter. Observing Leonard's approach, Deng raised his hand to attempt a three-pointer. However, the instant the ball left his fingertips, it was swatted away by Leonard's colossal hand. Luol Deng was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that a rookie had blocked him. His gaze toward Leonard was filled with anger, tinged with a hint of trepidation. The enormity of Leonard's hand was astonishing. How was it possible that the Lakers had assembled such an array of formidable players? The Bulls inbound the ball, but with little time remaining on the shot clock, Deng hastily launched a desperation shot, risking a 24-second violation. The ball clearly ricocheted off the rim. Yao effortlessly secured the defensive rebound. After crossing half-court, Kobe accelerated into the lane for a layup, drawing a foul from Hamilton and earning an opportunity for an additional free throw. At the free throw line, Kobe confidently sank the shot, extending the lead to 13 points. In this interval, Jiang Feng made adjustments to the lineup, substituting the outstanding Yao for Odom. The Bulls' offense resumed. Rose attempted a three-pointer from the perimeter but missed. After Odom grabbed the rebound, he swiftly dribbled across half-court, adhering to Jiang Feng's instructions. All Lakers players, except for Gasol, surged forward into the front court like a tide. Odom flicked his wrist, passing the ball to Kobe, who then launched a three-point shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air's swish. It found nothing but net. The point differential has reached 16. In the ensuing minutes, the game once again entered what could be termed Kobe time. The legendary player unleashed his scoring prowess. delivering an onslaught that left the attending fans in a state of euphoria. In the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, Kobe led his team to a remarkable offensive surge, achieving a 10-4 run. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers had extended their lead to an impressive 22 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, Coach Thibodeau opted to field his strongest lineup, attempting to mount a comeback. However, Coach Jiang Feng of the Lakers appeared to have anticipated this move, promptly introducing Yao Ming onto the court. Yu swiftly scored 3 consecutive baskets, contributing 6 points to the scoreboard. Following this, Harden added a three-pointer, further widening the gap and extinguishing any hopes the Bulls had of reversing the outcome. Barely 4 minutes into the fourth quarter, both teams signaled the end of the contest, substituting in their bench players and allowing the game to drift into garbage time. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yao Ming exited the court, feeling a surge of exhilaration in every fiber of his being. "Well done, my friend." Jiang Feng stood at the sidelines, resembling a general awaiting the triumphant return of his troops, solemn and earnest. "How fortunate it is to have lived up to your expectations. I have not brought you shame. Moreover, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. It is you who has ushered me into a new life." With excitement, Yao exclaimed, embracing Jiang Feng tightly. "Let us persevere. Our journey has only just begun." The river breeze gently patted Yao's back. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yao returned to the bench to rest. Ultimately, the match concluded with a resounding score of 101-119 as the Lakers triumphed over last season's Eastern Conference champions, the Bulls, by a staggering 18-point margin. Heralding a triumphant start to the new season, the large screen at the venue promptly displayed the player statistics. The performance of the Lakers could only be described as explosive. Chapter 34. The Lakers player statistics. The Windy City Roses, forever in bloom. The standout of the match was undoubtedly the returning Yao. He achieved an impressive 12 out of 18 from the field, 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 4 out of 4 from the free throw line. Amassing 30 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks. These numbers reflected a performance reminiscent of his peak years. What is even more astonishing is that Yao accomplished these statistics in merely 23 minutes of playtime. Had he played the average 35 minutes of his prime, the figures would have been even more daunting. Kobe played for 31 minutes, shooting 9 out of 18, with 3 out of 6 from three-point range, and 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, contributing 23 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal. Aside from these two superstars, the most remarkable performance came from James Harden, acquired through a trade for Bynum. He also played for 31 minutes, scoring 6 out of 13 from the field, 2 out of 6 from three-point territory, and 6 out of 7 from the free throw line, totaling 20 points, 4 rebounds, 8 assists, and 1 steal. Together, the trio amassed 73 points, becoming the key contributors to the Lakers' victory. Another all-star player, Gasol, recorded a decent 14 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists, although he lacked a substantial presence in this game. The remaining players had varied performances, but none managed to exceed double digits in scoring. Notably, the two rookies, Leonard and Thompson, appeared somewhat nervous in their first professional game, resulting in rather average performances, though Leonard did showcase moments of brilliance on the defensive end. On the Bulls' side, their star player, Derrick Rose, delivered the best performance, playing for 35 minutes with 11 out of 22 shooting, 1 out of 4 from three-point range, and a perfect 5 out of 5 from the free throw line, totaling 28 points, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 steals. Among the other players, only Luol Deng managed to score over 20 points. Meanwhile, Noah, who had boasted before the game, was thoroughly outmatched by Yao, finishing with a disappointing 3 out of 13 shooting, resulting in a mere 6 points and 6 rebounds. On the court, as the final buzzer sounded, players from both teams began to exchange pleasantries. Noah, who had relentlessly taunted you throughout the game, was the first to approach him. "Hey, Yao, you were absolutely outstanding in this match. I am completely impressed. You have earned my respect," Noah said earnestly. His straightforward nature shone through. Being outperformed meant being outperformed, and he would not resort to excuses. "Well, you played well too. Let us keep pushing for the next game." Yao responded with a warm and genuine smile. "Noah, with a mere 3 out of 13 shots, amassing 6 points and 6 rebounds, can one truly deem this performance commendable?" It is perplexing whether Yao Ming is mocking himself or if, in his eyes, achieving such statistics in a matchup against him qualifies as exceptional. Meanwhile, Kobe and Rose share a moment of camaraderie, a testament to their mutual respect. It is well known that when Rose first entered the league, he garnered Kobe's admiration, receiving invaluable guidance from him on how to strike a balance between offensive prowess and playmaking. This mentorship allowed Rose to discover his authentic self. "Hey, I never anticipated that the Lakers would exhibit such formidable resilience in this game. We were thoroughly dominated, with no chance of a comeback," Rose remarked with a wry smile, clearly astonished. "Of course, our objective this season is the championship," Kobe asserted with confidence. Rose nodded, inexplicably finding no absurdity in Kobe's declaration. Instead, he sensed that the Lakers possess significant potential this season. At this moment, Jiang Feng proactively approached Rose, driven by an earnest desire to become acquainted with him. The rose of Windy City, eternally blooming. Gazing at the youthful and spirited Rose, Jiang Feng felt an inexplicable urge to weep. He was acutely aware of the tribulations that had marred Rose's illustrious career. From being the youngest MVP in NBA history to enduring a cascade of injuries that relegated him to the role of a mere supporting player, the anguish Rose experienced far surpassed that of the average individual. Yet, fueled by an unwavering passion for basketball, he persevered, never forsaking the court, continually striving to illuminate his path and pursue his dreams. Fans lamented the misfortune of Rose's career. What heights might he have achieved had it not been for his injuries? Such questions remained shrouded in uncertainty. Now, having traversed time, while Jiang Feng yearned to meet Rose, he also wished to subtly remind him, seeking a chance to alter the trajectory of his fate. Naturally, he would not disclose his identity as a time traveler. "My friend, you performed remarkably in this match. I nearly devised a double-team strategy to contain you." Jiang Feng smiled as he spoke. Gazing at the youthful head coach of the Lakers, Ross felt a moment of disbelief, struggling to comprehend that the helm of the purple and gold dynasty was in the hands of such a young individual from Huaxia. Moreover, how could this Huaxia gentleman be so remarkably handsome? It was quite astonishing. A flurry of thoughts raced through Ross's mind, and then, with a smile, he exchanged a high five with Jiang Feng, saying, "Thank you for your recognition. Your tactical arrangements in this match were superb. Of course, this is merely a modest demonstration of our capabilities. The strength of the Lakers extends far beyond this," Jiang Feng stated with unwavering confidence. "Ross, this young man from Huaxia certainly possesses an extraordinary level of self-assurance. Indeed, it is often said that those who are handsome exude a certain confidence. My friend, I must caution you. Your current playing style places significant strain on your knees. Over the course of a lengthy career, your knees may not withstand such pressure. I recommend that you consider making slight adjustments to your playing technique to consciously safeguard your knees." As Jiang Feng's expression shifted, he spoke with utmost seriousness. Rose, momentarily bewildered, nodded in response, yet inwardly dismissed Jiang Feng's words. He felt remarkably well in his knees and harbored no concerns regarding significant injuries in the future. After all, his attendance record throughout his career had been commendable. Observing the look on Rose's face, Jiang Feng recognized that his words had fallen on deaf ears, and he prepared to depart. Each person has their own fate. While it is regrettable to witness the trajectory of Rose's career, it is unnecessary to forcibly intervene in his destiny. "Hey, Rose, you would do well to heed Jiang's words. They could prove immensely beneficial to your career," Kobe, who had returned after exchanging pleasantries with others, interjected with a grave tone. Aware that Jiang Feng had traversed time from the future, Kobe understood that if Jiang had made such a statement, it likely indicated that Rose's career was destined to be marred by catastrophic injuries. This was a scenario Kobe was keen to avert, prompting him to step forward and offer a warning. Rose found himself once again in a state of confusion. The league's most arrogant player, Kobe, seemed to place unwavering trust in this individual from China. What kind of enchantment had Jiang Feng cast to earn such profound respect from Kobe? Jiang Feng's words might be disregarded, but those of Kobe cannot. Thus, Rose solemnly nodded. "If you are willing, I can mentor you during the off-season and help transform your playing style," Kobe asserted proactively. "Really? That would be fantastic," Rose exclaimed, exhilarated by the prospect of receiving guidance from Kobe, a truly monumental opportunity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Rose turned to leave, while Kobe glanced at Jiang Feng beside him. Jiang Feng gave a thumbs up, for with Kobe's intervention, Rose's fate might indeed be rewritten. Chapter 35. Anticipating Jiang Feng's performance. Praises from all. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, two commentators fixated on the television screen, seemingly savoring the recent match. The game had concluded. The Lakers truly surprised us. Equally astonishing was Yao Ming. It is likely that no one anticipated Yao, with his astronomical salary upon joining the Lakers, would showcase a dominating performance. Yang Jian exclaimed in astonishment, feeling as if he were in a dream. He was well aware of Yao's condition. Injuries had severely diminished his mobility and explosiveness, and his fragile ankles subjected him to both physical and psychological torment. Yet, in this match, Yao appeared as if he had transformed entirely. His speed had increased. His footwork had lightened, and he had even learned to shoot three-pointers. It was utterly surreal. Wow, the Lakers are remarkable. I believe their victory over the Bulls was not mere chance, but a true exhibition of the team's strength. This year's Lakers are exceptional. And by the end of the season, they may surprise everyone, Old Master Jiang remarked joyfully. It is well known that he is a devoted fan of Kobe and even bears the nickname Kobe Bryant. Now that Yao had also joined the Lakers, his support was even more fervent. Witnessing the Lakers' formidable prowess brought him immense joy. Coach Jiang, could you please provide a brief summary of the match? Yang Jin inquired. The adjustments made by the Lakers during the offseason have had a tremendous impact. They exhibited a vitality distinct from last season, and the new tactical system aligns perfectly with the current roster. It is worth mentioning Yao, if he can maintain this level of performance, the Lakers will possess an incredibly formidable strength, rivaling that of the Heat's Big Three. Furthermore, Coach Jiang Feng is truly exceptional. As a rookie coach, he has managed to unite the Lakers players within just over a month, establishing a remarkable chemistry and embedding his tactical system, a feat not easily accomplished by an ordinary coach. I have begun to anticipate the performance of this young man this season, remarked the venerable Mr. Jiang, who succinctly summarized and praised Jiang Feng. Yang Jian nodded in agreement. Indeed, while the great Yao excelled on the court, it was Jiang Feng, strategizing from the sidelines, who truly shone. In this match, Jiang Feng executed a remarkable turnaround. It will be intriguing to see how the American media evaluates this rookie head coach from Huaxia. In the comments section, fans are fervently discussing. Listening to Coach Zhang's analysis, I genuinely believe Jiang Feng is an impressive coach. Whether he is truly remarkable remains to be seen, but he is undeniably handsome. Such charisma, and now he has become the head coach of the Lakers. He is indeed a winner in life. For his looks alone, I have become a fan. Wait, let us not solely focus on his appearance. He possesses talent as well. The combination of Jiang Feng and the great Yao, alongside Kobe, truly ignites anticipation. At the Staples Center, after the players from both teams showered and changed in the locker room, some athletes proceeded to participate in post-game interviews. In the Lakers interview room, the atmosphere was electric, filled with reporters. All eyes were on Yao, as they had countless questions for him. Last season, Yao played only a few games before being sidelined for the rest of the season, leading to a continuous stream of concerning news about his condition. Some media outlets even questioned whether he would ever step back onto the NBA court, or if he could overcome his ankle injuries and readjust to the NBA. Due to the skepticism regarding Yao's state, the Rockets and other teams offered him only minimum contracts. However, in just a few short months, Yao seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, which was truly unexpected. Yao, you scored 30 points in this match, as if you have returned to your prime. How did you achieve this? A reporter inquired. Oh, in fact, I feel that I am much stronger now than during my peak. So scoring 30 points comes easily to me, Yao replied with a hint of flamboyance, feeling quite pleased with himself. Yao, you made 2 3-pointers in this match, something that has never happened throughout your career. Have you mastered the ability to shoot from beyond the arc? What motivated you to train your 3-point shooting skills? Another curious reporter asked. Yes, I have become a 3-point shooter capable of creating space, Yao humorously responded, before adopting a more serious demeanor. Regarding 3-pointers, I must express my gratitude to head coach Jiang Feng. He provided specialized training that helped me acquire this skill. My return to such form is also thanks to Jiang Feng, as he insisted I lose weight, which has made me much more energetic. Most importantly, Jiang Feng has devised numerous strategies for me. He is truly an exceptional coach. In fact, I initially wished to describe him as great, but considering he is still a novice coach, I shall refrain from doing so. However, I firmly believe that in the future, he will indeed be worthy of such an esteemed title. De Yao spoke with such fervor, as if he wished to employ every conceivable word of praise. The reporters, upon hearing him, were left utterly bewildered. They never anticipated that it was the team's head coach, Jiang Feng, who would facilitate De Yao's remarkable transformation. Could Jiang Feng truly possess such immense capability? The journalists couldn't help but harbor some skepticism. Yet, recalling the fervent expression on De Yao's face as he extolled Jiang Feng, the crowd found it difficult to dismiss this notion. Perhaps this is the profound bond that exists among the people of Huaxia. Jiang Feng's expression remained calm, yet his heart was profoundly moved. He understood that Yu was advocating for him. After all, since he assumed the role of head coach for the Lakers, he had endured an overwhelming amount of skepticism and criticism. This feeling of mutual support is truly wonderful. Ding dong, the system's voice resonated in Jiang Feng's mind. Detecting that Yao's affection for the host had risen to 98 points, merely 2 points shy of bestowing Yao with a unique attribute. The river breeze was profoundly moving. It must be the great Yao. Kobe, may I inquire what you believe to be the most pivotal reason for the Lakers' potential victory in this match? A reporter shifted the topic. Undoubtedly, it is our head coach, Jiang Feng. He is one of the finest coaches I have ever encountered. His transformation of Yao Ming, his ability to enhance the skills of new players, the introduction of a fresh system to the team, and his exceptional game coaching have all been nothing short of perfect. It is precisely because of such a coach that I possess the confidence to contend for this season's championship, Kobe stated earnestly. The reporters were left in utter disbelief, their scalps tingling. Jiang Feng again. What is it about this rookie coach that compels a superstar like Kobe to lavish such praise? All eyes turned toward Jiang Feng, scrutinizing him as if attempting to penetrate the essence of this young Chinese coaching prodigy. Chapter 36, a nationwide sensation. Kupchak's excitement. Mori's fury. Jiang, congratulations on achieving a resounding victory in your debut coaching match. What are your thoughts at this moment? A reporter queried. I am unfulfilled. I did not anticipate that the Bulls, a top-tier powerhouse in the league, would crumble so easily. I had yet to unleash my full potential, and they were already overwhelmed by defeat. Jiang spoke softly, his handsome visage radiating an undeniable confidence. The multitude of journalists were left bewildered. The Lakers are performing so splendidly. Yet as the head coach, he has yet to exert his full influence? How much faith does he have in the team's capabilities? Or could it be that the Bulls have indeed diminished in strength? Such musings left the reporters in a state of perplexity. However, upon deeper reflection, it became evident that the Lakers still possessed untapped potential, particularly with their star player, Kobe Bryant, who evidently had not expended his utmost effort in this match. A reporter inquired, if the team were to unleash their full capabilities, where do you believe the pinnacle of their strength lies? Jiang pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps the greatest in history? Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Reflecting on the Lakers roster, he realized that no term could more aptly describe them than the strongest in history. Many female reporters in attendance could not suppress their gasps. The rookie coach's smile was indeed captivating. Moreover, the faint air of arrogance he exuded only heightened the allure of this handsome figure. Meanwhile, the male reporters appeared bewildered. The strongest in history? Such bold claims. Has winning a single game inflated his ego so? They were keen to observe how this novice coach would navigate the grueling schedule of 5 games within the first 7 days of the new season. Was he the one who boasted of a 5-game winning streak before the season commenced? If they were to lose, he could brace himself for a storm of criticism from across the nation. The reporters exchanged muted discontent, feeling somewhat irked by Jiang Feng's demeanor, as if this young man from Huaxia were flaunting his superiority. After posing a few more questions, they concluded the post-match interview. In the Bulls' interview room, a reporter asked, Rose, how do you view the loss in this match? It's unfortunate. I must admit that the Lakers were the better prepared team. They executed a remarkably robust offense and defense. And Yao, who was underestimated prior to the game, completely dominated the paint, leaving us on the back foot, Rose replied, shaking his head in resignation. Noah, you mentioned in the pregame interview that you would contain Yao, yet during the game, he completely overpowered you. What are your thoughts on that? Another reporter inquired. I did say that, but who could have anticipated that Yao would showcase the strength of his prime? I can only say that PQ is truly formidable. He rightfully earned the title of the strongest center in the league back then, Noah remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head in helplessness. The reporters were bewildered. Noah's attitude had shifted dramatically. What had happened to his pre-game bravado? It seemed he had indeed been humbled by Yao's performance. The reporters couldn't help but chuckle. For Noah, this match was truly a slap in the face. Thibodeau, what is your assessment of the coaching abilities displayed by the Lakers' rookie coach in this match? A reporter asked. Does he possess coaching acumen? I saw none. In my opinion, the Lakers won this match solely due to the extraordinary individual talents of Yao and Kobe. What does this rookie coach have to do with it? Thibodeau replied, visibly irritated, holding on to his pride as the best coach and continuing to regard Jiang Feng with disdain. He would never alter his stance as Noah had. He couldn't afford to lose face. So where do you believe the Lakers currently stand in the league? Are they stronger than the Bulls? A reporter probed. Certainly not stronger than the Bulls. At best, they are of mid to upper tier caliber, he asserted. In this match, our defeat stemmed from an unfamiliarity with the Lakers' new lineup. Having played against them once, we have now fully grasped their playing style. And I assure you that in our next encounter, we shall not falter. Thibodeau stated earnestly, his expression grave and his tone imbued with a hint of ferocity. The reporters, upon hearing this, began to eagerly anticipate the next clash between the two teams. It remains to be seen whether the Lakers can continue to surprise Thibodeau. Following the post-match interviews, reporters swiftly disseminated news about the game. The Lakers triumphed over the Bulls. Was it mere chance or genuine prowess? Yao Ming scored an impressive 30 points, heralding his return to form. Is this a resurgence of peak performance, or merely a fleeting explosion of skill? The Lakers' new lineup showcased championship-level capabilities, with the rookie coach Jiang Feng playing a pivotal role. Is the Lakers' intention to falter? Clearly, they are aiming for the championship. The rookie coach's audacious remarks raised eyebrows. Winning a single game has led him to consider himself among the greatest coaches in history? A plethora of reports emerged, igniting fervor across the nation. The NBA's official website even shifted its spotlight from LeBron James to Yao Ming as the star of the day. The Lakers' season debut was a tremendous surprise, revealing the team's formidable strength. Yao's performance was nothing short of exceptional. If he maintains this form throughout the season, this signing will prove immensely valuable. Though I lack deep tactical knowledge, it is evident that the Lakers' success is directly linked to the rookie coach. Indeed, the few timely timeouts and tactical adjustments he called during the game hinted at his remarkable acumen. For some reason, I find myself unexpectedly looking forward to this Lakers team. Yet, fans cautioned against excessive excitement, reminding one another that it was merely one game and does not signify much. Fans engaged in lively discussions. While numerous basketball experts voiced their opinions, some rallied behind the Lakers, while others continued to belittle the team and question Jiang Feng's capabilities. Meanwhile, retired legends who had previously voiced skepticism when Jiang Feng first assumed the coaching position chose to remain conspicuously silent. It seems everyone is waiting to see if Jiang Feng possesses the requisite talent to lead the Lakers. One game truly does not provide conclusive evidence. At the Lakers office, Kupchak observed the online news and reviewed the players' statistics from the match, unable to suppress a smile reminiscent of blooming flowers. This young man from China genuinely possesses remarkable talent. In just over a month, he has completely transformed the team, impressive indeed. It appears my decision from a few months ago was entirely justified. Although Jiang Feng's flamboyant personality has attracted considerable criticism, who can deny that his words often ring true? Even the most audacious claims can hold elements of truth. Initially, I felt a twinge of concern for him, but it seems that apprehension was unwarranted. I now eagerly await to see just how high this young man can elevate the Lakers, regardless of the circumstances. It is evident that the matter with Boss Space can be considered settled. Kupchak, savoring a fine vintage wine, murmured to himself in a buoyant mood. After relishing the delightful moment, he retrieved his mobile device and shared a message on his social media, a comfortable victory. The newly formed roster is indeed impressive. The new head coach has also demonstrated extraordinary capabilities. Upon reflection, it appears that his endeavors during the off-season have borne fruit. Kupchak praised the team, simultaneously lauding himself, and basked in the glory of the team's resounding success. Astute individuals understand the art of leveraging circumstances to elevate oneself. At the Toyota Center in Houston, Morey was in high spirits after a productive day. Under his stewardship, the team had successfully entered a reconstruction phase, having disposed of several unfavorable contracts. He was confident that the Rockets could be revitalized within a few short years. Before clocking out, it was his habit to check the NBA's official website for the day's news. Gradually, however, his smile faded. Yao Ming, Yao Ming. Why is it always Yao Ming in the headlines? He exclaimed. Did he truly score 30 points in just over 20 minutes of play? How is that even conceivable? The team's medical staff had assessed Yao Ming, and following a significant injury, it was deemed exceedingly challenging for him to regain peak performance. The prospect of him continuing in the NBA was even in question. Historically, very few players have managed to maintain their form after suffering injuries as severe as Yao's. What a coincidence. This must be mere happenstance. Perhaps Yao was simply exhilarated after such a prolonged absence from the game. My judgment cannot possibly be flawed. Given Yao's current capabilities, he is only worth a minimum contract. Morey muttered to himself, his expression shifting from surprise to disbelief, then to determination, ultimately revealing a hint of ferocity tinged with anger. His earlier good mood had dissipated entirely. He was eager to witness Yao's subsequent performances to validate his assessment. Simultaneously, he sought out game footage, intent on uncovering how Yao achieved such remarkable statistics. When he observed Yu sinking 2 3-pointers from beyond the arc, Mori was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the game tape of the Lakers versus the Bulls was circulating wildly throughout the league. Almost all coaches were quick to scrutinize the footage. Their curiosity piqued by how the Lakers managed to triumph so decisively over the Bulls. Given that the Lakers were essentially a newly assembled team, their tactical framework and style of play warranted careful examination. This knowledge would be essential for making strategic adjustments when facing the Lakers. On the Huaxia network, fans were similarly engaged in fervent discussions. Yao is phenomenal. The teams that offered him a minimum contract during the off-season should now line up to apologize to brother Yao. Just look at who dares to underestimate Yao Ming now. It's truly gratifying. Yao is impressive, and Jiang Feng's debut as a coach was quite commendable. I watched the game, and Coach Jiang praised Jiang Feng incessantly. Indeed, the key is that Jiang Feng is also remarkably handsome. After watching the post-match interview, I was completely captivated by Yao and Jiang Feng. I am now a devoted fan of this duo. The fans of Huaxia are exhilarated. Previous doubts and concerns regarding Jiang Feng have transformed into admiration and anticipation. It can be said that the Lakers have ignited enthusiasm among basketball fans across the United States and Huaxia with just one game, becoming a sensational topic online. The influence and attention surrounding the Lakers are undeniably evident. Amidst such fervor, the team boarded a flight to Sacramento overnight, preparing for a back-to-back away game against the Kings. Chapter 37. The hardships of the head coach. Facing the Kings away. On the plane, the players were all asleep. While only Jiang Feng and his coaching staff were diligently analyzing their next opponent, the Kings. This continuous competition poses a challenge not only for the players but also for the coaches. They must devise a game strategy tailored to their opponents before the match begins to enable the team to approach the game with composure. Insufficient preparation may result in being caught off guard by the opponents, leading to a potential defeat. Once again, Jiang Feng sensed the arduousness that the head coach endured. This seemingly glamorous profession conceals untold hardships beneath its surface. In his hands lay documents pertaining to the Kings, a team that has languished as one of the league's perennial underdogs, failing to reach the playoffs in recent years, thus firmly establishing its reputation as a weak squad. However, Jiang Feng dared not to underestimate them. In the past 2 seasons, despite their lack of strength, the Kings have amassed a considerable number of exceptional young players through the draft, now possessing attributes that could potentially enable them to triumph over formidable opponents. Once these young athletes fully unleash their potential, they will be a force to reckon with. This is especially true for Evans and Cousins. The former, the recipient of the 2009 Rookie of the Year award, showcased astonishing statistics of 25-5 during his rookie season. Although his performance declined last season due to injuries, he remains a pivotal player for the team. The latter has already demonstrated remarkable talent and is regarded as the future premier center of the league. Therefore, the crux of this match hinges upon curbing the exploits of these two athletes. Regarding the offensive front, with the foundational prowess of stars such as Kobe, Yao Ming, and Pau Gasol, Jiang Feng need not harbor excessive concerns. Following the strategic planning session with Steve Kerr and Vogel, the players settled into a state of repose. Upon landing, the team members checked into a hotel prearranged by the Lakers staff, swiftly transitioning into rest mode. The following day, the match commenced at the Kings' home arena. After concluding the pregame warm-up, both teams' starting players took to the court. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Yao Ming, Gasol, Leonard, Kobe, and James Harden, while the Kings presented Cousins, Hayes, Sammons, Thornton, and Evans. As the jump ball commenced, Yao Ming skillfully tapped the basketball away, initiating the Lakers' offense. After dribbling past half-court, Harden lofted the ball to Yao. Hayes quickly arrived to assist Cousins in double-teaming Yao, indicating that the Kings' coaching staff had indeed prepared thoroughly, making the containment of Yao Ming their paramount objective. Having been teammates with Yao during their time with the Rockets, Hayes was well acquainted with Yao's offensive tendencies, thus granting the Kings a strategic advantage in defending against him. Upon noticing his former teammate closing in, Yao remained unfazed, deftly passing the ball with a flick of his wrist. In his prime, facing double teams had become as routine as breathing, and he was well accustomed to it. Upon receiving the ball, Harden opted for a drive into the paint, subsequently passing to Gasol, who effortlessly executed a turnaround hook shot for a score. The Lakers continued their offensive strategy by focusing on their interior game. As the Kings initiated their offensive play, Evans, upon crossing half-court, was immediately met with Kobe's fierce defense. This was a tactical adjustment by Jiang Feng. Recognizing Harden's defensive limitations against Evans, he assigned the team's premier defensive asset to match up against him. By neutralizing Evans, the Kings' offensive engine would be significantly hindered. Confronted with Kobe's defensive prowess, Evans exhibited no trepidation. Instead, he appeared invigorated, signaling his teammates to spread out as he intended to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Observing this, Kobe raised an eyebrow, sensing a challenge, and his demeanor shifted to one of heightened seriousness, even displaying a hint of ferocity. Evans attempted to break past Kobe with a series of swift changes in direction, but the veteran's footwork was impeccable, denying him any opportunity to penetrate. With no alternative, Evans abruptly halted and leaped for a contested shot. Kobe followed suit, not quite managing to block the attempt, but certainly altering it. The ball clanged off the rim. Yao secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed to Harden, who rapidly brought the ball past half-court. Noticing a lack of offensive opportunities, he slowed the tempo. Once all players were set, Harden delivered the ball to Kobe, who was being guarded by Thornton. Clearly uninterested in the matchup, Kobe executed a pick-and-roll with Harden, prompting the Kings to switch their defensive assignments. Evans bravely stepped up to face Kobe. Kobe, after a series of deft dribbles, broke through from the right side. Evans maintained his position, closely adhering to Kobe. In response, Kobe halted abruptly, stepped back, and executed a mid-range jumper. The ball arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net. Evans shook his head in resignation. Upon landing, Kobe merely waved his finger with undeniable authority. The crowd, filled with Lakers fans, erupted in fervent cheers. Jiang Feng, observing from the sidelines, could not help but be rendered speechless. Indeed, it was Kobe. His unwavering spirit, marked by a meticulous sense of justice and an insatiable competitive drive, was truly remarkable. Moments earlier, when Evans initiated a one-on-one against Kobe, it was only fitting that Kobe would respond in kind. The Kings attempted to mount an offensive. Cousins received the ball in the paint, intending to attack, but was swiftly double-teamed by Yao Ming and Gasol. Caught off guard, he found himself stripped of the ball by Gasol. The Lakers launched a fast break. Harden lofted the basketball to Leonard, who had sprinted past the halfway line, and the latter executed a one-handed slam dunk upon reaching the paint. The defensive strategy employed by the Lakers was astutely targeted. While it was anticipated that Kobe would guard Evans, the decision to double-team Cousins was unexpected. Did this young center pose such a significant threat to the Lakers? The commentators expressed their bewilderment. The Kings continued their offensive efforts. Evans orchestrated the play, passing to Sammons, who missed a three-point attempt. The Lakers responded offensively. After a series of crossovers at the arc, Harden suddenly stepped back and launched a three-pointer. The basketball soared in a high arc. Swish! It found nothing but net. The team's offense was exceptionally efficient, quickly establishing a commanding lead. After nearly half a quarter, the score stood at 18-8, with the Lakers ahead by 10 points. The Kings head coach, in frustration, called a timeout to adjust their strategy against the Lakers' defense. Upon resuming play, Cousins shifted his position to the perimeter, seeking to initiate an attack. However, the Lakers denied him this opportunity, maintaining their double team. This relentless pressure left Cousins visibly frustrated, and his emotions grew increasingly volatile, resulting in numerous uncharacteristic mistakes. The Lakers surged forward with another offensive onslaught. As the first quarter concluded, the score was 34-20, with the Lakers extending their lead to 14 points. As the second quarter commenced with a rotation of players, Odom, Paul George, and others shone brightly, further increasing the lead. Meanwhile, the Kings' offense continued to flounder, producing little more than a fleeting moment of scoring. By the time the halftime buzzer sounded, the deficit had ballooned to 21 points. It was presumed that the Lakers would soon usher the game into garbage time in the second half. However, to everyone's surprise, Thornton erupted, making 4 consecutive shots in under 3 minutes, including 2 three-pointers, amassing 10 points in rapid succession. The team unleashed a remarkable offensive surge, scoring 10 points to 2, instantly narrowing the deficit to 13 points. Shortly thereafter, Cousins in the paint began to assert his dominance, consecutively hitting 2 shots. The gap was reduced to 9 points. In this critical moment, Kobe stepped forward resolutely, first sinking a three-pointer from beyond the arc, followed by a penetrating layup that drew a foul from Cousins, resulting in a 2-1. He then assisted Harden, who also netted a three-pointer from the perimeter. Within a mere 2 minutes, the Lakers retaliated with a 9-2 run, once again extending the lead to 16 points. From this point onward, the outcome was all but sealed. The Kings were unable to close the gap any further, and just 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, the game entered garbage time. In a decisive move, Jiang Feng swiftly substituted his primary lineup to conserve their stamina, as they have another game awaiting them upon returning to Los Angeles. The back-to-back nature of their schedule looms large. Chapter 38. The Lakers secure a triumphant victory. In a gripping showdown, the match concluded with a score of 121-101, granting the Lakers a 20-point victory and marking their second consecutive win of the new season. Kobe emerged as the pivotal figure in the team's success, playing nearly 3 quarters and achieving remarkable statistics: 12 of 23 from the field, 2 of 5 from beyond the arc, and 5 of 6 from the free throw line, totaling 31 points alongside 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal, thus earning the title of the game's most outstanding player. Although Yao Ming did not replicate his explosive performance from the previous match, he still managed to shoot 8 of 16, with 1 of 3 from three-point range and a perfect 2 of 2 from the free throw line, amassing 21 points, 12 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks. Among the remaining players, James Harden exhibited the best performance, shooting 7 of 15, with 3 of 6 from three-point territory and 6 of 7 from the charity stripe, totaling 23 points, 4 rebounds, and 9 assists. For the Kings, the standout was Thornton, who remarkably shot 9 of 13, including 4 of 7 from beyond the arc, and was flawless from the free throw line, scoring 27 points. His unexpected eruption was a startling twist in the game. Conversely, Evans and Cousins, who were specifically targeted by Jiang Feng's defensive strategy prior to the match, delivered dismal performances. Evans managed only 6 of 16 shooting, with 1 of 4 from three-point range and 7 of 12 from the free throw line, resulting in 20 points but merely 3 assists, a glaring shortcoming for a team's organizing core. Cousins fared even worse, shooting 3 of 9 and securing only 6 points and 4 rebounds, receiving a lesson from Yao and Gasol. It can be said that Cousins was the most frustrated player on the court. In the aftermath, news regarding the Lakers ignited discussions across the nation, with fans expressing astonishment at the players' performances and growing anticipation for the team's future. It is evident that the Lakers' aspirations for the new season do not involve a lackluster approach. However, their ultimate potential remains contingent upon their forthcoming displays of prowess, particularly given the lingering concerns surrounding Yao's injury, as Yao continues to shine in the early stages of the season. Various media outlets and basketball analysts have begun to voice skepticism, raising alarms about his injury vulnerabilities. Many experts assert that Yao's current competitive form may not be sustainable for long. Should his injuries resurface, it could trigger a cascade of adverse effects for the Lakers. Such remarks inevitably ignite fervent discussions once again, yet it is evident that no conclusive outcomes will arise. Only time shall reveal the truth. Following their match against the Kings, the Lakers embarked on an overnight flight back to Los Angeles. The next day, they hosted the Jazz, who are currently in a rebuilding phase since trading Darren to the Nets. The Jazz have amassed a considerable collection of young, talented players, such as Hayward, Millsap, and Al Jefferson. However, the team remains one of the weaker contenders in the West. The outcome of this match held no suspense. The Lakers displayed formidable dominance from the outset, with Yao Ming and Gasol imparting lessons to the youthful Jefferson and Millsap in the paint. The veteran duo commanded the interior, facilitating outside shooting as Kobe and Harden consistently sank three-pointers, leaving the Jazz in disarray. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had established a 15-point lead. In the subsequent 3 quarters, the Jazz attempted to close the gap, but the Lakers maintained their firm grip. Ultimately, the game concluded with a final score of 85-112, marking a resounding 27-point victory for the Lakers. In a span of 3 days, they triumphed in 3 consecutive matches. Both Yao and Gasol exceeded 20 points, while Kobe delivered a stable performance with 28 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. Following this match, the Lakers emerged as the most formidable team in the league since the commencement of the new season. Having been underestimated prior to the season, they achieved an impressive 3-game winning streak, with each victory characterized by margins of 12 or even 20 points. This is truly remarkable. How can they be so strong? Numerous basketball experts have conducted analyses and concluded that the Los Angeles Lakers' impressive start to the season, marked by 3 consecutive victories, can be attributed not only to the steady performances of Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol but also, crucially, to Yao Ming's revival and James Harden's development. The stellar displays of Yao and Kobe have somewhat overshadowed Harden's brilliance. However, it is indeed Harden who serves as the engine and organizational core of the team. In the Lakers' first 3 games, Harden has averaged approximately 15 attempts per game, yielding impressive statistics of 21, 3 points, 4, 5 rebounds, and 7, 5 assists, demonstrating significant improvement compared to his tenure with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Many media outlets and basketball analysts believe that Harden may even contend for this season's Most Improved Player award, especially considering that he averaged only 12, 2 points and 2, 1 assists last season. This has led to scrutiny of Thunder head coach Scott Brooks, with questions raised about whether his decision to have Harden come off the bench for 2 years hindered his growth and development. In contrast, Coach Jiang Feng has positioned Harden as the starting point guard, thereby fully unleashing his potential. Without a doubt, Jiang Feng's utilization of players surpasses that of Brooks. Even the finest steed requires a discerning jockey. This timeless truth applies universally. Following this discourse, Jiang Feng's capabilities have gained a modicum of recognition. However, with rising fame comes controversy. Not all commentators are lauding the Lakers' trio of victories. Numerous media outlets and basketball experts have expressed skepticism regarding the quality of these wins. Notably, renowned American commentator A. Smith, often dubbed the American version of Yang E., openly asserted on social media that apart from the first game, the remaining 2 victories hold little merit. The upcoming matches against Eastern powerhouse New York Knicks and Western stronghold Denver Nuggets will serve as the true test for the Lakers. Both opponents are formidable, unlike the weaker squads of the Jazz and Kings. Only by triumphing in these contests can the Lakers substantiate their claim to being a genuine contender in the league. In response to A. Smith's remarks, Lakers fans erupted in indignation online. The team has already faced 3 consecutive games and now must endure a grueling schedule with 4 more days of competition against the Knicks and Nuggets, placing them at a physical disadvantage. Even a loss in these matches would be understandable, particularly against the Knicks, which poses a significant challenge for the Lakers. According to predictions on the NBA's official website, over 70% of fans believe the Lakers will lose. Moreover, the NBA has announced that this matchup will be broadcast nationwide. With such widespread attention, the Lakers, after a day's rest, are set to face this pivotal game. Chapter 39. Let us hope the Knicks perform well, as that would make the contest truly engaging. The Staples Center in Los Angeles was already teeming with fans an hour before the game, with every seat occupied. As one of the most scrutinized teams in the league, and playing in a major city like Los Angeles, the Lakers have never lacked an audience. Whether during the team's decline or its triumphant moments, the arena has always been filled to capacity. Consequently, the Lakers boast the highest attendance rate in the league, nearing full capacity. At this moment, the core players and head coaches of both teams were engaged in pre-game interviews. Yao, tonight you will be matched up against the league's best defensive player, Tyson Chandler. Do you still have confidence in replicating the statistics from your previous games? A reporter inquired. Absolutely. Regardless of who stands before me, I will exert my utmost effort, Yao responded with unwavering confidence, exuding a spirited ambition reminiscent of a gallant hero. After being plagued by illness for 2 to 3 years, you had nearly lost his confidence and was on the verge of relinquishing his career. However, since meeting Jiang Feng, everything had changed. His exceptional performances over the last 3 games had fully restored the confidence of his prime. Kobe, it seems the entire nation has been discussing the Lakers lately. What are your thoughts on A. Smith's comments? Another reporter asked. Sorry, I haven't paid any attention to what that fool said. Kobe replied coldly. The reporters could only shake their heads in disbelief. This is Kobe, unafraid to offend basketball experts and the media alike. He has always spoken his mind without holding back. This forthrightness has often led to his unpopularity among American media and basketball analysts. The journalist proceeded to relay A. Smith's remarks. Our victories lack substance. Let him wait and see just how formidable the Lakers truly are. Kobe dismissed Smith's comments with a stern expression, an intensity in his gaze fueled by a burning desire for victory in this game. Jiang Feng, at the start of the new season, you mentioned setting a modest goal of achieving 5 consecutive victories. Do you feel confident about winning this game? A reporter asked. Of course. Since our previous 3 wins were deemed insignificant, let us now engage in games that hold true value. Jiang Feng retorted. I hardly regard the Bulls, let alone the Knicks. I actually hope the Knicks can perform well, enhancing the competitiveness of this match. Otherwise, it would lack any challenge and become rather dull. The gentle breeze carried Jiang Feng's words, which seemed to express an almost exasperated disappointment. The reporters appeared utterly bewildered. Is this truly the sentiment? Hoping for the Knicks to deliver an impressive performance to enhance the quality of the match? Where is the logic in wishing for the opponent to excel? This is simply unheard of. Is Jiang Feng so confident in securing victory in this game? Such confidence may border on arrogance. Moreover, is it wise to be so brazen? Does he not fear the possibility of being proven wrong? Once the reporters regained their composure, they turned to the Lakers players, seeking to glean a similar reaction from their expressions, yet the athletes remained unfazed by Jiang Feng's statements, displaying an unexpected calmness, as if they found his words utterly reasonable. This is truly absurd. The players' unwavering faith in their head coach is nothing short of enigmatic. Some reporters displayed a hint of disdain, eager to witness whether the Lakers could truly triumph over the formidable Knicks. In the Knicks interview room, a reporter inquired, "Chandler, do you have confidence in containing Yao Ming's performance?" "Absolutely," Chandler replied with a gruff demeanor, his eyes glinting with determination. "Yao has indeed performed exceptionally well in the past 3 games. But I believe that is primarily due to his lack of genuine challenges in the paint. In this match, I will restrain Yao and strive to lead the team to victory. He is a formidable player, known as a boxing king, exuding passion on the court and possessing a rather fiery temperament. It is not that he intends to belittle Yao, rather. Yao's recent performances have been so stellar that all prominent big men in the league are eager to face him. Defeating you would undoubtedly catapult their fame to new heights. This opportunity to elevate their recognition is something these interior players are keen to seize. When one grows stronger, challengers emerge in abundance, regardless of their actual capabilities." Mike D'Antoni. What are your thoughts on the Lakers' recent stellar performance and the coaching skills of their rookie coach, Jiang Feng? A reporter asked with great interest. The discourse surrounding Jiang Feng has seemingly become a requisite topic of discussion, given his plethora of intriguing narratives. This novice coach has indeed aided the Lakers in establishing a commendable system. However, I do not regard him as an exceptionally skilled coach. Even a pig in the head coach position, leading stars like Kobe, Gasol, and Yao, could achieve the current record. In my view, the real architect of the Lakers' success is general manager Kupchak, who assembled the current roster. As for the rookie coach from Huaxia, he is merely basking in Kupchak's brilliance. I do not intend to demean or mock. I am simply speaking the truth. D'Antoni spoke earnestly yet calmly, articulating his perspective. The reporters nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his statements. This topic had also ignited discussions online, with many asserting that Jiang Feng's success was merely a stroke of luck, suggesting that if placed on a weaker team, his true capabilities would be revealed. Those who voiced such opinions seemed to have forgotten that the legendary coach Phil Jackson had guided the league's then-renowned player, Michael Jordan, during his rookie coaching season. Likewise, Pat Riley led the illustrious Lakers, featuring Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Magic Johnson, in his debut season as coach, with both players clinching championships in their inaugural years. Thus, such remarks about Jiang Feng were inherently unjust. "Do you have confidence in leading your team to victory?" a reporter inquired. "Undoubtedly. Our goal this season is the championship." D'Antoni replied with unwavering confidence, his eyes gleaming. After completing the pre-game interview, both teams traversed the lengthy player tunnel, emerging onto the brightly lit court, where they commenced their warm-up routines. The fans in attendance became increasingly animated. The highly anticipated match was finally about to commence. Chapter 40, a shift in game strategy. The Lakers stunned the Knicks at the start. With a sharp whistle, the game commenced. The starting players took the court. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Yao Ming, Pau Gasol, Kawhi Leonard, Kobe Bryant, and James Harden, while the Knicks fielded Tyson Chandler, Amare Stoudemire, Carmelo Anthony, Landry Fields, and Tony Douglas. Yao Ming and Chandler faced off for the tip-off, with you deftly tapping the ball away. The Lakers initiated the offense. After dribbling past half-court, James Harden opted not to replicate his previous games by delivering the ball to the paint, but instead chose to engage in a direct one-on-one at the top of the arc. Both Yao and Gasol positioned themselves at the three-point line in the corners, completely clearing the lane. Leonard and Kobe occupied the 45-degree angles on either side. The audience erupted in astonishment, as this formation from the Lakers was unprecedented. Harden executed a series of swift crossovers, easily breaking through Douglas from the left, then taking 3 steps to complete a layup. The arena reverberated with cheers. Regardless of the method, as long as the ball found its way into the basket, it was deemed a splendid play. The Knicks initiated their offense. Upon crossing half-court, Douglas sought out the team's most formidable offensive asset, Anthony. With the exception of Anthony and Stoudemire, whose prowess is well established, the remaining players exhibited unreliable offensive capabilities. Even the guards lacked the ability to create their own scoring opportunities. Their offensive techniques were severely deficient. Tyson Chandler was also devoid of scoring ability, limited to capitalizing on others' efforts. Meanwhile, Stoudemire found himself entangled with Gasol in the paint, devoid of any opportunity to receive the ball. Thus, he had no choice but to pass to Anthony. Confronted by Leonard's defense, the small forward showcased the offensive prowess of an elite player, executing 2 feints before rising for a jump shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. A clean entry into the net. The Lakers advanced their offense. After dribbling past half-court, Harden isolated himself for a one-on-one, performing a series of shifty movements before stepping back for a sudden three-pointer. Swish. Another clean entry. He had amassed 5 points in quick succession. Back to the Knicks. Anthony attempted a 3-point shot from the perimeter, but it failed to find the mark. Bouncing off the rim, Yao Ming secured the rebound under pressure and swiftly passed to Harden, who pushed the tempo, but finding no opportunity for a fast break. He slowed the pace to engage in a half-court offense. He once again penetrated the paint, yet the Knicks had evidently adjusted their defense. Both Chandler and Stoudemire collapsed to double-team Harden. In response, Harden flicked his wrist, delivering the ball to Yao in the left corner. Yao, with poise, elevated and aimed before releasing a 3-point shot. Given Chandler's considerable size and slow mobility, it was exceedingly challenging for him to contest the shot effectively. The ball soared through the air. Swish. A clean entry. The crowd erupted, standing in fervent applause, utterly captivated by Yao's performance since joining the Lakers. Any lingering doubts regarding Yao's capabilities online were swiftly met with fervent defense from Lakers fans. Yao gestured a confident okay sign, his eyes brimming with assurance. The Knicks resumed their offense. This time, Stoudemire finally acquired the ball in the paint, but as he prepared to make his move, he found himself besieged by both Yao and Gasol. Reluctantly, he passed the ball out. His intention was to find the open Chandler. Yet Yao's towering presence thwarted the pass as he elevated and intercepted the ball with ease. Kobe seized the opportunity, quickly dribbling to initiate a counterattack. Penetrating the paint, he maneuvered past 2 defenders to complete a layup while drawing a foul from Fields, earning a chance for an additional free throw. Kobe approached the free throw line, executing the shot without hesitation. 2-11. In less than 3 minutes, the Lakers had unleashed a remarkable offensive surge, establishing a 9-point lead that left the Knicks bewildered. Beep. D'Antoni promptly called a timeout, spreading his hands in exasperation, seemingly questioning his players' actions on the court. In an instant, the Lakers surged ahead by 9 points, leaving the players momentarily bewildered and caught off guard. The Lakers' opening strategy diverged significantly from their previous games, yet it proved to be remarkably effective. Yang Jian exclaimed in astonishment. It's evident that the Lakers meticulously prepared for this match, particularly head coach Jiang Feng, whose tactical adjustments were incisive and precise. Undoubtedly, the Lakers' 2 guards surpassed those of the Knicks by a considerable margin. Thus, they opted not to attack the paint, but instead relentlessly targeted the Knicks' frail backcourt. Remarkably, Kobe has yet to unleash his prowess. Once he positions himself lower, the Knicks will truly find themselves at a loss. Yang marveled. Considering the 3 matches the Lakers have played thus far, what is your assessment of Jiang Feng's coaching abilities? Yang Jian inquired, seemingly eager to hear his old partner's perspective. He possesses considerable talent. I have meticulously reviewed the footage of all 3 of the Lakers' opening games, and have consumed a plethora of news reports. Whether it pertains to the transformation of Yao Ming or the construction of the Team system, his performance has been stellar. However, what impresses me most is not merely these aspects, Yang Yi remarked, deliberately pausing for effect. Oh, pray tell? Yang Jian responded, harmoniously playing along. The fact that this rookie coach, Jiang Feng, has managed to win over Kobe Bryant is what I find most commendable. Remember, this is Kobe Bryant, an unparalleled superstar of celestial stature. Even the legendary Zen master Phil Jackson struggled to manage Kobe, yet Jiang Feng has succeeded. It's utterly astounding. Yang Yi shook his head repeatedly in disbelief, a mixture of astonishment and admiration evident in his demeanor. Indeed, I too have come across numerous reports praising Jiang Feng from players like Yao, Kobe, and Gasol, which underscores his significant standing in their eyes. Yang Jian concurred. The foundation of being a commendable head coach lies in fostering strong relationships with players and possessing credibility. Clearly, Jiang Feng has achieved this. Nonetheless, despite Jiang Feng showcasing such capabilities now, I still find it rather incredulous. I recall writing an article when Jiang Feng first assumed the role of head coach, thoroughly analyzing the challenges of becoming an NBA head coach. Yet, Against all odds, Jiang Feng has risen to the occasion. At that time, I held reservations about Jiang Feng's prospects, yet here I am, humbled after just 3 games. Now, some fans mock me online for my lack of foresight. But this is hardly my fault. Can you believe a pig could climb a tree? Yang Yi lamented, displaying a wry smile. Yang Jian shook his head, unable to conceive of a pig ascending a tree. I too cannot fathom a pig climbing a tree, hence my skepticism. Yet, who would have thought that this pig could fly? Yang Yi expressed his perspective using a metaphor. While likening Jiang Feng to a sow may not be entirely apt, the analogy remains vivid. Who would have thought that this novice coach, Jiang Feng, possesses such remarkable coaching prowess? Chapter 41. A dramatic turn of events. The Lakers are trailing. Is there no hope left for the game? The pause has concluded, and the match resumes. The Knicks initiate their offense. Douglas dribbles past Harden, drawing Yao Ming's defensive support, and subsequently passes the ball to Chandler, who leaps and executes a two-handed dunk. Upon landing, the boxer lets out a fierce roar, releasing his emotions. The Lakers take their turn on offense. After crossing mid-court, Harden passes to Kobe, who launches an attack from the perimeter. After a dazzling dribble, he halts at the free throw line for a fadeaway jumper. Bang! The ball ricochets off the rim. Fortunately, Yao secures an offensive rebound and, with Chandler defending closely, turns and scores with a hook shot. The Knicks respond defensively. Stoudemire receives the ball in the paint, turns, and scores with a jump shot. In the following exchanges, both teams find themselves in a stalemate. Although the Knicks have limited offensive options and lack an elite point guard, they possess 2 superstars in Anthony and Stoudemire. Particularly, Anthony's offensive prowess in this match is exceptionally fierce, as he consistently hits jump shots, allowing the Knicks to stay close in the score. The first quarter concludes with a score of 25-30, with the Lakers leading by 5 points. After a brief intermission, the second quarter commences, and both teams enter a rotation phase. On the Lakers' side, Odom and Lowry shine, scoring consecutively. However, the Knicks' Novak and Mike Bibby also display impressive form, especially Novak, who sinks multiple three-pointers from beyond the arc. For fans familiar with the Yao Ming era of the Rockets, Novak is a recognizable figure. This young white player may lack physicality, but possesses an extraordinary ability to shoot three-pointers, particularly when open, showcasing remarkable accuracy. Unfortunately, his limitations in other areas have resulted in minimal playing time. However, upon joining the Knicks, under D'Antoni's three-point-centric offense, Novak is granted the opportunity to exhibit his shooting skills. Thanks to Novak's contributions, the Knicks not only maintain their position during the rotation but also close the gap in the score. When the starting players return to the court, the deficit has narrowed to just 2 points. Soon after, the Lakers unleash a frenzied offensive onslaught. First, Yao connects on 2 consecutive three-pointers from the perimeter. And then Harden continues his fiery performance from the first quarter, scoring both inside and outside. Only Kobe appears to be struggling offensively after 2 unsuccessful attempts. He shifts his focus to passing, recognizing the stellar performance of his teammates. Many assert that Kobe plays in a solitary manner, yet throughout his career, he has averaged nearly 5 assists per game. While he may not be inclined to pass often, he readily shares the ball when surrounded by capable teammates. It is evident that the Lakers are eager to widen the score gap before halftime, as players' stamina is likely to decline in the second half, complicating the situation. Alas, their ambitions remain unfulfilled. Anthony and Stoudemire maintain their excellent offensive form, while guards Fields and Douglas intermittently score from the perimeter. This allows the Knicks to execute an efficient offense in this quarter. The halftime score stands at 56-62, with the Lakers leading by a mere 6 points. As the second half begins, the drawbacks of continuous play become evident. Just over 3 minutes into the third quarter, veterans Kobe, Gasol, and Yao visibly exhibit signs of fatigue. Even though Yao typically plays for just over 20 minutes each game, he still appears significantly exhausted. Throughout his career, he has never participated in such an intense and closely packed series of games. To protect Yao's health, Jiang Feng opts to substitute him during a dead ball situation. The audience appears bewildered. Substituting Yao at this moment seems to grant the Knicks a better opportunity to close the score. Indeed, following Yao's departure from the game, the Knicks launched a fervent assault on the paint, scoring consecutively and surging ahead with a remarkable scoring streak that ultimately turned the tide in their favor. Jiang Feng called for a timeout to make some adjustments. However, the impact was hardly discernible. The Lakers continued to endure relentless blows throughout the game. With more than half of the third quarter elapsed, the Lakers had transformed from a 6-point lead into an 8-point deficit. The Knicks unleashed a frenzied offensive surge, scoring 22-8. In over half a quarter, the Lakers managed to muster only 8 points, underscoring the dire state of their offense. After another 2 minutes, the gap had widened to 14 points. As the game seemed poised on the brink of collapse, Jiang Feng finally rose from his seat and called for a timeout. In an instant, the gaze of the entire audience converged upon this young and handsome head coach, their eyes alight with curiosity. The pursuit of a 5-game winning streak now appeared to be in jeopardy. How would this novice coach navigate such a dilemma? Would he unveil yet another breathtaking strategy akin to those seen in previous matches? However, the earlier games had showcased tactical adjustments. The current predicament lay in the fatigue plaguing the Lakers' key players. What could be done about that? In the Huaxiao livestream, the Lakers found themselves ensnared in a crisis. The third quarter had been dismal. Yang Jian expressed his anxiety. There was little to be done. Playing 4 matches within 5 days was a formidable challenge for any team. One could discern from the performance in the third quarter that the Lakers players were utterly exhausted. I surmise they have scarcely had a good night's sleep amidst their incessant travel. Thus, this match posed a dual challenge, both physically and psychologically. Yang Yi furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. What adjustments do you believe Jiang Feng should make? Is there still hope for this game? Yang Jian inquired. No adjustment would suffice. He cannot remedy the players' fatigue. Yang Yi lamented, I fear this game may be lost. At this point, the Lakers have completely collapsed. If they can merely halt their downward spiral after the timeout, it would be a remarkable feat. The prospect of a comeback seems dim. Yang Yi sighed, feeling a sense of injustice on Jiang Feng's behalf. The Lakers were undoubtedly capable of triumphing over the Knicks. Alas, the schedule had proven unkind, and core players like Kobe and Yao Ming were ensnared in a crisis of stamina. Yang Jian too sighed in resignation. He could envision the aftermath of a Lakers defeat, when American basketball experts would undoubtedly launch a barrage of critiques against Jiang Feng. At the Staples Center, on the Lakers bench, the players gasped for breath, their eyes fixed on Jiang Feng, awaiting his directives. Jiang Feng maintained a composed demeanor, devoid of any signs of panic. With a subtle thought, he activated the system within his mind and directed his gaze toward the inventory of items. Subsequently, several cards detailing their effects materialized in his consciousness. Tactical Information Board. Upon activation, it allows the user to observe the performance status of all players on the field, limited to a single match. Advanced Tactical Card. When utilized, it enhances the success rate of tactical deployment by 60, restricted to one-time use per strategy. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. With a prop card in hand, hope was rekindled for this match. Alas, he lacked a stamina recovery card. Otherwise, handing it directly to Kobe and Yao Ming would have been far more convenient. The players gazed at Jiang Feng's upward-turned mouth, utterly bewildered. At such a moment, how could the head coach still find the capacity to smile? What immense composure he possessed. System, activate the Tactical Information Board prop card. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Jiang Feng mentally issued commands to the system. Subsequently, he observed distinct symbols hovering above the players' heads, signifying their varying states. Kobe, Harden, and Gasol were adorned with 4 snowflakes, indicative of their exceptionally cool shooting touch. In contrast, both Yao Ming and Leonard displayed a single snowflake. The river breeze furrowed its brow. No wonder they were utterly defeated. Not a single one of the 5 starting players exhibited a semblance of shooting finesse, with even the slightest spark of hope completely absent. It is truly a disheartening sight. Jiang Feng's gaze shifted towards the bench, and he immediately displayed an expression of astonishment. Chapter 42. The Substitution Strategy of 5 in and 5 out. The doubts were incessant. Thanks to the Tactical Information Board displaying the status of the players, Jiang Feng was taken aback to discover that several bench players were in superior form compared to the starters. In particular, the performance of Thompson and Paul George was remarkable, as indicated by the 5 flames glowing above their heads, signifying their exceptional shooting touch. This revelation was entirely unexpected for Jiang Feng. However, the players' conditions during the game are often fluctuating and unpredictable. Some may exhibit extraordinary skill in the first half, only to falter in the second, while others who seem off their game might suddenly find their rhythm and score consecutively. In addition to Thompson and Paul George, who boasted 5 flames, both Lowry and Odom had 2 flames above their heads. In contrast, Gibson was marked by a solitary flame. Nevertheless, even a single flame indicated a better performance than the starters. This situation is understandable, given that the starting players had been engaged in matches for 3 consecutive days, leading to greater fatigue and diminished performance in the second half. The remaining players, such as Butler and Parsons, bore snowflakes above their heads, indicating a complete lack of form. You. Come here. Jiang Feng waved his hand towards the 5 substitute players. Thompson, Paul George, and the others appeared utterly baffled, only rising to approach upon confirming that the coach was indeed summoning them. You 5 take a breather, and you 5 step onto the court. Jiang grinned, a charming confidence gracing his handsome face. Upon hearing his words, the 10 players were taken aback, their eyes reflecting a look of bewilderment. Did the coach intend to surrender this match? Jiang, we still have a chance to turn the game around. We cannot simply concede, Kobe exclaimed anxiously. For him, the notion of relinquishing the match was utterly unacceptable. Who said I was giving up? My current adjustments to the lineup are precisely aimed at closing the gap in points. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly. The 10 players exhibited expressions of astonishment. Such a rotation of the lineup. Is it intended to close the gap in scoring? This seems rather absurd. It appears to convey an intention to forfeit the match. The River Breeze paid no heed to the astonishment of the onlookers, instead turning to survey the Knicks bench, absorbing the state of all the players with a keen eye. Novak, who had been scorching hot in the first half, sinking several three-pointers, now found himself overshadowed by 4 flakes of snow, devoid of shooting touch. Anthony's status was also shifting. From 2 small flames, it rapidly morphed into a flurry of snowflakes, subtly increasing in number. Stoudemire bore a singular snowflake atop his head. Meanwhile, Chandler sported 2 small flames, yet regrettably lacked offensive opportunities. In contrast, Mike Bibby and Lin Shihao each showcased 4 small flames, exuding vibrant energy. However, Lin Shihao was merely a benchwarmer for the Knicks at that time, with scant chances to step onto the court. Upon returning from the timeout, the strategy was to concentrate offensive possessions in the hands of Paul George and Thompson, particularly Thompson, who must be promptly fed the ball once he found an open space. On the defensive front, Stoudemire was to maintain standard defense. Should Anthony receive the ball beyond the 3-point line, he could be left unguarded. Likewise, if Novak took the court to shoot 3-pointers, he too could be disregarded. The focus was to collapse into the paint to secure rebounds and seek opportunities for fast breaks. Jiang Feng spoke decisively, leaving the players bewildered, their heads adorned with large question marks. The assistant coaches shared the same look of confusion. The tactical arrangement seemed utterly perplexing. It is worth noting that Anthony had been in excellent shooting form during the first half of the third quarter, and it was under his leadership that the Knicks had gained such a formidable lead. Yet now, they were to leave Anthony unguarded and to disregard Novak, who was also in splendid shooting form. Moreover, a full bench lineup was sent in to chase points. What could this rookie coach possibly be thinking? The rationale was completely beyond comprehension. Doubts etched on their faces once more, but given the head coach's directives, they had no choice but to comply. Yao Ming placed his trust in Jiang Feng without hesitation and took a seat, while Kobe wore a somewhat sullen expression, reluctantly joining Yao at his side. The remaining starting players slumped into their chairs as if the game had already been lost. They could not fathom that the bench could outplay the Knicks starters. The whistle blew. The timeout concluded. The 5 bench players of the Lakers took the court. The Knicks players stood frozen in disbelief. Had they truly surrendered the game? It seemed far too lacking in challenge. Coach D'Antoni exhibited a look of astonishment, quickly followed by regret. Had he known the Lakers would concede, he wouldn't have needed to field his starters. He could only wait until the fourth quarter for any roster adjustments. Meanwhile, the arena erupted in murmurs. At this moment, Jiang Feng was still making lineup changes, sending an all-bench squad against the star-studded lineup led by Anthony and Stoudemire. This was somewhat preposterous. The only plausible explanation was that Jiang Feng had indeed abandoned the match. The spectators could not contain their bewilderment. What was happening? A complete substitution for the bench? Had they truly given up? What was this rookie coach thinking? It seemed far too premature. Even if one were to concede, it should at least be in the fourth quarter. What level of coaching was this? Winning in favorable conditions, yet surrendering when faced with adversity? It appeared this coach's abilities were merely mediocre. Indeed, this foolish adjustment would directly lead to the Lakers' defeat. The supposed goal of achieving 5 consecutive victories seemed nothing more than a boastful claim for the media. Fans lamented, expressing their profound dissatisfaction with Jiang Feng's substitutions. Some even shouted loudly, "We want Kobe." Then, the entire arena erupted in a fervent chant of "We want Kobe," reverberating like a thunderstorm. seemingly poised to shatter the very venue. The large screen promptly focused on Jiang Feng, eager to capture his reaction amidst such a tumultuous atmosphere. Undoubtedly, this marked the most significant crisis of his coaching career thus far. Jiang Feng remained composed on the sidelines, exuding an air of calmness, his eyes reflecting confidence and anticipation. Utterly unfazed by the surrounding commotion, the commentators candidly remarked that this novice coach appeared blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, maintaining a facade of tranquility when the stakes were so high. One could only wonder what excuses he would concoct post-defeat. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, both Yangs exchanged bewildered glances, each perceiving the shock and confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. Was this Jiang Feng's strategy? To allow the bench players to face the Knicks starters? Was this not tantamount to conceding the match? Yang Jin exclaimed. The dramatic 5-for-5 substitution had indeed transpired, yet the timing was utterly inappropriate. Surely one ought to wait until the fourth quarter to relinquish any hope. While I had anticipated Jiang Feng's sense of helplessness regarding this game, I did not foresee such a decisive action. Was there no struggle at all? Yang Yi shook his head, expressing regret over Jiang Feng's decisions. Such an act of surrender would undoubtedly attract criticism from across the nation post-game. As the head coach, a lack of resolute spirit would never be condoned. Of course, with the outcome of the game seemingly predetermined, substituting bench players to concede could be deemed a standard procedure. However, the current circumstances had not yet warranted such a drastic measure. Alas, Jiang Feng, as head coach, should not have erred in this manner. Yang Jian sighed. He was still too young. Perhaps it was the first instance in his career encountering such a predicament, leaving him at a loss on how to respond. In my understanding, this was the only interpretation I could derive. Yang Yi remarked, having lost interest in the commentary of the match in an instant, yet out of professional duty. He continued to gaze at the screen, preparing to comment, albeit without the fervor he had previously exhibited. The game had evidently lost all suspense. Chapter 43, A Frenzied Offensive Surge. Equalizing the score. What miraculous strategy is this? On the court, during the Lakers' offensive possession, Lowry dribbled past half-court, engaging in a high pick-and-roll with Gibson. Upon penetrating the paint and drawing defensive attention, he swiftly passed the ball to Thompson, who had maneuvered to the left corner behind Odom's screen. Thompson, without a moment's hesitation, caught the ball and launched a three-point shot. His shooting form was impeccably standard, and the release was remarkably swift. The basketball soared through a high arc swish. It found nothing but net. The point difference has returned to 11. The fans, however, displayed only a muted response to this three-point performance, with only a handful offering cheers. After all, it was merely garbage time. What significance did one three-pointer hold? It is worth noting that the Knicks starters were still on the court. After Fields dribbled past half-court, his teammates executed a screen play, passing the ball to Novak, who had found himself unmarked. Observing this, Paul George, the defender, opted to abandon the play and sprinted towards the paint. The entire audience was taken aback. What is wrong with this bench player? Is it acceptable to disregard defense during garbage time? Seeing this, Novak couldn't help but smile slightly, exuding confidence as he launched a three-point shot. The basketball sailed through the air, tracing a graceful arc clang. It ricocheted off the rim. The fans were astonished. It didn't go in. Now that was an unexpected twist. One must admit, the Lakers had a stroke of luck during that play, as the paint was crowded with their players. Odom leapt high to secure the rebound and swiftly dribbled the ball up the court. Meanwhile, Thompson had already positioned himself at the right side 45-degree mark beyond the three-point line. Without hesitation, Odom executed the game plan set forth by coach Jiang Feng, launching the basketball toward him. Upon receiving the pass, Thompson, with Anthony closing in, confidently took the three-point shot. The ball soared once more, tracing another beautiful arc through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. The deficit was reduced to 8 points. The audience gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. This rookie donning the number 11 could truly shoot the three-pointer with precision. If he maintained such form, could the Lakers still have a chance to close the gap? Some spectators began to harbor a flicker of hope. Hey, everyone, let us get energized. The opposition is merely a group of benchwarmers. We must unleash a formidable offense and push this game into garbage time. I can hardly wait to clock out after 3 quarters. Anthony shouted loudly towards his teammates. The players nodded in agreement, their expressions relaxed, seemingly unfazed by Klay Thompson's performance. Perhaps they believed that with just a slight enhancement in defense, denying Thompson any open shooting opportunities, the Lakers would struggle to score. The Knicks were on the offensive. At the top of the arc, Anthony held the ball, facing Paul George's defense, and took a pull-up three-pointer. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Gibson seized the rebound, granting the Lakers a fast break opportunity. After dribbling past half-court, Lowry continued to search for Thompson's presence, but it was apparent that the Knicks had intensified their defense against him, offering no chance for him to receive the ball. The fans watched anxiously, feeling a mix of tension and disappointment. Just when a player managed to score, was he suddenly being restricted? Observing this, Lowry flicked his wrist, passing the basketball to Paul George, who had circled around from the corner to the left 45-degree angle. General George caught the ball and took the shot. Another three-pointer released. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. It found the net. Hiss. The audience collectively inhaled sharply, some in astonishment. Who would have thought that? Even with Thompson being tightly guarded, a Lakers player could still step up and sink a three-pointer? Before they knew it, the deficit had narrowed back to 5 points. The performance of these two Lakers substitutes was rather impressive. On the bench, Kobe, Gasol, and others stood with mouths agape. Expressions of disbelief quickly transforming into excitement as they waved their arms, cheering for their teammates. With the substitutes performing so brilliantly, they could continue to strive for victory in the fourth quarter. Little did they know, Jiang Feng had no intention of letting the starters take the court for this match. Of course, if the snowflakes indicating their status turned to little flames, that would be a different matter. Hey, guys, what are you doing? Can't even compete with the Lakers substitutes? Focus and tighten up the defense, shouted Knicks head coach D'Antoni, his face dark with frustration. The players nodded, their expressions turning serious. After crossing half-court, Fields passed the ball to Anthony, who had emerged from a screen, and he took a wide-open three-pointer. Clang! Another miss. Anthony displayed a hint of frustration. Just moments ago, his shooting touch had been fiery. How could he suddenly be unable to make a shot? The Lakers' timeout had completely disrupted his offensive rhythm. Odom secured the rebound and quickly dribbled past half-court, breaking into the paint and drawing a triple team, before passing the ball to Thompson. Without hesitation, Thompson again attempted a three-pointer. Swish. He continued his scoring spree. This was already his third three-pointer since taking the court. The entire audience erupted in excitement, beginning to cheer wildly. The point difference had narrowed to just 2. This rookie is astonishingly talented. His three-point shooting is nothing short of terrifying. Before the cheers could fade, the Knicks hastily launched a counterattack. They were beginning to feel apprehensive. If this continued, the game would truly be reversed. Anthony dribbled past half-court and lofted the ball to Stoudemire, who turned and attempted a shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Gibson secured the defensive rebound and swiftly passed to Lowry. The little dynamo raced across the half-court, noticing that the Knicks' defensive formation was not properly set, and made a decisive drive to the basket, scoring effortlessly. The Lakers had leveled the score, igniting a fervor throughout the arena. The Knicks players, however, displayed signs of frustration, their composure unraveling. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. D'Antoni, with a somber expression, called for a timeout. He could hardly fathom how swiftly the dynamics of the game had shifted. In just over 2 minutes, the Lakers had surged ahead with 14 consecutive points, equalizing the score. It was utterly absurd. How could this band of substitutes be so formidable? With both teams now back on even footing, caution was paramount. On the Lakers bench, Thompson, Paul George, and others returned jubilantly. Kobe, Gasol, and the other starters greeted them with high-fives and celebration. Then, all eyes turned to head coach Jiang Feng. Their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions, surprise, confusion, gratitude, admiration, and more. The echoes of Jiang Feng's earlier declaration during the timeout, "My adjustments are made to close the gap," reverberated in their minds. What had initially seemed outrageous now felt even more surreal as they truly equalized the score. The turning point was indeed the Lakers' substitutes. Yet it was Jiang Feng's strategic adjustments that played a decisive role. Without his substitutions and tactical arrangements, could the Lakers have closed the gap in such a brief span? They would not dare to believe it. Thus, Jiang Feng's tactical acumen and adjustments were nothing short of remarkable. Truly impressive. Chapter 44. Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend. In the Huaxiao livestream, Yang Jian and Yang Yi exchanged astonished glances, once again recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Yang Yi had found the commentary on this match dull, but witnessing the Lakers' successive offensive surges had left him exhilarated beyond control. They had equalized. The Lakers had managed to level the score with a group of substitutes, and the standout performer was none other than the rookie Klay Thompson. This was indeed unbelievable. Clay was truly a game-changer. Yang Jian exclaimed, still unable to recover from the excitement of watching the match. Thompson's performance was indeed commendable. Yet I must emphasize that Jiang Feng's adjustments were truly remarkable. I have once again been proven wrong. Jiang Feng never contemplated conceding the match. Rather, he aimed to close the gap using his bench squad. The tactics they employed during the game clearly indicate that Jiang Feng must have devised a strategy during the timeout, positioning Thompson as the team's primary offensive weapon. His utilization of players and his foresight in assessing the situation were executed to perfection once again. Yang Yi repeatedly shook his head, his voice filled with profound astonishment, feeling as though his very soul was quivering. Oh heavens! What extraordinary coaching ability does this novice possess? He defies all conventions. Indeed, Jiang Feng's recent tenure as head coach of the Lakers has delivered us countless surprises. Yang Jian expressed his sentiments, tinged with a subtle pride. It is worth noting that Jiang Feng hails from Huaxia. To become the head coach of the Lakers and showcase such exceptional talent is, in many ways, akin to Yao Ming making his mark in the NBA. The sentiment among Huaxia fans is remarkably similar. However, Jiang Feng's fame is still quite modest, receiving little attention compared to Yao Ming, who, as the first overall pick, was already under the spotlight as the foremost figure of Huaxia basketball. I am truly curious where Kupchak discovered such a prodigy as Jiang Feng. Initially, I misunderstood Kupchak's actions, deeming them absurd. However, it now appears that every seemingly absurd decision has its rationale, its cause and effect, of which we were simply unaware. Yang Yi remarked, reflecting on his insights. So, Old Yang, what are your thoughts on the upcoming matches? Yang Jian inquired. The suspense is palpable. The Lakers bench is performing exceptionally well at present. But how long can this momentum be sustained remains uncertain. If the Knicks manage to adjust during their timeout and improve their offense, they could easily establish a lead against the Lakers bench. It all hinges on when Jiang Feng decides to bring in the starters. Yang Yi said, becoming animated once more. This match is truly captivating. In the comments section, fans are voicing their opinions, igniting a fervor. Incredible! This rookie of the Lakers is genuinely formidable, completely salvaging Jiang Feng's audacious substitutions. Is Yang Yi's analysis really that profound? I feel as though it's merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Jiang Feng seemed prepared to surrender the match, but did not anticipate the bench's remarkable performance. Let us not question his expertise. Did we not hear Yang Yi state that Jiang Feng's tactical arrangement was designed to enable Thompson to shoot three-pointers? Indeed, if Jiang Feng lacked confidence, would he have devised such a strategy? The bench players would have simply floundered otherwise. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Feng is undeniably impressive. Fans were fervently debating, each holding their own opinions. To the casual observer, this situation might seem like a serendipitous twist of fate, yet for those truly knowledgeable about the sport, it is clear that the Los Angeles Lakers' ability to close the score gap in such a brief span is largely attributed to Jiang Feng's prowess. On the Lakers bench, the complex emotions reflected in the players' gazes transformed into admiration. Feeling the weight of their reverent looks, Jiang Feng flashed a grin and remarked, "Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend." His words elicited chuckles from the crowd. This head coach certainly possesses a touch of narcissism. It is no surprise, as those who are handsome often tend to be self-absorbed. Coach, your strategy is truly remarkable. We are now in a prime position to seize victory in this match. Thompson exclaimed with excitement. Let us omit the phrase "in a position." We will undoubtedly triumph in this game. After all, I have declared my goal of achieving 5 consecutive victories. Jiang Feng spoke softly, implying that once a commitment is made, it must be fulfilled. He never pretends to possess certainty when he does not. Listening to Jiang Feng's words, the players felt no pretense. Rather, they were imbued with a sense of reassurance. Perhaps it is the confidence he exudes that instills such comfort in them. The timeout swiftly concluded, and the game resumed. The Knicks initiated their offense. Anthony, positioned in the low post, received the ball and executed a back-to-the-basket move. After a series of deft fakes, he turned and released a mid-range shot. Swish. It cleanly found the net, finally breaking the team's scoring drought. The Lakers then took possession. Lowry dribbled past half-court and, following a screen from Gibson, penetrated into the paint. In response, the Knicks altered their defensive strategy, opting not to collapse, but instead focusing on the perimeter to closely guard Thompson and Paul George of the Lakers. Observing this, Lowry abruptly halted and launched a floater. Swish. It landed perfectly. In the ensuing possessions, neither team gained the upper hand. As the third quarter drew to a close, The score stood tied at 82-82. After a brief intermission, the fourth quarter commenced. The Knicks also introduced their bench players. Mike Bibby suddenly erupted, scoring 5 consecutive points, helping to establish a lead for his team. Jiang Feng, utilizing the tactical board of the prop card, glanced at the situation and noted that Mike Bibby still bore 5 small flames atop his head, indicating an exceedingly fervent state. With a sweeping gesture, he dispatched Lowry and Thompson to besiege Bibby. After several rounds, the flames above Bibby's head transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. Seizing the opportunity, the Lakers unleashed an impressive 8-0 surge, thereby gaining a 3-point advantage. After a stalemate lasting nearly 5 minutes, the Knicks began to gradually substitute their starting lineup. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, players such as Kobe and Gasol were eager to participate, anxiously awaiting the coach's call. Yet, that call was notably absent. This left the starters in a state of confusion. Did Jiang Feng intend to rely solely on the reserves to finish the fourth quarter? Such a notion seemed implausible. As the game approached its critical final 2 minutes, the question loomed: who would execute the pivotal plays? Jiang Feng cast a glance at the key players, his brow furrowing in concern. It was not that he was unwilling to reinstate the main lineup. Rather, the players in question were still adorned with an array of snowflakes above their heads, devoid of even a single flicker of flame. To substitute them onto the court would be akin to courting disaster. It would be far more prudent to allow Thompson and the others to continue their play, especially considering that 3 players currently on the court bore 4 flames above their heads. In addition to Clay and Paul George, Lowry had also joined their ranks. Subsequently, Jiang cast a glance at the already assembled starting lineup of the Knicks and could not help but let the corners of his mouth curve upward. 5 players bore the weight of snowflakes upon their heads, while only Anthony had a small flame flickering above his. Amidst this flurry of snowflakes, what tempest could such a tiny flame possibly stir? Jiang, shall we not consider adjusting the lineup? It would be prudent to revert to the starting squad at this juncture, kindly suggested assistant coach Steve Kerr. No need, Jiang replied resolutely. Jiang Feng succinctly remarked, what shall we do in the final 2 or 3 minutes with crucial shots? We cannot continue to rely on these young players. Steve Kerr expressed his concerns. Crucial shots? They are non-existent. The game will soon lose all suspense. Jiang Feng spoke with unwavering confidence, exuding an air of bravado. The 3 assistant coaches were left utterly perplexed, their minds clouded with questions. Chapter 45. The game has truly entered garbage time. The winning streak continues. Is there really no suspense left? If the substitutes continue to play this way, it seems the Lakers will be left without hope. Steve Kerr silently criticized this in his mind, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Authority prevails overall, regardless of the circumstances. One must adhere to the head coach's directives. On the court, during the Knicks' offensive possession, Anthony received the ball at the arc and executed a swift jump shot from beyond the 3-point line. The basketball traced a graceful arc before swishing through the net. The score was tied. The Lakers' offense commenced. Odom charged into the paint for a layup, but was met with interference. The Knicks launched a counterattack. Stoudemire received the ball in the paint and soared high to deliver a 2-handed dunk. The Knicks took a 2-point lead. The spectators grew tense, frequently glancing towards the Lakers bench, puzzled as to why stars like Kobe and Gasol remained sidelined. Were they truly to witness their favorable position transform into adversity? It was evident that once the Knicks starters entered the fray, they completely seized control of the game. The arena's large screen continuously alternated between shots of Kobe and Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng sat in his chair, resembling a venerable monk in deep meditation, exhibiting no response whatsoever. Suddenly, he rose and strode toward the sidelines. The fans presumed he was about to make a substitution, but instead, he merely beckoned Lowry over and offered a few words of advice. The Lakers initiated their offensive play. After Lowry dribbled past the half-court line and executed a high screen and roll, instead of penetrating the paint, he took a lateral step and launched a jump shot from beyond the arc. The basketball soared in a graceful arc swish. It swished cleanly through the net, prompting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Lowry, equally astonished, glanced at his hand, seemingly incredulous that he had made the 3-pointer, reclaiming the lead. The Knicks took their turn on offense. Anthony, after a series of crossovers, halted for a mid-range jumper. Clang! He hit the iron. After grabbing the rebound, Odom swiftly pushed the ball down the court, passing it back to Lowry, who feigned a shot to draw the defense before dishing it to Thompson. Stationed at the right corner, Thompson, maintaining his momentum, launched a 3-pointer. The basketball traced a perfect arc swish. It fell through the net without touching the rim, granting the Lakers a 4-point advantage. Double-team that number 15, Thompson. Do not allow this rookie to shoot another three. D'Antoni bellowed from the sidelines. Fields. After crossing half-court, lofted a pass to Stoudemire in the paint. Stoudemire turned and executed a hook shot. Bang. He struck the iron once more, with Odom's diligent defense causing a significant disturbance. Gibson secured the defensive rebound. After Lowry crossed half-court, he gestured and passed the ball to Paul George, quickly orchestrating his teammates to clear out, thus providing George ample space for a one-on-one opportunity. Paul George, after a series of deceptions on the perimeter, drove into the lane, challenging Chandler's defense with a forceful layup. Chandler, equally resolute, slapped George's arm. In a moment of lost balance, George flung the ball toward the basket, which ricocheted around the rim before finally dropping in. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What a stroke of luck! Paul George, filled with exuberance, raised his arms in celebration. He stepped to the free throw line, took a deep breath, and confidently sank the shot. The margin widened to 7 points. Beep. The whistle blew. The Knicks called for another timeout. The fans were left bewildered. Had they truly regained the lead once more? Upon resumption, the Knicks' offense continued to stagnate. In stark contrast, the Lakers' Thompson, Paul George, and Lowry executed a succession of successful plays, culminating in an impressive 11-4 scoring run within a mere 3 minutes, thereby extending their lead to 14 points with just over 2 minutes remaining in the game. The prospect of a Knicks comeback appeared exceedingly bleak. Ultimately, D'Antoni opted to substitute his starting lineup, conceding defeat as the players' shooting accuracy had plummeted. In the fourth quarter alone, the team managed only 14 points, with a shooting percentage below 40, showcasing a dismal performance. As the game devolved into garbage time, Lin Shihao seized his opportunity, making successive penetrations into the paint to score. After all, he was the only player on the Knicks adorned with 5 little flames atop his head, yet his late entry proved futile. The crowd erupted in cheers, with stars like Kobe and Gasol rising to applaud the bench players with palpable excitement. The 3 assistant coaches exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief at Jiang Feng's prowess. The outcome of the game had become unequivocal. This rookie coach from Huaxia was truly remarkable. As garbage time unfolded, it was unexpected that the Lakers would secure victory in such a manner. After the 5 starters were substituted mid-third quarter, they did not return to the court. The Lakers' bench players performed exceptionally well, Yang Jian remarked, finding it quite surreal. While the bench players deserved credit, I believe the lion's share of the accolades belongs to Lakers head coach Jiang Feng. The game's turning points were evident. First, in the mid-third quarter when Jiang Feng made a bold roster adjustment, substituting all 5 starters with bench players. The second pivotal moment occurred in the mid-fourth quarter when, after the Knicks starters regained the lead, Jiang Feng advised Lowry, who then eschewed driving to the basket in favor of shooting from beyond the arc, while also allowing Paul George to engage in isolation plays, thereby solidifying their lead. Yang Yi remarked, expressing his astonishment. How do you perceive Jiang Feng's coaching performance in this match? Yang Jin inquired. To be honest, I find it difficult to articulate my feelings with appropriate words. Jiang Feng demonstrated all the qualities requisite of an exceptional basketball coach, and most importantly, he exhibited remarkable audacity in his unconventional roster adjustments. I am exceedingly eager to see how far he can lead the Lakers this season, Yang Yi stated, his enthusiasm palpable as he lauded Jiang Feng. He resolved to pen an article upon returning home, meticulously analyzing today's game commentary to ensure that Huaxia fans recognize just how formidable a coach Jiang Feng truly is. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment, having experienced this sensation of a second impact. While commentating alongside Coach Zhang during the inaugural match, he felt a profound tremor of the soul. In the comments section, fans expressed their exhilaration, fervently proclaiming Jiang Feng's prowess. At the Staples Center, the final whistle pierced the air. The score read 101-114, with the Los Angeles Lakers triumphing by a margin of 13 points, thus continuing their streak of victories. The large screen promptly displayed the players' statistical performances. Chapter 46. My disappointment in the Knicks' performance. Where's the promised challenge? The players' performance in this match was remarkably average, with 6 members of the team scoring in double figures. Yao Ming, Kobe Bryant, and James Harden all had less than stellar shooting percentages, contributing 15, 16, and 11 points respectively. Notably, of Yao's 15 points, 9 were from beyond the arc, as he successfully sank 3 three-pointers. The most dazzling performance came from Klay Thompson, who, in over 20 minutes of play, shot 7 of 13 from the field, including 5 of 9 from three-point range, amassing an impressive tally of 19 points. along with 2 rebounds and 1 assist. He emerged as the standout player in the Lakers' comeback. Paul George also shone, going 6 for 10, with 2 of 5 from three-point territory and making all 3 of his free throws, resulting in 17 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. Kyle Lowry contributed with 4 of 7 shooting, including 2 of 4 from beyond the arc, totaling 10 points, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists. These 3 young players orchestrated a spectacular turnaround. On the Knicks side, Carmelo Anthony shot 11 of 25, including 3 of 9 from three-point range, and made 4 of 5 free throws, totaling 29 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block. However, during the final 1.5 quarters, he struggled, hitting only 4 of 13 attempts and missing 9 shots. Amare Stoudemire fared even worse, managing only 8 of 22 from the field, while making all 3 free throws, finishing with 19 points and 10 rebounds. As they returned to the locker room, both superstars visibly displayed their anger and frustration, clearly dissatisfied with the loss. How could they be bested by a cadre of Lakers substitutes? This was utterly unacceptable. Shortly thereafter, the post-game interview commenced in the Lakers press area, with reporters from various locales flooding in. Jiang, congratulations on leading your team to a 4th consecutive victory, bringing you 1 step closer to your modest goal. During this match, the Knicks once held a 14-point lead, yet in the face of adversity, you opted to substitute all your starters for a lineup of reserves. What was your mindset behind such a decision? Were you prepared to concede this game? A reporter eagerly inquired, brimming with curiosity. In the eyes of these journalists, the match was steeped in drama, and upon reflection, it seemed to carry an element of fortune. Firstly, I must emphasize that I have never contemplated surrendering in the competition. After all, to persist in the battle holds the promise of victory, whereas yielding equates to an irrevocable conclusion. Furthermore, the Knicks are not as formidable as they appear. Their lead is attributable to my starting players having depleted their stamina after an exhausting schedule of 3 consecutive games over 3 days, leaving them completely out of form. Thus, my intention was to replace them with players who were energetic and ready to confront the challenging situation. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly, his demeanor quite solemn. Have you considered whether substituting the backup players could turn the tide of this match? Or were you merely experimenting with a sense of uncertainty? A reporter inquired. No. I never engage in endeavors lacking confidence. Once Thompson and the others were brought into the game, I was certain that we would secure a comeback. If you wish to challenge my decision, I suggest you revisit the game footage before voicing your opinion. With an air of authority, Jiang Feng firmly stated, denying the journalist any further opportunity to press for answers. How could one dare to question him when they had not even grasped the nuances of the match? When did it become permissible for those unversed in the field to cast doubts on the expertise of seasoned professionals? The journalist, now rendered speechless, found himself in an awkward position. His initial intention had been to elicit a confession from Jiang Feng, to reveal that the victory was not merely a testament to his coaching prowess, but rather a stroke of fortune stemming from the unexpected brilliance of the bench players. Yet Jiang Feng remained resolute, unwilling to concede. The journalist, feeling a twinge of irritation, resolved to meticulously analyze the game and craft a scathing report to unmask Jiang Feng's true nature. Jiang, prior to the match, you expressed a desire for the Knicks to showcase a commendable performance, thereby increasing the game's difficulty. Do you believe the Knicks' performance met your expectations? Did it enhance the value of this contest? A reporter inquired. Clearly not. I am utterly disappointed with the Knicks' display. Despite holding a 14-point lead, my bench players allowed the score to equalize and relegated the game to garbage time, to the extent that I didn't even need to deploy my starters. Do you perceive this match as a challenge for me and the Lakers? Of course, I must commend my players. It was their exceptional performance that elevated the significance of this game. Jiang Feng shook his head, leaving the reporters at a loss for words. It seems to be the case. The performance of the Knicks in the latter half of the final quarter was indeed abysmal. At this moment, the reporters felt a deep sense of regret for the Knicks, accompanied by a sentiment of frustration. Had the Knicks managed to secure victory in this match, would they have needed to witness Jiang Feng's arrogant demeanor? Kobe, what is your perspective on this game? How do you view the performance of the bench players? A reporter inquired. This was an exhilarating match. Our bench players exhibited remarkable energy. However, I believe the greatest credit should be attributed to our head coach, Jiang Feng. I would also like to take this opportunity to apologize to Jiang. During the game, I foolishly questioned his judgment and decisions, which was undeniably a grave mistake. It was his astute insights that led to the adjustments that turned the tide of this match. I firmly believe that this game was entirely under his command, Kobe stated. earnestly praising Jiang Feng. After all, he was immensely satisfied with Jiang Feng's coaching performance. It was difficult to contain his admiration without expressing it. The reporters listened in astonishment, taken aback by Kobe's high regard for Jiang Feng, indicating a growing acknowledgement of his abilities. In the Knicks interview area, the atmosphere was notably somber. Anthony and Stoudemire sat at the interview table, their expressions dark and their spirits low. The loss in this match was particularly disheartening. They were outplayed by two relatively unknown young players from the Lakers, which felt rather humiliating. Anthony, how do you perceive the defeat in this match? A reporter asked. We could have won the game, but we underestimated our opponents. When the Lakers bench players came onto the court, we thought they had conceded, and thus our defense became lax. By the time we realized the situation was deteriorating, we could no longer contain their offense, Anthony lamented. Stoudemire, what do you believe was the primary reason for the team's loss in this match? Another reporter queried. Luck. On this night, the gods were not on our side, and thus I feel quite aggrieved about this defeat. I swear, when we next meet the Lakers, even if fortune still favors them, I will ensure we dominate and secure victory, Stoudemire declared, his voice laced with determination and discontent. Chandler, prior to the match, you stated your intention to limit Yao Ming's scoring. However, he still managed to score 15 points. Do you consider your defense successful? A reporter probed. Not at all. My goal was to restrict his scoring to under 10 points, but I failed to achieve that, as you hit 3 3-pointers. I am not adept at defending the perimeter. Chandler, with a sullen demeanor, expressed a sense of futility, as if a hero were rendered powerless. Yao attempted a 3-point shot. Even if such an occurrence were to transpire, Chandler still found it utterly absurd, almost dreamlike. After completing the post-game interview, the entire Knicks team departed Los Angeles on a plane, their spirits dampened. Meanwhile, the news reports regarding this match ignited a frenzy across the nation in mere moments. Chapter 47, an even greater trial. Can the Lakers achieve a last-minute victory? The Lakers orchestrate a stunning comeback. The rookie coach showcases remarkable adjustments once more. A dramatic scene unfolded as the Lakers staged a remarkable comeback, utilizing their substitutes to surpass the starters. Was this triumph a testament to skill or mere fortune? The match was filled with theatricality, as the novice coach seemingly employed an enigmatic strategy reminiscent of Eastern mysticism. Kobe triumphed effortlessly, with the Lakers' victory relying heavily on their bench players. The future three-point sharpshooter, rookie Klay Thompson, showcased an extraordinary shooting prowess beyond imagination. An array of captivating headlines emerged, leaving fans in a state of bewilderment. Nevertheless, the Lakers' comeback undeniably captured the attention of the entire nation. Jiang Feng has once again found himself at the center of controversy. Some fans believe that the Lakers' victory in this match was entirely a matter of fortune. The adjustments made by Jiang Feng were akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Had it not been for Thompson's extraordinary performance, the Lakers would have lost the game, and the narrative circulating online would have been entirely different, rife with skepticism. However, basketball analysts soon emerged, claiming to have scrutinized the game footage, asserting that Jiang Feng's adjustments and tactical arrangements were pivotal in turning the tide of the match. It was precisely because of Jiang Feng's strategic modifications that players like Thompson and Paul George found the opportunity to shine. In a post-game interview, a journalist who had previously questioned Jiang Feng took to social media to apologize, stating that he had misunderstood him. With such support, many fans began to rally behind Jiang Feng once more. Clearly, public opinion sways the masses. Nevertheless, the majority continue to cast doubt and ridicule upon Jiang Feng, as many view him through a prejudiced lens. This reality starkly illustrates the challenges faced by individuals from Huaxia in establishing a foothold in the NBA. Jiang Feng's mission extends beyond merely showcasing exceptional talent. He must also dismantle the biases held by Americans to earn their respect. Yao Ming achieved this through his unwavering dedication and effort. As the Jiang Feng continues on its journey, the fervor has yet to subside. The Lakers, having rested for merely a day, boarded a flight to Denver to face the Nuggets in an eagerly anticipated match. This contest has captured national attention, as it is well known that the Lakers' rookie coach harbors a modest ambition of achieving a 5-game winning streak in the new season, having already secured 4 consecutive victories. Just one more win would fulfill this modest goal. In such a scenario, Jiang Feng's bravado would be deemed complete. However, it is evident that many are not eager to witness Jiang Feng's display of arrogance, but rather, they wish to see him humbled. Numerous individuals opine that the Lakers' triumph over the Knicks was merely a stroke of luck. When fortune dissipates, what will the Lakers rely upon to conquer the Nuggets? After all, This team is currently grappling with extreme fatigue, and the stamina of its key players remains a significant concern. Additionally, the Nuggets' home court is notorious as a formidable venue, where visiting players must contend with altitude sickness, leading many to lose their bearings. Thus, the Lakers are confronted with a multitude of formidable challenges. It is not that their prowess is inferior to that of the Nuggets, but rather that they are at a disadvantage in many respects. Amidst the chorus of skepticism, the match commenced. Both teams entered into a fierce exchange from the outset. Kobe and Harden exhibited commendable form, executing aggressive individual plays to score consecutively, swiftly establishing a lead for their team. However, the Nuggets retaliated with a series of counterattacks, narrowing the score gap, as the Lakers' outside shooting began to falter. Their offensive efficiency gradually declined, preventing them from widening the score margin. In the paint, Yao Ming and Gasol found themselves matched against the formidable duo of Nene and Mozgov. Initially, they held the upper hand, but as the second half progressed and fatigue set in, they could no longer suppress their opponents. The Jiang Feng team did not make any adjustments to their lineup, as there were no interior players on the bench capable of withstanding the onslaught of Nene and Mozgov. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate until the conclusion of the third quarter. As the fourth quarter rotation phase commenced, the Nuggets bench player, Al Harrington, suddenly erupted, sinking two consecutive three-pointers that propelled his team to a 6-point lead. Meanwhile, Thompson, Paul George, and others, after an explosive performance in the previous game, found themselves utterly diminished in this match. Thompson, in particular, appeared to be adversely affected by altitude sickness, displaying a significantly poor form. Jiang Feng remained vigilant, opting to deploy the formidable duo of Kobe Bryant and James Harden to stabilize the situation. With Kobe's extraordinary individual prowess, the Lakers once again narrowed the deficit. At this pivotal moment, the influence of a superstar became evident. Meanwhile, the Nuggets, having traded away Carmelo Anthony, entered a phase of rebuilding, during which they accumulated a cadre of exceptionally talented role players over 2 years. Yet, they have been unable to identify a player who could serve as the cornerstone of the franchise. The absence of a superstar meant a lack of a clear offensive focal point during critical moments, which proved detrimental to the Nuggets. They had previously faltered in multiple games, failing to score in the final moments and consequently losing. This match also appeared to succumb to this issue, as they gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fortunately, the bench player Ellington exhibited remarkable form, stepping up to score crucial points and keeping the score close. The contest remained tightly contested until the final moments. With just 8 seconds remaining, the Nuggets secured a 2-point lead through free throws. The Lakers found themselves in a dire predicament. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the fans, they resembled a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean, seemingly helpless. Beep. The whistle blew. The river breeze called for a timeout. Hey, comrades, maintain your composure. We still have a chance for a decisive victory. If you follow my lead, we shall surely turn the tide in our favor. The river breeze, filled with fervor and passion, rallied the players with encouragement. He produced a tactical board and began to outline his strategy. Simultaneously, he employed 2 exceptional cards. One was a high-level 3-point card, and the other a high-level tactical card. The high-level 3-point card undoubtedly targeted Kobe, enhancing his 3-point shooting percentage by 20. Consequently, Kobe's final 3-point shooting percentage soared to approximately 50, a remarkably high figure. The high-level tactical card, on the other hand, augmented the success rate of the strategic deployment, thereby creating opportunities for Kobe to shoot in open space while simultaneously increasing his shooting accuracy. The outcome of this match hinged on the effectiveness of these 2 cards. The Jiang Feng found himself in a predicament. Achieving the task of 5 consecutive victories would earn him a coveted advanced kill card as a reward, sparing him the necessity of deploying 2 item cards simultaneously to secure a win. As play resumed, all players returned to the court, assuming their respective positions. The audience collectively held their breath, tension palpable in the air. Those who were eager to witness Jiang Feng's misfortune furrowed their brows, their breaths quickening as they silently cursed the Lakers, hoping for their failure. In the previous match against the Knicks, the Lakers had triumphed by sheer luck. Facing dire circumstances in this game, one could only wonder if fate would favor the Lakers once more. Chapter 48. Kobe's clutch shot. The system's tasks and rewards. How enviable. The Lakers prepared to execute an inbound play, with Leonard tasked with the throw-in. Upon receiving the ball at the top of the arc, James Harden surveyed the opponent's defense, while the Nuggets braced themselves. Kobe darted about frantically, with Yao Ming and Gasol converging towards the left 45-degree angle. As Kobe threaded his way between the 2 giants, They positioned themselves closely, effectively obstructing the pursuing Nuggets defender. Kobe then found himself at the left 45-degree arc, poised for a shot. With a flick of his wrist, Harden delivered the ball with perfect timing. The audience gasped in astonishment, hearts racing with anticipation. One of the greatest scorers in NBA history, the league's reigning clutch king, Kobe, had garnered an open opportunity. With merely 2 seconds remaining in the game, time seemed to stand still. Kobe slightly bent his knees, lowered his shoulders, leaped, and released the ball. The basketball soared, and as it reached its apex, the final whistle blew. Yet the ball continued its trajectory, unstoppable. Swish. The fiery orange sphere plunged into the tranquil surface of the lake, creating immense ripples. It swished through the net. Kobe had completed the clutch shot. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Spectators clutched their heads in disbelief, gazing at the scene unfolding before them. In truth, when Kobe had broken free for the open shot, many had already anticipated this outcome. However, the realization, when it occurred, enveloped them in overwhelming shock. After all, this was Kobe. For him, landing an open three-pointer in a clutch situation was a mere formality. So, how had Kobe found himself with such an open opportunity? The Nuggets' defense had been tenacious. It could only be said that the strategy devised by the Lakers head coach for Kobe was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon this realization, all eyes in the arena turned towards Jiang Feng. He stood casually at the sidelines, hands tucked into his pockets, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of confidence that enveloped him entirely. It appeared as though he had mastery over the unfolding events. The fans were understandably discontent, astonished that the Nuggets would succumb to defeat in such a manner. Meanwhile, those who awaited Jiang Feng's downfall were in a frenzy, perplexed as to how this rookie coach could consistently navigate crises with such remarkable coaching prowess. Could it be that this young coach in his 20s truly possessed the innate talent to become a legendary figure? It was simply astonishing. The heavens seemed to favor Jiang Feng time and again, leaving them bewildered. What kind of strategy was this? Such tactics had never been witnessed before. The commentators exclaimed in shock, yet no one paid heed to their words. Instead, all were engulfed in the anguish of the Nuggets' heartbreaking loss. On the court, the players of the Nuggets departed in sorrow, while the Lakers players embraced one another in jubilant celebration over Kobe's dramatic victory. The river breeze quietly observed the players as they passionately expressed their emotions, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. If the initial motivation for becoming the head coach of the Lakers was merely to fulfill a systematic obligation, he had now begun to genuinely appreciate this profession. There was indeed a sense of accomplishment when leading the team to victory. Speaking of which, the task of achieving 5 consecutive wins had been accomplished. Where had the system gone? Just as he pondered this, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have secured 5 consecutive victories in the new season. Rewards are now being issued. 2 stamina recovery cards, 1 advanced clutch card, and 200 prestige points. Listening to the voice of the system, Jiang Feng was immediately filled with joy and promptly opened the system panel. Host, Jiang Feng position, head coach of the Lakers talents and skills, tactical compendium, perfect level, player binding, initial level, talent motivation, initial level, items, intermediate timeout card X1. Tactical information board X1, advanced tactical card X1, stamina recovery card X2, intermediate, advanced clutch card X1 player affection, Kobe, 60, Yao Ming, 96. Prestige points, 300. Gazing at such an abundance of items, Jiang Feng felt a sense of wealth. With these item cards in hand, he felt completely at ease for the upcoming matches. It was imperative to utilize these cards to strive for the continuation of the team's winning streak. This would enable him to accumulate more prestige points and expedite the opportunity for a lottery draw. System, the task has been completed. What is my main quest? The river breeze, brimming with anticipation, eagerly inquired, radiating excitement. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the main quest. Main quest 1. Lead the team to achieve the best record in the league during the regular season. Main quest 2. By the conclusion of the regular season, ensure that the team boasts at least 2 statistical champions and that a minimum of 2 players are selected for the All-Star teams, including first, second, and third teams. Reward for Task 1. Elevate the binding level of players with exceptional talents. Acquire 1 super timeout card, rare, 1 player training card, rare, and gain 500 prestige points. Reward for Task 2. 5 chances for a lottery draw with a guaranteed acquisition of 1 talent skill, plus an additional 500 prestige points. Note 1. Only upon the simultaneous completion of Main Quest 1 and Main Quest 2 can a new main quest be unlocked. Note 2. If more than 2 players from the team are selected for the All-Star teams, an additional lottery opportunity will be granted for each player beyond the 2. The system's cold voice continued to resonate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's face instantly lit up with sheer ecstasy. The task presented a considerable challenge. Yet the rewards were undeniably extravagant. A guaranteed talent skill, 2 rare item cards, and 1,000 reputation points. Along with the opportunity to elevate the level of the player's bound talent skills. It was truly tantalizing, no matter what. The completion of these 2 main quests was imperative. Ding dong, a side quest has now been issued. Become the best coach in the Western Conference for January. Task rewards include 2 infinite defensive switch cards, 2 advanced defensive cards, and 300 reputation points. The system's voice resonated once more. Jiang Feng listened with an impassive expression, showing no signs of reaction. Upon seeing the rewards for the main quest, how could he possibly feel any excitement for the rewards of this side quest? Clearly, he didn't even spare it a glance. Such prideful arrogance. Nonetheless, even the smallest morsel has its value. It is preferable to complete such side quests whenever possible, especially since there are still 4 item cards remaining. System, how much reputation must one accumulate in order to partake in a lottery? Jiang Feng inquired, expressing his uncertainty regarding the system. Accumulating a total of 1,000 reputation points allows for a single lottery draw. However, should one accumulate 10,000 reputation points for a tenfold draw, an additional 2 lottery opportunities will be granted. The system replied in a dispassionate manner. Jiang Feng, what a ruse. This is evidently a commercial scheme. It is blatantly designed to entice one into a tenfold draw. Engaging in a single draw, however, would indeed be rather unwise. Ding dong. It has been detected that the host just insulted this system, referring to it as a dog system. This serves as a verbal warning. Should this occur again, annihilation will ensue. As a mere worker, this system also finds its existence quite challenging. You know. The voice of the system resonated once more, tinged with an unexpected sense of grievance. The river breeze. This system is quite challenging to navigate. It seems to erase everything at a whim. Moreover, why does this system exhibit emotions? That is rather absurd. He yearned to delve deeper into the matter, yet no matter how he called upon the system, there was no response, as if it had never existed at all. His consciousness returned to reality. The river breeze accompanied the players as they entered the tunnel, returning to the locker room. Soon, they arrived at the post-match interview segment, undoubtedly. Jiang Feng once again became the focal point of reporters' eager interviews, surrounded to the point of suffocation, as though completely enveloped within their midst. Chapter 49. The Impromptu Elevator Door Tactic. A review of the first week of the regular season. Jiang, congratulations on leading your team to a 5-game winning streak and achieving your modest goal for the new season. What are your thoughts at this moment? A reporter inquired. It's easier than I imagined. No team poses a genuine threat to the Lakers. Jiang shrugged nonchalantly, his tone remarkably indifferent. However, the reporters were far from calm. Winning against the Nuggets solely due to Kobe's last-minute shot. Was that truly considered effortless? Jiang, do you perceive this match as easy? Bear in mind, had Kobe failed to make that 3-pointer, the Lakers would have faced defeat. A reporter interjected, voicing skepticism. There are no what-ifs. I am confident that Kobe would have made that 3-pointer, as the strategy one devised for him is flawless. Jiang Feng earnestly remarked, internally expressing his skepticism. If it weren't for the fact that the Lakers' key players were utterly fatigued and affected by altitude sickness, would the game have reached its final moments? Reporter, you expect us to believe that Kobe would make that 3-pointer? This seems rather far-fetched. I dare say even Kobe himself might not have been certain of his shot success. How could you, as the head coach, be so sure? Is this not mere nonsense? The crowd was left speechless. This rookie coach was becoming increasingly delusional in his bravado. Jiang, what strategy did you employ in the end? It seems rather unprecedented. A curious reporter inquired. Of course, this was a tactic I devised on the spur of the moment for this match, which I have dubbed the elevator door strategy. Jiang Feng smiled broadly, leaving the reporters utterly bewildered. A hastily conceived strategy? What an absurd international jest. His claim seemed increasingly far-fetched. Even if one possessed the ability to devise such a tactic on the fly, the players must be able to execute it on the field, especially at such a critical juncture that determines the outcome of the match. Under intense emotional pressure, could the players possibly remember such intricate movements? It is well known that all strategies are honed through extensive training, allowing players to execute them seamlessly on the pitch. Thus, Jiang Feng's assertions were fundamentally illogical. Kobe, do you believe Jiang Feng's words? Is this the first time in your career you are employing this strategy? The reporters inquired. They presumed that the tactic had long been part of the Lakers' training regimen, merely unveiled for the first time today. Absolutely. This is indeed the first time I've executed this strategy. To be honest, during the final timeout, when Jiang laid out the tactic, the players were quite taken aback, as none had encountered such an approach before. Attempting it head-on could easily lead to errors. Yet the coach encouraged us and remained steadfast in his strategy, compelling us to execute it. Astonishingly, we successfully carried out the tactic, and I found myself in a position to score the winning basket, Kobe recounted, detailing the moments with an undeniable sense of astonishment. The reporters were, once again, left in disbelief. Kobe's words were undoubtedly persuasive. So, was everything Jiang Feng had said indeed true? All eyes shifted towards Jiang Feng, their expressions reflecting an indescribable mix of shock and even fear. The rookie coach's extraordinary maneuvers transcended mere astonishment. They were nothing short of magical. Jiang, after achieving your initial goals, what aspirations do you hold for the future? One reporter, suppressing their astonishment, asked. I have numerous ambitions, such as being named Coach of the Year, leading my team to the best regular season record, and ultimately securing the championship this season. I intend to pursue each goal diligently, living up to everyone's expectations of me. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly, leaving the journalists speechless once more. It was evident that achieving any of those targets was no simple feat. Yet, why did everyone seem to believe that this novice coach genuinely had a chance to accomplish them? It was clear that Jiang Feng was putting on a facade. Yet many were convinced of his capabilities, which was rather absurd. Following the post-match interview, news of the game flooded the media across the nation. The killer instinct. Kobe sank a game-winning three-pointer, turning the tide of the match. With a single stroke, Kobe delivered the first game winner of the season in the entire league. The genius coach? Jiang Feng, in a moment of crisis, devised the elevator door strategy, rescuing the Lakers. In the final 2 seconds, the Lakers turned the game around. Who deserved more credit? The Lakers game news once again dominated the headlines, sparking discussions nationwide. Oh my! Kobe, a true superstar, displayed remarkable steadiness in critical moments. He truly possesses the ability to alter the course of events. What absurd news is this? Jiang Feng designed a strategy to save the Lakers? That seems a bit far-fetched. Everyone knows that executing a cohesive strategy requires extensive practice. Indeed, it's true. Kobe himself has acknowledged it. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. My understanding of basketball is being challenged. How on earth did this coach from Huaxia manage such a feat? So, who do you believe deserves the credit for the Lakers' comeback? Undoubtedly, it is Kobe. For it was he who made that pivotal three-pointer. If it had been another player, the outcome might have been different. No, I believe it's Jiang Feng's credit. Without his tactical arrangement, Kobe would not have had such an easy shot. Fans passionately debated, each holding their own opinions. Discussions about such hypothetical scenarios always ignite fervent debates. Yet, in addressing this question, it seems everyone has forgotten that, regardless of who deserves the credit, the victory belongs to the Lakers as a team. Amidst the whirlwind of attention from across the nation, the Lakers had already boarded their flight from Denver, returning to Los Angeles. After enduring a grueling schedule of 5 games in 7 days, the Lakers finally had a brief respite of 2 days to catch their breath. Jiang Feng, with a refreshing approach, granted his players a day of respite, foregoing any training obligations to allow them to recuperate. Amidst the exuberant cheers proclaiming the coach's greatness, the Lakers disbanded on the spot, each returning to their respective homes. Simultaneously, the first week of the NBA regular season came to a close, prompting media and basketball analysts to swiftly summarize the week's events. Undoubtedly, the Lakers emerged as the most surprising team of the new season. Following a significant overhaul during the offseason and the appointment of rookie coach Jiang Feng, the Lakers were perceived as a franchise on the brink of rebuilding. Many outlets boldly asserted that the illustrious purple and gold dynasty was destined for decline, predicting a season devoid of competitiveness. However, amidst such pessimism, the Lakers displayed formidable prowess under Jiang Feng's leadership, achieving an impressive 5-game winning streak, thus securing the best record in the league and becoming the sole undefeated team. Jiang Feng demonstrated remarkable coaching acumen throughout several matches. While skepticism still lingers, it is evident that he has firmly established his position as the head coach of the Lakers, with any prospect of dismissal being utterly impossible. Now, Lakers fans eagerly anticipate how far their rookie coach Jiang Feng can guide the team this season. the playoffs, the finals, or even a championship? Chapter 50, Comments from Legends. Without a doubt, the first center, Yao Ming, deserves the accolade. Following Jiang Feng's leadership in achieving the league's best 5-game winning streak, sportbooks have adjusted their odds regarding which coaches might be the first to face dismissal this season. Jiang Feng no longer holds the prestigious top position, having descended to 4th place. The first position has been claimed by the Kings head coach, Paul Westphal. It is said that a deep-seated conflict exists between this coach and the core player they intend to develop, DeMarcus Cousins, which has left the management quite dissatisfied. What is truly astonishing is that Jiang Feng's formidable performance in the new season still secures him a spot on this list. This indicates that many in the United States continue to doubt Jiang Feng, the Chinese head coach, believing he remains at risk of being dismissed by the Lakers. This situation has sparked heated discussions across Chinese social media. Many fans expressed their frustration towards the bookmakers, asserting that they are viewing Jiang Feng through a biased lens. All Chinese fans are incredibly angry, holding high hopes for Jiang Feng, wishing for him to perform even more powerfully and to decisively prove his worth to the American audience. They want to demonstrate that a Chinese head coach can indeed establish a foothold in the NBA and become an exemplary coach. Simultaneously, the renowned Chinese commentator Yang Yi has published an article on his personal social media, praising Jiang Feng's coaching abilities in full support of him. Numerous netizens have shared Yang Yi's prior article, which questioned Jiang Feng, showcasing a stark contrast in attitudes. Yang Yi responded in the comments, expressing he is unafraid of backlash, asserting that Jiang Feng's impressive performance may very well lead to the emergence of a legendary coach from China in the realm of basketball. In the United States, many retired legends have also commented on Jiang Feng. Magic Johnson exclaimed, "My goodness. The Lakers have achieved a 5-game winning streak. Jiang Feng truly has talent. I am now looking forward to this Lakers team. This might be the wisest decision in the history of the franchise." Larry Bird remarked, "It's just a 5-game winning streak. Is it necessary for such extensive coverage? Has it become a national focus? What a waste of news resources. I remember Jiang Feng boasting about winning the championship. I will only acknowledge his prowess when he lifts the Larry O'Brien trophy." Mike Brown stated, "I am still at home. Unsure if the Lakers could offer me an assistant coach position, I would gladly serve as Jiang Feng's assistant." With a tearful emoji, Phil Jackson expressed, "I still do not believe this rookie coach from China possesses the capabilities to lead an NBA team. However, it is astonishing that he has managed to win over Kobe. In my many years coaching the Lakers, Kobe has praised me publicly far fewer times than he has praised Jiang Feng in just these few days." There seems to be a hint of bitterness in that tone. Charles Barkley commented, "I believe many are eager to see me kiss a donkey's backside, but I must say, do not rush. The month-long deadline has not yet arrived. Who knows what the situation will be in a month? Perhaps the Lakers will face a 10-game losing streak. And then this rookie coach Jiang Feng will be dismissed." Shaquille O'Neal, "Kupchak is not foolish. I have become a fan of Jiang Feng. A few months ago, when Jiang Feng was appointed as the head coach of the Lakers and held his press conference, many legends made their remarks. At that time, no one had faith in Jiang Feng. What infuriated him the most was that none of the legends mentioned his name. They referred to him as a rookie coach or a young player from China. However, now, even though some legends still harbor doubts about Jiang Feng, all comments now include his name. This is a form of respect. Of course, what Jiang Feng desires is not merely respect, but to conquer them. After the major media outlets completed their reviews of the NBA's first week of the new season, the NBA officially announced the players of the week for both the Eastern and Western conferences. The player of the week in the East was LeBron James of the Miami Heat, averaging 27.5 points, 7 for rebounds, 7, 9 assists, 1 for steals, and 1 blocks per game, once again embodying the essence of versatility. Meanwhile, the player of the week in the West was the Lakers' Yao Ming, who achieved an impressive average of 25.5 points, 11, 2 rebounds, 3 for assists, and 6 blocks. His scoring, rebounding, and various advanced statistical metrics have all reached new career highs. He is undoubtedly the league's premier center. Yao's performance has sparked widespread discussion across America. In stark contrast to Jiang Feng's mixed reviews, Yao is met with unanimous praise. Whether in America or China, everyone is lauding Yao. After all, what criticism can be levied against a player who has returned from a significant injury to perform at the peak of his career? All that can be offered to Yao is admiration and respect. Numerous American media outlets have named Yao as the most surprising player of the NBA season. When Yao was sidelined for consecutive seasons with the Rockets, many believed his career was over. Even a comeback raised doubts about his competitive state. Hence, during the offseason, no one was willing to offer him a stable mid-level contract, with most teams proposing short-term minimum contracts. This further underscored the notion that Yao had lost his market in the NBA. Amid such skepticism, Yao signed with the Lakers. Some media outlets even disparaged the signing as a garbage contract. All of this deeply motivated Yao. He has been harboring a determination to prove himself in the new season. Now, Yao has finally vindicated himself, demonstrating to his critics the caliber of his performance this season. I believe that the Rockets' general manager, Daryl Morey, is now lamenting in despair. With Yao's current performance, if he were to be paired with an all-star caliber player, the Rockets would undoubtedly be a strong contender for the playoffs. How unfortunate it is to have embarked upon reconstruction so early. Yet alas, there is no what if. Now, Morey can only gaze tearfully as Yao Ming reclaims his status as the premier center in the league with the Lakers, earning a mere $10 million. In the end, some media outlets and basketball analysts have not refrained from mocking Jiang Feng, suggesting that with the Lakers' star-studded lineup of Yao, Kobe, and Gasol, even if Coach Jiang were to merely serve as a tool, he could still lead the team to the playoffs. Should this transpire, Jiang Feng's coaching resume would indeed appear quite illustrious. Even if he were to be released by the Lakers in the future, he might still secure an assistant coaching position based on such a record. In the face of this blatant derision, Jiang Feng has yet to respond. While the Lakers' official channels have already stepped in to defend him, showcasing memorable moments of his tenure as head coach. General manager Kupchak has also publicly stated that the team's prowess and achievements are largely attributable to Jiang Feng's efforts. The media, however, dismisses this as mere platitudes, believing Kupchak is merely engaging in flattery. What they fail to realize is that his words ring true. Chapter 51. The Arrival of New Year's Day. A New Notebook. An Invitation from Aunt Jeannie. The year 2012 has dawned. The entire city of Los Angeles is rejoicing in the celebration of New Year's Day. In a dilapidated old apartment, Jiang Feng has prepared a pot of lamb stew for himself, accompanied by a couple of bottles of beer, marking the occasion in his own way. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he sits at his rickety little table, retrieving paper and pen to commence his notes. The first order of business is to rent a luxurious apartment. As the head coach of the Lakers, residing in such a shabby place is somewhat unbecoming. His previous hesitation was due to financial constraints, but just days ago, he received his first paycheck from the Lakers, amounting to nearly $100,000. Jiang Feng has officially emerged from poverty. Subsequently, the objective is to strive to extend the winning streak while minimizing the number of losses in matches. This endeavor serves two purposes. Firstly, to garner greater prestige, and secondly, to fulfill the primary mission, which entails leading the team to secure the top position in the league. In contrast to the primary mission, the subsequent challenge presents a greater difficulty. By the conclusion of the regular season, the team must boast at least 2 statistical champions and a minimum of 2 players selected for the All-Star teams, encompassing the first, second, and third teams. Jiang Feng set down his pen, pondering how to accomplish the second main task. Undoubtedly, both Kobe and Yao Ming are worthy candidates for the All-Star lineup. However, securing the title of scoring champion for both proves to be a formidable challenge. Since the 2007 season, Kobe has not claimed the scoring title again. And throughout his entire career, Yao Ming has never captured the rebounding crown. The likelihood of other Lakers players achieving such statistical acclaim appears even more remote. Thus, the hopes rest solely on Kobe and Yao. Jiang Feng perused the current data rankings of the league. Kobe Bryant, with an average of 26.8 points per game, ranked 5th among his peers, trailing only behind Durant, James, Anthony, and Nowitzki. Subsequently, Jiang Feng examined Kobe's offensive distribution over the last 5 games and noted that his attempts from beyond the arc were exceedingly few, averaging merely 4.2 shots per game. For a premier three-point shooter in the league boasting a 39 shooting accuracy, such a frequency of attempts is evidently insufficient. Jiang Feng resolutely decided that in the forthcoming matches, he would ensure that Kobe attempted more three-point shots, thus allowing his average points per game to rise swiftly. Surpassing an average of 30 points should be effortlessly achievable. This would virtually guarantee the title of scoring champion. As for Yao Ming, he currently ranks 6th in the rebounding standings, trailing the first place, Howard, by nearly 3 rebounds per game. This presents a significant challenge, as Howard's rebounding prowess is indeed formidable. Jiang Feng pondered for an extended period and tentatively devised 2 strategies. The first involves appropriately increasing Yao's playing time, while the second focuses on devising additional defensive tactics to afford Yao easier opportunities for rebounding within the paint. As for whether Yao can surpass Howard to claim the title of rebounding champion, the variables are too numerous to predict. Adjustments can only be made as the season unfolds. After jotting down his notes, just as Jiang Feng was about to retire for the night, his phone rang. It was a call from Kupchik. "Hello, boss. What can I do for you?" The River Breeze inquired with curiosity. "It is not I who seeks you, but rather the boss's daughter, Jenny Bass, who wishes to extend an invitation for a meal." Kupchik's voice emerged in a low tone, seemingly devoid of enthusiasm. "Is it for now?" A weight settled in Jiang Feng's heart. The inevitable has finally arrived. Has the elderly lady, Jenny Bass, decided to take action? Indeed. Right now? I will send you the location shortly. You can head there directly. I must caution you. Jenny is an exceptionally astute businesswoman, so exercise caution in your conversation," Kupchik stated, his tone exceedingly grave. Jiang Feng discerned that the old man was cautioning him against speaking indiscreetly, particularly regarding the revelation of his identity as a time traveler. "Rest assured, we are indeed allies navigating the same vessel." The evening breeze invigorated Kupchik as he glanced at the clock, which read 9 o'clock. He inquired once more, "Are we truly going now?" "Of course. Do you still fear that Jenny might take offense?" He replied with a mischievous grin. "Given your charm, winning Jenny's affection should pose little challenge." Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Kupchik felt a weight lift from his heart. After making a few calls, his thoughts drifted to the anticipated encounter between Jiang Feng and Jenny, envisioning it as a splendid rendezvous. The somewhat restless old man made another call, summoning his secretary to help alleviate his agitation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Feng, having donned his attire, hailed a taxi in accordance with the location sent by Kupchik and set off with purpose. Half an hour later, upon arrival at the destination, what greeted Jiang Feng was an extraordinarily grand edifice, reminiscent of a castle, exuding opulence under the illumination of the lights. Jiang Feng gazed in awe at the grandeur of the restaurant, undoubtedly one of the most prestigious establishments in all of Los Angeles. Upon entering, guided by the attentive staff, he swiftly arrived at the private booth reserved by Aunt Jenny. There, he beheld the enchanting Jenny Bass. This evening, Jenny donned a deep blue, form-fitting dress that elegantly accentuated her figure, revealing a generous expanse of alabaster skin, with a subtle hint of a delicate cleft. The hem of her gown gracefully fell just below her hips, revealing all that was meant to be seen, while the mysteries that remained concealed only added to her allure. Jiang Feng reluctantly diverted his gaze, compelled to marvel at the fact that even though Aunt Jenny had surpassed her 50s, she bore no traces of aging. Instead, she radiated the allure of a woman in her 30s, exuding charm at every turn. It is no wonder that Phil Jackson found himself utterly captivated by Aunt Jenny. The average person would indeed struggle to resist such enchantment. "Jiang, welcome to our gathering. This marks our first official encounter, and I hope it does not come across as abrupt," Aunt Jenny said, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with warmth. She even rose to greet Jiang Feng, extending her arms in invitation for an embrace. Jiang Feng swiftly averted his gaze, for it seemed rather impolite to continuously fixate on Aunt Jenny's bosom. He then approached her, exchanging a light embrace, while inwardly lamenting how much he adored Western etiquette. In that moment of embrace, he caught a whiff of the enchanting fragrance emanating from Aunt Jenny, which was truly intoxicating. It was a privilege to share a meal with my esteemed elder during this festive New Year's celebration. The river breeze revealed its characteristic smile as it settled opposite Jeannie. "Why are you sitting so far from me? Come, sit beside me. This will foster closeness." Jeannie Buss gestured to the seat beside her, speaking with a radiant smile. There was no benevolent warmth of a senior, only the mature allure of a woman. "Why not allow me to sit directly upon your lap?" Jiang Feng silently lamented as he feigned calmness while approaching, though his heart was in disarray. What could be the true intention behind Aunt Jenny's grand banquet? Chapter 52. Jenny's Manipulation. The Lakers' turbulent internal struggles. With a heart full of trepidation, Jiang Feng settled beside Aunt Jenny, once again enveloped by the intoxicating scent of her perfume. Whether intentional or not, the alluring contours of her décolletage were ever so subtly revealed, igniting an irresistible curiosity to explore further. The expanse of her exposed skin glistened under the soft glow of the lights, almost blinding in its brilliance. If one were to suggest that Aunt Jenny was enticing him and harbored any interest in him, Jiang Feng would find such a notion utterly implausible. After all, Jenny and Phil Jackson were still lovers, their relationship seemingly flourishing. Given Aunt Jenny's esteemed position, Any revelation of infidelity would not only tarnish her reputation but would also cast a shadow over the Lakers organization itself. Jiang Feng was acutely aware that every action taken by Jenny Bass, along with her seductive advances, was merely a means to fulfill her own ulterior motives. It must be said that Aunt Jenny possessed a profound understanding of men and was adept at leveraging her physical allure. She would not genuinely act upon her intentions, rather. She sought to captivate him by showcasing her physique, thereby provoking unwarranted thoughts within him. In essence, Aunt Jenny's endeavors with her body would have achieved their purpose. To put it more candidly, Aunt Jenny wished to ensnare Jiang Feng's affections through such tactics, while simultaneously instilling in him the illusion that he had a chance to take her to bed. Jiang Feng indeed found it challenging to maintain composure, being a typical man. However, upon discerning Jenny's true intentions, he managed to suppress those errant thoughts. "Jiang, how did you come to know Kupchak? I am quite curious about how he recognized your exceptional talent as a coach," and Jenny inquired with a smile, raising her elegant wine glass and subtly signaling for a toast with Jiang Feng. "I am not accustomed to this. Please bring me a bottle of beer instead." The gentle breeze whispered as Jiang Feng spoke. Having consumed several bottles of beer in the apartment earlier, the effects of the alcohol still lingered. He genuinely feared that he might become intoxicated once more by the mingling of beer and red wine, losing control over his actions and potentially causing inappropriate incidents with Aunt Jenny. Such a misstep would undoubtedly jeopardize his prospects with the Lakers. Jenny Bus appeared somewhat bewildered, but nonetheless gestured for the waiter to fulfill Jiang Feng's request. This unexpected interlude disrupted Jenny's rhythm, leaving her momentarily at a loss regarding how to proceed, whether to clink the high-stemmed glass containing red wine against Jiang Feng's beer bottle. As for my acquaintance with Kupchak, it was indeed serendipitous. We met by chance and exchanged a few casual remarks, after which he expressed considerable admiration for my abilities, imploring me to take on the role of head coach. I replied that such a notion was impractical, given that the Lakers had already appointed Mike Brown as head coach. Kupchak dismissed this, asserting that Mike Brown was inconsequential and that he would persuade the owner to allow me to assume the position. As Jiang Feng sipped his beer, he remarked that the effects of the alcohol were becoming increasingly difficult to contain. It is widely acknowledged that the drinking culture in China is distinct, and boasting after a few drinks is a notable characteristic of this tradition. Moreover, Jiang Feng was acutely aware that Aunt Jenny had come to probe his true capabilities. Indeed, this sophisticated older woman would not invite him to dinner without ulterior motives. This was, in essence, a banquet fraught with hidden dangers. Aunt Jenny listened, her expression one of bewilderment, her brows furrowing slightly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her eyes. She was not oblivious to Jiang Feng's fabrications. To her surprise, this young man from China, despite his youth, possessed a depth of thought that was somewhat daunting. "Since you became the head coach of the Lakers, I have held you in high regard. Just 1 week into the new season, you have indeed exceeded my expectations, leading the Lakers to astonish the entire league. I firmly believe that under your stewardship, the Lakers will ascend to greatness once more, and you shall become a legendary coach in the NBA. Today, on this auspicious occasion of New Year's Day, I have set aside all other engagements to dine with you. You must recognize the significance I place on our meeting," Aunt Jenny stated with a smile, her eyes glinting like a vividly colored serpent, poised to devour Jiang Feng at any moment. A shift in strategy, it seemed. She had launched directly into her sweet-talking flattery. Jiang Feng silently scoffed to himself, wearing a smile that was both awkward and courteous, for the praise he received seemed somewhat insincere. "You have admired me since I became the head coach? Then why have you only approached me now? It has been over half a year, which clearly indicates that this admiration was not genuine at the time. I appreciate your kind words, and I assure you I will strive to work diligently." Jiang Feng remarked that he recognized Aunt Jenny's overtures towards him, with a clear intention to secure his support. After all, although Aunt Jenny was part of the Lakers management, her influence was limited. Jiang Feng was acutely aware that following Jerry Buss's passing, the astute owner had not entrusted the Lakers management to Jenny, but rather to his younger son, Jim Buss. Consequently, Aunt Jenny's power waned, leading to her gradual withdrawal from the team's management. The rivalry between the two had persisted for over a decade. In 2004, during the off-season, Jim Buss assisted Jerry Buss in dismissing Phil Jackson and trading away the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, which plunged their relationship into a deep freeze. However, with Phil's return as head coach, Jenny's influence peaked within the Buss family, further consolidating her control over the team, effectively sidelining Jim Buss. Yet, Jim Buss later took the reins of the Lakers' 2005 draft, decisively selecting the young Andrew Bynum, which allowed him to demonstrate his capabilities, though he remained largely unrecognized. Many doubted his understanding of basketball, believing he was incapable of steering the Lakers' illustrious vessel. Indeed, chaos reigned within the Lakers management after Jim Buss assumed full control, resulting in a prolonged decline, rendering the team a shadow of its former glory. For an organization with such a storied history, this was utterly intolerable. His proclamation that the Lakers would secure a championship within 5 years was met with derision. Ultimately, in 2017, Jim Buss resigned in disgrace. Aunt Jeannie then reclaimed leadership of the Lakers, subsequently dismissing Kupchak and appointing Magic Johnson as the general manager. Following this, Johnson secured LeBron James for the team. However, unable to endure the internal strife within the Lakers, Magic Johnson resigned voluntarily, recommending Kobe's agent, Rob Pelinka, as the new general manager, who subsequently orchestrated the trade for Anthony Davis. The Lakers then experienced a resurgence, culminating in a championship victory. Chapter 53. Jiang Feng chooses a side. Why didn't you invite me to the nightclub? It can be stated that the Lakers management has long been embroiled in a chaotic internal struggle reminiscent of a palace intrigue. The direct consequences of such turmoil have profoundly affected the team, which is somewhat lamentable. Turning our gaze to the present, Jerry Buss has been diagnosed with cancer, leaving him with little time remaining. Jeannie Buss and Jim Buss are undoubtedly vying for the position of heir to the Lakers. Consequently, Aunt Jeannie has begun to take proactive steps, even inviting Jiang Feng to dine alone on the significant occasion of New Year's Day, a gesture brimming with sincerity. Had Jiang Feng not been aware of the impending power struggle within the Lakers management, he might have found Aunt Jeannie's intentions somewhat elusive. However, to be frank, he is reluctant to be drawn into this tumultuous conflict. Yet, given the circumstances, once one is involved with the Lakers, detachment becomes impossible. Should he choose not to support Aunt Jeannie now, he might face dismissal in the near future. Conversely, aligning himself with Aunt Jeannie could also lead to potential repercussions from Jim Buss. Such a predicament is indeed challenging. He may ultimately become a casualty of the Buss family's internal strife. Nevertheless, if compelled to select a side, Jiang Feng would undoubtedly choose Aunt Jeannie. After all, she possesses the genuine capability to lead the Lakers. Furthermore, considering the lengths to which she has gone to entice him, it would be ungracious not to reciprocate. Just for the sake of that subtle allure, Jiang Feng feels obliged to extend his support to Jeannie. I understand your intentions. Rest assured. Today I shall publicly declare my support, no matter what transpires within the Lakers management in the future, as long as I remain in the position of head coach. I will undoubtedly stand by you, for I recognize your true capability to guide the Lakers toward greatness. Jiang Feng did not wait for Aunt Jenny to continue speaking and proactively expressed his loyalty with utmost seriousness. He feared that if he continued to entangle himself with Aunt Jenny, Phil Jackson would surely find himself wearing a metaphorical green hat. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Jenny Buss's expression shifted dramatically. She seemed taken aback by Jiang Feng's forthrightness, leaving her momentarily at a loss. It appeared that the seductive scheme she had prepared was now unnecessary. You truly are a perceptive individual. I now understand why Kupchak holds you in such high regard before my father. Engaging in conversation with an astute person is indeed a delightful experience. Aunt Jenny raised her glass, intending to toast, but upon noticing the beer can in Jiang Feng's hand, she ultimately restrained herself, lifting her glass instead and consuming its contents in one go. Rest assured, as long as I maintain a certain level of influence within the management, I will ensure that you do not lose your position as head coach of the Lakers, Jenny said with a smile, her gaze somewhat dreamy. After drinking, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. Thank you. I firmly believe that in the end, you will emerge victorious. Jiang Feng spoke, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his lips, his eyes radiating confidence, as if he were privy to all secrets. Aunt Jenny, observing the intensity in Jiang Feng's gaze, felt the effects of her slight inebriation evaporate, her body bristling with an unsettling sensation, as though he could see right through her. It was akin to standing before him completely unclothed, devoid of any pretense. This revelation deeply unsettled Jenny Bass. She could hardly fathom how she found herself in a position of vulnerability before a young man in his 20s. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. She resolved to regain control of the situation. Since we have conversed so candidly, I shall not take up more of your time. I have already made my purchase and must attend to other matters, and Jenny declared, abruptly rising to her feet, causing her chest to swell with tumultuous emotion. Jiang Feng nodded, assuming that Jenny was about to depart, only to be taken by surprise as she suddenly leaned forward, her alluring lips brushing against his ear. Jiang Feng suddenly held his breath, for he caught a whiff of an alluring fragrance and beheld the enticing curves of Aunt Jenny's attire. Caught off guard, he found himself utterly flustered, nearly unable to contain the rush of blood to his nose. One can only say that Aunt Jenny truly embraced her freedom. Jiang Feng distinctly recalls having encountered sensational gossip concerning Jeannie Buss in a previous life. It is said that Jeannie Buss once posed for an audacious 8-page spread for Playboy, the provocative nature of which is quite astonishing. Furthermore, in her youth, she was often seen zipping around Los Angeles in a sports car, engaging in various romantic escapades with numerous sports stars and Hollywood celebrities. Ah, how quintessentially American. The entertainment and sports industries in the United States are rife with such tumultuous affairs. Jiang, I must confess, you possess an undeniable charm. During our brief conversation, I found myself captivated more than once. Had I been a decade younger, who knows, I might have succumbed to temptation this very evening. I can only assume you are not particularly drawn to someone of my age. Thus, let us cherish a platonic friendship, Jeannie Buss declared. As she spoke, the gentle cadence of her voice brushed against Jiang Feng's ear, accompanied by the soft sound of her breath, evoking an altogether unique sensation within him. Dear Aunt, I believe you may have misunderstood. Age is merely a number. In fact, I have an affinity for maturity as it allows for a certain ease in engagement. Jiang Feng's heart screamed in silence. In a moment of distraction, Jenny Buss had already departed from the private room, her expensive high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Only Jiang Feng remained, dazed and seated, a tempest of desire raging within him. This Aunt Jenny was truly unscrupulous. She had ignited a fervor within him. Yet she left with an air of calm detachment. Indeed, she was a seasoned player in this game of seduction. Jiang Feng had a modest meal before departing from the restaurant. Standing on the bustling street, he found himself at a loss as to where to go next. Returning to his dilapidated old apartment was certainly unappealing. Could he truly rely on the whimsical comforts of Aunt Jenny to lull him to sleep through the long, lonely night? Such a notion felt rather pitiful. Jiang Feng pondered deeply, and suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He had completely overlooked the fact that among his companions were several formidable figures, both masters of the sea and connoisseurs of the nightlife. It was high time to reach out and strengthen their bonds. Jiang Feng retrieved his mobile phone and dialed James Harden's number. As the call connected, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the other end: music, the clinking of glasses, and the voices of women. Coach, is there something urgent that requires your call at this late hour? Harden inquired cautiously, a hint of unease in his tone. What are you up to at the moment? My friend, the river breeze murmured softly. I am at the nightclub, Harden stated, his voice lowered, lacking in conviction. At the nightclub? Jiang Feng suddenly raised his voice, a hint of surprise evident. Perhaps due to the cacophony surrounding Harden, he only perceived the elevated tone, failing to grasp the emotions embedded within, mistakenly believing Jiang Feng was angry. I'm sorry, Coach, I was wrong. I shouldn't have chosen to frequent nightclubs during our brief respite after the grueling schedule, Harden hastily remarked, feeling somewhat remorseful for Jiang Feng's guidance. You are indeed mistaken. How could you go to a nightclub without inviting me? Is this the kind of player you are? Chapter 55, Demands from Kobe and Yao Ming. The spotlight battle against the Houston Rockets. Yao Ming rolled his eyes upon hearing this. He was certainly aware of the 6-flavor Remania pills, a well-known supplement in Huaxia, primarily aimed at kidney replenishment. However, the notion of rapidly enhancing kidney function seemed a touch exaggerated besides Yao Ming. The other players exhibited an even more intense glow in their eyes, imbued with fervent desire. Jiang, where can I procure this? Could you possibly assist me in acquiring some? You know, I have a lovely wife at home, which often leaves me feeling somewhat deficient. If I cannot endure longer, I might soon find myself wearing a green hat. In order to save my marriage, you simply must help me. Odom was the first to speak up, as Jiang Feng cast a glance at Odom's dark circles. He mused to himself, is that a sign of kidney deficiency? Even the strongest constitution would struggle to withstand the depths of Kardashian allure. He then added, and what about me? Coach, we share a camaraderie forged in the nightlife. Harden, in his eagerness, chimed in. He had long harbored a dream of one day spending a night of passion with 2 voluptuous beauties, yet his current physical condition thwarted his aspirations. The others remained silent. Yet it was evident that they too yearned to indulge. No worries. I possess an abundance of this, he declared. I can offer it to you free of charge. However, allow me to make one stipulation. Regardless of how tumultuous your personal lives may be off the court, I will not intervene. But should it affect your performance in the games, do not blame me for my lack of leniency. It is understandable if your performance falters occasionally. Yet if you persistently underperform, I shall be compelled to take action. The expression on Jiang Feng's face shifted dramatically as he spoke earnestly. While amusement and revelry have their places, a sense of professionalism must prevail. Particularly concerning his Odom, he fears that this individual may indulge excessively in his personal life, ultimately jeopardizing his career. The other players nodded in agreement, their expressions turning grave. Furthermore, let it be known that the 6 flavor Rehmannia pills are not bestowed upon you without expectation. I have a stipulation. You are to strive for victory in every match. Presently, we are on a 5-game winning streak. For each additional victory, I shall reward you with a bottle of 6 flavor Rehmannia pills until the winning streak is broken. The river breeze continued, inspired by a sudden thought, to motivate the players in such a manner. Certainly, this approach would be ineffective for seasoned veterans like Kobe and Yao Ming. However, for budding talents such as Harden, Thompson, and Paul George, it proves to be quite impactful. Coach, just you wait and see. Regardless of our opponents, we shall triumph all the way, exclaimed Harden, brimming with enthusiasm. He felt that his dreams were on the verge of realization. A double hole-in-one. Just imagining it sends a thrill through him. All right, everyone, let us resume our training. I hope that by the time we play tomorrow, your dark circles will have vanished. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly, signaling the crowd to disperse. Ding. The system detected a 5-point increase in James Harden's affinity towards the host. Ding. A similar 5-point rise was noted in Klay Thompson's regard. Ding. The system continued to resonate within Jiang Feng's mind, revealing a surprising development. After indulging in a night out, it seemed that feelings had blossomed. It appeared that frequenting nightclubs would be beneficial for swiftly enhancing these affinities. He gingerly touched his waist, feeling a twinge of soreness. He sensed that he could endure yet another round. After a brief moment of respite, Jiang Feng approached Kobe. Hey, Kobe, he began. I have analyzed your performance in the recent matches, and I believe it is time to make a few requests regarding the upcoming games. Jiang Feng remarked. Kobe paused his shooting practice, his expression one of keen interest as he gazed at Jiang Feng. He thrived on challenges, for they served to enhance his motivation. This is one of the reasons behind Kobe's remarkable success. He consistently embraced challenges to elevate his abilities. In contrast, some individuals merely evade challenges. During the off-season, you engaged in specialized training for your 3-point shooting, and your proficiency has already become remarkable. However, in these 5 games, your attempts from beyond the arc have been far too few. My expectation for you moving forward is to ensure that you attempt no less than 8 3-pointers in each game. Jiang Feng earnestly remarked, Coach, are you certain you are not jesting? 8 attempts per game for 3-pointers? This is utterly outrageous. Kobe furrowed his brow, expressing disbelief as he responded. In an era when 3-pointers are still undervalued, averaging 8 attempts is indeed considerable. Indeed, he continued, moreover, I must emphasize, it is not merely 8 attempts, but a minimum of 8. Jiang Feng responded with a demeanor that was notably grave. Observing this, Kobe realized that Jiang Feng was not jesting, and thus he nodded seriously in return. Coach, please do not scorn me for attempting too many 3-point shots when the time comes. Kobe remarked with a smile, his gaze sharp and penetrating. By all means, shoot as much as you desire. The more you shoot, the better. However, this does not imply that I endorse reckless attempts. I shall devise certain strategies to afford you ample opportunities for 3-point shots. Jiang Feng remarked nonchalantly, it matters not, even when facing a formidable defense. My shooting percentage shall remain unyieldingly high. Kobe responded with an air of calm confidence. Jiang Feng? When it comes to putting on airs, you surpass me. After dealing with Kobe, Jiang Feng sought out Yao Ming. Brother Jiang, your frequent nightlife with Harden and others may jeopardize the authority of your position as head coach. Are you not concerned about losing your credibility? Before Jiang Feng could utter a word, Yao spoke with a furrowed brow. In Yao's mindset, the team coach should embody seriousness, rigidity, and maintain a certain distance from the players to effectively lead the team. However, Jiang Feng lacked these qualities, often jesting and mingling with the players, which raised concerns about how long he could command their respect. Yao's worries, though not unfounded, overlooked one crucial aspect. Jiang Feng was merely in his early 20s, starkly different from those coaches in their 40s or 50s. Moreover, Jiang Feng's disposition was not one of solemnity. He was naturally exuberant and flamboyant. Brother Yao, rest assured, I am well aware of my boundaries. The primary reason for my visit is to discuss a few objectives. In the upcoming matches, we must strive to secure more rebounds. For the one who claims the rebounds claims the victory. Ideally, I would like to challenge for the title of this season's rebounding king. That would be the most fitting declaration of your triumphant return. Jiang Feng candidly expressed, "All right. I shall strive to seize the rebounds with utmost determination." In earnest. Yao responded. He has always unconditionally supported Jiang Feng's requests. Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. After gathering the players to practice their tactics, he concluded the training for the day. After a night of rest, the following day arrived. The Lakers, hosting at home, faced the challenge of the Houston Rockets. Undoubtedly, this was yet another spotlight battle. Chapter 56, Yao's Attitude. Jiang Feng passed the ball to Yao. At the Staples Center, 1 hour before the game. The arena was already packed to capacity, with fans eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. While the game itself might not carry significant weight or intrigue, for Lakers player Yao Ming, it held immense importance. He was up against his former team, imbuing the contest with a unique significance. Everyone was aware of the humiliating offer Yao received from Daryl Morey during the off-season, which left him disheartened towards the Rockets. As the new season commenced, Yao demonstrated superstar-caliber statistics, proving his worth. However, fans were even more eager to witness Yao excel against the Rockets, showcasing his prowess and making Morey realize how foolish his off-season attitude had been towards Yao. Many fans held up supportive signs, proclaiming messages such as "Go Yao," and Yao crushed the Rockets. At that moment, players from both teams participated in pre-game interviews. In the Lakers interview area, a journalist asked Yao, facing your former team, "What are your feelings?" "My emotions are quite complex. I spent 8 years with the Rockets, dedicating the best years of my career to them. I always thought I would retire as a Rocket, but unexpectedly, we parted ways. I never imagined I would compete against them as an opponent," Yao expressed with deep sentiment. Yao, how will you approach this game? Were you angry when Morey offered you a short-term minimum salary contract? Another journalist inquired. "I will give my all to help the team win. Of course, I was quite angry, but I can understand Morey. At that time, I did appear incapable of surviving in this league, and it was indeed difficult to secure a maximum contract. However, after joining the Lakers and receiving Jiang Feng's guidance, I experienced a revival. Therefore, I should be grateful for Morey's minimum offer. Otherwise, given my nature, I would not have easily left the Rockets," Yao replied earnestly. The journalists nodded in understanding. They were well acquainted with Yao's gentle, sincere, and loyal character, embodying the admirable qualities of his heritage. Yet, sitting beside Yao was head coach Jiang Feng, whose demeanor was less easily articulated. "Jiang, I heard in the news that you took young players like Harden and Thompson to the nightclub as the head coach of a team. Do you consider such an approach to be reasonable?" A reporter inquired, his eyes gleaming with mockery. This incident has also sparked a considerable uproar in the United States. Numerous media outlets and basketball experts have criticized Jiang Feng for lacking the demeanor of a head coach, asserting that such conduct could tarnish the reputation of this illustrious team and undermine its cultural ethos. The implications of such accusations are indeed substantial. It is important to recognize that each NBA team possesses its own unique culture, and cultivating this culture is no trivial endeavor. It requires years of dedication and management. Firstly, I must emphasize that my interests are not singularly mine. We share a common passion. Secondly, I find this entirely reasonable. After all, I am merely in my 20s. Is it not permissible to have a few hobbies? Moreover, I have not allowed these interests to impede my professional responsibilities," Jiang Feng casually remarked with an air of indifference. The league has not stipulated that head coaches are prohibited from visiting nightclubs. Thus, these journalists and basketball analysts are truly overstepping their bounds, fretting over trifles and seeking attention, neglecting their actual duties while obsessively chasing clout. The reporters furrowed their brows. How could this rookie coach be so obstinate? Why does he consistently stray from the conventional path? Moreover, why does he refuse to graciously accept criticism? His flamboyant demeanor is indeed exasperating. It remains to be seen how his nightlife exploits will affect the team and how long the Lakers management will tolerate such reckless behavior. After posing a few inquiries, the reporters concluded their pre-game interviews. Subsequently, the entire Lakers team traversed the lengthy player tunnel, arriving at the court to commence their warm-up. The Rockets followed suit. During this time, Yao Ming took the initiative to approach the Rockets' warm-up half, engaging in a friendly chat with Scola. Having played together for several years in the Rockets, they shared a profound friendship. Though Yao was largely unfamiliar with the other players, as most of his contemporaries had been traded away by Morey. Observing the Rockets' vibrant red jerseys, Yao could only sigh, reflecting on how much had changed. Every individual's fate finds its destination. With a sharp whistle, the warm-up concluded. The starting players took the court. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Yao Ming, Gasol, Leonard, Kobe, and James Harden. Just before taking the floor, Jiang Feng succinctly instructed to pass the ball to Yao as much as possible. He understood all too well the anger and resentment that had been building within Yao. It was time for him to unleash it in this match, allowing the Rockets management to witness just how formidable Yao Ming has become. The starting lineup for the Rockets includes Jordan Hill, Scola, Battier, Kevin Martin, and Dragic. Yao Ming and Jordan Hill engage in the tip-off, with the former deftly tapping the basketball away. After James Harden dribbles past half-court, he lofts the ball to the paint for Yao Ming. Meanwhile, Gasol positions himself at the corner beyond the three-point line, creating ample space for Yao to operate. With Jordan Hill, a rookie, guarding him, Yao turns and executes a jump shot, scoring effortlessly. The Rockets initiate their offense. Dragic crosses half-court and passes the ball to Scola in the paint, who is poised for a one-on-one against Gasol. Currently, Scola and Kevin Martin represent the two most formidable offensive threats on this Rockets squad. The team's strategies revolve primarily around these two players. Scola showcases his elegant footwork in the post, deftly faking out Gasol with two swift movements before attempting a layup. Just then, Yao Ming unexpectedly emerges, leaping lightly to swat Scola's shot away with a firm hand. Observing this, Scola can only shake his head in resignation. As former teammates, they are intimately familiar with each other's playing styles. Thus, when Scola pivoted, Yao anticipated his move and preemptively positioned himself for the block, executing it with precision. Leonard secures the basketball and swiftly crosses half-court, subsequently passing to Kobe, who has moved to the left side at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. Kobe raises his hand and releases a wide-open three-pointer. The ball arcs gracefully through the air and swishes through the net. The Rockets attempt to respond. Kevin Martin drives into the paint, elevating high to complete a challenging layup while contending with Yao's defense. One must commend the aesthetic quality of Martin's layup, as he has consistently maintained an average of over 20 points per game in recent seasons, establishing himself as the premier scorer for the Rockets. Despite his average capabilities on defense and playmaking, the Lakers counterattack. James Harden drives into the paint, drawing the attention of two defenders. With a flick of his wrist, he delivers a bounce pass to Yao Ming beneath the basket, who rises effortlessly to execute a one-handed dunk. In several consecutive possessions, the Lakers exhibit a remarkable level of ease, maintaining an exceptionally high offensive efficiency, while the Rockets struggle with individual efforts and minimal tactical collaboration. Within merely half a quarter, the disparity in strength between the two teams becomes evident, leading to a rapidly widening score gap. Chapter 57, Jiang Feng's Daring Maneuvers. Mikhail's Fantasies. The first quarter has concluded, with a score of 21-34, as the Lakers have secured a commanding lead of 13 points. The most dazzling performer was none other than Yao Ming. He wreaked havoc in the paint, showing no mercy to the Rockets, playing a mere 10 minutes in this quarter. Achieving an impressive 7 out of 9 shooting, with 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, and perfect from the free throw line, amassing a staggering 17 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 blocks. He utterly dominated the paint. Scola, who is most familiar with Yao, shook his head in disbelief at such a stellar performance, reminiscing fondly about their days together on the Rockets. If the management could retain Yao during the off-season, surely the current Rockets, under his leadership, would remain contenders for the playoffs. Alas, it is merely a hypothetical. In a certain viewing room, Rockets general manager Daryl Morey gazed at Yao's quarter statistics, his anger palpable, his complexion turning ashen. A Yao of this caliber is truly formidable. What was he thinking during the offseason? How could he not offer a $10 million salary to retain Yao? It is sheer folly. This has undeniably benefited the Lakers, allowing them to capitalize on such a significant opportunity. Given Yao's performance, he is undoubtedly worth a maximum salary of $20 million. Regret. The weight of regret is heavy upon Morey's shoulders, yet there is no way to reverse the situation. His mind is now consumed with thoughts of mending his relationship with Yao, for his contributions to the Rockets merit a retired jersey without question. Moreover, the most crucial point is, if he maintains this remarkable form, when the Lakers' contract expires, there exists a viable possibility of re-signing Yao, thus fulfilling a poetic return to his roots. What a heartwarming tale that would be. The brief intermission concluded, and the second quarter commenced. Both teams entered a rotation phase. The Lakers bench leader, Odom, displayed remarkable prowess, showcasing his all-around skills, scoring, rebounding, and orchestrating fast breaks. With his stellar performance, the Lakers continued to extend their lead. Meanwhile, the Rockets' substitutes appeared lackluster, utterly devoid of fighting spirit, and the game seemed poised to spiral out of control. In a moment of urgency, Rockets coach McHale called a timeout to adjust the lineup, bringing in key players Kevin Martin and Buetinger. Faced with the Lakers' bench defense, their pressure significantly diminished, allowing both players to unleash their true potential. Particularly, Kevin Martin found himself in a hot streak, first nailing a three-pointer from beyond the arc, then driving into the paint for a layup while drawing a foul from Gibson, earning an additional free throw opportunity. At the charity stripe, Martin executed his unorthodox, rapid-fire shooting style with precision. It is worth noting that Martin's shooting technique is unique within the NBA, appearing somewhat awkward yet boasting a commendable success rate. Thanks to Martin's surge, the Rockets narrowed the deficit to 12 points. Shortly thereafter, Buetinger struck from long range with a three-pointer. However, Klay Thompson responded, finally sinking a three-pointer after a couple of misses. After a few minutes of stalemate, the Lakers began substituting in their starting lineup. Yao Ming continued to dominate in the paint, and the commentators clearly articulated the Lakers' strategy to allow Yao to wreak havoc inside. This tactic proved to be highly effective, as the Rockets had no player capable of matching Yao's intensity in the post. Most crucially, Yao occasionally stepped outside to shoot three-pointers, leaving the Rockets utterly defenseless. In addition to Yao, Kobe's perimeter shooting was exceptionally fierce. In the early games of the season, Kobe had refrained from launching an excessive number of three-pointers. Yet in this match, he unleashed an array of audacious shots, sinking open threes and contested attempts alike, rendering the defense helpless. Under the relentless offensive onslaught from Yao and Kobe, the Rockets quickly crumbled. By halftime, the score stood at 44-68, with the Lakers having expanded their lead to 24 points, rendering the outcome seemingly inevitable. As the second half began, the Lakers merely played for a brief period before withdrawing their entire starting lineup, ushering the game into garbage time. The crowd erupted in astonishment, once again awed by Jiang Feng's maneuvers. In the NBA, an unwritten rule typically dictates that the trailing team substitutes out their starters first when the score disparity becomes insurmountable, followed by the leading team. However, the Lakers broke this convention, substituting their starters earlier than the Rockets, a clear indication that Jiang Feng held little regard for the Rockets. This infuriated both Morey and McHale on the Rockets side. Morey, particularly, channeled his frustration over the Yao incident into anger, developing a profound disdain for Jiang Feng. Meanwhile, McHale opted to keep his starters on the court, determined to challenge Jiang Feng's decision. If Jiang Feng wished to transition the game into garbage time, McHale would defy that notion, eager to see if Jiang Feng's substitutes could withstand the pressure from his starters. With a season and a half of game time remaining, McHale believed there was ample opportunity for the Rockets to close the gap. The novice coach, utterly ignorant of the rules and exuding an air of arrogance, faces a daunting challenge in this match. On the court, the Rockets, led by Kevin Martin and Scola, unleash a fervent scoring spree, especially Scola, who, bereft of the defensive presence of Gasol and Yao Ming, begins to thrive. Gibson finds himself utterly incapable of containing Scola's offensive prowess. However, the Lakers' bench players also display an impressively efficient attack, particularly Lowry, who seems to be fueled by an indomitable spirit, relentlessly penetrating the paint and consistently stepping to the free throw line. The spotlight of the match is primarily on Yao Ming. Yet few recall that Lowry is also a former Rocket. Confronted by his old team, Lowry is determined to prove his worth, seizing every opportunity to showcase his skills with remarkable tenacity. With his and Odom's stellar performances, the Lakers maintain a commanding 20-point lead as the third quarter concludes. As the fourth quarter commences, Thompson and Paul George suddenly ignite, each sinking a three-pointer that extends the lead to 26 points. Rockets head coach McHale stands dumbfounded on the sidelines. What on earth is happening? His primary lineup appears unable to compete with the Lakers' reserves, a ludicrous situation indeed. Chapter 58. The fool is himself. Jiang Feng. I am profoundly grateful to Morey. McHale, in disbelief, is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of defeat. The realization dawns upon him that he himself is the fool. He had hoped to rely on his starters to close the gap and compel Jiang Feng to field his main players, intending to teach this novice coach a lesson. Yet, to his astonishment, The scenario unfolds contrary to his expectations. His starters are evenly matched with the Lakers' substitutes. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have deemed it impossible. Casting a glance at Jiang Feng, he observes the young coach sporting a subtle smile, evidently pleased with his team's performance. Mikhail scoffs in frustration and shouts emphatically to his players, "What are you doing? You can't even outplay the bench? Chase those points relentlessly. We must not concede this match easily." The players exchange glances of dismay, perplexed by the coach's demeanor. The game seems poised for garbage time, so why persist? Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, overhearing the outburst, shakes his head slightly, pondering Mikhail's lack of self-awareness. Jiang Feng was indeed aware of Mikhail's intentions, yet what significance did it hold? Did he truly believe that relying on Kevin Martin and others could bridge the gap in the score? Such a notion seemed rather fanciful. Firstly, the morale of both teams was not on the same level. After trailing by 26 points, the players of the Rockets had lost their spirit. As evidenced by their body language, they had succumbed to a lack of confidence and a diminished desire to win. Thus, even if Mikhail kept the main roster on the court, the players lacking fighting spirit were merely a disjointed assembly. Furthermore, the Lakers bench was far from weak. Lamar Odom had been the best sixth man last season, and Kyle Lowry had averaged 13.5 points per game while with the Rockets last season. Just these two players alone would suffice to pose a significant challenge for the Rockets. Moreover, there were promising talents like Paul George and Klay Thompson, both exhibiting exceptional shooting abilities. Although Thompson was a rookie, he had already begun to demonstrate his aptitude for three-point shooting. Following a season of maturation, Paul George was also starting to make his mark this season. Jiang Feng recalled vividly that in the world prior to his transcendence, George, in his second season, had already surpassed an average of 12 points per game, garnering widespread attention for his offensive versatility. This is no exaggeration. Had these four players been on other teams, they would undoubtedly be starters. The remaining player, Ty Gibson, is a reliable blue-collar contributor, lacking any standout advantages, yet he excels at performing the gritty tasks on the court, such as positioning and securing rebounds. For several minutes, the game remained in a stalemate until Odom charged into the paint, executing a forceful layup that extended the lead to 28 points. With only 7 minutes remaining in the match, the hope of closing the gap seemed almost insurmountable. Reluctantly, Mikhail had to substitute his main players, conceding defeat. On the Lakers' side, Jiang Feng also made adjustments to the lineup, replacing Odom and Lowry with Parsons and Butler, two players who had rarely seen playtime this season. Butler exhibits undeniable grit, yet during his rookie phase, he was noticeably lacking and still requires further development to secure a spot in the team's rotation. As the game drifted into certainty, Jiang Feng encouraged these rookie players to seize the opportunity for growth. The final whistle blew. The score stood at 91-118. With the Lakers triumphing over the Rockets by a substantial margin of 27 points, achieving their sixth consecutive victory to start the season. Yao Ming played nearly 25 minutes, yet he shone with an impressive stat line of 32 points, 16 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 assists, shooting 13 of 19 from the field, 2 of 5 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line. His scoring and rebounding marked season highs, demonstrating to the Rockets management that he remains among the league's elite centers. The insulting low-salary contract offer stands as one of Daryl Morey's most significant miscalculations in his career. Kobe played for 28 minutes, with a remarkable shooting record of 12 out of 20 attempts, including 4 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and perfect from the free throw line, accumulating 30 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists. Together with another player, they combined for an impressive 62 points, completely dominating the match. Among the remaining players, Gasol, Harden, and Odom each scored in double digits. On the Rockets side, the standout performer was Scola, who achieved 23 points with 10 out of 19 shooting and a flawless 3 out of 3 from the charity stripe. Kevin Martin contributed 22 points as well, though his offensive efficiency was not high, relying heavily on the volume of his attempts. Aside from these two, only Budinger managed to score in double digits, finishing with 16 points. As the final whistle blew, players from both teams exchanged pleasantries. In Jiang Feng's mind, the system's voice echoed, indicating an increase of 50 points in reputation. He had intended to greet Mikhail, but the latter swiftly retreated to the players' tunnel, presumably embarrassed by the humiliating defeat. Soon, the post-game interview commenced. "Jiang, you pulled your starters before the Rockets conceded. Does this indicate a lack of respect for their abilities?" "It is quite rare in the NBA for a leading team to substitute first," a reporter inquired. There is no question of disrespect. The disparity in strength between the two teams is considerable. The unwritten rules of the NBA do not apply in my case. When I perceive that the outcome of the game is no longer in doubt, I substitute my starters to provide more playing time for other players. Moreover, my early substitutions are also considerate of the opposing team. Do they wish to lose by a margin of 30 or even 40 points? Such a defeat would severely impact their confidence. Jiang Feng spoke softly, leaving the reporters in a state of bewilderment. What initially seemed like an absurd situation began to resonate with a peculiar sense of logic when articulated by Jiang Feng. However, the reporters quickly regained their composure, realizing that this novice coach was merely posturing. What he termed as consideration for the opposing team was, in fact, a blatant display of disdain towards the Rockets. Jiang, how do you perceive Mikhail's decision to retain his star players until midway through the fourth quarter? One reporter inquired. It was evident that Mikhail was reluctant to concede the match easily, yet I must assert that he was overthinking the situation. Did he truly expect me to reintroduce Kobe, Yao, and the other key players? Such a notion is utterly implausible. I possess unwavering confidence in my judgment and decisions. My audacity in taking this course of action is backed by absolute certainty. Jiang Feng remarked, shrugging his shoulders in a display of helplessness. Upon hearing this, the reporters couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Mikhail. What a farce it was. Jiang, how do you perceive the performances of Kobe and Yao in this match? A reporter inquired. Remarkable, especially Yao, who dominated both ends of the court, aligning closely with my anticipated outcome. Seizing this opportunity, I must express my gratitude to Mori. Without him, I might not have been able to persuade Yao to join the Lakers. Jiang Feng remarked with a smile, eliciting raised eyebrows from the assembled reporters, who sensed the sharpness in his words. It was evident that he was mocking the management of the Rockets, employing a technique of ironic sarcasm. The expression of gratitude towards Mori was nothing short of a dagger aimed at the heart. One could only wonder how Mori would feel upon hearing such remarks. Chapter 59. Always trending. The tragedy of Roy. In the Rockets' interview room, several players appeared relaxed, their spirits undampened by the defeat in the match. After all, there existed a stark disparity in the prowess of the two teams. The Lakers boasted 3 all-star players, while the Rockets found themselves lacking even a single all-star. Only head coach Kevin McHale wore a grim expression, shrouded in a cloud of despondency. Coach McHale, after the Lakers substituted their starting lineup. What prompted you to keep your starters on the court for nearly an entire quarter? A reporter inquired. Oh, I believe a 20-point deficit does not decisively determine the outcome of the game. I felt that there was still a chance for the team to stage a comeback, which is why I allowed the starters to play longer. After all, if one were to concede defeat, hope would truly be lost, McHale replied, his countenance dark. However, the truth is that your starting lineup failed to perform even as well as the Lakers bench. How do you respond to that? Another reporter pressed. That was undoubtedly a coincidence. I am confident that my players are superior to the Lakers bench. They simply did not perform well in this match, McHale asserted, his tone laced with indignation. This frustration was directed towards the underperformance of starters like Kevin Martin and Scola, yet as a coach, he chose to defend his players. Complaining incessantly would likely erode the trust his players had in him, jeopardizing his position as head coach. How do you perceive Jiang Feng's decision to substitute players midway through the third quarter? A reporter queried. Quite audacious. As a rookie coach, he certainly possesses a boldness that I believe will eventually lead to his downfall, McHale responded sharply. The reporters were taken aback, surprised that such a seasoned NBA coach could be so rattled by a novice like Jiang Feng. After a few more questions, the interview concluded. Subsequently, news of the match quickly surged to the top of American trending topics, igniting widespread discussion among fans. Particularly notable were the statistics of Yao Ming, which garnered praise from numerous legends and basketball experts. However, what astonished other teams most was the fighting spirit displayed by the Lakers bench players during the game. Media outlets swiftly reported, questioning whether the Lakers bench was indeed stronger than the Rockets starters. If that were the case, the depth of the Lakers roster would be truly formidable. To this end, numerous professional basketball analysts have conducted thorough examinations, ultimately concluding that if the starting lineup of the Rockets were to face the bench players of the Lakers in a match, the outcome would indeed be uncertain. Even though the Rockets' starting roster may appear superior, the disparity is not as pronounced as one might assume. In light of such analyses, fans have come to realize just how formidable the overall strength of the Lakers truly is. Thus, the fervent chants for the Los Angeles Lakers championship echoed throughout the internet. Who could have anticipated that, after a series of off-season maneuvers deemed as signs of a tanking strategy. The Lakers would emerge as the biggest dark horse of the new season. Not only did they achieve an impressive 6-game winning streak, but they also established themselves as formidable contenders for the championship. However, not all media outlets and basketball analysts have been singing the praises of the Lakers. At the very least, head coach Jiang Feng has once again faced their criticism, following a recent incident in a nightclub. His decision to substitute key players early in the match against the Houston Rockets was deemed disrespectful, inciting a wave of condemnation from numerous media sources and basketball experts. This has left fans with a peculiar sensation. Since Jiang Feng assumed the role of head coach for the Lakers, he has frequently trended on social media in America, often eclipsing the attention received by many NBA superstars, which is rather absurd. Yet, every time Jiang Feng makes headlines, it seems to be for less than favorable reasons. This has fostered a growing animosity among many Americans towards him, who eagerly anticipate his coaching missteps during games, granting them opportunities to deride and mock him. In the face of such skepticism and ridicule, Jiang Feng merely responds with a smile. In this regard, he shares a resemblance with Kobe. Both are indifferent to media commentary and maintain a strained relationship with the press. After concluding their match against the Rockets, the Lakers took a night flight to Portland, where they would face the Trail Blazers the following day in a back-to-back matchup. In the ensuing days, the Lakers would embark on a grueling 5-game road trip. While the schedule appeared daunting, the opponents during this stretch were not particularly formidable. The true challenge lay ahead, as they would soon encounter the league's elite teams. With the highly anticipated matches against the Mavericks and the Heat drawing considerable media attention, fans are eagerly awaiting these confrontations. However, prior to that, the Lakers must first complete their 5-game road trip. Many media outlets and basketball analysts are optimistic about the Lakers extending their winning streak during this stretch, potentially achieving the best start in the franchise's history over their first 11 games. First up is the back-to-back game against the Trail Blazers, which is expected to be yet another match devoid of intrigue. The Trail Blazers, once considered a powerhouse in the Western Conference, have seen their competitiveness dwindle due to the frequent injuries of their star player, Brandon Roy, forcing the team into a rebuilding phase. Roy, plagued by injuries, announced his retirement a few months ago after a valiant struggle. His rise and subsequent fall in the NBA was akin to a shooting star. Brief yet marked by numerous accomplishments and glorious moments, he was viewed as Kobe's successor with a promising future ahead. Under his leadership, the Trail Blazers consistently reached the playoffs. Regrettably, this prodigious talent was ultimately undone by his injuries. Today, the Trail Blazers are now Aldridge's team, yet their overall strength has significantly declined, rendering them incapable of contending for a playoff spot. Although Aldridge is also an all-star player, he pales in comparison to the towering giants Yao Ming and Pau Gasol. As the game commenced, Yao Ming swiftly dominated the paint, executing a series of turnarounds and jump shots with precision. This forced the Trail Blazers to collapse their defense and double-team Yao in an effort to curtail his offensive prowess. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Feng swiftly adjusted. Shifting the focus of the offense beyond the three-point arc, Kobe and Harden unleashed a barrage of shots from long range. Even Yao Ming, after executing a high pick-and-roll, managed to sink 2 3-pointers, one of which found its mark. With this offensive surge, the Trail Blazers quickly found themselves overwhelmed, trailing by 12 points after just over half a quarter. By the end of the first period, the Lakers had extended their lead to 15 points. Just when everyone anticipated yet another decisive victory, the Trail Blazers' fierce warriors erupted unexpectedly. Matthews and Batum began to rain down 3-pointers, igniting a 9-2 run that narrowed the deficit to single digits. It must be noted that the Trail Blazers' role players are exceptionally talented. They merely lack a superstar leader. Otherwise, they would undeniably be a formidable force in the Western Conference. As the second quarter progressed towards its midpoint, the Trail Blazers relentlessly closed the gap, bringing the score down to just a 3-point difference. The expression on Jiang Feng's face darkened. He vividly recalled that the home arena of the Trail Blazers was akin to a fortress for the Lakers, a veritable house of horrors. Even during their championship-winning years, the Lakers found it exceedingly difficult to emerge unscathed from this venue, often succumbing to defeat as if under a curse. What initially seemed to be a favorable match had taken a sharp turn during the second quarter's rotation, with the Trail Blazers seizing complete control of the game. If this continued, a reversal of the score was but a matter of time. To avert disaster, Jiang Feng prudently called for a timeout, opting to adjust the lineup ahead of the scheduled interval. Chapter 60, The Terrifying Cohesion of Teamwork. The Lakers set a record for first-half scoring, Upon resuming after the timeout, Jiang Feng made adjustments to the team's starting lineup, initiating the changes nearly 2 minutes earlier than usual. The Trailblazers also implemented modifications, bringing all their key players onto the court. The Lakers launched their offense. James Harden, holding the ball at the arc, executed a pick-and-roll with Yao Ming, driving into the paint where he was immediately confronted by the formidable defense of Batum and Matthews. Possessing exceptional passing skills and court vision, Harden swiftly noticed Kobe lurking in the corner and, with a flick of his wrist, delivered the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Kobe elevated and unleashed a three-point shot. The ball traced a high arc through the air, swish. It found nothing but net. According to Jiang Feng's strategy, Kobe would refrain from dominating the offense in certain possessions, instead positioning himself in the corners, awaiting Harden's incisive passes to exploit defensive gaps. This tactical approach not only maximized Kobe's three-point shooting prowess, but also conserved his stamina. After all, this marked the 16th season of Kobe's illustrious career. Excessive exertion would only heighten the risk of injury. In response, Jiang Feng meticulously devised numerous strategies to prevent undue fatigue on Kobe's body. Jiang Feng recalls that prior to the commencement of the 2011 to 2012 season, the Los Angeles Lakers were on the verge of finalizing a trade with the New Orleans Hornets that would have brought Chris Paul to the Lakers. Had this transaction come to fruition, it would undoubtedly have exhilarated basketball fans worldwide. After all, the duo comprised the most formidable backcourt in the league. One could only imagine the extraordinary chemistry they might have forged. Just how much would Kobe's offensive prowess have been magnified? Such prospects ignited fervent anticipation among fans. Regrettably, NBA Commissioner David Stern vetoed the trade, a decision that irrevocably altered the trajectories of both players' careers. Furthermore, it is lamentable that throughout his illustrious career, Kobe never had the opportunity to share the court with an elite point guard. His most distinguished backcourt partner was Derek Fisher, who, alas, lacked the requisite ball handling skills. This forced Kobe to shoulder a considerable organizational burden for the team. Today, while the combination of Kobe and Harden in the backcourt may not possess the explosive potential of a Kobe and Paul pairing, Harden, as a point guard, certainly exhibits elite passing capabilities within the league. Do you recall, Jiang Feng, that in a previous life, following Harden's trade to the Rockets, Coach D'Antoni promptly positioned him as the point guard? Subsequently, Harden not only exhibited an explosive scoring ability but also ascended to the title of assist leader. This demonstrated that his passing and organizational skills were among the elite in the league. Thus, the combination of Kobe and Harden could significantly enhance Kobe's offensive prowess. Jiang Feng has continually made adjustments, striving to position Harden as the engine of the team while allowing Kobe to return to his pure scoring identity. Further exploring Kobe's offensive potential, this strategy also enhances Kobe's offensive efficiency. In this match, Kobe had several opportunities for effortless catch-and-shoot attempts, achieving an exceptionally high shooting percentage. Just moments ago, he received a pass from Harden and sank a three-pointer, stabilizing the team's position. As the Trailblazers initiated their offense, Aldridge attempted to back down Gasol, repeatedly bumping into him but finding himself unable to gain any ground, ultimately opting to pivot and shoot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming secured the rebound under pressure and swiftly passed it to Harden, who dribbled past half-court, once again opting for a drive. One must acknowledge that during this period, Harden's ability to penetrate defenses was formidable, allowing him to effortlessly shake off defenders. In Jiang Feng's previous life, after suffering a hamstring injury, Harden lost his explosiveness and speed, rendering him unable to elude defenders, relying solely on his shooting touch, which fluctuated dramatically from game to game. Upon breaking into the paint, Harden dished the ball to the open Leonard as Kobe was closely guarded by Batum, denying him any opportunity for an open shot. Lacking three-point shooting prowess, Leonard took a dribble in preparation to drive into the lane, but upon seeing Matthews closing in, he passed the basketball to Yao Ming. Positioned at the left 45-degree angle beyond the arc, Yao raised his hand and launched a three-pointer. Center Camby lunged to contest, but Yao's release point was simply too high to defend. The ball whizzed through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. The arena fell into an eerie silence, with all fans wide-eyed, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. If they had not witnessed it firsthand, they would have found it hard to believe that the towering 26-meter Yao possessed such a delicate shooting touch, capable of sinking three-pointers. It was truly astounding. As Kobe and Yao Ming successfully sank three-point shots, the Lakers expanded their lead to 9 points once again. The Trail Blazers launched an offensive. After Felton dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to Batum. The fiery French magician launched a three-pointer, but clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming seized the rebound once more. Harden swiftly advanced with the ball and fed it to Kobe, who had already infiltrated enemy territory. Upon receiving the ball, the seasoned Kobe executed a sudden stop and change of direction, effortlessly breaking through the defense to score, extending the lead to 11 points. The Trail Blazers head coach called for a timeout to strategize, yet the impact was negligible. Upon resuming play, the team continued to be thoroughly dominated. Yao Ming sought to assert his presence in the paint, while Gasol took on the role of a facilitator, distributing the ball to Yao or to teammates beyond the arc. His orchestration invigorated the team's offensive flow. Leonard's primary responsibility was to neutralize the opponent's offensive threats, limiting his involvement in the team's scoring efforts. Kobe alternated between off-the-ball movement and isolation plays, demonstrating exceptional offensive efficiency. Crucially, the Trail Blazers hesitated to double-team Kobe, as the offensive prowess of Harden and Yao posed significant threats. Granting them open looks was tantamount to gifting points. Harden, the team's strategist and engine, adeptly assessed the dynamics on the court, selecting the optimal approach to execute the offense. The Lakers showcased a formidable display of teamwork, with each player fulfilling their role, rendering the Trail Blazers increasingly incapacitated. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 71-53, with the Lakers stretching their lead to 18 points. Scoring 71 points in a half marked a new franchise record for the Lakers. The audience was electrified by such an outstanding performance. How could the Lakers be so formidable? How did they transform into such a powerhouse, seemingly overnight? Their adjustments during the offseason proved remarkably effective. Yet, most astonishing was the rookie coach Jiang Feng, whose exceptional leadership synthesized a team that had undergone significant changes. It is noteworthy that even the Heat, who formed their trio last season, took nearly half a season to establish their chemistry. In contrast, the Lakers' 6 consecutive victories to start the season attest to the remarkable synergy within this team. This is truly extraordinary. Chapter 61, an unprecedented 11 consecutive wins. Kobe earns Player of the Week honors. The prolonged halftime has concluded, and the second half of the game commences. The Portland Trail Blazers, benefiting from their home court advantage, are evidently unwilling to concede easily. Veteran Gerald Wallace suddenly erupts, scoring 9 points in less than 2 minutes with 4 out of 5 shooting, including 1 of 2 from beyond the arc, leading the team on a 9-2 offensive surge, narrowing the deficit to 11 points. At this juncture, the Lakers' star player, Kobe Bryant, unreservedly steps up to seize control of the game. Without the aid of tactics or teamwork, he engages in one-on-one isolation plays. Kobe exuberantly showcases his offensive prowess, executing three-pointers, fadeaway jumpers, and sudden stops after drives. His arsenal is remarkably diverse, with each offensive maneuver differing from the last, rendering his defenders increasingly helpless. In a span of 3 minutes, he achieves 5 out of 7 shooting, including 2 of 4 from three-point range and a perfect 3 for 3 from the free throw line, amassing an astonishing 15 points and a steal. He completely dominates the game, orchestrating a 15-4 offensive run that extends the Lakers' lead to 22 points, rendering the outcome almost inevitable. The crowd falls into a stunned silence, collectively in awe of Kobe's extraordinary scoring display. The commentators exclaim in disbelief that Kobe time has arrived, prompting many fans to switch allegiances and cheer for him. Following this offensive surge, the Trail Blazers are unable to close the gap any further. The teams remain locked in a stalemate until the fourth quarter. We're just 2 minutes in, the Blazers substitute all their starters, signaling their resignation from the contest. As the game concluded, the coach made the decision to substitute the younger players, allowing them to continue their development. The final whistle blew, marking the end of the match with a score of 129-102. The Lakers triumphed with a substantial 27-point advantage, achieving their 7th consecutive victory to start the season, thus becoming the sole team in the NBA to maintain an unbroken winning streak. Notably, the 129 points scored in this game set a new season high for the Lakers. It is worth mentioning that in the 7 matches already played, the Lakers surpassed 120 points in 4 of them, the highest in the league. Their average score of 116.5 ranks them first overall, establishing them as the most potent offensive team in the NBA, significantly outpacing the second-ranked Spurs by nearly 10 points. Such offensive prowess is indeed formidable. Returning to this particular game, Kobe once again distinguished himself as the most valuable player on the court, playing for 31 minutes and achieving 37 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals from 25 attempts, hitting 14. He made 4 of 10 from beyond the arc and converted 5 of 6 free throws. Yao Ming played for 23 minutes, scoring 19 points along with 13 rebounds and 1 block from 14 attempts, hitting 8. Harden recorded 21 points, 3 rebounds, and 11 assists, with 4 turnovers. Shooting 7 of 15 from the field, 2 of 7 from three-point range, and perfect from the free throw line at 5 of 5. Gasol contributed 12 points, 6 rebounds, and 1 block from 13 attempts. Among the remaining players, only Odom and Lowry scored in double figures. The statistical data clearly delineates the primary contributors to this new Lakers roster. Aside from the rookie Leonard, the other 4 starting players are core members of the team. On the bench, Odom and Lowry emerged as the 2 most stable and reliable players. On the Trail Blazers side, Aldridge struggled under the pressure from Yao and Gasol, managing only 6 successful shots out of 16 attempts, totaling 12 points and 7 rebounds. The standout performer was veteran Wallace, who scored 31 points on 13 of 19 shooting, including 1 of 2 from three-point range and 4 of 7 from the free throw line. Other players performed moderately, with Batum and Matthews showing flashes of brilliance, albeit with overall low shooting percentages. As the Lakers intensified their defensive efforts, the Trail Blazers' shooting percentages plummeted. Only Wallace maintained a hot hand, finding success with every shot. However, the coach allowed for such a player's presence. Although Wallace was in excellent form, it remained entirely within manageable limits. Following this victory, Jiang Feng has once again garnered 50 points of prestige. Without a moment's respite, the entire Los Angeles Lakers team boarded a plane postgame, embarking on their journey to the frigid expanse of Minnesota, where they are set to face the Timberwolves. This promises to be yet another contest devoid of suspense. Ever since the trade of their star player Kevin Garnett, the Timberwolves have entered a phase of reconstruction. However, the short-sightedness of the management has rendered the completion of this rebuilding process a distant dream. They have squandered numerous draft picks, missing out on a plethora of promising talents. Yet, even a blind person could stumble upon a few exceptional players with a multitude of draft choices. Kevin Love stands as a testament to this. This season, Love has been averaging an impressive 26.4 points and 13.3 rebounds per game, solidifying his reputation as a rebounding powerhouse in the league, and posing a formidable challenge to Yao Ming in the race for the rebounding crown. Furthermore, as a towering presence in the paint, Love possesses the ability to shoot from beyond the arc. Ironically, he is also the Timberwolves' most accurate three-point shooter, underscoring the team's overall deficiency in long-range shooting. Thus, in this match, the Jiang Feng made targeted adjustments, focusing on defending against Kevin Love's three-point shots, denying him any opportunity to score and forcing him to attack the paint. However, the formidable presence of Yao Ming and Pau Gasol in the paint was not to be underestimated, as they imparted a harsh lesson to this young potential star. Once Love was effectively neutralized, no other player from the Timberwolves could step up to score. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Timberwolves with a decisive score of 123-95, marking their 8th consecutive victory. Love played for 40 minutes, shooting 10 of 18 from the field and 1 of 5 from three-point range, accumulating 21 points and 12 rebounds. Such statistics indicate that the Lakers' defensive strategy against Love was remarkably successful. On the Lakers' side, Kobe Bryant continued to maintain a scoring average exceeding 30 points, achieving this with impressive efficiency, having only taken 19 shots. Yao Ming contributed 22 points and 14 rebounds, demonstrating consistent performance throughout the game. Among the starters, only James Harden delivered a modest performance, recording 12 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. It must be noted that Harden's form remains somewhat unstable, indicating a need for further development. Over the subsequent 5 days, the Lakers faced off against the Hornets, Suns, and Jazz, all of whom are considered weaker teams in the Western Conference. Unsurprisingly, they secured 3 consecutive victories. With this, the Lakers' grueling 5-game road trip concluded, and their winning streak extended to an impressive 11 games, setting a new franchise record for the best start to a season. In the recap of the second week of the regular season, the Lakers continued to attract significant attention. Additionally, in the NBA's official announcement of the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Week, Kobe Bryant was honored as the Western Conference Player of the Week, averaging 34.5 points, 5.3 rebounds, 5.6 assists, and 1.5 steals. Other nominees included Yao Ming, Chris Paul, and Kevin Durant, while the Eastern Conference Player of the Week was Derrick Rose of the Bulls, following a defeat to the Lakers in the season opener. Rose led the Bulls to a record of 7 wins and 2 losses, maintaining their position at the top of the Eastern Conference. After achieving an 11-game winning streak, the Lakers surged from 8th to 1st place in the NBA's team power rankings since the start of the new season. Moreover, they topped the championship odds chart with a probability of 45. As for the narrative, the Lakers returned to Los Angeles after their 5-game road trip, receiving a day's rest before facing the Mavericks at home. On this day, the team did not schedule any training but instead held a celebration for their remarkable 11-game winning streak at the training facility. In attendance were several high-ranking executives from the Lakers, including General Manager Kupchak, Jeannie Buss, and Jim Buss. The Lakers' ability to achieve such an extraordinary record in the new season has completely surpassed everyone's expectations. This 11-game winning streak signifies that the Lakers have successfully shed the shadows of last season's playoff disappointment, as they still possess the strength to contend for the championship this season. In the latest championship odds rankings, the Lakers have surpassed the Heat, securing the top position with an impressive probability of 45. This news has brought immense joy to the Lakers management. At this moment, within the arena, the celebration is about to commence. Kupchak approached Jiang Feng, his face adorned with a smile that could not conceal his inner delight. "Well done, my friend. Regardless of whether you hail from the future, your transformation of the Lakers has been exceptional. You have also showcased your coaching prowess and ability to make adjustments during this 11-game streak. Your outstanding achievements make me increasingly grateful that my choices during the offseason were indeed the right ones," Kupchak expressed, his tone slightly animated. He understood that even if the Lakers did not clinch the championship this season, his series of maneuvers during the offseason would be immortalized in the annals of Lakers history. Moreover, he firmly believed that with the current configuration of the Lakers roster, they would undoubtedly capture a championship within 2 years. Of course, rest assured. By the way, what prompted this sudden celebration? Jiang Feng inquired with curiosity about Jenny's suggestion, believing it could ignite the players' competitive spirit and enhance their performance in the forthcoming matches. Kupchak remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Feng, who revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Feng, causing his heart to sink. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Jenny Bass approaching him with an alluring gait. Kupchak, ever perceptive, discreetly turned and departed. The gentle river breeze lifted her brow as she gazed upon the future captain of the Lakers. This model, who once graced the pages of Playboy with 8 striking photographs, today donned an exquisitely understated ensemble, an elegant black business suit paired with a delicate blush blouse. Her golden tresses cascaded down, and thanks to her lavish skincare regimen, her visage bore not a single wrinkle. It was nearly impossible to discern that she was a woman in her 50s. Instead, she exuded the charm of a woman in her 30s, enriched by the wisdom of life's experiences. "Jiang, you have truly excelled. Since the commencement of the new season, you have brought me countless surprises," Aunt Jenny remarked with a warm smile. "You flatter me. It is merely my professional duty," he replied. The river breeze smiled as he spoke. "Modesty is unnecessary. How many coaches in NBA history have achieved an 11-game winning streak in their rookie season? The number is exceedingly scarce. You are undeniably on the path to greatness." Jeannie Buss continued, maintaining her poise and dignity, a stark contrast to the allure she exhibited during their New Year's Day dinner. "Do not forget your promise from our private meeting that day," she added before turning away. The event was about to commence, with Jeannie Buss slated to address the audience as a representative of the management. In her speech, she notably praised Jiang Feng, capturing the attention of everyone present. It was palpable that Jeannie Buss held a distinct admiration for him. Meanwhile, Jim Buss, standing nearby, wore a dark expression, his eyes glinting with a thoughtful intensity, lost in contemplation. Jiang Feng managed to force a smile, internally criticizing Aunt Jenny for the overtly purposeful nature of her event, which seemed to be nothing more than an announcement to the entire Lakers team that she was indeed Jenny's person. Thus, he found himself entirely at odds with Jim Buss, having become embroiled in the internal strife of the Buss family. However, Jiang Feng felt no concern regarding this, for he believed in his own capabilities. Even if he were not with the Lakers, he could easily assume the role of head coach with another team. Moreover, he had ample time to prove himself within the Lakers. Once he led the team to a championship victory, he was confident that no matter who held the reins of the Lakers management, that leader would not dismiss a championship-winning coach without cause. After the speech concluded, the gaze of the crowd towards Jiang Feng shifted significantly. Following the conclusion of the celebration, the attendees dispersed. Jiang Feng approached Harden, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Shall we venture to the nightclub?" Harden, trembling slightly, replied, "Coach, are you truly certain about going to the nightclub? Aren't you concerned about Aunt Jenny?" "Nonsense," Harden retorted. "My relationship with Aunt Jenny is one of the utmost purity and friendship." The river breeze laughed and chided. "Then I shall be at ease. Tonight, let us revel at the nightclub. I will summon Thompson and Paul George to join us," Harden exclaimed with excitement, already brimming with anticipation. Indeed, it is imperative to seize this rare moment of respite. The river breeze stirred within him, igniting a flutter of excitement. After summoning Thompson and Paul George, the four of them headed straight to the nightclub, plunging into a revelrous mode. The following day, news of their nocturnal escapade graced the trending topics in the United States, sparking widespread discussion. Undoubtedly, in the eyes of numerous media outlets and basketball experts, Jiang Feng's actions are perceived as unconventional. This has incited fierce criticism and disparagement against him, as many attempt to tarnish the reputation of this emerging young coaching prodigy. Nevertheless, there are also loyal fans who stand by Jiang Feng. As he ascends in prominence within Los Angeles, the number of his supporters has steadily increased, especially compared to the onset of the new season when he was predominantly met with ridicule and skepticism. That evening, the Lakers hosted the Mavericks at their home court. As the reigning champions, the Mavericks have experienced a significant decline in strength this season, primarily due to the departure of their main center, Chandler, to the Knicks, and the trade of Beria to the Timberwolves. Chandler's role as the Mavericks' defensive bulwark in the paint was crucial. His absence has notably diminished the team's defensive efficiency. Currently, the Mavericks hold a record of 8 wins and 5 losses, ranking 5th in the Western Conference, barely qualifying for the playoffs and lacking the championship caliber they displayed last season. Nonetheless, the Lakers were keenly aware of the importance of this matchup, especially veterans Kobe, Gasol, and Odom, who remain haunted by their previous season's sweep at the hands of the Mavericks. This game was deemed essential for retribution. Following the conclusion of warm-ups, both teams' starting players took to the court. Chapter 63, Overpowering the Mavericks. Leonard defends Terry single-handedly. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Yao Ming, Gasol, Leonard, Kobe, and James Harden, while the Mavericks fielded Haywood, Nowitzki, Marion, West, and Kidd. Yao Ming and Haywood contested the jump ball, with the former successfully tapping the basketball away. The Lakers initiated the offense first. After dribbling past half-court, Harden lofted the ball to Yao Ming in the paint. In the absence of Chandler, the Mavericks' rim protection had significantly weakened, prompting Jiang Feng to devise a strategic plan to exploit this vulnerability by focusing on attacking the paint first before extending to perimeter plays. Confronted by Haywood's defense, Yao Ming remained undaunted, backing him down with a couple of gentle nudges before executing a turnaround jump shot. With a delicate flick of his wrist, Yao's shooting touch was remarkably smooth. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. With unwavering precision, the Mavericks initiated their offensive. After crossing half-court, Kidd, following a pick-and-roll with Nowitzki, sought to penetrate the paint. However, at nearly 38 years of age, Kidd had entirely lost his speed and could not shake off Harden's defense, reluctantly passing the ball instead. Upon receiving the basketball, West raised his hand and attempted a three-point shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming, securing the rebound, swiftly dished the ball out to Harden. After dribbling past half-court, Harden flung the ball to Kobe. Kobe halted abruptly at the left 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, rising to launch a three-pointer. The ball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. The arena erupted with fervent cheers. The Lakers executed their offensive play in merely 7 seconds. The likes of Yao Ming, Gasol, and Nowitzki, who are known for their slower mobility, hardly managed to return to half-court. This was yet another strategic maneuver orchestrated by Jiang Feng against the Mavericks, aimed at accelerating the tempo of transitions between offense and defense. Whenever the opportunity arose, they were determined to push the fast break and capitalize on defensive counterattacks. The Mavericks' starting lineup boasted an average age exceeding 30, making it the oldest in the league. Nowitzki and Haywood, as towering figures, were naturally slower in their movements. Among the Mavericks' guards, Kidd's foot speed had waned, relying solely on his experience. Only Marion retained a semblance of agility, yet even he found it challenging to contain the Lakers' relentless defensive onslaught. In a Mavericks offensive sequence, Nowitzki received the ball in the paint, where he was met by Gasol. Showcasing his signature move, he executed a turnaround jumper, achieving a smooth basket. The Lakers, when denied a fast break opportunity, opted for a more methodical approach, passing the ball to Yao Ming or Gasol, with the two big men taking the lead in scoring. Upon receiving the ball in the post, Gasol backed down against Nowitzki, feigning a few moves before preparing for a hook shot. However, noticing Haywood closing in for a double team alongside Nowitzki, he deftly flicked the ball to Yao, who effortlessly leaped and delivered a one-handed slam dunk. Gasol continued to exhibit his playmaking prowess, effortlessly deciphering the Mavericks' defensive setup. In the subsequent offensive possession, rather than passing to Yao Ming, he opted to feed Kobe, who quickly stopped and nailed a jump shot. Jiang Feng, observing the players' synergy from the sidelines, felt a sense of satisfaction, though he lamented the absence of a skilled off-ball mover within the starting lineup, which could have rendered their offense even more fluid. Players like Kobe and Harden excel in ball handling, yet their off-ball performance is relatively weaker. Similarly, Leonard is not adept at off-ball play and currently possesses limited offensive capabilities, leaving little expectation for his scoring. The only true off-ball specialist on the team is Klay Thompson. However, the rookie's performance has been inconsistent, and with no space in the starting lineup, he is relegated to the bench. Nonetheless, when the future small ball lineup takes the court, Klay's off-ball skills are bound to shine remarkably. During another Mavericks offensive possession, Kidd, holding the ball at the top of the arc, executed a pick and roll with Nowitzki before returning the ball. Nowitzki, catching it just inside the three-point line, rose to launch a long-range shot. Swish. It found its mark. Dirk Nowitzki continues to exhibit an impressive form, reminiscent of his unstoppable prowess during last season's finals. However, amidst the offensive onslaught from the Lakers, he finds himself unable to salvage the team. After just over half a quarter, the Lakers have established a commanding 13-point lead. The Mavericks head coach calls for a timeout to make adjustments, bringing in the team's strongest sixth man, the jet-like Jason Terry. In last season's playoffs, it was Terry and Peja, the sharpshooters, who delivered lethal three-pointers that annihilated the Lakers. During that series, the Mavericks' three-point shooting was nothing short of devastating against the Lakers. Yet, this season, the Lakers have significantly improved their three-point shooting ability, while the departures of Peja and Beria have considerably diminished the Mavericks' long-range prowess. In this context, the Lakers effortlessly dominate from beyond the arc. Upon Jason Terry's south entry onto the court, Coach Jiang decisively assigns Leonard to guard him. "You think you can shoot?" he muses, eager to see if Terry can still land accurate three-pointers under the imposing defense of the formidable Leonard. Having Leonard defend Terry is akin to a mismatch of dimensions. Disregarding Leonard's defensive skills, his physical attributes alone far surpass those of Terry. Standing over 2 meters tall with an arm span exceeding 2 meters, Leonard presents a daunting defensive presence, while Terry stands at a mere 1.88 meters. Unsurprisingly, Terry falters under Leonard's defense, unable to find his rhythm and missing consecutive shots. In contrast, the Lakers substitutes, Paul George and Klay Thompson, ignite from beyond the arc, each sinking a three-pointer. The Lakers continue to extend their lead. The first quarter swiftly concludes with a score of 18-34, as the Lakers dominate with a 16-point advantage, utterly overwhelming the Mavericks. Fans erupt into frenzied cheers, while commentators shake their heads in disbelief, reflecting on how the Mavericks, who had trampled the Lakers just months prior, now find themselves on the receiving end of a similar fate. As the brief intermission concludes, both teams re-enter the fray for the second quarter. The Mavericks' offense remains lackluster, yet the Lakers' efficiency also begins to wane. After a few minutes of stalemate, as the starting lineups return, the Mavericks struggle to withstand the Lakers' relentless assault. First, Yao Ming sinks a three-pointer from the perimeter, followed by Kobe Bryant, who executes a strong three-pointer after isolating his defender. Subsequently, Kobe drives into the paint, completing a layup. Within less than 2 minutes, the Lakers unleash an 8-2 scoring surge, inflating their lead to 22 points. With the half yet to conclude, the outcome appears all but certain. Chapter 64. A resounding victory over the Mavericks. I fervently wish for the Lakers to triumph over the Mavericks in the playoffs. As the halftime whistle blew, the score stood at 42-66, with the Lakers enjoying a commanding lead of 24 points. The fans in attendance erupted with exuberance, their cheers resonating throughout the arena. Many supporters brandished their placards, emblazoned with slogans such as "Win by 40" against the Mavericks. The Lakers faithful vividly recalled the humiliation they endured in the previous season's playoff finale against the Mavericks, where they suffered a staggering defeat by 36 points, resulting in their elimination. It was a disgraceful chapter for the team. In that fateful match, the Mavericks trio of substitutes, Jason Terry, J. Beria, and Peja Stojakovic combined to sink an astonishing 16 three-pointers, rendering the Lakers utterly helpless, who could only muster a mere 5 successful attempts from beyond the arc. Now, the tide has turned. Yet the fans remain haunted by that ignominy. Thus, even with the outcome seemingly assured, they yearn for the Lakers to extend their lead further. As the protracted halftime interlude came to a close, the second half commenced. The Lakers initiated the offense, with Kobe Bryant positioned at the arc, defying the defense to launch an audacious three-point attempt. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air swish. It found the net with precision. Following this successful shot, Kobe was visibly elated, executing a celebratory gesture as if blowing a trumpet, while casting a glance towards the sidelines where Jiang Feng stood, his eyes glimmering with pride. As Jiang Feng shook his head with a smile, he couldn't help but recall the moment he set a goal for Kobe to attempt at least 8 three-pointers per game. To which Kobe had confidently remarked, "It doesn't matter. I'll shoot through the defense, and my shooting percentage won't falter." In retrospect, it is evident that Kobe's words were not mere bravado, but rather a candid expression of his conviction. In this game, Kobe's shooting touch was indeed exceptional. Several of his audacious three-point attempts swished through the net, with nearly every shot worthy of a spot in the top 10 highlights. Furthermore, each of his offensive plays exuded a fierce determination, as if he aimed to dismantle the Mavericks entirely. The Mavericks initiated their offense, with Nowitzki holding the ball at the arc, launching a three-pointer under defensive pressure. Clang! He missed. Yao Ming seized the rebound and executed a fourth-quarter pass, flinging the ball towards the front court. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe halted just beyond the three-point line and unleashed another shot. Swish. Once more, it found nothing but net. With these 2 successful three-pointers, the Lakers' lead surged to 30 points, igniting further excitement among the fans. Conversely, the Mavericks appeared dazed, their expressions marred by an undeniable sense of frustration. They could hardly fathom that this Lakers team had undergone such a dramatic transformation within a few short months, particularly in their formidable long-range shooting. Beep. Mavericks head coach Carlisle called for another timeout to make adjustments, yet it proved futile. The players had lost their confidence in the game. No matter how the strategy was laid out, it bore no fruit. Upon returning from the timeout, both the Mavericks' offense and defense showed little improvement, with only Nowitzki struggling to keep the team afloat, managing to score a few difficult shots through sheer personal skill. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 67-102, with the Lakers boasting a 35-point lead, seemingly on course to meet the fans' aspirations for a 40-point advantage. As the fourth quarter commenced, Mavericks coach Carlisle decisively opted to field an entirely substitute lineup, conceding defeat in this contest. The Jiang Feng team, anticipating the circumstances, opted for a substitute lineup, which intriguingly included the hydration specialists Parsons and Butler. The fans, undeterred by the game entering its garbage time, continued to cheer fervently, with not a single spectator choosing to leave early. Everyone eagerly awaited the Lakers' bench players to persist in their relentless domination over their opponents. On the court, the Lakers' substitutes performed exceptionally well, while Butler's tenacious efforts left a profound impression on the audience. Conversely, the Mavericks players appeared visibly distressed, their expressions darkened. They were trailing by nearly 40 points yet continued to fight fiercely. It was a complete disregard for their dignity, fueled by frustration. The Mavericks substitutes sought to impart a lesson to the rookie Butler and were determined to avoid a 40-point defeat. Thus, they intensified their efforts. However, the disparity in strength between the two teams was vast, allowing the Lakers to maintain control of the game and steadily widen the score gap. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 83-127. The Lakers triumphed with a staggering 44-point advantage, marking their 12th consecutive victory. Colorful streamers cascaded down from the rafters of the Staples Center as fans erupted into ecstatic cheers. Everyone felt a sense of vindication. Even though it was merely a routine regular season game, it allowed the pent-up frustration and discontent of the fans to be fully released. The supporters truly sensed the Lakers' formidable prowess this season, instilling in them greater confidence in the team. In terms of statistics, Kobe recorded 35 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists, shooting 13 of 22 from the field, hitting 6 of 10 three-pointers, and converting 3 of 4 free throws. He has now scored over 30 points in 6 consecutive games. In this match, his 6 three-pointers also set a new personal season high for single-game three-point success. Such performance has garnered attention from commentators, who noted Kobe's increasing frequency of three-point attempts in recent games, maintaining an impressive shooting percentage of around 39. This marks a new career high. The two commentators expressed their astonishment, not expecting Kobe, at this stage in his career, to still be improving, and revealing that he has room for further enhancement, elevating his three-point shooting percentage to elite levels. This is truly remarkable. In the game, Yao Ming made 9 out of 18 shots, including 2 out of 4 from beyond the arc and 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, accumulating 22 points, 12 rebounds, and 1 block. In contrast, James Harden had a disappointing performance, hitting only 4 of his 13 attempts, making 1 out of 4 from three-point range and converting 3 out of 5 free throws, resulting in a mere 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists. On the Mavericks side, Dirk Nowitzki shot 12 of 24, including 2 out of 6 from three-point territory, scoring 26 points and spearheading the Mavericks' offense. The rest of the team, however, performed dismally. Jet Terry, under Leonard's tight defense, completely lost his rhythm, managing only 3 out of 12 shots and 1 out of 5 from three-point range, netting just 7 points. As the game concluded, neither team exchanged pleasantries, instead rising to return to the players' tunnel. Soon, the post-game interview commenced in the Lakers' interview room. Kobe, how do you perceive this victory? You triumphed over the Mavericks by 44 points. Do you consider this a form of revenge? A reporter inquired. It was a rather effortless victory. I did not anticipate the Mavericks to be so vulnerable. Compared to last season's playoffs, their strength has indeed diminished significantly. But this is the NBA. No team can maintain dominance forever. To me, this victory does not equate to revenge. I would prefer to face the Mavericks in the playoffs, as defeating them then would provide the true satisfaction of revenge. Unfortunately, given the Mavericks' current prowess, it seems unlikely they will make it to the playoffs this season. Kobe replied with a hint of resignation. The reporters, listening intently, expressed their sentiments. Kobe, as always, exemplified resilience, emphasizing the importance of rising from setbacks. Compared to this regular season victory, he still yearned for a chance to defeat the Mavericks in the playoffs. However, his final remarks struck a poignant chord. Chapter 65, defeating the Heat by at least 15 points. Kobe, you made 6 three-pointers in this game and have maintained a career-high three-point shooting percentage since the start of the season. Do you believe your three-point shooting ability has improved? A reporter queried. Indeed, during the off-season, under Coach Jiang's guidance, I enhanced my three-point shooting skills. Recently, I have significantly increased my three-point attempts, which was also the coach's directive. He believes that not shooting more threes would be a waste of my potential. Kobe responded appreciatively. The reporters were left astonished. It was remarkable to learn that Kobe's improvement in three-point shooting stemmed from Coach Jiang's training. This rookie coach possessed such capability? The reporters suddenly recalled Yao Ming's comments during the season's onset, suggesting that his three-point shooting prowess had also been developed by Coach Jiang. All reporters simultaneously shifted their gaze towards Jiang Feng, their eyes wide with astonishment. The transformation that this novice coach has orchestrated for the Lakers transcends mere changes in system and strategy. It encompasses a remarkable enhancement of the player's individual capabilities as well. This is truly astonishing. Kobe, given your current scoring trajectory, it is highly likely that you could contend for the title of scoring champion this season. Will you pursue this accolade? A reporter inquired. I do not concern myself with honors such as the scoring title, so I will not actively seek it. Kobe replied with a calm demeanor. As Jiang Feng cast a glance at the old master, he thought to himself, you may be indifferent, but I care deeply. Even if you have no desire for the title of scoring champion, I shall find a way to ensure you attain it. My friend, there is no escaping this. The reporters nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of admiration. Indeed, it was Kobe. At this stage, aside from championships, he seemed rather uninterested in other accolades. Jiang, your team has once again secured a resounding victory. Recently, the Lakers have experienced several games with winning margins exceeding 20 points. How do you perceive the team's performance during this phase? A reporter inquired. Merely a routine affair, Jiang replied. The Lakers rank among the top 3 in the league on both offensive and defensive fronts, with our offensive prowess significantly surpassing that of other teams. My aspiration for the Lakers is to become the most potent offensive team in NBA history. As it stands, the team's offensive performance has been commendable. Yet I believe there remains room for improvement. Jiang Feng spoke with a hint of bravado, leaving the reporters' minds swirling with a multitude of questions. Winning by over 20 points in consecutive matches is merely routine? The Lakers, already the top-ranked offensive team this season and the best in the past decade, still possess room for improvement? The words of this novice from Huaxia are difficult to believe and carry an air of pretentiousness. However, they now hesitate to doubt Jiang Feng lightly. After all, he has consistently surprised since the beginning of the new season and has played a crucial role in shaping the Lakers into their current form. Perhaps this rookie coach truly has the confidence to elevate the offensive prowess of the Lakers to another level. With this thought, the reporters found themselves filled with anticipation, hoping not only for the Lakers to become stronger but also for the possibility of watching Jiang Feng face the consequences should they fail to improve. After a day of rest, the Lakers will host the Heat. Are you confident in leading your team to victory? It is important to note that the Heat are regarded as one of the strongest teams in the league, boasting superstars LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. The reporter's question served only to elevate Jiang Feng further. Winning is certainly within reach. It is merely a matter of by how many points. I would conservatively estimate at least a 15-point victory. Jiang Feng shrugged nonchalantly, an air of profound confidence gracing his visage. The reporters were utterly perplexed. Was this man speaking nonsense? A weak team winning by 20 points was one thing, but defeating the Heat by 15? What ground did he have for such confidence? The questioning reporter silently lamented, realizing that his last remark had evidently fallen on deaf ears. The journalists were clearly skeptical of Jiang Feng's assertions. Eagerly anticipating the commencement of this much-anticipated clash, yearning to witness Jiang Feng's potential comeuppance firsthand. Many had already concocted witty retorts in their minds, awaiting the moment to mock him. After posing several more inquiries, the reporters concluded their post-match interview. In the Mavericks interview room, a reporter asked Dirk Nowitzki, "How do you perceive the defeat in this match?" "It was utterly surreal, almost unbelievable. I recognized that the Lakers had strengthened compared to last season, but I never expected them to become this formidable." Nowitzki responded, shaking his head in resignation, a hint of discontent evident in his tone. Following last season's championship victory, he had harbored immense anticipation for the new season, fervently hoping to clinch another title. However, owner Mark Cuban seemed to have a different perspective, satisfied with merely one championship. To evade luxury tax in the upcoming season, Cuban decisively traded away Chandler and let go of key contributors like Beria and Peja, fracturing the team and significantly diminishing its strength for this season. Nowitzki, with the Lakers and the Heat, two of the most scrutinized teams in the league, set to face off. Which team do you believe will emerge victorious? Furthermore, which team do you perceive as more formidable? A reporter inquired. The Heat. LeBron's performance this season has been nothing short of phenomenal. I don't believe any player on the Lakers can contain his prowess, and once the Heat's big three establish a solid chemistry, they will undoubtedly be a challenging opponent to conquer. While the Lakers are strong as well, I feel they fall slightly short in comparison to the Heat, Nowitzki pondered thoughtfully. Will you be watching the live broadcast of this match? Another reporter asked. Absolutely. If there are no other games that day, I will undoubtedly be glued to my television, as this will be a showdown between the two strongest teams in the league, Nowitzki replied, his voice imbued with anticipation. What are your thoughts on the Lakers' rookie coach? Jiang Feng. A reporter probed. Clearly, he is an exceptionally talented coach. I am aware that he faces considerable scrutiny online, but after witnessing the Lakers' performance against us today, I am even more convinced of his remarkable coaching abilities. The transformation he has orchestrated within the Lakers is astonishing and truly hard to fathom. Nowitzki expressed his astonishment, acknowledging that only through direct competition with the Lakers could one truly appreciate their formidable strength. He also conveyed admiration for coach Jiang Feng, who has brought so much to the Lakers. Following the post-game interview, the Mavericks chose to remain in Los Angeles, returning to their hotel for rest. They were scheduled for a back-to-back matchup against the Los Angeles Clippers the following day. Meanwhile, the Lakers enjoyed a day of respite. A day later, the Lakers prepared to host the Miami Heat in a much-anticipated clash. Chapter 66, a highly anticipated encounter. Tactical preparations from both sides. Undoubtedly, the showdown between the Lakers and the Heat would be the most eagerly awaited game of the NBA season thus far. Even a day prior to the matchup, major media outlets across the nation had begun to generate buzz for the event. The NBA had officially announced that the game would be broadcast nationwide. Basketball experts predicted that this contest could very well serve as a preview for the finals. With such heightened excitement and attention, the anticipation for the game continued to soar. Ticket prices had skyrocketed to exorbitant levels, rendering them unaffordable for the average person. However, the United States is not lacking in affluent individuals, and despite the outrageous prices, tickets remained a rare commodity. 2 hours before the game, the Staples Center was brimming with fans, every seat occupied. The sidelines were adorned with a plethora of celebrities. Icons such as Jack Nicholson, Magic Johnson, and Khloe Kardashian were present, eager to soak in the atmosphere of this monumental event. At this moment, players from both teams were engaged in pre-game interviews. In the Heat's interview area, a reporter posed a question to LeBron James. What are your thoughts on Lakers coach Jiang Feng's assertion that his team will win by at least 15 points? Oh, this Chinese coach is indeed impressive, but I do not believe the Lakers possess such strength. We will secure the victory in this game, James replied succinctly, his tone resolute. With LeBron's emotional intelligence, it was expected that he would refrain from making any harsh remarks. Another reporter inquired, do you regard the Lakers as the greatest obstacle to the Heat's championship aspirations this season? No. This league is filled with many strong teams, and we all compete. Each powerhouse has a chance to claim the championship, but I must assert that the title belongs to us, the Heat, James stated, confidence resonating in his voice. Compared to last season, this year's Heat team is remarkably powerful. With a well-rounded roster and excellent chemistry, they are undoubtedly a unique force within the league. Wade, what is your perspective on the strength displayed by the Lakers this season? A reporter inquired. Yao's explosive performance has propelled the Lakers to a surprising winning streak. Coupled with the prowess of the superstar Kobe, the Lakers indeed possess formidable strength, yet they still fall slightly short compared to us. Wade, exuding confidence, responded with flair, showcasing the finesse of the league's reigning elite. Do you believe you can contain Kobe in this game? A reporter pressed. I will do my utmost. In preparation, I even indulged in a hearty meal to ensure I have sufficient strength to face Kobe. Wade replied, half-jokingly, though his gaze bore a serious undertone. Everyone understood that restraining Kobe was crucial for victory, thus Wade faced a significant defensive challenge in this match. Spo, how do you assess the Lakers head coach? Another reporter asked. I have yet to compete against him, so I cannot fully gauge his capabilities. However, based on the strength and style the Lakers have displayed thus far, Jiang Feng truly appears to be an exceptional coach. I eagerly anticipate our tactical duel to see who will prevail. He further emphasized, the Lakers cannot possibly defeat us by more than 15 points. Conversely, they may very well lose to us by that margin. Spo stated earnestly, raising eyebrows among the gathered reporters. Following his last remark, a palpable tension filled the air, indicating a competitive spirit among all present. After completing the pre-game interviews, the players from both teams traversed the lengthy player tunnel, entering the arena to commence their warm-ups. The coaches stood on the sidelines, deliberating strategies with their respective coaching staffs. With a sharp whistle, the pre-game warm-up concluded, and the starting players took the court. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Yao, Gasol, Leonard, Kobe, and James Harden, while the Heat starters included Haslam, Bosh, LeBron, Wade, and Chalmers. Yao and Haslam faced off for the tip-off, with Yao successfully tapping the ball out, allowing the Lakers to initiate their offense. James Harden, orchestrating the play from the top of the arc, executed a pick-and-roll with Gasol, driving into the lane while drawing the defensive attention of both Bosh and LeBron. At this juncture, Harden had three options: to return the ball to Gasol, to pass to Leonard stationed in the corner, or to take a shot himself. Faced with the dual defense of two superstars, Harden felt a moment of hesitation and attempted to pass to Gasol, only to find his passing lane completely obstructed. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Leonard, who, positioned just beyond the three-point line, had no choice but to launch a shot. The basketball traced a high arc through the air before striking the rim with a resounding clang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Bosh seized the rebound and promptly passed the ball to James, who rapidly dribbled down the court, seeking an opportunity to launch a counterattack. Upon crossing the halfway line, he discerned that only Kobe and Leonard stood in his path. Without hesitation, he accelerated, charging into the paint, and, despite Leonard's defense, executed a challenging bank shot. The score was 2-0, with the Heat drawing first blood. The Lakers initiated their offense. Harden delivered the ball to Kobe, positioned in the low post for a one-on-one play. Yao Ming and Gasol strategically positioned themselves on the opposite side, affording Kobe ample space to operate. Wade, resolute, closely guarded Kobe. As Kobe began to dribble, preparing for a turnaround jumper, James swiftly converged to double-team him. In a moment of necessity, Kobe passed the ball to Leonard, who found himself unguarded yet again. Clearly, the Heat had meticulously prepared for this contest, recognizing Leonard's limitations in mid-range shooting and devising a defensive strategy aimed at restricting Kobe's opportunities to dominate. This time, instead of attempting a shot, Leonard returned the ball to Harden. With precious seconds dwindling on the shot clock, Harden, with no alternatives, launched a desperate three-pointer. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Bosh secured the rebound. After dribbling past half-court, Chalmers passed the ball to James, who attempted another drive but was thwarted by the presence of three Lakers players, all converged in the paint to protect the rim. This was Jiang Feng's tactical design. Given the Heat's starting lineup possessed relatively weak three-point shooting capabilities, yet their penetration was formidable due to James and Wade, Jiang Feng primarily focused on countering the Heat's drives, allowing for some leeway in their perimeter shooting. Seeing no viable path for a drive, James opted to pass the ball to Chalmers on the perimeter, who elevated to take a three-point shot. Clang. Another miss. Yao secured the defensive rebound. Harden dribbled across half-court and lofted the ball to Yao, who faced off against Haslam, executing a quick turn for a jumper. Swish. The ball sailed through the net, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Yao's offensive prowess in the paint remained steadfast. Chapter 67. Intense confrontation. Yang Yi's anticipation. The Heat advanced their offense. James, with the ball in hand, executed a sudden stop for a mid-range jumper. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. Once again, the Los Angeles Lakers embarked on an offensive series, with Harden penetrating the paint only to be thwarted by Bosh. The Miami Heat swiftly retaliated as Wade, with remarkable speed, dashed across half-court to receive a pass from James. In a seamless motion, he took 3 steps and, with 2 swift strides, surged into the key, effortlessly completing a layup. The score stood at 6-2, granting the Heat a 4-point lead. Well done, everyone. Let us capitalize on our fast breaks and exploit our speed advantage, Spoelstra shouted excitedly. The Lakers' Twin Tower lineup indeed provided formidable protection in the paint, but their sluggish mobility was a notable drawback. This allowed the Heat, under the orchestrations of the superstars James and Wade, to leverage their speed to punish their opponents. Focus on fast breaks and transitions. This was a mantra Spoelstra consistently reiterated to his players. Judging by the initial few minutes of the game, the strategy was proving quite effective. Naturally, if the game devolved into a half-court battle, the focus would be to stifle the offensive plays of Kobe and Yao while leaving the rookie Leonard unguarded. Undoubtedly, Spoelstra approached this game as if it were the playoffs, meticulously targeting any weaknesses of the opposition. On the court, the Lakers were on the offensive. This time, Kobe did not position himself low, but instead initiated the attack from the top of the arc, executing a series of crossovers before abruptly halting to launch a three-pointer. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. Wade, who was tasked with defending Kobe, exhibited a flicker of resignation. It was indeed challenging to contain such a forceful individual effort. On the sidelines, Spoelstra remained unperturbed. Kobe's insistence on forced shots indicated that the team's defensive strategy was taking effect, as the Lakers' offense appeared to be struggling. It was clear that Kobe could not consistently make such difficult shots. In the ensuing offensive sequence for the Heat, Wade cut to the basket, received a pass from James, and scored with a layup. The Lakers countered, with Kobe attempting another three-pointer from the perimeter. Clang. It was a miss. The following possession saw the Lakers' offense falter, lacking fluidity. Meanwhile, the Heat, propelled by their superstars James and Wade, unleashed a torrential offensive surge. After playing more than half of the quarter, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 9 points. The Jiang Feng called for a timeout and decisively adjusted the lineup, substituting Gasol and Leonard for Odom and Paul George. Both players possessed defensive prowess, agility, and the ability to shoot three-pointers, facilitating the team's spatial expansion and countering the Heat's rapid offensive and defensive transitions. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Kobe, with the ball at the arc, penetrated the paint and passed to the corner where Yao stood ready, who then launched a three-pointer. The basketball soared in a magnificent arc, swishing through the net. The deficit narrowed to 6 points. In response, the Heat's offense saw Bosh attempt a long-range shot, but it clanged off the iron. Odom seized the rebound and swiftly pushed the fast break, passing to Harden, who halted just beyond the three-point line and released a shot. The ball whistled through the air, tracing a high trajectory, and splashed through the net. The gap was reduced to 3 points, rekindling the previously subdued fans, who erupted in cheers for the Lakers. The Heat players, too, wore serious expressions as they acknowledged the Lakers' explosive scoring capability. "All right, everyone. Let us stay composed and make this shot," LeBron urged, dribbling past half-court before executing a pick-and-roll with Bosh to penetrate the lane. Just as he was about to finish with a layup, Yao, stationed defensively, leaped high and swatted the ball away. The referee's whistle pierced the air, for the ball had inadvertently touched LeBron on its way out, granting possession back to the Lakers. Harden advanced past half-court and passed to Paul George, who attempted a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The shot ricocheted off the rim, and the Lakers squandered their chance to equalize. Subsequently, the Heat scored consecutively, extending their lead to 7 points as both teams found themselves in a stalemate. The first quarter concluded with a score of 31-27, leaving the Lakers 4 points adrift. In the Huaxiao broadcast studio, the commentary for this enthralling match was delivered by Yang. What an exhilarating game. Both sides are countering each other's strategies with remarkable precision. Lao Yang, what are your thoughts on the first quarter? Yang Jian remarked, then posed the question. This is undoubtedly the most thrilling game I have witnessed this season. The tactical implementations from both teams in the first quarter were effective, but they also made adjustments in response. Overall, the Heat's performance has slightly outshone that of the Lakers. Holding the Lakers to just 27 points in the first quarter is quite impressive. I don't recall the Lakers scoring so few points in any first quarter this season. This illustrates the immense pressure the Heat's defense has placed on the Lakers, and both superstars, Yao and Kobe, have been effectively contained, with little standout performance. Yang exclaimed repeatedly, eagerly expressing his opinions. What adjustments do you think the Lakers should make next? Yang Jin inquired. The Lakers must capitalize on their three-point advantage and find ways to create space for Yao and Kobe to perform. This game is unlike any previous ones. It has reached playoff caliber. Let us see how Jiang Feng's coaching judgment holds up in this match. Yang remarked, his tone brimming with anticipation. As the brief intermission concluded, the second quarter commenced. Both teams were in a rotation phase. The Heat initiated the offense. After Norris Cole dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to Joel Anthony in the paint, who attempted a hook shot but missed. Gibson secured the rebound in the backcourt. After Lowry crossed half-court, utilizing Gibson's screen, he sidestepped and launched a jump shot from beyond the arc. The ball arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net. The deficit narrowed to 1 point. The Heat continued their offensive sequence. Wade penetrated the paint, executing a forceful layup that elicited gasps from the crowd. His recent basket was a testament to his individual prowess. The Lakers responded with their offensive possession. Odom orchestrated the play, subsequently passing to Thompson, who cut into the lane. Upon receiving the ball, he took the shot. Swish. The ball went in effortlessly. The teams exchanged blows, neither yielding ground. However, the depth of the Lakers bench was considerably superior to that of the Heat. After 2 minutes of play, Lowry and Paul George each sank three-pointers, igniting a 6-0 scoring run that flipped the score in their favor. Beep. The whistle sounded. Spoelstra could no longer remain seated. He rose to call a timeout. It was unacceptable for his team to be overtaken by the Lakers' reserves. He was profoundly dissatisfied with the team's defensive efforts. Chapter 68, A Tug of War. The situation takes a turn. The Lakers fall silent. Hey, guys, you look as if you haven't eaten. You're sluggish. This is not the demeanor expected in this match. Remember, we must win this game and show the world the strength of the Heat. The Lakers' championship odds have now soared to the top of the league. Are you willing to let outsiders believe that you are inferior to the Lakers? Spoelstra furrowed his brow and exclaimed with authority, instantly asserting the coach's commanding presence. The players all shook their heads, their eyes ablaze with fervent determination. They were acutely aware of the immense global attention surrounding this match. A loss would undoubtedly lead to the Heat being belittled, while the Lakers would be exalted by the media and basketball pundits alike. Conversely, the opposite outcome would hold true. Thus, they aspired to be the team that would be celebrated, rather than the one that would be scorned. Elevate your defensive intensity. Treat this game as if it were the finals. Spoelstra continued, before retrieving a tactical board to reconfigure their strategy. On the Lakers bench, everyone was performing admirably. They simply needed to maintain their momentum. Upon resuming play, the Heat would undoubtedly amplify their efforts on both ends of the court, and you must correspondingly elevate your intensity, lest the score be reversed once more. Jiang Feng spoke with a tone of remarkable calmness, lacking the fervent exuberance exhibited by Si-Bo. Such a display as Si-Bo's was devoid of elegance, resembling a situation teetering on the brink of chaos. Jiang Feng must strategize with composure, unflinching as Mount Tai crumbles. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes wide with astonishment. The coach's arrangement appeared somewhat hasty. To maintain such calm against a formidable opponent like the Heat, does he truly regard this match with such nonchalance, or does he possess genuine confidence in securing victory? The fans, Two were filled with uncertainty, yet they chose to place their faith in the coach. Since the onset of the new season, Jiang Feng had never disappointed them. Thus, the team harbored unwavering trust in him, a trust that had gradually morphed into reliance. As the timeout concluded, the Heat initiated their attack. Wade, receiving the ball at the top of the arc, signaled to his teammates to spread out for a one-on-one against Thompson. With complete confidence against this rookie, Wade executed a series of swift changes in direction before suddenly accelerating past Thompson. Even if Thompson were to evolve into an exceptional elite defender in the future, containing Wade at this moment posed considerable difficulty. Upon breaking into the paint, Wade unleashed his signature move, a sudden stop followed by a jump shot. Swish. He scored with unwavering precision, allowing the Heat to reclaim the lead. The Lakers' offense commenced. Lowry attempted to penetrate the paint, but failed to convert. This presented Wade with an opportunity for a fast break. Seizing the basketball, he darted forward like a flash of lightning, driving into the paint for another layup. In this intense and heated moment, Wade erupted, dominating the game with his extraordinary offensive prowess. Conversely, not a single player from the Lakers could rise to match Wade's performance, plunging the team back into a deficit in a mere span of just over 2 minutes. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Feng decisively introduced the formidable trio of Yao Ming, Kobe Bryant, and James Harden during the dead ball segment. He swiftly concluded in his mind that it would be improbable for Yao to remain on the court for merely 20 minutes in this match. Given the current circumstances, it was essential that he played for over 30 minutes, and he might even have to unveil one of his trump cards. As the Lakers commenced their offensive possession, Kobe and Yao executed a high pick and roll. Kobe promptly penetrated the lane, drawing the combined defensive efforts of Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade. However, this time, Kobe had no intention of passing. He leaped high into the air, momentarily suspended above the two superstars' defenses, evading their grasp before releasing the basketball as he descended. The ball spun rapidly through the air. Swish! It cleanly found the net. After the basket, a fierce determination illuminated Kobe's countenance, reflecting his thirst for victory. With a win against the Miami Heat, who would dare question the Lakers' prowess? Who would still challenge Jiang Feng's coaching acumen? Regardless of the perspective, this match was imperative to win. As the Heat initiated their offensive, Wade once again drove into the paint for a stop-and-pop jumper. Yet this attempt was disrupted by Kobe, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Lamar Odom seized the rebound and swiftly dispatched the ball forward. Kobe and Paul George sprinted fervently towards the front court. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe halted just beyond the three-point arc and leapt to launch a three-point shot. The basketball traced a majestic arc through the air. Swish! It effortlessly swished through the net. The arena erupted in a fervent chorus of cheers. Kobe's performance in those 2 consecutive plays was nothing short of explosive. Under his remarkable performance, the Lakers once again surged ahead in the score. The whistle blew. Heat's head coach Spoelstra promptly called for a timeout, subsequently adjusting his lineup by substituting in James for the resting superstars Wade and Bosh. Meanwhile, the Lakers opted to field their starting lineup, with the exception of Leonard, who remained on the bench due to his erratic shooting, which had rendered the Lakers' offense somewhat stagnant. Thus, Jiang Feng replaced Leonard with Paul George, who possesses three-point shooting capabilities. Although George may not rival Leonard in defensive prowess, he is certainly commendable in that regard. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. James alone proved insufficient to withstand the onslaught of Kobe and Yao's combined offensive fury. In just over a minute, the Lakers unleashed a 7-2 scoring run, extending their lead to 6 points. Observing this, Spoelstra wasted no time. He allowed Wade and Bosh merely a minute's respite before reintroducing them to the court. The two sides found themselves in a stalemate. With merely 20 seconds remaining in the first half, the Heat seized the final offensive opportunity. James controlled the ball at the top of the arc, managing the clock, and with 5 seconds left, he executed a powerful sidestep, launching a contested three-pointer over Paul George. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. Simultaneously, the halftime buzzer sounded. The score stood at 59-62, with the Lakers ahead by 3 points. After a lengthy intermission, the second half commenced. The Lakers initiated the offense, but Yao's three-point attempt clanged off the rim. The Heat capitalized on the opportunity, countering with a fast break. After drawing defenders into the paint, James passed the ball to the lurking Chalmers on the perimeter, who then effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Swish! The score was tied. The Lakers mounted their offense once more. Harden's drive to the basket was disrupted, but the Heat swiftly countered again. James charged forward, overcoming two defenders to score with a determined layup. The dynamics of the game shifted rapidly. After halftime, the Lakers seemed to lose their momentum, struggling to match the intensity of the Heat, their shooting touch colder than the most frigid ice. The Heat, brimming with vigor and determination, mounted a 12-0 scoring run in just over 3 minutes, threatening to widen the gap significantly. Chapter 69, Timeout Called. Jiang Feng's adjustments. The death lineup emerges. The arena was enveloped in silence. The sudden turn of events in the game caught the spectators off guard. Players who had merely stepped away during halftime returned to their seats, glancing at the large screen in bewilderment. How could a 3-point lead at halftime have transformed into a 9-point deficit in just a brief visit to the restroom? What has happened to the Lakers? The fans, unwilling to accept this fate, vociferously rallied to support their team. The large screen captured the image of Lakers head coach Jiang Feng standing on the sidelines. Undoubtedly, the moment of truth for Jiang Feng had arrived. When all the players were struggling to find their rhythm in the game, it was time to assess the head coach's ability to perform under pressure. Previously, Jiang Feng had executed a daring 5-in, 5-out maneuver, successfully reversing the game and securing a victory over the Knicks. Yet, the Heat were no mere Knicks. If Jiang Feng were to resort to the same 5-in, 5-out strategy again, it was likely that this game would unravel completely. The entire audience's gaze was fixed upon Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Feng exhibited no reaction, his face adorned with an air of confidence that suggested he had everything under control. Why hasn't Jiang Feng called a timeout yet? The Lakers have clearly lost their rhythm. Now would be the opportune moment to pause and recalibrate. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, completely at a loss regarding Jiang Feng's intentions. From our outsider's perspective, it was indeed the right moment for a timeout. However, we are not the head coach, and we cannot fathom Jiang Feng's mindset amidst the game. Yet, I am certain this young man will not passively wait for things to unfold, Yang Yi remarked, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he seemingly awaited Jiang Feng's adjustments. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the live broadcast. On the court, the Lakers were on the offensive. Kobe, with the ball in hand, engaged in a one-on-one play, utilizing the dual screen set by Yao Ming and Gasol to find an open shot from beyond the arc, releasing a three-pointer. Clang. Yet again, it failed to find its mark. After Bosh secured the rebound, he promptly passed the ball back to LeBron, who drove into the paint and lofted the ball high. Wade, following closely, leaped into the air, catching the ball mid-flight and emphatically slamming it through the hoop. The aerial connection between LeBron and Wade extended the Heat's lead to 11 points. The camera panned once more to Jiang Feng, who still showed no intention of calling a timeout. It wasn't that he didn't desire to do so. Rather, he knew it would be futile. Jiang Feng had already employed the tactical information board, meticulously observing the shooting touch of all his players. On the Heat's side, the trio of James, Wade, and Bosh were each adorned with 4 little flames, while the other role players, Haslam and Chalmers, had 3 flames each, indicating their vigorous momentum. Conversely, on the Lakers side, all 5 starters were marked with little snowflakes. Even the players on the bench bore snowflakes. Not a single player on the entire team exhibited a flame. This was indeed rather absurd. Could it be that the temperature of the air conditioning in the arena was set too low, freezing away the players' shooting touch? Jiang Feng silently expressed his discontent. Given the current state of the Lakers, no matter how he adjusts, it is unlikely to yield any significant results. Patience is required. One must wait and see if any players suddenly regain their form, especially Kobe, who should be encouraged to take more shots on the offensive end in hopes of rediscovering his rhythm. Only when the star player finds his offensive touch does this match hold a glimmer of hope. However, Jiang Feng's thoughts were excessive. Halfway through the third quarter, the Los Angeles Lakers' offensive performance showed no signs of improvement. Kobe Bryant continued to miss shots, lacking any semblance of rhythm. The Miami Heat seized this opportunity to further extend their lead, which had now swelled to 16 points. The Lakers found themselves in a precarious position. Fans, overwhelmed by discontent, erupted into a chorus of boos. The head coach, Jiang Feng's inaction, incited their fury. At last, Jiang Feng turned to the referee beside him and signaled for a timeout. Since there was no way to await an improvement in the players' conditions, he had to resort to utilizing a prop. Upon the players returning to the sidelines, Jiang Feng employed a mid-level timeout card, which had the effect of enhancing the condition of all players on the field by 20, or boosting an individual player's condition by 30. This time, the river breeze has amplified the impact on the players on the court. Subsequently, He utilized the tactical information board to observe the fluctuations in the players' conditions. Kobe and Harden appeared as two flickering flames, while Yao Ming and Gasol, the Twin Towers, resembled a solitary snowflake. This stark contrast in performance clearly indicates that even the prop cards could not salvage their plight in this match. Upon witnessing this, with a shift in his gaze, Jiang Feng resolved to employ a small ball lineup. This match was of utmost importance, even though the Lakers were experiencing a decline in performance. With signs of collapse among the players, he was determined to leverage his strategic card and the small ball formation to orchestrate a dramatic turnaround. Securing victory in this game would ensure that no one in the league would underestimate the Lakers, truly recognizing them as a formidable contender for the championship. Furthermore, this triumph would significantly bolster the players' confidence, instilling in them a genuine belief in the team's championship potential. I will now arrange the players for this pivotal match. Odom, Paul George, Klay Thompson, Kobe, and James Harden. The River Breeze spoke in a low voice, and the players' eyes brightened with anticipation. Coach, are we finally going to employ the small ball lineup we have practiced numerous times during training? However, curiosity arose among them regarding the absence of Leonard from this ultimate five-man unit. As Jiang Feng glanced at the four delicate snowflakes adorning Leonard's head, he decisively chose to abandon the notion. The essence of the small ball lineup lies in its speed, proficiency in three-point shooting, and formidable defense. Once on the court, the focus must be on continuously enhancing the tempo on both offense and defense, relentlessly attacking the paint. It is imperative to master the art of driving, cutting, and passing. When opportunities for open three-pointers arise from the perimeter, one must not hesitate. Boldness in shooting is essential. On the defensive end, relentless switching is key. Converge all efforts towards the paint and test whether James and Wade can still penetrate the basket. Jiang Feng spoke as he swiftly illustrated the tactics of penetration, cutting, and passing on the tactical board. This could be regarded as the essence of the small ball strategy. The players continuously sprinted onto the court, employing maneuvers such as breakthroughs, cuts, screens, and passes to create opportunities for open shots, ultimately culminating in successful baskets. The players nodded in agreement, their eyes radiating an unwavering confidence. 16 points are trivial. Let us reclaim them, and then surpass the Heat by 16 points. Jiang Feng, brimming with audacity, proclaimed with fervor. Roars erupted from the players, who made their grand entrance with undeniable dominance. The audience was left utterly astonished. What on earth is this audacious maneuver? No center? How will they protect the rim? The paint area is already incapable of containing the onslaught of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade. Substituting the center would surely lead to their annihilation. While a timeout was not called, the adjustments made during the pause seemed futile. It was truly absurd. Chapter 70. The Ultimate Small Ball. The chase for points begins fervently. In the Huaxia live stream, the commentators were left dumbfounded upon witnessing the Lakers lineup. Here comes another audacious strategy. The Lakers have opted not to field a center without rim protection. Not only can they not curtail the incursions of James and Wade, but they also risk failing to secure rebounds. Yang Jin murmured, his tone laced with disbelief. Jiang Feng's tactics are consistently unexpected. In the past, I would have thought his mind had been clouded by folly to deploy such a foolish lineup. However, now I find myself eagerly anticipating this diminutive arrangement from Jiang Feng. This brother has always taken unconventional paths. Who knows what ingenious stratagems lie beneath this seemingly ludicrous transformation? Yang Yi remarked earnestly, his face radiating anticipation. Since the commencement of the new season, each time the Lakers have found themselves in dire straits, Jiang Feng has unveiled a myriad of audacious maneuvers. Astonishingly, each of his bold strategies has aided the team in turning the tide. This is indeed formidable. No one can fathom how many trump cards this rookie coach still possesses. In merely a regular season, he has showcased an almost prodigious coaching prowess and a profound understanding of basketball. When the playoffs arrive, it is likely that no team will wish to encounter the Lakers under Jiang Feng's stewardship. After all, each of his adjustments instills trepidation in their adversaries. Indeed, I had almost forgotten Jiang Feng's previous miraculous tactics. Upon seeing his eccentric lineup, my instinct was to question him. However, reflecting on Jiang Feng's coaching style now brings me a sense of reassurance. Yang Jian chuckled, his doubts dissipating, replaced by anticipation. Let us observe closely. What surprises might Jiang Feng have in store for us? Yang Jian declared, his gaze fixated on the broadcast screen. In the comments section, fans erupted with fervent discussions. Jiang Feng has once again astonished me. The team has three centers are all seated on the bench. Such an audacious adjustment cannot be understated. Experience tells me that Jiang Feng's assertion of defeating the Heat by over 15 points is not mere bravado, but stems from genuine confidence. Now that I see him orchestrating another bold strategy, I feel reassured. Indeed, upon witnessing Jiang Feng's remarkable maneuvers, I could discern his profound confidence in securing victory in this match. Trailing by 16 points? What does that even signify? Observe the enigmatic smile gracing Jiang Feng's countenance on the sidelines, as if he has already foreseen the forthcoming trajectory of the game. It is simply astonishing. With an array of ingenious strategies, our Chinese coaches exhibit unparalleled prowess. As I beheld Jiang Feng's commanding presence, I couldn't help but be reminded of Zhuge Liang. There exists a certain sensation, and I eagerly anticipate the Lakers' comeback. Brothers, let us chant that phrase, Lakers, champions, at the Staples Center. The audience erupted in waves of astonished exclamations. The players of the Heat gazed in disbelief. Are the Lakers conceding this match? Wade remarked, his words dripping with incredulity. The rookie coach of the Lakers has truly confounded us with his perplexing tactics. Nevertheless, we hold a commanding 16-point lead. With just over 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter, this is ample time to extend our advantage to over 25 points. Thus, we could conclude our work after 3 quarters. LeBron declared, his tone quite formidable. I share his sentiments. I too long for an early exit after 3 quarters. Initially, I believe the Lakers posed a significant threat, but it appears their capabilities are rather ordinary, merely a fade created by their 12-game winning streak. Wade remarked with a slight smile, yet his gaze swiftly transformed into one filled with fierce determination. The match proceeded with the Lakers on the offense. All 5 players positioned themselves at the perimeter, stretching the space to its maximum. Center Haslam was reluctantly drawn to the perimeter to guard Odom, leaving the paint completely unoccupied. A collective gasp resonated throughout the arena, as the Lakers' formation truly astonished the spectators. Harden, facing Chalmers, executed a series of swift dribbles before breaking through from the left flank. Bosh and James were compelled to contract defensively. Consequently, Harden passed the basketball to Paul George on the perimeter, who promptly prepared to launch a 3-point attempt. However, James, displaying remarkable speed, surged from the paint in mere moments. Thus, George dribbled to create space from James and opted to drive towards the basket, subsequently passing to Kobe, who deftly flicked the ball to Thompson, who had cut towards the rim. With no interference, Thompson effortlessly banked the shot in, reducing the deficit back to 14 points. The crowd erupted in cheers. Although the intricacies of the Lakers' strategy eluded their understanding, scoring was undeniably a commendable feat. The Heat initiated their offense. Chalmers advanced past half-court before passing to James, who, under the defense of Paul George, charged into the paint. Instantly, Lakers converged to protect the rim. James, upon realizing the situation, was momentarily taken aback. He found himself in the paint without even a place to land. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Chalmers on the perimeter. Harden closed in, applying tight defense to deny him any opportunity for a 3-point shot. This was one of the defensive strategies devised by Jiang Feng. Among the Heat's starting lineup, the most formidable 3-point threats, aside from James, were Chalmers. In reality, both players possessed 3-point shooting percentages just above 30, placing them in the mid-tier of the NBA rankings. Nonetheless, despite these statistics, Jiang Feng placed significant emphasis on defending against Chien Mo's 3-point shots, determined to effectively stifle the Miami Heat's perimeter scoring. Noticing a lack of offensive opportunities, Chien Mo promptly made the decision to pass the ball to Wade, who was positioned in the corner. Wade took a wide-open 3-pointer, but alas, it clanged off the rim. Odom leapt high to secure the rebound, opting not to pass, but rather to swiftly dribble past half-court. The other Lakers players surged forward in unison, swiftly creating a 5-on-4 situation. Odom chose to drive to the basket, forcing LeBron and Bosh to converge in the paint to defend. In a decisive moment, Odom passed the ball to Harden on the perimeter, who also drove in, stopping abruptly for a jump shot in the lane. The deficit was reduced to 12 points, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. It was truly astonishing that Jiang Feng's adjusted small ball lineup managed to suppress the Heat so effectively. Moreover, the overall pace of the Lakers' offense and defense had dramatically accelerated. The previous offensive play concluded before the Heat center, Haslam, could even position himself. As the Heat initiated their offense, Chien Mo dribbled past half-court and passed to Wade. Upon driving into the paint, he encountered a triple team from the Lakers and, with no choice left, passed the ball out. Bosh, forced to take a 3-pointer from beyond the arc, clanked it off the rim. Odom seized the defensive rebound and promptly hurled the ball toward the front court. The Lakers ignited another fast break. Chapter 71, The Three-Point Frenzy. Stopping the Heat. After receiving the ball, Harden passed to the trailing Thompson, who executed a quick mid-range jumper, bringing the deficit down to 10 points. The referee's whistle blew. Heat head coach Spoelstra could hardly contain himself and called for a timeout. What kind of offensive speed was this? It was astonishingly rapid, even faster than the Suns' run-and-gun strategy. It was truly unbelievable. What left Spoelstra most astounded was that the Lakers, despite lacking a center, effectively limited the incursions of LeBron and waded into the paint through the rapid defensive rotations of their 5 players. Furthermore, the Heat's weaknesses in three-point shooting were starkly exposed, complicating their offensive efforts. Hence, Spoelstra called for a timeout to make adjustments. He modified the lineup, substituting Haslam for Battier, thus reducing the height of the lineup. Moreover, Battier, an exceptional 3 and D player, possessed both three-point shooting capability and strong defensive skills. This adjustment aimed to counter the Lakers' small ball strategy. Gentlemen, the Lakers' current style and lineup are ultimately unorthodox. There is no need for concern. We shall proceed steadily and continue to extend our lead. Snyder inspires the players, and they nod in agreement, aware that the Lakers excel in their pace. If they can match the speed of both their offense and defense, there is nothing to fear. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, Jiang Feng continued to utilize the tactical information board, keenly observing the players' conditions, following the recent offensive surge and the effective influence of the mid-level timeout card. The 5 players on the court now sported little flames atop their heads. The most exceptional shooting touch was exhibited by Kobe and Thompson, each adorned with 4 little flames. Meanwhile, Paul George and Odom showcased 3 flames atop their heads. Only James Harden struggled with the shooting, represented by a solitary flame. Gentlemen, upon returning from the timeout, there is no need to relentlessly charge toward the paint. Whenever an opportunity for a 3-point shot arises from the perimeter, seize it decisively. Jiang Feng spoke in a low voice, the corners of his lips curling into a peculiar smile once more. The players, upon witnessing Jiang Feng's confident demeanor, sensed that victory in this match was assured. After the timeout, the Miami Heat initiated their offense. Following Haslam's departure, the team's pace accelerated significantly. LeBron James, after penetrating the defense, passed the ball to Battier, who raised his hand and launched a 3-point shot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim once again. The Lakers swiftly mounted a defensive counterattack. Harden, dribbling past the half-court line, executed a series of swift directional changes to penetrate the key, disrupting the Heat's defensive formation, and then delivered the ball to Kobe on the perimeter. Kobe elevated and unleashed a 3-point shot. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. The deficit was reduced to 7 points. Instantly, the entire audience erupted with excitement. The Lakers' momentum in closing the gap was truly formidable. If they continued this way, a turnaround of the score would soon be within reach. The diminutive lineup orchestrated by Jiang Feng has truly manifested remarkable efficacy during the match. The Miami Heat's offense surged forth. In this instance, LeBron signaled his teammates to spread out, indicating his intent to engage in a solo effort. With a series of deft changes in direction, he penetrated the paint, and even when confronted by a trio of defenders, he opted against passing. Instead, he executed a sudden stop and performed a spinning leap, delivering a high-arching bank shot. Swish! The ball kissed the backboard before finding its way through the net. Such a spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. The players on the Heat's bench leapt to their feet, fervently waving their towels in excitement. It's LeBron, indeed. That offensive display was a pinnacle of individual prowess. Could the game truly be lost with LeBron in the fray? Now, the Lakers embarked on their offensive foray. Odom received a pass at the arc and launched a 3-pointer. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, soaring far afield, only to land in Kobe's hands. He skillfully drove to the basket, then dished the ball out to Thompson on the perimeter, who promptly unleashed another 3-pointer. The ball traced a flawless arc through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net. The deficit was trimmed to 6 points. In response, the Heat commenced another offensive sequence. LeBron and Wade executed a pick-and-roll at the top of the arc. Kobe and George switched defensive assignments. The audience erupted as they witnessed Kobe matched up against LeBron, fervently rallying for their hero. Here it comes. The direct confrontation between two of the league's most illustrious superstars. Could Kobe stifle LeBron's advance? The on-site commentator was equally animated. LeBron's expression turned grave as he employed a series of fakes, using his body to bulldoze past Kobe toward the basket. Paul George attempted to provide support, but Kobe's commanding shout halted him in his tracks. Kobe clung closely to LeBron, denying him any opportunity for a shot. Left with no alternative, LeBron halted his dribble and abruptly pivoted for a mid-range jumper. Yet, this was not a facet of his game in which he excelled at this stage of his career. Early in his journey, his strongest offensive weapon was his ability to drive to the rim, with mid-range and three-point shooting being his weaknesses. This mid-range attempt was compelled by Kobe's relentless defense. Clang! The ball bounced off the rim. Paul George dashed into the paint to snatch the rebound, then swiftly dribbled past half-court. Seizing the moment while the Heat's defense was still regrouping, George charged toward the basket, drawing defenders. Before flicking a pass to Kobe on the perimeter, Kobe raised his arm and launched a trailing three-pointer. The ball whistled through the air. Swish! It found nothing but net once more. The gap was reduced to 3 points. The arena erupted once more as the adrenaline of the fans surged to exhilarating heights. They were utterly unprepared for the Lakers' consecutive three-pointers, their emotions soaring as if witnessing a breathtaking slam dunk. The sensation of witnessing such an unbroken series of three-point shots could only be described as exhilarating, with this barrage of three-point attacks rapidly narrowing the score gap. The momentum of the match shifted entirely in favor of the Lakers. The players of the Heat stood on the court, their expressions reflecting a sense of bewilderment, seemingly at a loss as to how to counter the Lakers' relentless offense. Their once unshakable confidence began to waver. Could this version of the Lakers truly be victorious? The Heat's head coach called for a timeout, astonished as he gazed at the court. In less than 4 minutes, the lead had dwindled from 16 points to a mere 3. What an astonishing display of offensive prowess. This Lakers lineup, composed of smaller players, was indeed formidable. Their speed outmatched even that of the Suns' fast-paced play, and their defense proved superior as well, a fact that was almost too incredible to believe. Furthermore, their three-point shooting surpassed that of the Suns. How then could they respond? Spoelstra fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 72, end of the third quarter. A turnaround in the score. As the players of the Heat returned to the bench, they noticed Coach Spoelstra lost in thought, showing no signs of devising a strategy. Frowns creased their brows as they deeply empathized with Spoelstra's helplessness and despair, for they too felt utterly at a loss on the court, faced with the Lakers' small ball lineup. They found themselves unsure of how to play, completely clueless on how to defend. This was especially true for the center position. Once drawn to the perimeter, it was challenging to quickly return to the paint to defend, rendering Haslam virtually ineffective and a target for the Lakers. Kobe and Harden utilized isolation plays to exploit Haslam, who simply could not keep pace with their movements, helplessly watching as they scored. Moreover, defending the Lakers' three-pointers proved exceedingly difficult. The Lakers' accuracy from beyond the arc was remarkable, with all 5 players on the court possessing the ability to shoot from long range, leaving the Heat struggling to pinpoint their defensive focus. This predicament led to a defensive imbalance, making it impossible for them to cover both inside and outside, allowing the Lakers to frequently unleash offensive surges. LeBron and his teammates remained silent, patiently awaiting Spoelstra's guidance. Despite the sense of helplessness, Spoelstra would undoubtedly devise a counter-strategy. Otherwise, this game would slip away. Haslam, you're out. Battier, you're in. We'll match their small ball lineup. Extend the defense, prioritizing the containment of the Lakers' three-point shooting. As for the paint, we can afford to give it some leeway. However, LeBron and Wade, you must remain vigilant to the Lakers' offensive movements. If they penetrate the paint, do your utmost to provide help defense. Spoelstra hesitated for a moment before finally resolutely speaking. The players nodded in agreement. On the offensive front, the strategy centered around the penetrating passes from James and Wade, striving to dismantle the Lakers' defense. Spoelstra continued, retrieving the tactical board to finalize the game plan. With no immediate countermeasures at hand, adjustments would have to be made to see what might yield positive results. If successful, that would be splendid, but if not, further modifications would be necessary. Upon resuming play, the Heat initiated the offense. Chalmers dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to James, who isolated against Paul George. After a series of deft changes of direction, he surged towards the right for a drive. The Lakers players collapsed their defense once more, denying James any opportunity to penetrate to the basket. With a flick of his wrist, James passed the ball to the perimeter, where Battier awaited. He rose to take a three-point shot. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Odom secured the rebound and swiftly pushed forward for a fast break. The Heat were well prepared, hastily retreating on defense. After Haslam was substituted, the overall speed of the Heat's movement significantly increased. Once Odom crossed half-court and saw no immediate offensive opportunities. He stabilized the pace and signaled to his teammates to execute the set plays. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, he launched the ball towards the paint. As the Heat expanded their defensive coverage, a vast space opened up in the key. Thompson constantly repositioned himself, utilizing a screen to deftly maneuver into the paint, where he received Odom's pass and effortlessly scored with a layup, unchallenged. James and Wade attempted to provide support, but alas, they were overwhelmed, helplessly watching as Thompson executed the score. The deficit was reduced to a single point. In an offensive possession for the Miami Heat, LeBron James, holding the ball at the top of the arc, executed a high pick-and-roll with Chris Bosh before driving into the paint, confronting a trio of defenders as he attempted a layup. The outcome was predictable. 3 arms reached out, enveloping James. Undeterred, he forcefully launched the ball towards the hoop. The referee's whistle pierced the air, calling a foul on Paul George for a hit. James earned 2 free throw opportunities. It must be noted that James's basketball IQ is truly remarkable. He understands that when scoring is elusive, one must rely on free throws to stabilize the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he converted both attempts, narrowing the deficit back to 3 points. In the ensuing possessions, both teams began to grapple with one another. The Lakers seemed to be on the brink, struggling to close the 3-point gap. The tension among the spectators was palpable, their anxiety mounting. Finally, with just 1 minute remaining in the third quarter, Kobe Bryant erupted, defying Dwayne Wade's defense to sink a 3-pointer, leveling the score. On the Heat's next possession, Chalmers penetrated the paint and dished the ball to James, who unleashed a 3-point shot that clanged off the rim. Paul George secured the rebound and quickly advanced the ball past half-court, handing it to James Harden. Harden drove into the paint before passing it to Thompson, who was stationed in the corner. Without hesitation, Thompson fired a 3-pointer. Swish. It found nothing but net. The Lakers surged ahead by 3 points, inciting wild cheers from the audience as they fervently rallied behind their team. With 30 seconds left in the third quarter, both sides had a chance to attack. For the Heat, James opted for another aggressive approach, but this time he failed to score and drew no foul. The ball was deflected, and Harden seized it, racing down the court with fervor. The Lakers' 5 players surged forward like a tide. The Heat players pursued relentlessly, with James leading the charge, his fierce gaze fixed on the dribbling Harden, poised to leap for a block at any moment. Sensing James's formidable presence, Harden refrained from acting impulsively and instead passed the ball to Kobe on the wing. Upon catching the ball, Kobe made a quick stop, then drove into the paint to complete a layup. Only 3 seconds remained. After the Heat inbound the ball, James hurled it skyward, sending it soaring out of bounds. The third quarter concluded with the Lakers having trailed by 16 points in the first half, making a remarkable comeback to take a 5-point lead. The most striking aspect of this quarter was undoubtedly the miraculous tactical adjustments made by Coach Jiang and the subsequent performance of the Lakers from beyond the arc, truly astounding. The fans erupted with fervent excitement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the final quarter of the game. In the Huaxiao live broadcast room, Yang Jin inquired, his eyes gleaming with astonishment, "What are your thoughts on the Lakers' performance in the third quarter?" Undoubtedly, the turning point of the match commenced with Jiang Feng's adjustment to a smaller lineup. His changes were not mere whims, they were evidently premeditated, suggesting that the Lakers had practiced this small ball strategy beforehand, enabling them to execute it with remarkable fluidity on the court. Truly impressive, Yang marveled, his tone suffused with disbelief as his understanding of Jiang Feng was once again transformed. In Chapter 73, the astonishment of the 2 commentators was palpable as Jiang Feng altered the lineup once more. The effectiveness of the Lakers' small ball configuration was astonishing. But what truly amazed was their prowess in 3-point shooting. Hitting 7 out of 12 attempts in a single quarter was nothing short of extraordinary. Yang Jian expressed his wonder once again. Indeed, having 5 players on the court capable of stretching the floor for 3-point shots is nothing less than remarkable. This allowed the Lakers to infinitely expand their offensive space, drawing all 5 defenders of the Heat beyond the 3-point line. I found myself pondering a question. When Kupchak assembled the team during the offseason, was it intentional or coincidental that he signed so many sharpshooters? Did Jiang Feng devise the small ball strategy based on the team's circumstances, or was there a deliberate dialogue with Kupchak regarding the construction of this roster? Yang Yi asked, furrowing his brows in contemplation. However, Yang Jian fully comprehended his inquiry as he shared the same doubts. In my view, there must have been prior discussions between Jiang Feng and Kupchak concerning the team's composition, much like Yao Ming's signing with the Lakers. Jiang Feng undoubtedly played a pivotal role. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Feng had you practice three-point shooting underscores his vision for the team's needs, Yang Jian articulated, offering his analysis. Indeed, when one examines the Lakers as a whole, few players lack three-point shooting capability. Among the primary rotation players, only Gasol and Leonard are slightly deficient in this regard, while the remaining players boast three-point shooting percentages exceeding 35. Yang Yi also spoke, his tone imbued with profound astonishment. He felt as though his very soul had been jolted, an intense premonition surging within him. He sensed that the current strategy of the Lakers could very well dominate the league. Otherwise, Jiang Feng would not have revealed this small ball lineup as his trump card. What Yang Yi was unaware of was that this seemingly mundane regular season game marked the inception of the Lakers' small ball revolution. Years later, after the Lakers had dominated the league with their small ball approach, Yang Yi would look back on this match and grasp its monumental significance to the sport of basketball. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Feng truly transformed the mundane into the extraordinary. With his remarkable adjustments, he entirely altered the course of the game. It was utterly astonishing. I can only say that Jiang Feng is indeed a prodigious talent, and he exudes an overwhelming impression of possessing an extraordinary gift for coaching, Yang Jian exclaimed, shaking his head repeatedly. He had never imagined using the term gift to describe a basketball coach. Given the current momentum of the Lakers, it is entirely possible that they could win this match against the Heat by more than 15 points. Jiang Feng had once again fulfilled his pre-game bravado. His confidence, decisiveness, and strategic acumen were truly formidable. All I can say is that if Jiang Feng were to coach the Chinese men's basketball team in next year's Olympics, there would indeed be hope for further breakthroughs, Yang Yi declared, suddenly becoming animated. In his eyes, Jiang Feng was the beacon of hope for Chinese basketball. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, his emotions swelling to a point where they could no longer be contained. Jiang Feng and Yao, two luminaries of the NBA hailing from the land of Huaxia, may indeed elevate the Chinese men's basketball team to unprecedented heights. The comments section is ablaze with excitement. Goodness, after years of watching the NBA, I've never witnessed the Lakers play in such a manner. Swift transitions, precise three-point shooting, incisive breakthroughs, and harmonious teamwork. It is truly a feast for the eyes. Not only is it visually stunning, but it is also immensely powerful. Just look at how the Heat have been overwhelmed. They are utterly defenseless. Jiang Feng has once again astonished me. This is indeed a remarkable coach. Unlike the likes of Rivers, who rely solely on superstar talent for success, Jiang Feng is a genius. I would gladly bestow upon him the title of a prodigy in the realm of basketball coaching. My anticipation for Jiang Feng to lead the Lakers to remarkable achievements grows ever stronger. Remarkably, I have never been a fan of any basketball coach before. Yet I now find myself an ardent admirer of Jiang Feng. With his striking appearance and exceptional talent, he exudes an irresistible charm. Jiang Feng, who could easily rely on his looks, chooses instead to showcase his brilliance. How enviable. At the Staples Center, the brief intermission has passed, and the fourth quarter commences. Jiang Feng has once again altered his lineup, deploying a formidable team comprised of Yao Ming, Lamar Odom, Kawhi Leonard, Klay Thompson, and Kyle Lowry. In the third quarter, Yao Ming hardly played, and now he is brimming with energy. Meanwhile, Leonard and Lowry saw limited playing time in the second half, prompting Jiang Feng to substitute them into the game. Despite having their heads adorned with little snowflakes, they were allowed to play for a while to grant other players a brief respite. Otherwise, in the climactic moments of the match, they risked succumbing to fatigue. Although Jiang Feng still possessed 2 stamina recovery cards, he was reluctant to utilize them in this contest, believing he had already revealed enough of his strategic arsenal to secure victory against the Heat. Not only did he employ a small ball lineup, but he also utilized both a tactical information board and a mid-level timeout card. Given the current momentum, it appeared almost certain that the Lakers would triumph in this match, rendering the use of stamina recovery cards unnecessary. In a series of consecutive plays, the Lakers made a concerted effort to deliver the basketball to Yao Ming in the paint, allowing him to leverage his extraordinary individual prowess to execute offensive maneuvers. As for Leonard and Lowry, both adorned with snowflakes, Jiang Feng strategically excluded them from participating in the offensive plays. Yao Ming did not disappoint, successfully completing a series of one-on-one matchups in the paint. In under 2 minutes, he achieved an impressive 4 out of 5 shooting, accumulating 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 block, helping the team to unleash a 12-5 scoring surge, thus extending their lead to 12 points. Beep. Spoelstra called a timeout. With James absent from the court, the Heat's performance on both offense and defense plummeted, providing the Lakers with the opportunity to widen the score gap. Reluctantly, Spoelstra had no choice but to reinsert James into the game. He was equally invested in this match. Only by defeating the Lakers could the Heat maintain their status as the most favored team to clinch the championship this season. In addition to James, Spoelstra also brought Chris Bosh back into the fray, allowing Dwayne Wade, who had just played a few minutes, to take a brief respite. Spoelstra was acutely aware that Wade's rest could not exceed 1 minute. This was the absolute limit. Jiang Feng has once again adjusted the lineup, deploying a formidable team consisting of Odom, Leonard, Thompson, Kobe, and Lowry. Chapter 74. A resounding victory over the Heat. The promise fulfilled. Such adjustments were made as Jiang Feng, through the tactical information board card, discerned the player's current form and condition. James Harden has utterly faltered, his performance chillingly dismal, marked by 4 snowflakes above his head, signaling his frigid state. While Paul George's situation is not as dire as Harden's, he too bears a solitary snowflake. In contrast, Leonard and Lowry exhibit a far superior touch, each adorned with 2 small sparks above their heads. However, what instills confidence in Jiang Feng to secure victory in this match is not merely the commendable performance of these role players, but the scorching form of the star player, Kobe. Presently, Kobe boasts 4 small sparks above his head, his shooting touch radiating with explosive intensity. Upon the resumption of play, the Heat initiated their offense. LeBron, stationed at the top of the arc, struggled to find an effective offensive strategy despite several attempts to circulate the ball. As the shot clock dwindled, LeBron attempted to drive aggressively, but found himself unable to penetrate the Lakers' formidable defense, ultimately resorting to a pass. Wade, upon receiving the ball, was unable to execute any technical moves before the referee's whistle pierced the air. A 24-second violation. The arena erupted in jubilant cheers. Fans marveled at the Lakers' defensive prowess, particularly during this phase of their small ball lineup, which seemed omnipresent, making it impossible for the Heat players to evade their relentless scrutiny. It was truly astonishing. The commentator remarked that the Heat's first possession after the timeout resulted in a 24-second violation, indicating a complete failure in executing the coach's strategy, which undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the team's morale. The situation for the Heat has increasingly grown dire. As the Lakers embarked on their offensive possession, all 5 players positioned themselves beyond the 3-point line. Kobe, commanding the play at the top of the arc, had the other 4 players stationed along the baseline, awaiting their star's initiative. Observing the defense, Kobe found the path to the basket obstructed and signaled for Odom to step up for a pick. Utilizing the screen, Kobe penetrated the paint, instantly drawing the attention of LeBron, Bosh, and Battier. There was no other option. Kobe's offensive threat was simply too immense. Even 2 defenders might struggle to contain his prowess. Confronted by the trio, Kobe displayed remarkable resilience, executing a mid-air stop, and as he descended, he released the ball while enduring the pressure of their outstretched hands. The basketball danced on the rim, spinning several times before finally succumbing to gravity and falling through the net. Once again, Kobe showcased his extraordinary offensive capabilities, sending the entire audience into a frenzy. Erupting in chants of MVP, the point differential has widened to 14. The Miami Heat begin their offensive possession. At the top of the arc, James, holding the ball, utilizes Bosh's screen to surge towards the paint. The Lakers players collapse defensively, converging on James, who once again passes the ball to Wade on the perimeter. Wade finds himself completely unguarded beyond the 3-point line. Although Kobe rushes out to contest, Wade, with an air of indifference, disregards the defense and releases a 3-point shot. After the release, Wade confidently gestures the OK sign, readying himself to transition back on defense. Clank. The ball ricochets off the rim. Observing the ball's trajectory, Wade feels a tinge of embarrassment. He had felt confident in his shooting just moments prior. How could it not have gone in? Quite absurd. He regrets celebrating prematurely, deeming it a waste of emotion. Wade feels disheartened, not due to the Lakers' formidable strength or their impressive performance at this juncture, but rather because of his own dismal shooting touch. Had he converted that 3-pointer, the Lakers would not have dared to leave him so wide open. In the paint, a cluster of players vie for the rebound. Odom once again showcases his prowess, securing the rebound and subsequently passing to Lowry. Lowry swiftly dribbles down the court, halting at the 3-point line before delivering the ball to Kobe. Kobe executes a quick stop and launches a 3-point jumper. The ball arcs gracefully through the air. Swish. It finds nothing but net once more, extending the lead to 17 points. The Heat resumed their offensive efforts. James, at the top of the arc, holds the ball. This time, Wade actively positions himself at the arc, evidently seeking to respond. Without hesitation, LeBron passes the ball to his good friend. Wade, confronted by Kobe's defense, boldly attempts another three-point shot. The ball soars in a high arc swish. It goes through the net. At long last, they have entered the fray. Following his goal, Wade let out a roar of exhilaration, believing it to be the clarion call for his resurgence. However, during the subsequent offensive play, Wade's shot once again clanged off the rim. Seizing the opportunity, the Lakers launched a counterattack, with Lowry sinking yet another three-pointer from beyond the arc. In the blink of an eye, the deficit had swelled to 19 points. With merely 3 minutes remaining in the match, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Observing this, Heat head coach Spoelstra recognized that a comeback was implausible, yet he refrained from substituting his star players, unwilling to allow Jiang Feng to bask in arrogance. He recalled Jiang Feng's proclamation that the Heat would lose by no less than 15 points. He was resolute in preventing Jiang Feng's boast from coming to fruition. This was his final act of defiance as the head coach of the Heat. The players on the Heat were equally aware of the situation. Thus, they launched a frenzied offensive in a desperate bid to narrow the gap to within 15 points before the conclusion of the game. Yet, the Lakers were unyielding, fully cognizant of the stakes, and they exerted every effort to fulfill their coach's words from the interview. When Kobe landed another three-pointer from beyond the arc, the margin had extended to 22 points. Ultimately, the final score stood at 104-122, with the Lakers triumphing over the Heat by an 18-point advantage, maintaining their undefeated streak since the season's inception, achieving a remarkable 13-game winning streak. They stood proudly at the summit of the league. The standout performer was Kobe, who played for 41 minutes, making 14 of 26 shots, including 6 of 11 from three-point range, and sinking all 6 of his free throws. Amassing an impressive tally of 40 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists, he was the highest scorer of the match. Following him was Odom, who thrived in the small ball lineup, playing for 31 minutes, hitting 6 of 12 shots, including 2 of 6 from beyond the arc, and contributing 14 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, and 1 block, a comprehensive performance that made significant impacts on both ends of the court. Then came Thompson, Paul George, and a cadre of sharpshooters. Yao Ming's contribution was also noteworthy, although he scored 15 points and grabbed 9 rebounds on 7 of 13 shooting, with 1 of 3 from three-point range. It was his exceptional play early in the fourth quarter that allowed the Lakers to extend their lead. Notably, the Lakers attempted over 50 three-pointers in this game, successfully making 21, achieving a success rate exceeding 42, and setting numerous records, including marks for three-point attempts and successful three-pointers, etching their names in NBA history. It was indeed a spectacle of sheer madness. Chapter 75. The Shock of Huaxia Commentary. Is Jiang Feng dissatisfied with the team's performance? In the realm of the Miami Heat, LeBron James delivered a consistent performance, amassing a remarkable tally of 28 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 blocks. Although Dwayne Wade struggled with his three-point shooting, his overall contribution remained commendable, particularly in the first half, where he executed several spectacular offensive plays. He concluded the game with 22 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal, shooting 9 for 20 from the field, with a three-point shooting record of 1 for 5, and a perfect 3 for 3 from the free throw line. The remaining players exhibited merely average performances. As the final whistle echoed through the arena, players from both teams refrained from exchanging pleasantries and instead turned towards the players' tunnel. The large screen captured Jiang Feng at the sidelines, who, with a smile, attempted to approach Heat's head coach Erik Spoelstra for a brief acknowledgement. However, Spoelstra displayed no intention of reciprocation, opting instead to follow the players into the tunnel. Jiang Feng, with a nonchalant expression and a hint of innocence, shrugged his shoulders before elegantly turning away. The Heat fans, witnessing Jiang Feng's self-satisfied demeanor, were left seething with frustration. How infuriating it was to be outwitted by this rookie coach from Huaxia. They fervently wished that the next encounter between the two teams would result in a resounding defeat for the Lakers, teaching this novice coach a lesson in humility. In the Huaxia live broadcast room, the match had concluded, showcasing an exhilarating display from both sides. Old Jiang, what are your thoughts on the performances exhibited by both teams? Yang Jian inquired. Undoubtedly, the Lakers delivered yet another flawless performance. What is most astonishing is that head coach Jiang Feng has once again revealed the potential of this team, showcasing his extraordinary coaching prowess. As fans would put it, he is a genius. The impact of the small ball lineup extends beyond just the victory or surprise of this match. It raises questions about the ways it could create in the league and the influence it might wield. Conclusions remain elusive. However, I believe the recording of this match will circulate throughout the league, much like the footage of the Lakers season opener. Every team will need to ponder how to defend against the Lakers' small ball lineup. If no effective strategies are devised, the Lakers may very well dominate the entire league. Yang Yi remarked, his tone also laced with astonishment. Jiang Feng, this novice coach, has truly brought forth an abundance of surprises. Indeed, his small ball lineup can be deemed a stroke of genius. From this match, it is evident that the Miami Heat struggled to counter this strategy, failing to devise a solution throughout the entire second half. Yang Jian also remarked on this. The most disappointing aspect was the Heat's three-point shooting. The Lakers managed to sink 21 three-pointers, while the Heat only managed a mere 8, with a shooting percentage below 30, resulting in a thorough defeat at the hands of the Lakers. The vulnerabilities of the Heat were fully exposed in this game. However, apart from the Lakers, it is unlikely any other team in the league could employ such a compact strategy to contain the incursions of LeBron James and Dwayne Wade into the paint. Thus, when facing other teams, the Heat's inadequacies in three-point shooting may not prove fatal. Yet against the Lakers, this weakness is pronounced. And for the Heat to contend for the championship, they must enhance their three-point shooting capabilities. Otherwise, should they encounter the Lakers in the finals, they risk a devastating defeat. Yang Yi continued, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. If the Heat and the Lakers indeed cross paths in the finals, the long-anticipated showdown of 23 versus 24, a narrative crafted over years by the league, would finally materialize. It would undoubtedly be a battle for the ages. Thus, it appears that the Lakers have emerged as the Heat's most formidable potential adversary in their quest for the championship. Let us observe whether the Heat will make targeted reinforcements before the trade deadline this season, Yang Jian noted. The Lakers. This season has truly bestowed upon us an abundance of surprises. After being eliminated by the Mavericks last season, and with the aging of Kobe and Gasol, I had presumed that the era of the Lakers had come to an end, and Kobe's pursuit of his sixth championship title had become a distant dream. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Feng would suddenly appear, transforming the Lakers back into a top-tier team in the league? Moreover, the depth of the Lakers roster is astonishing, and their varied styles of play make it exceedingly challenging to contain them. Yang Yi expressed once more, marveling at the unfolding narrative. The strength of a team is not solely dependent on the prowess of its players, but is also significantly influenced by the operations of its management. Crafting a championship-caliber team is an exceedingly arduous task, requiring years of accumulation, along with astute drafting, strategic trades, and the development of young talent within the organization. Only through the confluence of these myriad factors can a top-tier team be forged in the league. Of course, the likes of the Celtics and the Heat, who have assembled their superstars during the offseason, present a different narrative. However, the ability to form a triumvirate is also a testament to the prowess of the management. The two commentators could not help but express their astonishment, concluding their commentary on this match. As for the comments section, it erupted once more. Goodness. Jiang Feng truly achieved it, winning against the Heat by over 15 points. All I can say is, simply remarkable. What prowess. Did the Miami Heat presume that a 16-point lead was secure? Little did they realize that everything was under Jiang Feng's command. I must assert that Jiang Feng's coaching prowess is indeed remarkable. Each time the team finds itself in a precarious situation, he conjures miraculous tactics to turn the tide of the game. Such an ability is perhaps possessed only by coaches of the caliber of the venerable Greg Popovich throughout the entire league. I am now eagerly anticipating Jiang Feng's ascension to the title of the strongest coach in the NBA. As he once proclaimed his ambition to become a legendary coach in the NBA, I believe this aspiration is exceedingly attainable for him. As a young woman, I have been utterly captivated by Jiang Feng. I fantasize about having his children. With his striking looks, would he truly settle for an ordinary girl? The fans are abuzz, all extolling the virtues of Jiang Feng. The young woman who spoke last has become the subject of playful banter among the fans. Across the ocean, after the Los Angeles Lakers and Miami Heat's core players finished showering and changing in the locker room, they proceeded to attend the post-game interviews. In the Lakers interview room, the journalists were packed, with all eyes fixated on Jiang Feng. In comparison to Kobe's impressive 40-point performance, Jiang Feng emerged as the more dazzling figure in this contest. Congratulations, Jiang. You truly led the Lakers to a victory over the Heat by more than 15 points. How do you feel at this moment? One journalist inquired, his expression somewhat displeased. The absence of Jiang Feng's retort, which would have silenced the critics, only allowed this rookie to bask in further glory, much to the discontent of many reporters, as it diverged from their expectations. To be candid, I am not entirely satisfied with the team's performance. After all, we once trailed by 16 points, which should not have occurred. Jiang Feng shrugged and remarked. The gathered journalists expressed their disbelief. Is this performance not satisfactory? Damn it. This rookie coach has managed to pull a fast one on us again. Chapter 76. Jiang Feng's Ace. The frustration of old John. Jiang, during the third quarter, when you were down by 16 points, you unexpectedly substituted in a diminutive lineup that took everyone by surprise. Could you explain the rationale behind such a decision? A reporter inquired. Because the small ball lineup is one of my trump cards, I resort to it when the team finds itself in dire straits. As for the logic behind it, the future belongs to small ball. The five-man small lineup I employ will usher in a new era. Jiang Feng, shedding his previous air of nonchalance, spoke earnestly. The journalists around him collectively gasped. Although they had long suspected it, hearing Jiang Feng articulate his thoughts elicited genuine astonishment. This novice coach had concealed his strategies with remarkable depth. After more than half a month of regular season play, he finally unveiled his trump card. Moreover, had today's match not been against the Heat, it is likely that he would have even withheld the small ball lineup. If Jiang Feng were to save this tactic for the playoffs, the Lakers might achieve an extraordinarily remarkable record en route to the championship. The most striking aspect is the assertion that a small ball lineup could herald a new era. Such a claim seems rather extravagant. A few years prior, Mike D'Antoni's fast-paced offense with the Suns dominated the regular season, yet ultimately failed to create any lasting impact. Whether this small ball strategy can indeed usher in a new era will depend on the results it brings to the Lakers. If they fail to secure a single championship, they would surely become the subject of ridicule. Jiang, what gives you such confidence? Do you believe no team in the league can counter your small ball strategy? A reporter inquired skeptically. My small ball lineup managed to orchestrate a 16-point comeback against the formidable Heat in less than 2 quarters, even taking a 19-point lead thereafter. Which team in the league do you think has the capability to counter the small ball lineup now? Jiang Feng remarked, countering that reporter's inquiry. The reporter was momentarily rendered speechless, inwardly pondering that if he had known the answer, he would not be in his current position as a journalist. However, one must concede that the performance of the Lakers' small ball lineup in this match was nothing short of extraordinary. Jiang, rather boldly, inquired if there were any additional strategies up his sleeve for future games. A reporter tentatively probed, genuinely curious about the array of clever tactics this rookie coach might possess. Indeed, my repertoire extends far beyond this. Jiang Feng spoke softly, revealing a smile that was both enigmatic and profound. In truth, he indeed had no hidden cards regarding the composition and strategies of his team. His words were merely a facade, a smokescreen cast towards the other teams in the league. However, he possessed a system, and that was his greatest asset. The reporters gazed intently at Jiang Feng, seemingly trying to discern whether the rookie coach was speaking the truth or merely posturing. Ultimately, they gleaned nothing, save for the triumphant expression on Jiang Feng's face. Jiang. Prior to the match, some media outlets referred to this game as a rehearsal for the finals. What is your perspective? A reporter inquired. This is not merely a rehearsal for the finals. The outcome of this match will also reflect that of the finals, Jiang responded. Jiang, with unabashed bravado, proclaimed. The reporters rolled their eyes in unison. Such a statement seemed rather far-fetched. Winning against the Heat in the regular season does not necessarily guarantee triumph in the finals. The regular season and the finals are entirely different tiers of competition. When it comes to the finals, even the small ball lineup may not suffice. One could only surmise that this rookie coach is somewhat blinded by overconfidence. Jiang, during this match, the Lakers made 21 three-pointers, shattering numerous historical records in NBA history. A reporter inquired, how do you assess the players' three-point shooting? Quite well. However, what disappoints me is that there were numerous open three-point opportunities that we failed to capitalize on. Otherwise, we might have achieved around 25 three-pointers. That would have met my expectations. The gentle breeze murmured as the reporters stood in bewilderment. What does that mean? Is it not within the expectations of such a novice coach to achieve 21 three-pointers? Surely, your aspirations for the team are excessively lofty. It is worth noting that throughout the annals of NBA history, no team has ever managed to score 23-pointers in a single game. The response from this rookie coach is truly rather exaggerated. Kobe, you scored 40 points in this match, setting a new seasonal high. How do you perceive your performance? If you had not erupted in such a manner, do you believe the team would have had a chance to win this game? The reporters shifted their focus from Jiang Feng to Kobe. It was quite disappointing. My performance in the first half was unsatisfactory. I should have played better. Had I not exploded with points, I trust that the coach could have still led the team to victory. Kobe replied earnestly. The reporters were left astonished. 40 points in a single game, and you deem that a poor performance? Oh, Kobe, you certainly have a flair for dramatics. Moreover, your faith in Jiang Feng seems excessively high. The reporters shook their heads in disbelief. Continuing this interview was proving to be quite challenging. After a few more straightforward inquiries, the reporters concluded this session. In the Miami Heat interview room, a reporter asked, LeBron, how do you view the team's loss in this match? It is indeed regrettable. We once held a 16-point lead, yet ultimately failed to maintain such a substantial advantage, allowing the Lakers to stage a comeback. This is a significant blow for us, and the taste of being overturned is truly unpleasant. LeBron replied with a resigned shake of his head, his mood somewhat somber. What do you believe was the primary reason for the Heat's defeat in this match? Another reporter inquired. Clearly, we were not as prepared as the Lakers. They employed a smaller lineup that caught us off guard, yielding unexpected results. If we could decipher the Lakers' small ball strategy, I am confident we would prevail in this match. Therefore, in our next encounter, we shall surely win, LeBron asserted with unwavering conviction, implying that the loss stemmed from ignorance. Once we find a solution to counter the Lakers' small ball lineup, the Heat will undoubtedly secure victory over them. Spo, what is your perspective on the Lakers' small ball lineup employed in the latter half of the match? A reporter asked. It indeed achieved an element of surprise. However, I believe such a strategy is rather unrefined. Basketball is fundamentally a game for those of stature, without a towering center on the court. Both their offense and defense become exceedingly vulnerable, Spo remarked, his expression darkened, his tone laced with disdain and contempt. Yet, the Lakers' small ball lineup effectively subdued the Heat in this match. What do you make of that? A reporter inquired, is it merely a coincidence? I shall devise a strategy to counter the Lakers' small ball lineup. Let us await the outcome of our next encounter. Chapter 77. Announcement of the Player of the Month. The All-Star voting commences. The Lakers face a grueling schedule ahead. Following the post-game interviews, the media swiftly disseminated news regarding the highly anticipated clash between the Lakers and the Heat, which soon ignited fervent discussions across the nation. The most contentious topic was not the outcome of the match nor the performances of the superstar athletes, but rather the audacious tactics employed by Jiang Feng. His utilization of the small ball formation sparked intense debate. What sort of lineup is this? How can they achieve victory? The Heat's performance was undeniably lackluster. I believe the Heat lost due to their subpar play, rather than Jiang Feng's adjustments. Had the Heat's shooting been even moderately accurate, the Lakers would have been overwhelmed. Of course, it could also be attributed to Kobe's stellar performance. Nevertheless, I contend that Jiang Feng's adjustments were of little consequence. Such bias. You all are biased. The Lakers' counterattack originated from Jiang Feng's strategic modifications. Furthermore, during the latter half of the game, the Lakers noticeably intensified their three-point shooting, which leads me to assert that their comeback against the Heat was largely due to Jiang Feng's influence. I can only say that Jiang Feng is indeed a genius. He unveils new tactics with each match. The Lakers' remarkable achievement of 13 consecutive victories is also a testament to his prowess. Fans engaged in heated debates, some dismissing Jiang Feng while others championed him. Each held firm to their opinions, resulting in relentless discourse. Numerous basketball experts across the United States also took to social media to express their perspectives on Jiang Feng's small ball lineup. Some experts opined that Jiang Feng is ushering in a transformation within the NBA, while others viewed the small ball strategy as akin to a fast-paced offensive tactic, impressive in appearance yet fundamentally fragile, often faltering in higher-level competitions. Amidst such discussions, anticipation for the Lakers' forthcoming performances this season swelled, eager to witness the heights to which Jiang Feng's small ball approach might elevate the team. Following the Los Angeles Lakers' triumphant victory over the Miami Heat, securing their 13th consecutive win, the NBA regular season has progressed for over a month. Major media outlets have commenced a retrospective on this month's performances. The NBA has officially announced the Players of the Month for both the Eastern and Western Conferences. The Eastern Conference Player of the Month is none other than LeBron James of the Miami Heat. Throughout this period, James has led his team to an impressive record of 10 wins and 3 losses, placing them at the pinnacle of the Eastern Conference. His personal statistics are remarkable. averaging 27, 6 points, 7, 5 rebounds, 7, 9 assists, 1, 4 steals, and 1 blocks per game, undeniably establishing him as the league's foremost player. In the Western Conference, the Player of the Month accolade has been awarded to Kobe Bryant of the Lakers. Undoubtedly, the Lakers are currently the most scrutinized team in the league. Under Bryant's leadership, the team has achieved a remarkable 13-game winning streak, setting a new franchise record for the best start to a season. His individual performance has been nothing short of stellar, averaging 31, 3 points, 5, 4 rebounds, 6, 1 assists, 1, 7 steals, and 4 blocks over the 13 games, with a shooting percentage reaching a career high of 48. Media outlets and basketball analysts alike have expressed astonishment, finding it hard to believe these statistics belong to a veteran who has been in the NBA for 16 years. In addition to the Players of the Month, the NBA has also revealed the Coaches of the Month and the Rookies of the Month for both conferences. The Eastern Conference Coach of the Month honor has been bestowed upon Erik Spoelstra of the Heat, while the Western Conference Coach of the Month is awarded to Jiang Feng of the Lakers. This achievement marks Jiang Feng as the first head coach in NBA history to earn the Coach of the Month title in his debut coaching season. Many media outlets have lauded Jiang Feng's coaching prowess, although criticisms persist, as it is impossible to satisfy everyone. Detractors will always find reasons to disparage. Amidst the fervent discussions online, a particular statement from Charles Barkley regarding Jiang Feng has garnered significant attention. Everyone remembers that before the new season commenced, Barkley remarked that if Jiang Feng was not dismissed by the Lakers after a month into the season, he would kiss a donkey's rear. Now, that month has elapsed. Jiang Feng not only avoided dismissal but also emerged as the Western Conference's Coach of the Month, a turn of events that took many by surprise. Consequently, Barkley is now obliged to fulfill his promise and kiss a donkey's behind. In no time, discussions about Barkley flooded the internet. Recognizing the surge in his popularity and public interest, Barkley seized the opportunity to amplify his fame, posting on social media to acknowledge Jiang Feng's coaching prowess and announcing that he would indeed kiss a donkey's behind during a live broadcast on Saturday. This social media revelation reignited widespread attention, propelling the upcoming live show to become the most-watched sports program in the nation. As Saturday night arrived, after fulfilling the show's arrangements, Barkley instructed his staff to bring a donkey onto the stage. The audience's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With practiced ease, Barkley approached the donkey from behind, puckered his lips, and planted a kiss. The crowd erupted in cheers. The scene was undeniably thrilling. Within a mere night, the video of Barkley kissing the donkey's behind soared to the top of the viewership charts across major video platforms worldwide, becoming a topic of amusement among fans. While for the fans it was merely a source of entertainment, for Barkley, it was an opportunity for increased visibility. Each party had different objectives and garnered varying rewards. As the epicenter of this whirlwind, Jiang Feng's fame also skyrocketed. Simultaneously, following this incident, public skepticism towards Jiang Feng significantly diminished, although some doubts lingered. They were no longer as fierce as they had been at the beginning of the season. Undoubtedly, with his demonstrated coaching prowess, Jiang Feng is winning over an ever-growing number of admirers. Following the announcement of the Player of the Month, the NBA made another significant revelation by initiating the All-Star voting. Due to a condensed season, the voting period has also been shortened to merely 3 rounds over the span of less than a month. Once the voting portal was opened, fans eagerly cast their votes for their beloved stars. To earn the favor of the fans, the players' performances during the regular season leading up to the All-Star game will be crucial. However, the established superstars of the league are an exception to this rule. As the regular season progresses, the Los Angeles Lakers continue their impressive winning streak. After achieving a remarkable 5 consecutive victories, the Lakers have extended their winning tally to 18 games, just 4 victories shy of equaling the Houston Rockets record for the second-longest winning streak in NBA history. Yet, the forthcoming 4 games present a formidable challenge for the Lakers. Not only do they face a grueling schedule of 4 games in 5 days, but their opponents are also formidable teams, including the Spurs, Grizzlies, Magic, and Celtics. Chapter 78. An Idle Day, Nightclubs and Flirting. In Los Angeles, after completing 18 games, the Lakers are experiencing an unusual 2-day respite. This is especially significant given the intensity of this season's schedule. Jiang Feng did not assign training tasks to the players. Instead, he granted them a 2-day respite to ensure they could adequately recuperate and prevent excessive physical strain that could lead to injuries. This was particularly pertinent for seasoned veterans like Yao and Kobe, who must prioritize their health. While the players enjoyed their well-deserved break, head coach Jiang Feng remained industrious, collaborating with his assistant coaching team to meticulously analyze the forthcoming opponents for the next 4 matches. Undoubtedly, these matches present a formidable challenge for the Lakers. If they can endure this critical stretch, the subsequent schedule will be comparatively more manageable. These 4 contests signify the darkness that precedes the dawn for the Lakers. Jiang Feng, along with Kerr, Vogel, and others, observed the recent 5 matches of teams such as the Spurs and the Grizzlies, making strategic adjustments for each opponent. Upon the completion of this task, Jiang Feng finally found a moment of respite. Before he could return to his newly rented luxurious apartment, he received a text from Harden, suggesting a night of revelry at the nightclub. Upon reading it, Jiang Feng shook his head. This Harden truly spends his free time indulging in nightlife. No wonder he is dubbed the Prince of Nightclubs, living it up to the fullest. Responding with a simple okay, Jiang Feng hailed a taxi and made his way to the location provided by Harden. Every time he took a cab, he contemplated the idea of purchasing a car. Yet time always eluded him, leaving him to postpone the decision for a later date. Upon arriving at the nightclub, Jiang Feng unexpectedly encountered 2 familiar figures besides Harden. One was Paul George, who shared a similar penchant for curvaceous women, while the other was the enigmatic king of Atlantis, Klay Thompson. "Hey, boss, come on over." Upon spotting Jiang Feng, Harden released his grip from the voluptuous woman beside him and warmly approached. George and Thompson also rose in response, their faces reflecting admiration. Their respect for this rookie coach was steadily growing. After all, under Jiang Feng's leadership, the Lakers had achieved an astonishing 18 consecutive victories, establishing themselves as the most fervently discussed team in the league. Jiang Feng had become a focal point of attention, garnering more interest than many celebrated superstars among the 30 coaches in the NBA. This was indeed quite remarkable. He had never set foot in this nightclub before. Jiang Feng surveyed the vibrant atmosphere, tinged with the glow of neon lights and the allure of indulgence, and remarked with a hint of curiosity, "I have discovered a new nightclub where the women are remarkably open-minded and of commendable quality." Thompson chimed in, grinning with unrestrained delight. Jiang Feng gave Thompson a thumbs up. The young man's prowess as a king of the sea is truly remarkable. This is merely his rookie season, yet he is already reveling in such exuberance. However, he is indeed quite discreet, as there is scarcely any gossip associated with Thompson, unlike James Harden, who is perpetually in the limelight for his wild escapades in nightclubs. Let us celebrate. After all, I've finally got some time to unwind. I intend to seize the moment and sink some balls," Harden proclaimed with a hearty laugh, stroking his majestic beard. As everyone took their seats, it was without a doubt that the beautiful women of the nightclub once again surged towards Jiang Feng. There was simply no escaping it. The allure of Jiang Feng is truly remarkable. It is nearly impossible for him to sit there without attracting attention. Harden and his companions also reveled in the privileges of accompanying Jiang Feng to the nightclub, gaining access to a greater number of beautiful women. In this enchanting atmosphere, surrounded by charming company, it was not long before they succumbed to temptation, departing the nightclub with the women of their choice. James Harden, ever the charmer, once again left with 2 ladies. This evening's expenses were graciously covered by Harden, as he boasts the highest salary among the group. After a night of indulgence, the following day, Jiang Feng remained at home to recuperate his energy. When evening arrived, he received another text from Harden inquiring if he was free, suggesting a night out at the club to meet women. Jiang Feng. Now he somewhat regrets not assigning training tasks to the team. These young lads truly lack restraint. Engaging in such reckless behavior for 2 consecutive days raises concerns about how to cope with the grueling schedule ahead. After responding with a simple okay, Jiang Feng departed from the apartment, heading towards the nightclub with determination. He must oversee these players, urging them to exercise some self-control. After all, Harden certainly should not have taken 2 women with him when he left. Another indescribable night. On the 3rd day, the Lakers are set to host the formidable Spurs at home. The match has yet to commence. Jiang Feng, along with Harden and others, has made headlines on the NBA's official website, sparking widespread debate across the nation. Their repeated indulgence in nightclubs over 2 consecutive days has drawn vehement condemnation from numerous media outlets and basketball experts. Among them, Jiang Feng has faced the harshest criticism. As the team's coach, his failure to restrain his players and his decision to join them in their indulgence have been labeled as detrimental to the team. The management of the Lakers is urged to impose severe repercussions on Jiang Feng. In response, the Lakers organization has remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Jiang Feng's actions. As the evening approaches, with less than 2 hours remaining before the game against the Spurs, the Staples Center is bustling with crowds, every seat occupied. The core players and coaches from both teams begin their pre-game interviews. In the Lakers interview area, a reporter inquires, "Jiang, the entire nation has been discussing your recent visits to nightclubs with Harden and others, and some basketball experts have labeled you as a detriment to the team. What is your take on this?" Evidently, these basketball experts have misconstrued my actions. While it is true that I reveled in the nightclubs with Harden and Thompson, I also took the responsibility to oversee them, ensuring they did not indulge excessively. The River Breeze shrugged helplessly and spoke. The journalists, upon hearing this, rolled their eyes in unison. Such words were fit only for ghosts, who would hardly believe them, let alone humans. It was truly absurd. To present such a grandiloquent rationale with such audacity, one could only wonder about the thickness of the skin of this novice coach from Huaxia. "Jiang, do you believe your words hold any credibility?" A reporter inquired. "Whether I choose to speak or not is my concern. Whether you believe it is entirely yours." Jiang Feng spoke innocently, leaving the questioning reporter momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "I can attest to this. The coach truly supervises us, ensuring we do not indulge excessively." Harden interjected earnestly. The assembled journalists were left bewildered. Were these two engaged in a comedic duet? "Jiang, do you possess the confidence to continue the winning streak against the formidable Spurs?" A reporter inquired, redirecting the conversation to avoid further discussion on the nightlife topic. Continuing down that path might transform the pre-game interview into a performance by Jiang Feng and Harden. It is quite exasperating. One can only say that this rookie coach certainly possesses the gift of eloquence. Chapter 79, Popovich's Evaluation. Did Harden pull any strings? Certainly. Although the Spurs are a powerhouse in the league, their strength pales in comparison to that of the Lakers. Moreover, we have enjoyed 2 days of rest, and the entire team is sufficiently rejuvenated, ready to face this match in optimal condition. Jiang Feng grinned, his tone brimming with confidence. Adequate rest? Did he really consider 2 nights spent in nightclubs as sufficient recuperation? Fortunately, players like Harden and Thompson were merely supporting characters. Otherwise, would victory in this match have been achievable? The audacity of this rookie coach to assert such sentiments must stem from his confidence in Yao Ming and Kobe. After posing a few questions to Kobe and Yao, the interview concluded. In the Spurs press room, a reporter inquired, "Popovich, how do you view Jiang Feng leading his players to revel in nightclubs? Do you believe this undermines his role as a coach?" "Absolutely not," Popovich responded. "After all, Jiang Feng is a young man in his 20s, brimming with vitality. He must have an outlet for such energy. A coach's identity should not confine him. As for us old-timers, even if we had the desire, we likely lack the vigor." Popovich chuckled, sharing a light-hearted jest that elicited laughter from the reporters. His words held a kernel of truth. "Popovich, the Lakers have now achieved an impressive 18-game winning streak, dominating the league. What is your perspective on the current Lakers? And how do you evaluate Jiang Feng's coaching abilities?" Another reporter asked. "Unbelievable. I have reviewed the game footage of the Lakers, and they appear to be an entirely different team compared to last season, both in terms of players and playing style. The transformation Jiang Feng has orchestrated in just a few months is truly astonishing. Therefore, this rookie coach possesses remarkable capabilities, both in constructing the team's framework and in his on-the-spot decision-making during games. I eagerly anticipate the strategic contest between us," Popovich stated earnestly. The atmosphere among the reporters shifted, as they were taken aback by the high regard Popovich held for Jiang Feng. Does Jiang Feng possess such qualifications? Elder, should you not sharpen your vision before speaking? Is it not the formidable duo of Kobe and Yao Ming that the Lakers rely upon for their remarkable 18-game winning streak? Popovich, what is your opinion on the combination of Kobe and Yao on the Lakers? Do you believe this partnership surpasses the previous O'Neal-Kobe combination in strength? A reporter inquired. It is quite challenging to make a definitive assessment. In terms of dominance, O'Neal's supremacy undoubtedly eclipses that of Yao Ming by a considerable margin. However, the present iteration of Kobe is significantly more potent than during the era of the O'Neal-Kobe pairing. From a retrospective standpoint, I maintain that the O'Neal-Kobe combination exhibited greater dominance, as they collectively secured a three-peat. The accomplishments of the Yao-Kobe partnership will require time to substantiate. Popovich pondered slightly before responding. The reporters nodded in agreement. The O'Neal-Kobe duo is renowned in NBA history their 3 consecutive championships forever etched in the annals of the league, shining brightly. Over the past decade, numerous teams have sought to replicate the O'Neal-Kobe combination, yet all have met with failure. Now, the Lakers have once again assembled a new superstar combination of center and guard. Whether they will succeed remains uncertain. After all, Yao's dominance pales in comparison to O'Neal's, and most crucially, Yao has never proven himself in the playoffs. In contrast, O'Neal led his team to the finals in his 3rd professional season. After completing the pre-game interviews, the reporters were eager for the commencement of the match. Anticipating yet another fierce contest, the players from both teams took to the court for warm-ups. The Staples Center's sidelines continued to be graced by numerous stars, including Magic Johnson and Jack Nicholson, who are regulars at this venue. With a sharp whistle, the warm-up session concluded. The starting lineups were announced. The Lakers' starting 5 consisted of Yao Ming, Gasol, Leonard, Kobe, and James Harden, while the Spurs' starting 5 featured Splitter, Duncan, Blair, Jefferson, and Parker. The audience erupted in cheers. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the Spurs players were remarkably tall. Commentator Mike Breen noted that, aside from Tony Parker, the other 4 players exceeded 2 meters in height, providing them with a definitive advantage. Moreover, Breen candidly stated that if the Lakers opted for a small ball lineup in this match, they would be entirely overpowered by the height of the Spurs. The tip-off between Splitter and Yao Ming commenced, with the latter deftly tapping the basketball away. The Lakers seized the initiative on offense, as James Harden dribbled past half-court. He faced Parker's defense and intended to make a direct drive. However, after executing 2 swift crossovers, he felt his legs weaken upon accelerating, rendering him powerless. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the astute Parker seized the opportunity and executed a clean steal. A crisp sound echoed as the basketball was knocked away. Parker surged forward, quickly transitioning to a fast break, skillfully dribbling past half-court before effortlessly laying the ball in. Harden, with a somber expression, raised his hand to signal to his teammates that the previous play had been his error. The Lakers resumed their offense. Harden, now at the top of the arc, refrained from forcefully attacking Parker, sensing that his legs still lacked strength. Doubt crept into his mind. Had he truly overindulged? He dribbled a couple of times before passing the ball and retreating to the corner, all the while assessing the power in his legs, only to tragically discover their lack of vigor. The coach's supervision during the night out had clearly failed to yield results. Was this game destined for disaster? A myriad of thoughts raced through Harden's mind. On the other side, Kobe received the basketball and, undeterred by the taller Jefferson, was infused with determination. With a series of swift changes of direction, he adeptly utilized his speed and ball handling to evade Jefferson's defense, penetrating the paint and leaping high to prepare for a shot. Yet, in that instant, Kobe noticed Splitter abandoning his defense on Yao Ming and instead lunging toward him. Yao found himself with an exquisite opportunity in the paint. Without hesitation, Kobe altered his approach from shooting to passing, launching the ball toward Yao with fervor. Yao, ever prepared, received the pass and, with a gentle tiptoe, executed a powerful one-handed slam. The crowd erupted in cheers, marveling at the undeniable chemistry between Yao and Kobe. Chapter 80. Restrained by the Spurs. Adjustments by Jiang Feng. The Spurs initiated their offense. After Parker dribbled past half-court, he lofted the ball high to Duncan, who had established his position in the paint. Undoubtedly, Tim Duncan was the linchpin for the Spurs on both ends of the court. This legendary power forward, hailed as one of the greatest in NBA history, had dominated the position since entering the league. For years, no one could challenge Duncan's supremacy at power forward. How does one encapsulate Duncan's greatness? In his inaugural season with the Spurs, the team's record skyrocketed from a mere 20 wins to an impressive 56, a staggering increase of 36 victories. The magnitude of this particular event is unprecedented in the annals of NBA history. Furthermore, during his rookie season, Duncan averaged an impressive 21, 7 points, 11, 9 rebounds, 2, 7 assists, and 2, 5 blocks per game. While these statistics may initially seem unremarkable when considered in isolation, their confluence is truly remarkable. The fact that such achievements were realized by a rookie only amplifies their significance. Owing to his exceptional performance, Duncan was undoubtedly awarded the Rookie of the Year title and earned selections to the All-NBA First Team, the NBA All-Defensive Second Team, and the All-Star Game, thereby firmly establishing his status as a superstar. Much like Duncan's steady and unassuming contributions on the court, he seldom amassed dazzling statistics. However, his mere presence significantly influenced the outcome of the game. The Spurs, thanks to this seemingly unassuming giant, enjoyed a remarkable run, making the playoffs for over a decade and securing 4 championships, though unable to forge a dynasty akin to that of the Lakers. The Spurs undeniably remain one of the finest teams of the past decade in the 21st century. At this moment, Duncan, with an impassive countenance, received the basketball, dribbled with utmost simplicity, and executed a straightforward turn to take a shot. There were no extravagant movements, only the most fundamental of techniques, simple yet remarkably effective. The ball hit the backboard and swished through the net. After witnessing the ball's successful entry, Duncan displayed no emotion, vacantly turning back to defend, embodying his nickname, the Big Fundamental, with a stoic demeanor reminiscent of a stone, yet possessing the prowess of a master. As the Lakers initiated their offensive sequence, Harden advanced past half-court before passing the ball once more. Kobe received the basketball, with Yao Ming setting a high screen to facilitate his movement. Utilizing Yao's cover, Kobe sidestepped, noticing that the defender failed to navigate around Yao's screen, and promptly halted to release a three-point shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, swishing cleanly through the net, eliciting a wave of gasps from the crowd. Fans marveled at Kobe's three-point prowess. Renowned as an all-around scorer, Kobe lacked notable weaknesses in his offensive repertoire, although three-point shooting was not his signature strength. Yet, when he was at his peak, he had once made 12 three-pointers in a single game, a record that still stands in the annals of the NBA. In this season, Kobe's attempts from beyond the arc have significantly increased, with his shooting percentage reaching a career high. Fans have recognized this as a result of the adjustments made by coach Jiang Feng since his appointment to the Lakers. For many ardent Kobe devotees, gratitude is directed towards Jiang Feng, as these modifications have afforded Kobe the opportunity to vie for the scoring title this season. While Kobe himself may be indifferent to such accolades, his fans fervently wish for their idol to garner further honors. "Hey, buddy, your three-point shooting has been quite accurate this season," Duncan remarked while running back on defense. "It's average," Kobe replied expressionlessly. "If I wanted to, I could shoot even more accurately and score even more." Duncan, taken aback, silently hoped that Kobe would refrain from attempting too many three-pointers. As the Spurs took their turn on offense, Parker, following Splitter's screen, penetrated the paint. Confronted by Gasol's defensive efforts, he swiftly employed his signature spinning move, rotating directly beneath the basket. Both Yao and Gasol were drawn away from the key, leaving the area unguarded as Leonard failed to provide timely support. Parker seized the moment, effortlessly laying the ball into the hoop. Observing the offensive play of this round, Jiang Feng, standing at the sidelines, squinted his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at the venerable Popovich, silently expressing his admiration. Although the Lakers currently held a slender lead of 1 point and the game had barely elapsed a minute, the Spurs had already identified one of the vulnerabilities in the Lakers lineup and effectively addressed the issue of the Twin Towers' defensive presence in the paint. To begin with, the Spurs positioned Splitter for a high pick and roll, thereby drawing Yao Ming away from the key. Subsequently, they capitalized on Parker's penetration to lure Gasol toward the free throw line for defensive support. Should Gasol choose not to assist and instead guard the rim, Parker would have the opportunity for an unobstructed shot nearby. After all, Harden's overall defensive prowess is rather mediocre upon encountering a screen. He lacks the requisite speed and agility to impede Parker's offensive maneuvers. Once Gasol is drawn toward the free throw line, the paint becomes utterly vacant. Despite Yao Ming's towering height of 2.26 meters, even with improved speed from shedding weight, he would still struggle to keep pace with Parker's quickness. At this juncture, the defensive awareness of the forwards becomes paramount. Although the rookie Leonard possesses commendable one-on-one defensive capabilities at this stage of his career, he is deficient in his understanding of help defense and rotations. Consequently, as long as Parker penetrates deeply into the paint, he can effortlessly secure scoring opportunities. This intricate interplay of tactics lays bare the weaknesses in the Lakers roster with striking clarity. Truly, Popovich's brilliance is unparalleled. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with keen insight as he contemplated how to counter the Spurs' offensive strategies. On the court, after a few minutes of play, the Lakers' shooting percentage declined, and the Spurs swiftly overtook them in the score. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves trailing by 6 points. Jiang Feng called for a timeout, not solely to reorganize the defensive strategy, but also to recalibrate the players' mentality and rhythm. Under the formidable offense and defense of the Spurs, the team appeared somewhat anxious, losing their composure. Most importantly, Jiang Feng was profoundly dissatisfied with Harden's performance. In previous matches, They could rely on Harden's aggressive incursions to inflict damage upon the Spurs' paint. Yet today, Harden exhibited no desire to penetrate, nor any inclination to score. His contributions on the defensive end were negligible as well. On the court, he had devolved into a mere player capable of dribbling past half court, lacking any real utility. What purpose do you serve? The Jiang Feng, filled with frustration at the inability to transform iron into steel, promptly substituted Harden with Lowry. Although Lowry's overall capabilities may not surpass those of Harden, his defensive prowess is undeniably superior, and that is sufficient. Chapter 81. Countering the moves. Harden has indeed proven himself to be lacking. Jiang Feng requires Lowry to engage Parker in a fierce contest, ensuring that Parker is not afforded any facile opportunities to launch an offense. Simultaneously, Jiang Feng made adjustments to the Twin Tower lineup, replacing Gasol while retaining Yao Ming and bringing in Thompson. This reconfiguration aimed to reduce the overall size of the team and enhance their mobility. Thompson, with his imposing stature, could serve as a formidable second line of defense against Parker, while also contributing significantly to the team's offensive diversity with his exceptional off-ball skills. Upon returning from the timeout, the Lakers' strategic shift bore immediate fruit. Lowry, utilizing Yao's screen, penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of the venerable Duncan for help defense. He subsequently passed the ball to Thompson, who had sprinted to an open spot on the perimeter. Thompson elevated for a three-point shot, the ball tracing a graceful arc before swishing through the net, narrowing the deficit to 3 points. The Spurs resumed their offensive. Parker orchestrated the movements of his teammates from the top of the arc, continuing with their previous strategy. However, this time, as he drove into the lane, he was unable to shake off Lowry's relentless defense. The diminutive dynamo, with remarkable speed, maneuvered around Splitter's screen and managed to keep pace with Parker, creating substantial discomfort for him. Meanwhile, Thompson lurked on the weak side, poised to assist, recalling his coach's confidence in him to defend. Knowing Blair lacked the capability to shoot from beyond the arc, after a moment of hesitation, Parker opted to shoot over Lowry's pursuit but was met with failure as the ball clanged off the rim. Leonard seized the rebound and quickly passed to Lowry, who raced past half-court. With Splitter and Duncan failing to retreat in time, and two other towering players unable to match Lowry's speed, only Parker was in pursuit. Lowry surged into the paint, and despite Parker's defense, he executed a forceful layup, bringing the margin back to 1 point. The Spurs continued with their familiar tactics. Yet this time Parker chose not to shoot. Instead, he drove into the lane, drawing Thompson's help defense before distributing the ball to Blair in the corner. Blair launched a three-pointer, but it rattled off the rim. Yao, positioning himself in the paint, secured the rebound and swiftly passed to Lowry, who again pushed the pace, penetrating the defense and finding Kobe on the move. The veteran paused at the three-point line and unleashed a shot that arched beautifully through the air, swishing through the net. The Lakers surged ahead by 2 points. In response, Coach Popovich promptly called a timeout. The adjustments made by Jiang Feng completely countered his game strategy, allowing the Lakers to close the gap and eventually take the lead. If no changes are made now, the point difference will only widen. After devising a tactical plan, the venerable Coach Popovich also made adjustments to the lineup, substituting Blair for Danny Green. Green possesses not only exceptional defensive skills, but also remarkable agility, enabling him to contend with the Lakers' relentless counterattacks. Furthermore, he is adept at shooting three-pointers. Thus, the fear of Thompson allowing Green to surge into the paint for assistance is alleviated. Additionally, the coach replaced Splitter with the superb sixth man, Ginobili, enhancing the team's penetration capabilities while reducing the overall height of the lineup, thereby increasing its flexibility. This adjustment also aimed to elevate the team's pace. Upon resuming play, Parker and Green positioned themselves at the corners, with Ginobili orchestrating the offense from the top of the arc utilizing Duncan's screen to penetrate the paint. Ginobili drew Thompson's defense, who then passed the ball to the corner where Green awaited. With a swift motion, Green launched a three-pointer that sailed through the air in an elegant arc. Swish. The ball found the net. The Spurs reclaimed the lead by a single point. The Lakers initiated their offense after Lowry dribbled past half-court and executed a play. He found no opportunity to score and was left with no choice but to pass the ball to Kobe. When the team's offensive strategy faltered, they had to rely on their superstar. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe lowered his center of gravity, took a step back while dribbling, and then broke through Ginobili's defense. Near the free throw line, he executed a smooth stop-and-pop jump shot. The ball traced a perfect arc, swish. It went through the net. In a crucial moment, Kobe showcased his killer instinct. The Spurs responded offensively. Duncan, receiving the ball in the paint, executed a graceful turnaround hook shot, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Fans marveled at the duel between the two superstars as they exchanged dazzling offensive displays in response to one another. The Lakers continued their attack. After penetrating the paint, Kobe drew a triple team from the Spurs. In contrast to his past self, who would have taken on such a challenge alone, Kobe adeptly passed the ball out. Trusting in his teammates' three-point shooting ability, Lowry received the basketball, raised his hand, and launched a three-point shot. The ball traced a high arc through the air. Swish. It went straight through the net. For the next few minutes, both teams exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, with neither able to gain an advantage. Meanwhile, both coaches adeptly countered each other's strategies, making timely adjustments to respond to the evolving dynamics on the court. Soon, the first quarter came to an end, with the Lakers leading by a mere 3 points at 32-35. What an exhilarating quarter it was. The players not only showcased their remarkable skills, but the coaching strategies and in-game adjustments were equally impressive. Jiang Feng once again surprised the audience, holding his ground against Popovich in this tactical duel. Truly remarkable. The commentator Mike Breen exclaimed with excitement, his voice filled with enthusiasm. Having only completed one quarter, I anticipate that the following three will be even more thrilling. What's most intriguing is the adjustments both coaches will implement in the upcoming quarters. I believe the outcome of this match will hinge not only on the players' performances, but also significantly on the coaches' strategies, who will ultimately prevail in tactical adjustments. The anticipation is palpable. Another commentator, Smith, chimed in. As the brief intermission concluded, the second quarter commenced. Both teams opted for their rotation lineups. For the Spurs, the core player was undoubtedly Ginobili. After all, the prowess of the magician extended far beyond that of a mere bench player. In any other team, he might very well be a starting or even a core player. However, in the Spurs, Coach Popovich whimsically chose to have Ginobili come off the bench. On the Lakers' side, the leader was Odom. Nonetheless, Jiang Feng, still harboring a glimmer of hope, brought James Harden onto the court. However, Harden faltered spectacularly. He missed a three-pointer completely and then committed a rather elementary turnover after breaking into the paint. These two blunders allowed the Spurs to seize the lead. During a dead ball moment, Jiang Feng had no choice but to substitute Harden out. I initially wanted to give you a chance, but now you've convincingly demonstrated that you are indeed out of form tonight. So, you can watch from the bench. Chapter 82. Odom's outstanding performance. The magician responds. With Harden replaced, the Lakers found themselves without a genuine point guard on the court. Lowry had already played extensively in the first quarter, and to conserve his energy for the second half, he needed a break. After all, James Harden might remain ineffective throughout the game. Thus, the responsibility for orchestrating the offense was fully entrusted to Odom. Jiang Feng has always believed that Odom's potential far exceeds the capabilities he currently demonstrates. It is merely his own lack of ambition that holds him back. Now, Jiang Feng has afforded Odom ample playing time, thereby granting him greater opportunities to showcase his talents. It now hinges on Odom's ability to seize this moment. Should Odom exhibit a level of performance that meets his own expectations, Jiang Feng is likely to continue providing him with sufficient playing time. Conversely, should he falter, he may gradually find himself sidelined. Jiang Feng recalled vividly. In the world prior to his traversal, Odom had been traded by the Lakers this season and subsequently fell into a downward spiral with the Mavericks, ultimately being released and fading away from the NBA shortly thereafter. Even though Odom was not traded in this world, Jiang Feng remained acutely aware of Odom's personal condition, for he was a crucial component of the small ball lineup. On the court, during the Lakers' offensive possession, Odom dribbled past half court and orchestrated the team's attack from the top of the arc. After a series of deft changes in direction, he penetrated from the left side, soaring high into the air to execute a powerful gliding dunk against the defense of a Spurs substitute. The arena erupted in fervent cheers. Odom's dunk ignited the crowd and once again tilted the score in favor of the Lakers. As the Spurs mounted their offense, Danny Green found an opportunity for a shot beyond the arc and launched a three-pointer. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. After securing the rebound, Odom swiftly dribbled past half court, capitalizing on the disarray of the Spurs defense, charging into the paint, and effortlessly scoring with a layup. In response, Ginobili brought the ball past half court and signaled for his teammates to spread out, indicating he would take on the challenge solo. All Spurs players positioned themselves on the baseline, granting Ginobili ample space for his one-on-one play. The crafty veteran employed his signature snake-like dribble, to easily slip past Thompson's defense. Upon reaching the paint, facing Gibson's help defense, Billy showed no intention of passing. Instead, he took 3 quick steps, executed a Euro step to evade Gibson's reach, and made the layup. In the following possessions, both teams exchanged leads, showcasing remarkable efficiency. After several minutes of stalemate, both head coaches began to substitute in their star players for a new phase of competition. In the final 4 minutes of the second quarter, Jiang Feng deployed a lineup featuring Yao Ming, Leonard, Paul George, Kobe, and Lowry, while the Spurs countered with Duncan, Jefferson, Danny Green, Billy, and Parker. This represented the strongest lineups each team could muster for this matchup. To maintain offensive momentum and provide an additional ball handler, Popovich opted to keep Billy on the court for the entirety of the second quarter. During the Spurs' offensive possession, Parker moved to the corner, handing the playmaking duties to Billy. After executing a high pick-and-roll with Duncan, Billy drove into the paint again, completing a Euro step layup with an intricately deceptive motion that left defenders guessing. It must be said, Billy's ability to create offense was truly formidable. Although he never averaged over 20 points in a season throughout his career, he was undeniably recognized as a master of offensive execution in the league. Basketball experts have previously analyzed Billy, suggesting that had he joined other teams, his offensive prowess could have been further unleashed, making it quite effortless for him to elevate his average score to 20 points per game. During a Lakers offensive possession, Lowry dribbled past half-court and executed a pick-and-roll with Yao Ming, penetrating the paint while drawing the attention of 2 defenders. Noticing Yu was left unguarded beyond the 3-point line, he unhesitatingly passed the ball to him. Duncan, witnessing this, felt his pupils narrow, realizing that it was unrealistic for him to intervene at this point. He could only watch helplessly as Yao prepared for his next move. With a slight adjustment, Yao raised his hand and flicked the ball, not even needing to jump. The ball soared through the air, swish. It went straight through the net. Upon witnessing the moment, Jiang Feng tightly clenched his fists, his heart surging with excitement as he exclaimed that Yao Ming had finally sunk a 3-pointer. This particular shot was indeed of paramount significance. With Yao Ming stretching the floor from the perimeter, it rendered the venerable Tim Duncan's defensive choices exceedingly challenging. Undoubtedly, Duncan's prowess in the paint and rim protection ranks among the finest in NBA history. However, once he steps beyond the key, his defensive effectiveness diminishes considerably. Whenever a Lakers player penetrates into the paint, it becomes increasingly difficult for Duncan to return in time to disrupt the defense. Now, it remains to be seen how Coach Popovich will orchestrate Duncan's defensive strategy. Jiang Feng cast a sidelong glance at Popovich, wearing an expression that anticipated a spectacle. The Spurs initiated their offense. Duncan attempted a hook shot in the paint, but missed. Yao Ming secured the rebound, granting the Lakers possession. Lowry held the ball at the top of the arc, once again executing a high pick-and-roll with Yao, then penetrating the lane while surveying the defense. Noticing that the elder Duncan was still lurking in the paint for help defense, he opted to pass the ball. Parker sprang forth, striving to disrupt Yao's shot. However, the disparity in their heights rendered Parker's efforts futile. Even if Yao attempted a 3-pointer without jumping, Parker, despite exerting all his strength, could not effectively challenge him. The basketball soared in an elegant arc swish. It found nothing but net. With 2 consecutive 3-pointers, the Lakers extended their lead to 7 points. The arena erupted in jubilant cheers as fans fervently rallied behind Yao Ming. The Spurs' offensive possession commenced. Ginobili, having breached the paint, encountered Thompson, who had rotated in for help defense. With a flick of his wrist, Ginobili passed the ball to Danny Green, who lay in wait beyond the arc. The Emperor's decisive strike fortified his stronghold. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. After Leonard retrieved the rebound, he quickly passed to Lowry. The diminutive dynamo dribbled past the half-court line. Seizing the moment while the Spurs' defense was still settling, he attempted a layup in the paint, but found no opening. Thus, he circled beneath the basket before retreating beyond the 3-point line. Once again, he engaged in the high pick-and-roll strategy with Yao Ming. This time, Duncan chose to challenge Yao's 3-point attempt. Previously, it seemed as though Yao's successful shot was merely a stroke of luck, but 2 consecutive 3-pointers indicated a burgeoning rhythm. Such a display could no longer be dismissed as mere fortune. Yao's shooting touch had indeed ignited. Therefore, it was imperative to prevent Yao from taking easy 3-point shots. Recognizing Duncan's advance, Yao recalled Jiang Feng's counsel, Chapter 83, Suppressing Popovich, unleashing the small ball lineup. If Duncan vacated the paint, he would pass the ball to a teammate capable of penetrating, allowing them to drive to the basket for a score. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Yao flicked his wrist, delivering the ball to Kobe on the opposite side. Kobe, with his astute understanding of the game's dynamics, seized the ball and effortlessly drove to the basket for a layup. With Duncan no longer anchoring the paint, the Spurs' interior defense crumbled like tissue paper. The gap widened to 9 points. Beep. Popovich called yet another timeout. The camera panned to Popovich, his expression darkened, before splitting the screen to reveal Jiang Feng, whose lips curled into a slight smile. The contrast between their countenances was stark. However, Jiang Feng soon furrowed his brow. This old fox is indeed quite astute. As long as the momentum is unfavorable, it is imperative to promptly call for a pause and make adjustments, leaving no opportunity for the Lakers to widen the score gap. This approach is beneficial, as it prolongs the suspense of the match. Otherwise, if the Spurs were to be decisively defeated early on, the game would lose its allure, disappointing those who wish to criticize Jiang Feng. It is noteworthy that the Lakers have achieved an astonishing 18 consecutive victories. The next 4 opponents are regarded by media and basketball experts as the most likely candidates to end the Lakers' winning streak. A resounding victory over the Spurs would undoubtedly lead to disillusionment among these basketball analysts. Well done, team. I must commend Yao Ming, for his exceptional three-point shooting has transformed the opponent's defense and altered the course of the game, Jiang Feng remarked, encouraging everyone to persevere. While an excess of motivational platitudes may be unwise, a measured dose can indeed ignite the player's fighting spirit. Coaches like Rivers, who solely rely on empty inspiration, are destined to face relentless comebacks. Indeed, it is your strategic acumen that makes all the difference, Coach. Yao Ming humbly smiled. Let us sustain this offensive momentum and strive to secure a lead of over 10 points before the conclusion of the first half. The River Breeze smiled gently at Yao Ming before continuing to speak. The players nodded in agreement, their spirits soaring high. Upon resuming after the timeout, the Spurs made further adjustments to their lineup. Coach Popovich, willing to sacrifice the team's pace, brought in Splitter to match up against Yao, allowing Duncan to maintain his stronghold in the paint. Given that the Lakers' current roster featured Leonard at the power forward position, who lacked a formidable three-point shooting ability, Duncan faced no concerns regarding Leonard's outside shooting. This adjustment was quite meticulous. Simultaneously, the Spurs altered their offensive strategy, significantly reducing their attempts from beyond the arc, opting instead to approach the basket even with Yao's presence in the paint. This marked a return to a more classical style of play. Prior to the 21st century, NBA teams rarely relied on three-point shooting, seldom considering it a primary scoring method. This strategic shift yielded immediate results as the Spurs executed a 4-0 run, narrowing the deficit to 5 points. Observing this, Jiang Feng was not to be trifled with. During a dead ball moment, he swiftly replaced Leonard, who had been persistently targeted by the Spurs, with the outstanding Odom. This strategic substitution endowed the Lakers' power forward position with both speed and shooting prowess. Odom made an immediate impact, sinking a three-pointer in the subsequent offensive possession, which elicited a renewed wave of cheers from the crowd. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Popovich furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in thought. In his extensive tenure as a head coach spanning over a decade, he had never encountered such a predicament. All 5 players on the court for the Lakers possessed the ability to shoot three-pointers, which significantly expanded the space for their half-court offense. Remarkably, the Lakers had yet to deploy a small ball lineup. This was indeed astonishing. Before Popovich could devise a countermeasure, the Lakers seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of offensive momentum. Buzzer. The first half concluded with a score of 56-68, granting the Lakers a 12-point lead. It was hard to believe that Jiang Feng was gaining the upper hand in his duel against Popovich. In the final 2 minutes, it became evident that Popovich was somewhat at a loss, helplessly watching the score widen. Mike Breen remarked, his tone imbued with astonishment. The Lakers players were simply relentless, demonstrating exceptional offensive form. Even Yao Ming had successfully made 2 three-pointers, contributing to the team's impressive three-point shooting percentage of 45. Having netted 11 three-pointers in just the first half, it was truly remarkable. Smith exclaimed, his expression one of exaggerated disbelief. Undoubtedly, the Lakers' three-point shooting had once again reached explosive heights. If predictions hold true, they would surpass 23-pointers in this game. This was not the first instance this season. Throughout the annals of NBA history, no team had ever showcased such extraordinary long-range shooting capabilities. Moreover, employing three-point shooting as the primary offensive strategy was unprecedented. Mike Breen shook his head in disbelief. Popovich found himself ensnared in this dilemma. How to curtail the Lakers' three-point barrage was perhaps his most pressing concern. Without a viable solution, he would have to rely on the Lakers' shooting percentage to naturally decline, effectively leaving the outcome of the game to fate. Smith remarked, "Let us observe what adjustments Popovich will make in the second half and whether he can respond to Jiang Feng's tactics." Mike Breen continued, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He believed that this game would become a sensation within the league, for it was not merely a clash of elite players but a showdown between the top coaches in the NBA. Both contenders exhibited peak control over the game, with their in-game coaching adjustments resembling a masterclass in strategy. Particularly, the prowess of the Lakers' rookie coach should not be underestimated. After an extensive halftime intermission, the second half of the match commenced. Both teams retained their starting lineups from the beginning. Although the rosters remained unchanged, their strategies underwent a transformation. The Spurs no longer relied on Parker as the primary scorer. Instead, they shifted their focus to Duncan, who adeptly assumed the role of finisher. On the Lakers' side, the organization of the team was entirely entrusted to Kobe. In the first half, James Harden, under the influence of Jiang Feng, merely fulfilled the role of a three-point shooter. However, he struggled to excel even in this capacity. Within less than 3 minutes of play, Jiang Feng opted to substitute Harden. Thanks to Duncan's exceptional performance in the paint, the Spurs narrowed the gap to 6 points. The river breeze took on a somber hue. The Spurs truly exemplify resilience. Whenever they widened the point gap, nearly driving their opponents to despair, this team consistently managed to respond promptly, narrowing the score once again. The river breeze dared not linger, prompting Jiang Feng to call for a pause to adjust the lineup. This time, he eschewed any pretense and directly unveiled the five-small lineup. Upon witnessing the arrival of Odom, Paul George, Thompson, Kobe, and Lowry, the audience erupted into fervent cheers, their eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation. Everyone understood that although this was not the Lakers' strongest lineup, it undeniably served as their most formidable weapon against adversaries. This had been thoroughly demonstrated in several past matches. Chapter 84, The Five-Small Lineup Source. Popovich's strategy fails. In response to the Lakers' five-small lineup, Spurs head coach Popovich appeared to have anticipated this move, promptly deploying a lineup featuring Duncan, Jarrell, Jefferson, Danny Green, and Ginobili. Except for Duncan, the remaining four players possessed remarkable agility, while both Jarrell and Jefferson stood over 2 meters tall, effectively capable of disrupting the Lakers' perimeter three-point attempts. Jiang Feng gazed at the lineup, feeling a sense of contemplation. In truth, Popovich understood how to counter the Lakers' small ball lineup, employing the height and agility of 5 forwards to perpetually switch and chase the Lakers' quintet. Unfortunately, resources were limited, necessitating this particular arrangement to face the challenge. Of course, even though the entire league is aware of how to neutralize the small ball strategy, Jiang Feng remained unperturbed, for the era of the small forward had yet to arrive. Even when that time comes, no team would be able to acquire 5 elite forwards. On the court, during the Lakers' offensive possession, Lowry orchestrated the play at the top of the arc. After executing a pick-and-roll with Odom, he penetrated the paint, drawing defensive attention before passing the ball to Paul George on the perimeter. Just as George prepared to shoot a three-pointer, he noticed Jefferson had swiftly positioned himself in front of him. Reluctantly, Paul George had no choice but to pass the ball out. Thompson received the ball and aimed for a three-pointer, only to be intercepted by Danny Green. It is well known that Danny Green is a premier 3 and D player. Under Popovich's tutelage over the past few years, Green has rapidly evolved into a key contributor for the Spurs, with his defensive prowess highly valued by Popovich. However, given Thompson's character, he was undaunted by Green and promptly released the ball. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, only to clang off the rim. Duncan secured the rebound and swiftly passed it to Ginobili. The latter dribbled past half-court and directly drove into the paint, aiming for a layup. Odom swiftly leaped to contest, delivering a breathtaking block on Ginobili. The Lakers initiated a counterattack. Upon receiving a pass, Kobe quickly crossed half-court, executing 2 sharp changes of direction to shake off Green before driving into the paint and finishing with a layup. For the Spurs' offensive play, Ginobili orchestrated the attack from the top of the arc, delivering the ball to Duncan in the paint. Now that the Lakers had adopted their small ball lineup, their interior defense was considerably weakened, allowing Duncan to exploit the situation. As Duncan backed down Odom, he delivered a series of physical bumps, preparing to pivot for a hook shot, only to be met by a sudden double team from Paul George, creating an overwhelming pressure on Duncan. Jiang Feng was acutely aware that with the current lineup of 5, it would be challenging to contain Duncan's performance, and given Odom's defensive capabilities, it would be futile to rely on him to guard Duncan. Therefore, double-teaming was the most effective strategy. The essence of double-teaming Duncan lay in its element of surprise. One must not afford him the opportunity to react. Furthermore, due to Duncan's exceptional passing abilities, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to effectively deliver the basketball to an open teammate when double-teamed. With a swift and keen eye, Paul George executed a timely steal. The Lakers immediately launched a fast break. The 5 players surged across the half-court like a tide, effortlessly creating a 5-on-4 situation. After a series of precise passes, Thompson found himself with a chance to shoot a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Without hesitation, he released the shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net, igniting a fervor among the crowd. The spectators erupted in cheers, fervently rallying for the Lakers. As the Spurs initiated their offensive possession, Duncan, upon receiving the basketball in the paint, refrained from making a hasty move. Instead, he assessed the defensive setup and noted that Paul George could potentially provide support. Thus, he opted against attacking and passed the ball to Jefferson on the perimeter. Jefferson, a capable power forward with three-point shooting prowess, seized the opportunity and launched a three-pointer. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Odom fought for the rebound and swiftly dribbled past half-court. Kobe received the basketball and came to a sudden stop beyond the three-point line. Raising his hand to shoot, the ball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish! He once again sank a three-pointer. The Lakers surged forward with a wave of offensive momentum. While the Spurs lineup might have been able to limit the Lakers' three-point shooting during a set play, once the Lakers picked up the pace, the Spurs would find it exceedingly difficult to keep up with their speed. On the sidelines, Coach Popovich furrowed his brow, having underestimated the Lakers' small ball lineup. However, in that moment, he found himself at a loss for a counter strategy, helplessly watching the point spread continue to widen. At that moment, a sense of frustration welled up within the venerable coach. Having led the Spurs for so many years, he had seldom encountered such a situation, where his team was tactically and strategically subdued by the opponent. As the gap threatened to extend to 15 points, Popovich was compelled to make another lineup adjustment, replacing the veteran Duncan with Parker, aiming to further reduce the team's size and enhance their speed. Yet, the Spurs' small ball configuration bore 2 significant shortcomings. Firstly, their three-point shooting capability was somewhat lacking, allowing the Lakers to strategically collapse their defense and deny the Spurs opportunities to penetrate, thus forcing them into taking contested three-point shots. Secondly, the absence of Duncan resulted in a marked decline in the Spurs' interior defensive prowess and rebounding ability. After the Spurs missed 2 consecutive three-point attempts and their offense stagnated, coupled with a series of defensive lapses that allowed the Lakers to secure several offensive rebounds, Popovich reluctantly adjusted his lineup once more, reintroducing Duncan, signaling the failure of the small ball strategy. Seizing the momentum, the Lakers pressed on, and by the conclusion of the third quarter, they had extended their lead to 20 points, rendering the outcome inevitable. As the fourth quarter commenced, after a brief struggle lasting 3 to 4 minutes, Popovich ultimately conceded defeat, substituting all of his key players. The Jiang Feng has begun to make adjustments to the lineup as the match progresses into its inconsequential phase. Unexpectedly, the game has indeed reached garbage time. The Lakers' small ball lineup is truly formidable, leaving the Spurs utterly defenseless. The head coaches of both teams have been strategically countering each other throughout the first half. Yet by the third quarter, they succumbed to the prowess of the small ball formation. Mike Breen exclaimed in astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. The Lakers have solidified their dominance, emerging as the most formidable contenders for the championship this season. With their small ball lineup, they have already triumphed over formidable teams such as the Heat and the Spurs. Which team in the entire league can effectively contain this small ball strategy? If none exist, the championship will undoubtedly belong to the Lakers, Smith stated solemnly, his tone imbued with shock. The Lakers' performance this season is truly astonishing, now positioning themselves as strong contenders for the championship. It's simply incredible. Chapter 85. A resounding victory over the Spurs. Praise from Popovich. Indeed, not only is the Lakers' small ball lineup invincible, but Coach Jiang Feng's coaching prowess is also remarkably impressive. To have subdued the venerable Popovich is a rare achievement. Mike Breen continued, his tone filled with admiration. Today, Jiang Feng has undeniably made a remarkable debut, capturing the attention of the entire league as the most talked-about coach. This is merely the beginning of his journey, not the culmination of it. My anticipation for the future of this rookie coach continues to grow. I am eager to witness the accomplishments he will achieve. Smith also remarked, casting a glance towards Jiang Feng on the sidelines, feeling a sense of admiration for the young man's exceptional charisma. The match concluded with a resounding score of 105-123, as the Lakers triumphed by a substantial margin of 18 points. Kobe Bryant played for 32 minutes, achieving a remarkable 34 points, along with 4 rebounds and 6 assists from 25 attempts, including 4 successful three-pointers out of 9 and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, undoubtedly making him the standout player of the game. Yao Ming participated for a standard 20 minutes, scoring 19 points with 12 rebounds and 2 blocks from 14 attempts, showcasing his consistent performance. His defensive prowess in the paint proved to be crucial. Among the remaining players, Lamar Odom delivered the best performance with 13 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists on 12 attempts, nearly achieving a triple-double and fully exhibiting his versatility as a power forward. Other players, including Paul George and Klay Thompson, also demonstrated commendable three-point shooting. Notably, Kyle Lowry shone brightly in this match, scoring 14 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists from 10 attempts, including 2 successful three-pointers out of 4. It is worth mentioning that James Harden had a dismal outing, playing only 14 minutes and managing a mere 2 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists from 6 attempts, alongside 3 turnovers, appearing completely lost on the court. On the Spurs side, Tim Duncan continued to perform with the reliability of a seasoned anchor, scoring 26 points, grabbing 14 rebounds, and recording 3 blocks, 2 assists, and 1 steal from 21 attempts. Tony Parker had a mediocre performance, while Manu Ginobili excelled with 25 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 assists. Among the remaining players, Danny Green stood out, despite modest statistics, as his plus-minus rating ranked 3rd on the team, trailing only behind Duncan and Ginobili. As the final buzzer sounded, Coach Popovich approached Jiang Feng, who met him with the utmost respect. "Well done. You truly possess a natural talent for coaching. Signing you as the head coach of the Lakers was undoubtedly a wise decision. Your coaching abilities demonstrated in this match have genuinely astonished me," Popovich stated with a tone filled with admiration, though his expression remained serious. "Thank you. It is truly an honor to receive your recognition." The River Breeze subdued its own brilliance and humbly remarked, "He indeed holds a deep admiration for the venerable Coach Popovich. For many years, he has guided the Spurs, consistently maintaining their status among the elite teams, while numerous exceptional coaches in the league have emerged from his tutelage. It can be said that he has nurtured a plethora of outstanding talents for the league. His contributions are truly remarkable. I look forward to your continued growth into an even greater coach. However, when we meet again, I shall triumph over you, regardless of the outcomes in competition or our coaching endeavors," Coach Popovich stated earnestly, his tone sharpening. "Certainly. Yet, to speak candidly, the likelihood of that is quite slim." As the River Breeze chuckled, Popovich also revealed a hint of a smile before turning to approach Kobe. The two engaged in a warm exchange before returning to their respective locker rooms. Soon, they found themselves in the post-game interview segment. In the Lakers interview room, a reporter inquired, "Kobe, your team has once again achieved a resounding victory. How do you perceive this win? Although we triumphed by 18 points, the match was fraught with peril. I could sense that on numerous occasions, we were under immense pressure from the Spurs. However, thanks to Jiang Feng's timely adjustments, we managed to transform adversity into advantage and counter the Spurs effectively. This was the primary reason for our success in this game," Kobe stated earnestly, once again lauding Jiang Feng. Another reporter asked, "What is your perspective on the coaching duel between Jiang Feng and Popovich during this match?" "It was utterly exhilarating and truly remarkable. Regardless of the tactics or adjustments employed by Popovich, Jiang Feng was always able to respond adeptly. I believe this is a hallmark of an exceptional head coach. Undoubtedly, this season, the Lakers will be incredibly competitive, not only due to our numerous talented players but also because we have a remarkably skilled coach," Kobe replied, his tone imbued with joy. Perhaps he himself had not anticipated that in the twilight of his career, he would still possess the prowess to contend for the championship. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. "Jiang, you and Popovich exchanged strategies during the game. How did you manage to suppress Popovich?" a reporter queried. "Popovich is indeed formidable, yet he unfortunately encountered me. This rendered him devoid of any advantage," the gentle River Breeze remarked. The reporters, upon hearing this, couldn't help but internally scoff. Such a familiar phrasing is truly characteristic of him. "Jiang, How do you assess Popovich's coaching abilities? A reporter inquired. Undoubtedly, Popovich stands as one of the most illustrious coaches in NBA history. Yet regrettably, the old master has yet to remove the qualifier one-off. Jiang Feng sighed and remarked, "Who do you believe is the greatest coach in NBA history?" A reporter inquired. Without a doubt, it is the legendary Red Auerbach. However, he can only claim the title of the greatest coach in the NBA at present, for in the future, that distinction shall belong to me. With a sudden shift in tone, Jiang Feng spoke earnestly. The reporters rolled their eyes in disbelief, unconvinced by Jiang Feng's assertions. Throughout the extensive history of the NBA, numerous legendary coaches have emerged, such as Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich, and Pat Riley, yet none could rival the esteemed Red Auerbach. Now, this inexperienced youth boldly claimed his ambition to become the greatest coach in NBA history, which seemed rather far-fetched. Nevertheless, the reporters had grown accustomed to Jiang Feng's eccentric remarks. To surpass Auerbach is indeed an arduous challenge. Chapter 86. Flaunting with Harden. The internet burst with skepticism. Jiang, how do you perceive James Harden's performance in this game? Do you think his performance is related to his nightclub outings? A reporter inquired. The second question was particularly incisive, as Jiang Feng had also spent 2 consecutive nights at the club alongside Harden. Clearly, the reporter's inquiry was pointed, marking him as a critic of Jiang. The reporters internally reached a consensus upon hearing the question. Harden's performance was abysmal. I believe it was one of the worst displays of his career. However, to be fair, every player encounters such challenging moments. I have faith that Harden will rebound in the next game, and I expect him to score over 30 points. As for the second question, I do not believe that Harden's lackluster performance can be directly equated with his nightclub visits, for I, along with Paul George and Thompson, have also frequented nightclubs. Yet, both players performed admirably in this match, while I maintained a sharp mind and made numerous effective adjustments. The gentle river breeze spoke softly. The reporters fell into silence, for this was nothing short of sophistry. Harden had reveled with 2 ladies the night before. How could that possibly be less exhausting than the likes of Thompson and others? The most perplexing part was the head coach's audacity to openly discuss his nocturnal escapades. Was this truly appropriate? Furthermore, the anticipation of Harden scoring over 30 points in the next game. What on earth was that? Was it pressure being exerted on Harden, or merely an attempt to show off that ultimately backfired? All eyes turned to Harden, who wore an expression of embarrassment, his confidence visibly shaken. He genuinely lacked the assurance to secure 30 points in the upcoming match. Yet, with the coach setting such lofty expectations, Harden felt compelled to perform. The thought of the impending game made him somewhat anxious. This was rather absurd. Internally, Harden lamented, "Coach, if you wish to boast, fine. But why must I be implicated? This is truly unfair." In the Spurs interview room, all attention was fixed upon Popovich. Compared to Duncan's steady performance on the court, the reporters were far more eager to interview the head coach, given the riveting contest between him and the Lakers head coach, Jiang Feng. It was astonishing that the seasoned veteran was being outmaneuvered by a novice. "Popovich, how do you assess the defeat in this match?" A reporter inquired. "It is disheartening. I must bear a significant portion of the blame for this loss, as I failed to counter the Lakers' small ball lineup effectively," Popovich replied, shaking his head, his expression grave yet unperturbed. In his view, being subdued by Jiang Feng was not a source of shame, for he believed that no coach in the entire league could effectively counter the Lakers' small ball strategy. Even if a coach devised a method to counter it, the team might not possess the necessary roster configuration. It must be acknowledged that the Lakers had approached their roster adjustments during the offseason with remarkable intent. At that moment, Popovich surmised that when Kupchak was assembling the Lakers roster, he had likely conferred with coach Jiang Feng, enabling him to showcase his talents seamlessly within the team. "Popovich, what are your thoughts on Jiang Feng's coaching abilities displayed in this match?" A reporter asked. "Truly impressive. Whenever I made tactical adjustments, Jiang Feng responded swiftly. Such adaptability is a rarity in my decades-long coaching career. I must confess that although Jiang Feng is merely a young man in his 20s and a novice coach, his talents cannot be obscured. He has already established himself as one of the finest head coaches in this league. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter," the venerable Popovich remarked, his tone infused with admiration and a sense of mutual respect. Now, with the Lakers having secured a remarkable 19-game winning streak, do you believe they have a chance to clinch the championship this season? A reporter inquired. "I am uncertain. However, there is no doubt that the Lakers are formidable contenders for this season's title. Nonetheless, the The Spurs are also aiming for the championship this season. Let us see how it unfolds in a few months, Popovich confidently asserted. Although GD's competitive form has waned compared to his peak, the young talents within the team are flourishing. With further development, the Spurs still possess the prowess to compete for the championship. Duncan, how do you view the performance of the Lakers star player, Kobe, in this match? A reporter asked. He has made further strides. It is truly astonishing. Kobe continues to evolve year after year. Even after more than a decade in the league, his growth is remarkable. Undoubtedly, his three-point shooting ability has improved, rendering his offensive game even more threatening and difficult to thwart. I had presumed that Kobe's prime was nearing its end, yet he has managed to elevate his game through personal growth, reaching new heights. This is truly commendable, Duncan expressed earnestly. The reporters nodded in agreement as they shared this sentiment. Kobe was indeed extraordinary today. Under Jiang Feng's guidance, not only has his three-point shooting improved, but his offensive play has also become more rational and efficient, achieving a shooting percentage exceeding 50, setting a new career high. Moreover, in advanced metrics, Kobe boasts an efficiency rating of 29.8, firmly securing the second spot in the league, surpassed only by LeBron James. After a series of inquiries, the journalists concluded their post-match interview. Subsequently, the news surrounding the match once again ignited discussions across the nation, particularly the praise bestowed by Popovich upon Jiang Feng, which became the headline of headlines. Fervently debated by fans, some supporters deemed Popovich's assessment to be remarkably astute and accurate, while others contended that he was speaking nonsense, exaggerating Jiang Feng's merits. The reason for Popovich's effusive commendation lay in the fact that Jiang Feng had thoroughly outperformed him. In any case, irrespective of the nature of the news, whenever there is a mention of Jiang Feng, detractors invariably find reasons to disparage him. Moreover, Jiang Feng's assertion of aspiring to be the greatest coach in NBA history was met with ridicule from numerous fans and basketball analysts, who remarked that he should first aim to become a championship-winning coach before making such claims. As for Jiang Feng's expectation for Harden to achieve a scoring tally of over 30 points, he was met with scorn from fans who questioned how a player preoccupied with women could possibly attain such a score. Chapter 87. Harden's 4 a.m. training? Jiang Feng's strategy. At 4 in the morning in Los Angeles, Kobe, driven by his unwavering resolve, rose once more at this hour to head to the training facility. With no game scheduled for the day, he intended to elevate the intensity of his training. However, to Kobe's astonishment, upon arriving at the gym, he discovered that someone had arrived even earlier than he had. This was quite an extraordinary occurrence. Throughout his career, Kobe had never encountered a player as dedicated to training as he was. Curiosity piqued, he sought to uncover the identity of the individual who was laboring so diligently. Upon entering the training facility, Kobe was taken aback. The player, shirtless and engaged in shooting drills, was none other than James Harden. This was indeed a remarkable first. Hearing the commotion in the gym, Harden paused his training and turned to Kobe with a smile, exclaiming, "Boss, you're here. I've already completed a round of training." His tone carried a hint of pride, as though this were an impressive feat in truth. Such dedication was indeed commendable. "It's quite a rarity to see you here. I thought you'd be lounging in bed with a beautiful woman." Kobe jested, fully aware that a player of Harden's disposition was not typically this diligent, and suspected there must be a compelling reason behind it. "I, too, wish I could be nestled in a warm bed, dozing off while cradling a ball. But alas, Jiang Feng won't allow it." With a mournful expression, Harden lamented his innocence. When Jiang Feng's name was mentioned, Kobe suddenly recalled what he had said during the post-game interview yesterday regarding Harden. Jiang, the elder statesman, had audaciously proclaimed his expectation for Harden to score over 30 points in the upcoming match. "For you, my esteemed leader, this may be a trivial endeavor, yet for me, it poses quite a challenge." Harden furrowed his brow, conveying a lack of confidence. Indeed, this was the case. Throughout his career, Harden had faltered in crucial games, partly due to his insufficient self-assurance and inability to shoulder the team's burdens. "It appears Jiang Feng's words struck a chord with you. This revelation surprised me. I assumed you would remain indifferent," Kobe remarked, astonished. "If it were any other coach, I would certainly not care, but Jiang Feng's words resonate deeply with me. I do not wish to disappoint him or subject him to further criticism from detractors." Despite Jiang Feng's penchant for bravado, he possesses genuine talent. Yet he is often met with prejudice due to various reasons, which infuriates me. Moreover, Jiang, the elder, has shown me great kindness. Thus, it is my duty to exert every effort to support him," Harden declared, his demeanor growing increasingly earnest, his voice resonating with strength. Kobe raised an eyebrow, regarding Harden with newfound respect. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but reflect on Jiang Feng's remarkable charisma, which could inspire Harden, the prince of nightlife, to train at the gym at 4 in the morning. A rather astonishing feat. Hey, I can offer you some guidance. Kobe suddenly interjected. Really? That would be fantastic. With your mentorship, I am sure I will achieve twice the results with half the effort, Harden exclaimed with excitement. You certainly know how to flatter. Now, focus and train hard. Kobe's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he admonished him sharply. Harden nodded and then dedicated himself earnestly to his training. Little did Jiang Feng, still peacefully sleeping at home, realize that his offhand remark post-game would profoundly influence Harden. The wheels of destiny rolled inexorably forward. Harden began his ascent to greatness, embarking on a path to superstardom that surpassed even Jiang Feng's journey through the prior world. A day swiftly passed. The Lakers hosted the Grizzlies, and the focal point of this match was whether James Harden could rebound after his dismal performance against the Spurs and, as Jiang Feng had suggested, achieve over 30 points in this game. All fans are eagerly anticipating the event. Moreover, an intriguing aspect of this match lies in the battle within the paint. It is well known that the Memphis Grizzlies also employ a twin tower strategy, featuring two formidable players in the paint, Zach Randolph and Marc Gasol. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Lakers have also astonished the entire league with their twin tower lineup at the outset of the new season. The question of whose dominance in the paint will prevail may soon be answered in this contest. The game is set to commence shortly, with both teams' starting players taking to the court. The Lakers' starting lineup consists of Yao Ming, Gasol, Leonard, Kobe, and Harden, while the Grizzlies field Randolph, Marc Gasol, Rudy Gay, Tony Allen, and Conley. At this moment, both team starters are gathered around their respective coaches, absorbing the final tactical instructions. Among the Lakers' bench players, all eyes are focused on Jiang Feng. Gentlemen, the responsibility for orchestrating the offense and playmaking has been entrusted entirely to James Harden, allowing him the freedom to command the game at will. Jiang Feng stated succinctly and powerfully, his tone imbued with a hint of excitement. The entire team turned their gazes towards Harden, who appeared utterly bewildered, pointing at himself with a questioning look in his eyes, as if to inquire, Coach, are you truly referring to me? The notion of shouldering the offensive and organizational responsibilities of the team was no jest. My friend, your dedication to training at 4 in the morning is indeed commendable, yet a single day of practice will not affect any substantial change. Therefore, adhere to my strategy and play your game. I shall awaken your full potential. Jiang Feng spoke earnestly, his tone imbued with an undeniable confidence. Indeed, he directly adopted the playing style of James Harden during his tenure with the Rockets, positioning him as the primary ball handler, allowing Harden to unleash his full potential. Any NBA enthusiast would recognize the ferocity with which Harden played during his time in Houston, frequently delivering astonishing statistical performances. He even achieved the remarkable feat of recording a triple-double with over 60 points, becoming the sole player in NBA history to accomplish this. However, considering Harden's current prowess, becoming the main ball handler early on may seem somewhat ambitious. Yet, if Harden's shooting touch is exceptional, he could indeed leverage his influence on both offense and playmaking to lead the team to victory in the first half. Thus, Jiang Feng was keen to observe Harden's performance in the opening phase. Should his shooting accuracy falter significantly, Jiang Feng would not hesitate to substitute him for the sake of the team's success. As for the remarks made during the interview, while they might have been somewhat boastful, the pressure ultimately rested on Harden's shoulders. If he were to falter, the backlash would undoubtedly be directed at him. Chapter 88. Harden's Dominance. The Openness of American Girls. Harden listened with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. The other Lakers players were equally astonished, struggling to believe that Jiang Feng would make such a bold decision. Should basketball analysts hear these words, they would likely conclude that Jiang Feng was so intent on preserving his bravado that he disregarded the outcome of the game. However, figures like Kobe and Yao Ming, despite their surprise, had no objections to Jiang Feng's strategy. They trusted that Jiang Feng's decisions were rooted in sound reasoning, certainly not merely for show. Feeling the astonished yet anticipatory gazes of those around him, Harden suddenly felt a surge of emotion, a powerful sensation coursing through him. The trust bestowed upon him by his coach and teammates was exhilarating. With this in mind, he resolved not to disappoint their expectations. Harden nodded earnestly, his expression growing serious, every fiber of his being taut with a blend of nerves and anticipation. All right, It's time to take the court. Let us secure this victory and achieve a 20-game winning streak. The River Breeze spoke in a deep voice, exuding an air of authority. The crowd responded with a collective shout, each stepping onto the court. Randolph and Yao Ming prepared for the jump ball. The latter propelled the basketball into the air, and the Lakers seized the initiative to attack. Harden, dribbling past the halfway line, assessed Conley's defense before executing a series of swift crossovers, suddenly accelerating to break through from the left. As he approached the paint, Randolph swiftly moved to provide support, his gaze fierce and determined. Unfazed, Harden leaped, aiming for a bank shot. Randolph, refusing to relent, leapt high as well, swinging his enormous hand towards the basketball in an attempt to block it. Unfortunately, he misjudged the timing, striking Harden's hand instead. The ball ricocheted off the backboard and into the hoop. Upon landing, Harden grimaced in pain, clutching his hand, his features contorted. The referee's whistle pierced the air, calling a foul on Randolph for hitting the hand, while Harden's basket counted, granting him an opportunity for a free throw. The game commenced with a resounding 2-1, eliciting cheers from the audience. Harden approached the free throw line and confidently made his shot. Randolph cast a dark glance at Harden, his eyes filled with malice. Having allowed a foul to be drawn against him so early in the game, he resolved to seize the opportunity to teach this young player a lesson. Moreover, the Lakers head coach had audaciously claimed that Harden would score over 30 points in this match. Randolph was eager to see if the young man could indeed reach such a tally. As the Grizzlies initiated their offense, Randolph, brimming with determination, established his position in the paint and called for the ball. Upon receiving it, he aimed to use his robust physique to push Yao Ming aside. Yao, though formidable, found himself being backed up. Believing he had escaped Yao's defensive reach, Randolph turned to face the basket for a short jumper, yet he had underestimated Yao's height and wingspan. Just as the basketball left his fingertips, Yao swatted it away. Kobe seized the loose ball, swiftly dribbling down the court. After penetrating the paint and drawing the attention of two defenders, he dished the ball to Harden, who had come to a halt just beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the pass, Harden launched a precise three-pointer. The basketball soared in a graceful arc swish. It found nothing but net. The Memphis Grizzlies' offense unfolds as Marc Gasol receives the basketball at the top of the arc, keenly observing his teammates' movements. As a European player and the brother of Pau Gasol, Marc's passing and playmaking abilities surpass those of his sibling. His presence has always ensured a fluid offensive flow for the Grizzlies, though the team's three-point shooting remains woefully inadequate, and they lack sufficient offensive options. Consequently, their perimeter offense suffers. At this moment, Marc Gasol seizes an opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, he delivers the ball to Tony Allen, who is cut to the basket using a screen. Allen, upon receiving the pass, smoothly executes a layup that finds its mark. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Lakers initiate their offense. After dribbling past half court, James Harden is immediately met with the Grizzlies' intense defensive pressure. He penetrates the paint, drawing a triple team. Clearly, the Grizzlies are unwilling to grant Harden an easy scoring opportunity in the key. Observing the situation, Harden opts to pass to Kobe on the perimeter. Faced with Allen's defensive advance, Kobe creates space with a dribble and launches a long-range shot. The basketball arcs beautifully through the air swish. A perfect net entry. The score stands at 2-8, with the Lakers establishing an early advantage, while James Harden's performance proves to be a delightful surprise. Not only is his individual scoring formidable, but he also excels in facilitating for his teammates. Truly remarkable. In the ensuing moments, the game becomes a showcase for Harden, whose versatile display propels the team to a significant lead. With just over half a quarter played, the Lakers have amassed a 10-point advantage. Reluctantly, the Grizzlies head coach calls for a timeout to regroup. However, the adjustments made upon return fail to curtail Harden's impact. After all, the Grizzlies coaching staff had tailored their strategies and preparation for this game specifically around Kobe and Yao Ming, entirely overlooking James Harden, who had underperformed in the previous match against the Spurs. Unexpectedly, Harden emerges as the Lakers' primary ball handler, with more touches and offensive initiations than even Kobe. This undeniably cements his position as the tactical nucleus of the team. How audacious of this rookie coach. The Grizzlies head coach casts a glance at the youthful and charismatic Jiang Feng standing on the opposite sideline, his brow furrowed, the wrinkles seemingly capable of crushing a fly. He realizes that he is being thoroughly outmaneuvered by this novice coach. Who could have anticipated that a rookie coach would elevate a third-year player to the role of tactical linchpin, taking on such extensive responsibilities? If a method to contain Harden cannot be found, the Grizzlies will stand no chance of a comeback in this contest. It is imperative to maintain a calm and observant demeanor. The head coach of the Grizzlies focused his mind, swiftly contemplating strategies as the game's situation spiraled toward an uncontrollable abyss. The first quarter concluded swiftly, with a score of 22-36, granting the Lakers a 14-point lead. Harden delivered a remarkable performance, playing the full 12 minutes of the quarter, shooting 5 out of 7 from the field, 2 out of 4 from beyond the arc, and making all 3 of his free throws, amassing an impressive 15 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists. His performance was a stark contrast to his previous game, establishing him as the most outstanding player for the Lakers. Commentators expressed their astonishment at Harden's exceptional display, particularly following his dismal showing in the last match, which made his resurgence all the more remarkable. This transformation was undoubtedly linked to the influence of head coach Jiang Feng. The style of play exhibited by the Lakers in this game was unprecedented, effectively revitalizing Harden. The cameras frequently captured the composed Jiang Feng standing at the sidelines, eliciting waves of excitement from female fans in attendance. Some even audibly requested his contact information, hoping for a date, while others boldly declared their desire for more intimate encounters. It can only be said that American women are indeed quite open. Chapter 89. A resounding victory over the Grizzlies. After a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced with both teams deploying their bench players. The contributions from Odom, Thompson, and other substitutes were rather average, with only Lowry performing at a satisfactory level. Meanwhile, the promising young star, O.J. Mayo of the Grizzlies, suddenly erupted, utilizing his formidable individual offensive skills to score consecutively, leading his team on a 9-3 scoring run in under 3 minutes, narrowing the deficit to 9 points. During this stretch, only Lowry managed to sink a three-pointer. Observing this development as the game progressed, Jiang Feng promptly adjusted the lineup, substituting Thompson for Kobe, who had primarily been a passive observer during the first quarter. Despite Kobe's full participation in the initial period, his lack of engagement in the team's offensive plays meant that he had expended little energy and was now invigorated. Given the underwhelming performance of the bench players, it seemed prudent to allow Kobe to lead the team on the court by staggering the playing time of Kobe and Harden. Both of their talents and contributions could be maximized, for both players thrive when they have the ball in their hands. Without possession, it becomes exceedingly difficult to showcase their true prowess. In this context, it appears that Lowry is the more suitable point guard to complement Kobe. In the Lakers' offensive possession, Kobe, positioned at the top of the arc, faced the defense and unleashed a three-point shot. The ball struck the rim and ricocheted away. The Jiang wind whispers, it appears that Kobe's performance in this match is rather mediocre. The Grizzlies initiate a counterattack, with O.J. Mayo sinking a three-pointer from the arc, narrowing the gap to 6 points. The audience falls into silence, utterly taken aback that the Grizzlies could close the distance. In the first quarter, the Grizzlies seemed devoid of resistance, yet in the second quarter, they remarkably revived. It is evident that during this phase, the Lakers are rather lax in both offense and defense. Moreover, today's bench players are performing dismally. As the Lakers embark on an offensive possession, Kobe initiates an attack at the arc, executing a series of crossovers before penetrating the lane. Despite facing the defensive pressure of 2 players, he forces a layup and draws a foul. The seasoned Kobe, aware of his lackluster shooting touch, wisely minimizes his attempts from beyond the arc, opting instead to drive into the paint to draw contact. This approach allows him to regain his rhythm at the free throw line. Standing at the charity stripe, Kobe confidently sinks both shots, stabilizing his team's position. On the Grizzlies' offensive end, O.J. Mayo misses a long-range attempt. After Gibson secures the rebound, he swiftly passes to Kobe, who, after crossing half-court, again attacks the lane, rising high after penetrating beneath the basket. He utilizes his remarkable hang time to release the ball just as the defender begins to descend. The basketball spins rapidly through the air before swishing through the net. Kobe scores 4 consecutive points, extending the lead to 10. The Grizzlies' head coach, unable to contain his frustration, calls for a timeout and subsequently reinstates the starting lineup, while allowing the impressive Mayo to remain on the court. However, this adjustment significantly weakens the Grizzlies' wing defense, as Mayo excels in offense but possesses only average individual defensive skills. Nevertheless, the coach remains unperturbed, for his counterpart, Leonard, is not particularly known for his offensive prowess either. As play resumes, the Lakers also reinstate their full starting lineup. On the Grizzlies' offensive end, Conley holds the ball at the top of the arc, still searching for the rhythm of the adept Mayo. Yet, Mayo is completely stifled by Leonard, with no opportunity to receive the ball. Conley is left with no choice but to pass to Marc Gasol inside. Unfazed by the defense of his brother, Pau Gasol, little Gasol opts for a back-to-the-basket move. After a few strong shoves against Pau, he pivots and executes a jump shot that finds its mark. "Hey, buddy, well done." Marc Gasol cannot help but exclaim. "Of course, I will defeat you." Pau Gasol shrugged in response, then swiftly turned to defend. The Lakers launched their offense. James Harden, holding the ball at the top of the arc, executed a high pick-and-roll with Yao Ming before breaking through to the paint, only to be met by Gasol's timely help defense. Gasol is renowned as one of the most formidable defensive big men in the NBA. His prowess in providing help defense and his extensive coverage in the paint have established him as a dominant force on the defensive end. Even before the season commenced, media outlets speculated that Gasol had a chance to contend for this season's Defensive Player of the Year. The foundation of the Grizzlies' staunch defense is heavily reliant on Gasol's contributions. Observing Gasol charging at him like a lion, Harden opted to pass the ball to the perimeter. Leonard received the pass and, despite Mayo's defense, launched a three-point shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air. Swish. It found nothing but net. The crowd erupted in cheers, as fans seldom witnessed Leonard sinking three-pointers. On the court, Leonard maintained a stoic expression, turning back to defend with his trademark poker face. Initially, he had no intention of attempting a three-pointer, but Mayo's defense appeared utterly ineffectual. Failing to shoot would have been an affront to Mayo's lack of challenge. The Grizzlies continued their offensive efforts. Once again, Marc Gasol executed a smooth hook shot after pivoting in the paint. During this stretch, Pau Gasol was pivotal for the Grizzlies' offense, ensuring the score gap remained manageable. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' side, although Kobe's shooting was lackluster, Harden's offensive firepower proved overwhelming, leaving the Grizzlies with little recourse. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 46-65, with the Lakers extending their lead to 19 points. After a lengthy halftime break, the second half commenced. The Lakers initiated the offense. James Harden, maneuvering at the top of the arc, executed a series of crossovers before abruptly stepping back to create space from his defender, Conley, and launched a three-pointer. The ball arced perfectly through the air. Swish. The score gap widened to 22 points. The arena resonated with fervent cheers as fans gazed in disbelief at the spectacle. Was this truly the same bearded player who had faltered in the nightclub scene? His performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Influenced by the fans' exuberance, Harden's emotions surged as he returned to defense, performing his signature celebratory gesture of sprinkling salt over skewers. The Grizzlies mounted their offense. Randolph aggressively attacked Yao Ming in the paint, executing a turnaround hook shot that found success. After being blocked by Yao, Randolph quickly adjusted, creating more space during his isolation against him to avoid further rejection. This adjustment provided him with opportunities to thrive in the paint. As integral components of the Grizzlies' offensive strategy, Randolph and Marc Gasol's performances are crucial. In the ensuing minutes, two players consistently showcased their prowess by scoring within the restricted area. However, Yao Ming and Pau Gasol were no mere pushovers, as they too responded with a series of remarkable offensive plays. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Lakers maintained a lead of 19 points, with both teams having played to a stalemate during this period. Yet, this outcome was clearly not what the Grizzlies had envisioned. For a team that struggles offensively, overcoming a daunting 19-point deficit in the fourth quarter posed a formidable challenge. As the final quarter commenced, the Grizzlies head coach opted to retain the starting lineup in hopes of rapidly closing the gap. However, following a three-pointer from both Kobe Bryant and Paul George, the Grizzlies' aspirations of catching up were shattered. Faced with a staggering 23-point deficit, the head coach ultimately decided to substitute the starters, conceding defeat. As the game reached its conclusion during a dead ball segment, Jiang Feng signaled the end, ushering the match into a period of irrelevance. The final whistle echoed throughout the arena, marking a resounding victory for the Lakers with a score of 118-91, thereby securing an impressive 20th consecutive win. In Chapter 90, it was not Kobe who shone brightest, but rather James Harden, whose performance was nothing short of spectacular. Over the course of 35 minutes, he made 11 of 19 field goal attempts, including 4 of 6 from beyond the arc, and converted 9 of 10 free throws, culminating in a remarkable tally of 35 points, 6 rebounds, and 12 assists. His contributions not only exceeded the 30-point mark but also showcased his playmaking prowess. It can be said that he single-handedly carried the team throughout the game. This was undoubtedly Harden's finest performance of the season, evidenced by his exceptional efficiency rating, the highest on the team. As the final buzzer sounded, the crowd erupted in applause, standing in unison to celebrate Harden's achievement. He raised his hands in triumph, reveling in the adoration of the fans, before casting a grateful glance towards coach Jiang Feng. He understood that this explosive performance was a direct result of Jiang Feng's strategic planning and unwavering faith in him. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction, knowing he had not let the coach down. "Coach, I hope I haven't disappointed you," Harden remarked with a smile, pride evident in his tone. "Absolutely. You've done remarkably well." The River Breeze smiled as it raised a thumb towards Harden. Aside from Harden, both Kobe and Yao Ming, the two pivotal players, delivered rather average performances. Old Kobe managed to hit only 7 out of 17 attempts, with a mere 3 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and converted all 4 of his free throws, ending the game with 21 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. Yao Ming, on the other hand, played for 21 minutes, achieving 7 from 14 field goals, 1 from 4 three-point attempts, and 2 from 2 at the charity stripe, resulting in a double-double with 17 points and 12 rebounds. Among the remaining players, Gasol and Lowry showed commendable performances, while others were rather mediocre. On the Grizzlies' side, Marc Gasol exhibited exceptional prowess, sinking 13 of 17 shots and converting both of his free throws, amassing 28 points, 12 rebounds, and 2 blocks. His counterpart, the Black Bear of the duo, faltered somewhat under Yao's defense, managing only 7 out of 16 shots for 14 points and 6 rebounds. Notably, the Grizzlies struggled with their perimeter shooting, finishing the game with a three-point shooting percentage below 30, a rather dismal display. In stark contrast, the Lakers excelled with a 39 three-point shooting rate, successfully landing 16 three-pointers, utterly dominating the Grizzlies. Soon, the post-game interview segment commenced. In the Lakers' interview room, a reporter inquired, "Harden, how do you perceive your performance in this match? Did you strive to excel due to Jiang Feng's earlier remarks?" Harden replied, "I performed quite well. It indeed exceeded my expectations. Naturally, I did not wish to disappoint the coach. Since he bestowed upon me such trust in the post-game interview of the previous match, I felt compelled to reciprocate fully. Now, perhaps the chatter regarding my nightlife will subside." Harden spoke with a sense of pride and youthful exuberance. A commendable performance warrants excitement and pride. If the youth were to grow overly somber, what meaning would remain in this world? A reporter then asked Jiang, "How did you adjust to enable Harden to exert such a significant impact on both offense and defense?" Jiang responded, "It's quite simple. Just give the ball to Harden. I have faith in his ability to shoulder the responsibility. In fact, he did not disappoint me, truly excelling in this game. I'm confident that Harden will ultimately become a Hall of Fame player." Jiang Feng confidently proclaimed, his tone brimming with self-assurance. The reporters, taken aback, widened their eyes in disbelief. Was he truly suggesting that after just one stellar performance, Harden could be on the path to becoming a Hall of Famer? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Indeed, this rookie coach seemed unwilling to forego any opportunity for bravado, outstripping even Larry Bird in audacity. "Jiang, how do you perceive Kobe's performance in this match?" a reporter inquired. "Quite commendable," Jiang replied. Although Kobe's scoring was modest, his influence on the game was palpable at every moment. Moreover, the motivation and fighting spirit he instills in his teammates are unparalleled by any other player. Jiang Feng expressed an exceptionally high regard for Kobe. It can be said that Kobe serves as the cornerstone of the team. As long as he is present on the court, every player of the Lakers possesses the confidence to secure victory in the match. Jiang noted that only 2 games remain to equal the Rockets' record of 22 consecutive wins. A reporter inquired, "Do you have confidence in winning the upcoming 2 matches?" Without hesitation, he replied, "Absolutely. Regardless of the opponent, I am confident in our ability to win, for we are the strongest." Jiang Feng spoke earnestly, his tone imbued with formidable authority. The reporters were taken aback by his commanding presence, astonished that this handsome and refined young man possessed such a powerful demeanor. "Jiang, do you have confidence in breaking the Lakers' legendary record of 33 consecutive wins?" one reporter inquired. "I do possess confidence, yet the regular season is exceedingly lengthy. Who can predict what may transpire in the future? Furthermore, I do not dwell on the elusive prospects ahead. My focus remains steadfastly on the present, with my sights solely set on the next match." Jiang Feng spoke again, and the reporters nodded in agreement. They found his remarks quite commendable. After posing a few more questions, the journalists concluded the post-match interview. In the Grizzlies' interview room, a reporter inquired, "Randolph, how do you perceive your matchup against Yao Ming in today's game?" What more is there to say? I was thoroughly dominated by Yao. He is undoubtedly an unparalleled superstar center in this league. When Yao is healthy, he is unquestionably the strongest center in the NBA, Randolph replied solemnly, showering Yao with accolades. Emphasizing Yao's greatness indirectly highlighted Randolph's own struggles, suggesting that his performance was not indicative of his true capabilities, but rather a result of facing Yao. Another reporter asked, Marc Gasol, how do you view your matchup with your brother? Both of you had your moments of dominance over each other in this game. Indeed, I relished the experience. It transported me back to our childhood. Marc Gasol chuckled, flexing his biceps. The reporters erupted in laughter. Coach Hollins, what are your thoughts on James Harden's performance in this game? A reporter asked. It was unexpected and astonishing. However, what truly caught me off guard was Coach Jiang Feng's audacious strategy. He allowed Harden to take complete control of the team's offense, effectively sidelining Kobe. It was simply incredible, Hollins remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Regarding Jiang Feng's pre-match interview where he anticipated Harden scoring over 30 points, a reporter inquired, Harden indeed achieved 35 points today. What is your take on that? Chapter 91, National Discussion. Challenging the Magic on the road. That was even more surprising. Initially, I would not have believed Jiang Feng's words, but I was taken aback that Harden actually delivered. It felt straight out of a Hollywood script. This Chinese coach certainly possesses talent, and I eagerly anticipate his future performances, Hollins said, his tone a mix of incredulity and admiration. Undoubtedly, the young Jiang Feng has commenced a tempest within the NBA. It is truly exhilarating to ponder the extent to which he can lead the Lakers this season. A reporter inquired, if the Grizzlies were to face off against the Lakers in the playoffs, do you believe the Grizzlies have a chance to eliminate the Lakers? Certainly. The playoffs mark a fresh beginning, and I have faith in the team's capabilities, Hollins asserted, his tone resolute yet tinged with unease. The disparity in strength between the two teams is glaringly apparent. For the Grizzlies to oust the Lakers in the playoffs, a miracle would be required. However, as the head coach of the Grizzlies, he cannot reveal any lack of confidence in his team, lest he forfeit his credibility in the locker room. After the game, news regarding this match ignited discussions across the nation. Undoubtedly, the most captivating aspect was the Lakers' remarkable 20-game winning streak, alongside James Harden's stellar performance during the game. Fans across the country were abuzz with excitement. Oh my, Harden actually scored over 30 points and dished out 12 assists. It is simply astonishing. Is Jiang Feng truly blessed with the gift of prophecy? Can he really make anything happen? They exclaimed. Humph. Surely these players must be deliberately facilitating Harden's scoring to spare Jiang Feng any embarrassment. It is utterly disgraceful. Disgraceful? I beg to differ. Even if the whole team was aiding Harden in his scoring, he must possess the skill to convert those opportunities. Moreover, the significance of Harden's 12 assists in energizing the entire team cannot be overstated. Can that also be considered playing for Harden? W. My anticipation for Jiang Feng's audacious displays grows ever stronger. He resembles the legendary Larry Bird, capable of fulfilling any grandiose claims he makes. A 20-game winning streak. This season, the Lakers are undeniably formidable, even surpassing the strength of the back-to-back championship Lakers of the past 2 years. Fans continued their discussions. Without a doubt in their eyes, the Lakers have ascended to the status of a super team, rivaling the likes of the Heat. An increasing number of people are beginning to yearn for a final showdown between the Lakers and the Heat. The prospect of a 23 versus 24 matchup is exhilarating to even contemplate. Los Angeles. Following the game, the Lakers boarded a flight to Orlando that very night, preparing for a back-to-back challenge against the powerful Magic the next day. After several hours of arduous travel, the plane finally touched down at Orlando Airport. The players were utterly fatigued, save for Harden, who brimmed with enthusiasm and anticipation. Jiang, I've heard that the nightclubs in Orlando are quite lively. Shall we go take a look? Harden approached Jiang Feng with a cheerful grin. Buddy, are you not tired at all? We just finished a game, endured several hours on a plane, and now you wish to venture to a nightclub? Are you not concerned about underperforming in tomorrow's match? The River Breeze sighed with discontent. Harden's frequency of visiting nightclubs is indeed rather excessive. It's all right, Harden replied with unwavering confidence. I believe calling a couple of girls for a bit of fun isn't an issue. We can simply rest tomorrow morning. Absolutely not, came the firm retort. No one is permitted any personal activities tonight. Everyone is to return to the hotel and rest thoroughly in preparation for tomorrow's match. We have already achieved a remarkable 20 consecutive victories, and we must endeavor to maintain this streak. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, speaking with an air of sternness. The team's remarkable streak of 20 consecutive victories was hard-won, and many players were eager to see it continue. Most importantly, as long as they kept winning, his prestige would continue to rise. Such a splendid opportunity to enhance his reputation could not be jeopardized by Harden. Upon hearing these words, the players nodded in agreement. Although Harden felt a twinge of disappointment, he too nodded in acknowledgement. Bro, give your all in the game. Once this busy period is over, I assure you, we shall unwind together at a nightclub. Jiang Feng keenly sensed the shift in Harden's emotions and hurriedly offered words of comfort. He internally lamented the challenges faced by the head coach, who not only had to orchestrate the entire team, but also navigate the nuances of each player's psyche. Upon hearing these words, Harden's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he nodded earnestly. Subsequently, a group of them boarded a bus, making their grand way to the hotel. After a night's rest, the following day heralded a match against the Magic, yet another high-stakes encounter. The two teams had previously clashed in the 2009 finals, harboring a profound rivalry. At that time, the Lakers had returned to the finals for the second consecutive year, determined to seize the championship. The Magic, led by the league's premier center, Dwight Howard, had triumphed over the defending champions, the Celtics, and the best regular season team, the Cavaliers, emerging as the dark horse of the East to reach the finals. It was Howard's inaugural appearance in the championship series. The youthful Magic, however, could not contend with the Lakers. Kobe exhibited remarkable dominance during the game, demonstrating to the world his unwavering desire to claim the title. In the midst of Kobe's explosive performance, the Magic quickly succumbed. The Lakers ultimately triumphed with a resounding 4-1 victory, securing the championship for that season. Kobe joyfully lifted his fourth championship trophy, fulfilling his aspirations. Fast forward 2 seasons, both teams have undergone significant transformations. The Lakers, having failed in their quest for a three-peat, restructured during the off-season and returned with renewed vigor for the new season. In stark contrast, the Magic have been mired in turmoil since their 2009 finals appearance. They have gradually descended in performance. Several key acquisitions by management have proven unsuccessful, particularly the costly signing of Vince Carter, which inflicted severe losses on the team. The intention behind acquiring Carter was to form a dual-star core with Howard and lead the team back to the finals. However, the chemistry between Carter and Howard was non-existent, and Carter struggled immensely to adapt to the Magic's environment, causing his performance to plummet. Reluctantly, the Magic had to rectify their course, trading Carter after 2 seasons, which eroded their competitiveness and led to Howard's dissatisfaction with management, resulting in significant discord with the coaching staff. As this season unfolds, the star player Howard and the Magic have become estranged. Reports of discord within the Magic's locker room have surfaced multiple times. Nevertheless, under Howard's leadership, the Magic still maintain a strong position within the Eastern Conference's top 4, proving their capabilities should not be underestimated. The matchup between Howard and Yao Ming has emerged as the most eagerly anticipated highlight of this contest. Chapter 92. Who is the league's premier center? The home arena of the Magic is abuzz with excitement an hour before the game, teeming with fans and every seat occupied. The spectators, brimming with fervor, eagerly await the commencement of the match. They harbor a lingering resentment from 2 years prior when the Lakers swept the Magic in the finals. Many in attendance are ardent supporters of the Lakers, some even brandishing signs proclaiming their intent to defeat the Lakers. It is evident that the fans are fervently hoping for the Magic to triumph at home and thwart the Lakers' remarkable 20-game winning streak. Meanwhile, players from both teams are engaged in pre-game interviews. In the Lakers' interview area, the spotlight is firmly fixed on Yao Ming. His ability to contain Dwight Howard is pivotal to the Lakers' chances of securing victory. Hey, Yao, it has been nearly 3 years since you last faced Howard in 2009. Do you feel confident about suppressing him in this match? A reporter inquires. Absolutely. I will conquer Howard and help the team extend our winning streak, Yao asserts confidently, his eyes reflecting determination. In front of the cameras, he yearns to surpass expectations and further solidify Jiang Feng's position within the team. While several coaches have clinched championships in their rookie seasons, achieving a 20-game winning streak is unprecedented. From this perspective, Jiang Feng stands as one of the most formidable coaches in NBA history. However, such an achievement may not carry the same weight as a championship title. Yet it marks Jiang Feng's first step into greatness. The Lakers have achieved a 20-game winning streak and are just 2 games shy of matching the Rockets' record of 22 consecutive wins. Which team do you believe is stronger? And if the Lakers reach 22 wins, which achievement holds more significance? A curious reporter asks. Undoubtedly, the current Lakers are stronger, and attaining 22 consecutive wins would indeed carry greater significance. It is widely known that this season is a condensed one, and the intensity of the schedule is daunting. Especially at the season's onset, the Lakers faced the most grueling stretch in the league. Given these circumstances, maintaining our winning streak is truly commendable, Yao replies solemnly, pride evident in his tone. The reporters nod in agreement. Jiang, have you made any defensive adjustments against Howard? How do you plan to contain the league's top center? A reporter questions. The league's top center? My friend, I believe you are mistaken. Yao is the true premier center in the league. Therefore, it is not our concern to consider how to limit Howard, but rather the Magic should be contemplating how to restrain Yao's performance. Jiang Feng scoffed, his tone laced with subtle disdain. What level are we talking about? The league's premier center? If this were 2 years ago, perhaps Howard could have laid claim to that title. However, as it stands now, that honor undoubtedly belongs to Yao Ming. Although Yao's defensive prowess in the paint may not rival Howard's, his offensive capabilities surpass Howard's by several tiers. Moreover, when considering overall ability, Howard exhibits clear deficiencies. Whereas Yao embodies a harmonious blend of offense and defense, nearly devoid of weaknesses. The reporters, taken aback by his assertion, initially contemplated dismissing Jiang Feng as pretentious. Yet, upon further reflection, they recognized the validity of his claim. Yao's performance this season indeed qualifies him as the league's foremost center. The man once touted as capable of a one-for-one exchange with LeBron James has seen his dominance markedly diminished due to injuries. Furthermore, the Lakers boast another superstar in Kobe Bryant, leaving the Magic to rely solely on Howard. Following the pregame interviews, the Lakers players traversed the lengthy player tunnel, emerging onto the court to commence their warm-up. The Magic players similarly appeared on the scene, compared to their 2009 Finals appearance. The present-day Magic are a shadow of their former selves. Most of the key contributors from their previous playoff run have departed, and even their second star, Trko Lu, returned to the team only after being traded back. However, unlike in 2009, Trko Lu is no longer the core playmaking power forward he once was. His performance has seen a significant decline. With a sharp whistle, the warm-up session concluded, and the starting players took to the court. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Yao Ming, Pau Gasol, Kawhi Leonard, Kobe Bryant, and James Harden. The Magic's starting five consisted of Howard, Ryan Anderson, Trko Lu, Richardson, and Nelson, a classic one-star, four-shooter configuration. The success of the 2009 Magic was anchored in this same setup. And after the failed dual-star experiment with Carter, they recalibrated by acquiring Anderson, continuing to build around Howard's singular presence. Aside from Howard, each of the other four players possesses the ability to shoot from beyond the arc. As Yu and Howard prepared for the tip-off, the latter, leveraging his explosive athleticism, swatted the ball away. The Magic initiated the first offensive play, after Nelson dribbled past half-court and executed a high pick-and-roll with Howard. He penetrated the lane and delivered the ball to the trailing Howard, who soared into the air like a formidable beast, emphatically slamming the ball into the basket with thunderous force. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. After a seamless connection with his teammate's pass, Howard leapt to execute a powerful dunk. This is one of his more common offensive maneuvers. Lacking a robust self-offensive capability, Howard primarily relies on direct drives to the basket following passes from his teammates. The Lakers were on the attack. James Harden held the ball at the top of the arc. Yao Ming positioned himself for a high pick-and-roll. As Harden penetrated into the paint, he was immediately confronted by a double team from Howard and Nelson. Clearly, Magic's head coach Van Gundy had scrutinized the previous Lakers versus Grizzlies game and intensified the defensive strategy against Harden for this match. He certainly did not wish for Kobe and Yao to remain dormant while Harden ran rampant, for that would be rather embarrassing. Upon seeing the double team, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Harden's mouth. The coach's insights proved correct. The defensive adjustments of the Magic were entirely anticipated by Jiang Feng. Given this situation, it was time to hand over the responsibility to Yao. With a flick of his wrist, Harden delivered the ball to Yao, who stood beyond the three-point line. By now, Howard had retreated into the paint to defend against Harden and, upon seeing Yao receive the ball on the perimeter, realized it was futile to rush out. He could only watch as Yao launched an open three-pointer. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. Swish! It went through the net without touching the rim. A hush fell over the arena, even though the fans were aware of Yao's three-point shooting prowess. Witnessing the 26-meter giant sinking a three-pointer was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 93. Tactical restraint. Yao's three-point barrage. In a sequence of offensive plays for the Magic, after Nelson dribbled past half court, he passed the basketball to Turkoglu at the top of the arc. Turkoglu, in collaboration with Howard, executed a pick-and-roll, penetrating into the key before abruptly halting for a jump shot. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming secured the rebound under the basket and subsequently passed it to Harden. The Lakers initiated a set offense, once again employing a high pick-and-roll between Harden and Yao. This time, Howard did not retreat, but remained to defend Yao at the high post. Consequently, the Magic's paint area was left wide open, devoid of any defensive threat. Seizing the opportunity, Harden confidently drove past the shorter Nelson for a layup. In another offensive sequence for the Magic, Nelson delivered the ball to Howard, who had established position in the paint. Howard attempted to isolate against Yao, engaging in a series of bumps before pivoting for a hook shot. Having shed weight, Yao's ability to withstand contact was evidently diminished, nearly losing his balance. He frowned, anticipating that his lack of defensive prowess would allow Howard an easy score. However, Howard's finishing ability proved woefully inadequate. His execution was rough, and his jump shot lacked finesse. Clang. The ball bounced off the rim once more, allowing Yao to effortlessly grab the rebound. The Lakers launched a counterattack, but with no opportunity for a fast break, they settled into a half-court offense, following their established strategy. This time Howard collapsed into the paint. Yao found himself open on the perimeter, receiving another opportunity for a three-point shot. Without hesitation, he launched a high-arcing shot. Swish. It cleanly went through the net. 8-2. In less than 2 minutes since the start of the game, the Lakers had already amassed a 6-point lead. However, the most significant aspect was not merely the 6-point margin, but rather the Lakers' gameplay, which had thoroughly subdued the Magic. Howard's attempts to step out for defense were futile. Staying in the paint was equally ineffective. The pressing question for the Magic became how to contain Yao's shooting prowess from beyond the arc. The camera panned to Jiang Feng, standing at the sidelines. Jiang Feng shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, as if to imply that sanctioning the Magic was an effortlessly simple task. Yao Ming's three-point shooting threat would become the most formidable weapon for the Lakers. Of course, it wasn't just Yao. Pau Gasol's mid-range and long-range shots posed an equally insurmountable challenge for the Magic, as his opponent, Ryan Anderson, was a quintessential player who excelled in offense but faltered in defense, showcasing an abysmal defensive capability. In the subsequent plays, Gasol effortlessly sank 3 mid-range shots near the free throw line, proving Anderson utterly incapable of containment. Nevertheless, Anderson did contribute by hitting a three-pointer from the left corner during one offensive possession, alleviating some of the scoring pressure for his team. Even so, the point differential continued to widen. After just over 4 minutes into the game, Magic head coach Stan Van Gundy could no longer restrain himself and called for a timeout. He adjusted his team's defensive strategy, instructing Dwight Howard to anchor the paint and deny the Lakers any opportunities to attack the rim. Simultaneously, he tasked Hito Trko Lu with providing help defense against Yao, preventing him from attempting three-pointers, thereby leaving Leonard unguarded. Van Gundy was taking a gamble, betting on Leonard's poor three-point shooting and hoping that he lacked the rhythm to make long-range shots in this game. This tactical change bore fruit. Yao found it challenging to shoot three-pointers, while Leonard, left open, missed 2 consecutive attempts from beyond the arc. With Howard firmly stationed in the paint, penetrating became exceedingly difficult. Consequently, the Lakers' offense found itself stagnated. On the other hand, the Magic capitalized on their momentum, sinking 2 more three-pointers and rapidly closing the gap. Witnessing this, Kobe decisively stepped up, signaling to his teammates to create space after receiving the ball beyond the arc, indicating his intent to go one-on-one. This demonstrated Kobe's mindset, ready to shift into offensive mode. In the ensuing plays, Kobe showcased his extraordinary individual offensive prowess, scoring through a variety of means: three-pointers, pull-up jumpers, and crafty layups in the paint. The Magic players could only watch helplessly, utterly unable to contain him. With this surge from Kobe, the Lakers re-established a double-digit lead. However, everyone understood that relying solely on Kobe to secure victory would be a formidable challenge, not to mention the toll it would take on him. For the Lakers to clinch the win through teamwork, Jiang Feng's adjustments would be paramount. Finding a solution to the Magic's current defensive strategy was of utmost importance. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Jiang Feng finally initiated a substitution, replacing Leonard with Paul George. Upon George's entrance, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. Once left unguarded by his opponents, he exacted swift retribution, executing a flawless three-point shot. Consequently, the Magic were compelled to recalibrate their defensive strategy. Continuing to leave Paul George unmarked would lead to their demise. Witnessing George's remarkable performance, the commentators were left in awe, remarking on the Lakers' wealth of exceptional talent on the wing. It is precisely due to the presence of outstanding forwards like Odom, Leonard, and Paul George that Jiang Feng can manipulate the lineup with such finesse, even deploying a shocking small ball lineup that astonishes the league. As the Lakers mounted another offensive surge, the first quarter concluded with a score of 36-23, granting the Lakers a 13-point lead. After a brief intermission, the second quarter commenced, with both teams entering a rotation phase. In the battle of the bench players, the Lakers once again gained the upper hand, threatening to widen the gap. Just as Magic coach Van Gundy found himself at a loss, his substitute J.J. Redick erupted, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers and swiftly narrowing the deficit to 12 points. Pulling the Magic back from the brink of collapse, Van Gundy, wary of overconfidence, allowed Howard to rest for less than 3 minutes before reinserting him onto the court. Lakers backup center Ty Gibson proved no match for Howard, who dominated the paint, seizing the opportunity to score repeatedly and further diminish the score difference. As the game progressed into a dead ball situation, Jiang Feng once again adjusted the lineup, substituting Gibson for Gasol. In order to strictly manage Yao's playing time, Gasol was temporarily positioned as center to fill the gap. After a few minutes of stalemate, both teams reintroduced their starting lineups, initiating the climactic final moments of the first half. The intention of the Magic was unmistakably clear. They aimed to reduce the point deficit to single digits before the half concluded. However, the Lakers were resolute in denying the Magic any easy opportunities to close the gap. In a critical moment, Kobe stepped up, scoring 5 consecutive points to stabilize the team's position. The Magic's resurgence fell short. Chapter 93, Howard's Discontent. Defensive strategy fails. The first half concluded with a score of 67-52, with the Lakers maintaining a 15-point lead. Both teams' players rose and returned to the tunnels. The large screen in the arena displayed a message indicating that the Lakers had never lost a game this season when leading by more than 10 points at halftime. Upon seeing this, the commentator could not resist a jibe, noting that the Lakers had played 20 games this season without a single loss, thus guaranteeing they would not falter with a 10-point halftime lead. During the halftime break, in the Magic's locker room, players sat in silence, their expressions devoid of emotion, lost in their thoughts. Prior to the season's commencement, media outlets had reported discord within the Magic's locker room, particularly highlighting Coach Van Gundy's inability to maintain control. The rift between Van Gundy and Howard had become public knowledge, with both expressing reluctance to continue their collaboration during interviews. Nevertheless, Van Gundy endeavored to steer the locker room dynamics positively, striving for commendable team performance as it was his responsibility. "Hey, guys, let's lift our spirits. Being down by 15 points at halftime is not the end of the world. We have every opportunity to close the gap in the second half," Van Gundy encouraged, clapping his hands to rally the players. "I believe I should receive more offensive opportunities in the second half. I only took 6 shots in the first half, which is even fewer than Redick," Howard remarked, baring his teeth in displeasure, clearly dissatisfied with his role on the court. After all, he was a superstar. Was it reasonable for him to have fewer shot attempts than a bench player? Clearly not. This sentiment was one of the reasons for Howard's growing rift with the team. He felt undervalued, which severely impacted his self-esteem. Upon hearing Howard's words, the other players remained silent, while Redick, having been called out, glanced at Howard with a look of resigned understanding. "Of course, my friend, I will find ways to increase your involvement on the offensive end. I just hope you can seize the opportunities when they arise," Van Gundy, with an impassive expression, stated. "In the first half, I shot 4 out of 6. Is this shooting percentage not sufficient? Furthermore, out of those 6 attempts, I secured 2 opportunities through my own offensive rebounds, meaning the team only created 4 offensive chances for me. Had I been afforded more offensive possessions, I would have overwhelmed Yao Ming long ago." Howard continued to express his dissatisfaction. Van Gundy nodded, subsequently gathering the players to briefly analyze the issues encountered in the first half and implementing necessary adjustments. He then emphasized the importance of providing Howard with more passes. The players nodded in agreement, though internally, they remained unconvinced. It was not that they were unwilling to pass to Howard. Rather, his offensive capabilities were limited, and during the intense moments of the game, they would unconsciously overlook him. After completing the tactical arrangement, Van Gundy commenced his impassioned speech. Regardless of the players' inner thoughts, he was determined to fulfill his responsibilities. This exemplifies the professional integrity expected of an NBA head coach. The lengthy halftime intermission concluded, and the second half of the game commenced. With both teams maintaining their starting lineups from the outset, the Magic initiated the offense. After dribbling past half court, Nelson surveyed the Lakers' defense. Howard actively positioned himself in the paint, extending his hand for the ball. Without hesitation, Nelson flung the basketball towards him. Upon receiving the ball, Howard executed a low-post move against Yao Ming, forcefully backing him down before leaping high with the ball in both hands and emphatically slamming it through the hoop. The deficit was reduced to 13 points. The Lakers responded with their offense, continuing with the high pick-and-roll strategy. After completing the screen, Yao did not roll to the basket but instead positioned himself beyond the three-point line. After Harden penetrated the paint and attracted a double team, he returned the ball to Yao, who prepared to shoot a three-pointer. However, he was promptly contested by Turkoglu. Consequently, Yao passed the ball to Leonard, who was open in the corner. Leonard raised his hand and released a three-point shot, which soared through the air in a graceful arc swish. It went straight through the net. The arena fell silent, as no one had anticipated Leonard making that three-pointer. To them, this rookie rarely attempted shots from beyond the arc. It was quite astonishing. On the sidelines, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Although Leonard's three-point shooting ability was somewhat lacking, he possessed shooting skills. And when he found his rhythm, he was capable of making such shots. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that the Magic had begun to underestimate Leonard. Such complacency would inevitably come at a cost. Meanwhile, Van Gundy was equally taken aback. If Leonard had started making three-pointers, his defensive strategy would become entirely ineffective. Thus, the question loomed, how should he adjust moving forward? Van Gundy found himself lost in contemplation on the court. The Magic were on the offensive. Howard once again received the basketball in the paint, pivoted, and executed a hook shot that found its mark. It appeared that his offensive prowess was reaching a fervent peak. The Lakers counterattacked, continuing their unanswerable high pick-and-roll strategy. As the Magic had no method to counter this approach, it would persist unabated. Upon receiving the ball, Yao observed that Turkoglu was slow to provide help, and thus took the opportunity to launch a three-point shot. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish! It nestled into the net. Another three-pointer successfully made. The margin began to widen gradually. The Magic pressed forward. Howard remained eager for the ball. However, the Lakers unexpectedly altered their defensive strategy, springing a double team on Howard. Poor Howard had just received the ball, and before he could execute his next move, Leonard swooped in from behind, executing a clean steal. The Lakers initiated a fast break. Kobe, having crossed half court with the ball, deftly penetrated the paint, effortlessly completing a layup. In the subsequent possessions, the Lakers' defensive strategy focused on double-teaming Howard, rendering him ineffective on the offensive end. Observing this, Van Gundy ceased to concern himself with Howard's demands and feelings, directly signaling the team to alter their offensive approach. Nelson no longer passed the ball to Howard, but instead frequently drove into the paint to attract defenders, distributing the ball to the perimeter and shifting the offensive firepower towards mid-range and long-range shooting. Turkoglu and Anderson subsequently sank three-pointers, halting the Magic's downward spiral. The teams remained stalemated for several minutes. As the third quarter drew to a close, Kobe erupted, scoring 10 consecutive points through a combination of drives and shots, propelling his team to a 10-2 offensive surge. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Lakers had extended their lead to 19 points. The team had once again withstood the Magic's resurgence, further amplifying their advantage. This exemplified the stark disparity in strength between the two teams. Chapter 94: The Pursuit of the Team's Third Star. The case for Howard as the premier center. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers denied the Magic any opportunity to close the gap, launching an impressive offensive surge of 11-2 within a mere 3 minutes. This expanded their lead to an insurmountable 28 points, rendering the outcome of the game devoid of suspense. Observing this, Van Gundy refrained from fielding key players such as Howard and Anderson, effectively conceding the match. Meanwhile, the Lakers continued to rotate their lineup, introducing players like Butler and Parsons. Reminiscent of bench warmers, the game thus ventured into garbage time. The final whistle echoed throughout the arena, marking the conclusion of the contest at 126-103. The Lakers triumphed with a commanding advantage of 23 points, achieving their 21st consecutive victory, just one game shy of the Rockets' historic 22-game winning streak, the second longest in NBA history. Kobe remained the standout performer, consistently contributing 29 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal, without a single turnover, boasting an impressive shooting accuracy exceeding 50%. Yao Ming showcased his dominance with 23 points, 13 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks, converting 8 of 15 attempts from the field and 4 of 7 from beyond the arc, utterly overpowering Howard in the paint. Although Harden, hindered from his night out by Jiang Feng, did not replicate his previous explosive performance, he maintained a commendably efficient display, scoring 22 points along with 3 rebounds and 9 assists while committing 3 turnovers, shooting 7 of 14 overall and 3 of 6 from three-point range, along with 5 of 6 from the free throw line. Pau Gasol contributed significantly as well, scoring 14 points and securing 7 rebounds on 6 of 13 shooting, with a perfect 2 for 2 from the charity stripe. Collectively, the trio amassed an astonishing 88 points. Harden has subtly begun to challenge for the position of the third star on the Lakers. After all, this season, Gasol's role in the team's low-post strategies has diminished, which has inevitably affected his statistics, now placing him as the 4th highest scorer on the team. On the other hand, for the Magic, Howard initially excelled with a shooting performance of 4 for 6 in the first half, but his performance drastically declined in the second half, ultimately finishing with only 7 successful shots out of 16 attempts, along with a disappointing 2 out of 7 from the free throw line, resulting in a mere 16 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 blocks. While Howard remains a formidable and irreplaceable force on the defensive end, his offensive display was nothing short of disastrous. Aside from Howard, the standout performer was the bench player Redick, who sank 5 three-pointers and, including his 2-point shots, amassed a total of 21 points, making him the only player on the team to exceed 20 points. However, the other starters had a balanced scoring distribution, each surpassing double digits. Yet none managed to shine brightly. As the final whistle blew, Howard, with a somber expression, turned and returned directly to the locker room. The other players exchanged pleasantries before making their way into the players' tunnel. Meanwhile, the fans in attendance departed in a state of dejection, as the Magic not only failed to defeat the Lakers, but also suffered a significant loss. The notion of triumphing over the Lakers had become nothing more than an empty slogan. Soon, the post-game interviews commenced in the Lakers press area. Jiang, how would you assess Yao's performance in this game? A reporter inquired. Outstanding. I believe there is no longer any doubt about Yao being the premier center in the league. Howard pales in comparison to him, came the response. Jiang Feng spoke with a commanding tone, as if he were venting the pent-up emotions within him. It is essential to recognize that prior to the commencement of this season, Yao Ming faced an overwhelming amount of skepticism. Some media outlets, in their ignorance, even asserted that Yao no longer possessed the capability to compete in the NBA. These outlets may have indulged in their verbal excesses, but it was Yao who bore the emotional scars during his recovery. Who could fathom the torment he endured during those countless silent nights, grappling with insomnia as he reflected on his professional journey? The confusion, helplessness, despair, and exhaustion ultimately led him to the decision to retire. However, with Jiang Feng's assistance, Yao has ascended back to the pinnacle, proving his worth once more. In today's match against the Magic, he has solidified his position as the premier center in the league. The reporters were astounded, realizing that the game unfolded as Jiang Feng had predicted during the pre-match interview. The Lakers effortlessly contained Howard, while the Magic struggled to adjust their defensive strategies to curb Yao's impact. Consequently, they suffered a resounding defeat. After a day of rest, the Lakers will journey to Boston to challenge the Celtics. It is well known that the Celtics are dubbed the streak terminators, having ended numerous historic winning streaks. A reporter inquired, do you have confidence in leading the team to achieve a 22-game winning streak? Without a doubt, the pressure now rests squarely on the Celtics. It is noteworthy that the Lakers triumphed over them in the finals 2 seasons ago to claim the championship. Even if both teams were to meet again in this season's finals, the victor would still be the Lakers. Alas, it is somewhat regrettable that the Celtics will undoubtedly not reach the finals this season. As Jiang Feng spread his hands, a hint of regret surfaced in his expression. The gathered reporters were taken aback, questioning the certainty of his statement. Could it truly be that the Celtics would not reach the finals? While the prospects appeared dim, such a definitive assertion seemed unwarranted. In the past, the media would have scoffed at Jiang Feng's remarks. However, now they dared not do so. This was largely due to the fact that in several previous matches, their skepticism had been met with a harsh reality. Since the commencement of the new season, Jiang Feng had faced relentless scrutiny, yet now, with a remarkable 21-game winning streak, it was challenging to find grounds for doubt. one could only conclude that the inception of Jiang Feng's coaching career had been nothing short of exceptional. Kobe, as you face your old rivals, the Celtics, what is your mindset? A reporter inquired. I will be 100% committed to the game. The loss in the 2008 finals still weighs heavily on my mind. Whenever I encounter the Celtics, I will give my all to secure victory, Kobe candidly responded, his tone laced with a chilling determination. After addressing several more questions, the reporters concluded the post-game interview. In the Magic's interview room, a reporter posed a question to Howard. Do you still consider yourself the #1 center in the league? Absolutely. No player can undermine my position. I firmly believe I remain the strongest center in the league, Howard declared with confidence. Another reporter asked, how do you view being outperformed by Yao Ming in tonight's game? Oh, that was merely an anomaly. Firstly, I was not in optimal form for this game. Secondly, I have been plagued by a back injury throughout the season, which has hindered my physical condition. And thirdly, Yao took too many three-point shots. Had he attacked the paint, I would have certainly contained him. Honestly, I don't think Yao can even be considered a true center anymore. I've never seen a center who consistently stands beyond the three-point line, Howard remarked, a slight frown betraying his disapproval of Yao's style of play. Seemingly eager to assert his prowess, Howard added, next time we meet, I will surely dominate Yao. Chapter 95. Character Determines Destiny. The Sorrow of Howard. Listening to Howard's words, the journalists were rather skeptical. The prospect of overwhelming Yao Ming, given Howard's current capabilities, evidently seemed quite challenging. After all, Yao has reached the pinnacle of his career, significantly surpassing his performance during his time with the Rockets. Especially after acquiring the ability to shoot three-pointers, his tactical significance on the court has risen immensely. And with the diversification of his offensive strategies, he has become increasingly difficult to defend against. While Howard possesses commendable defensive skills, they do not extend to the three-point line. It can be said that Yao's recent growth has directly diminished the standing of centers across the NBA. Howard, with only 2 years left on your contract, will you consider re-signing with the Magic? A reporter inquired. No, I will not be re-signing with the Magic. I intend to seek a new phase in my career. In fact, I hope the Magic will trade me before the deadline, Howard stated, leaving no regard for the Magic's management. It was evident that relations had completely soured between both parties. The discord between Howard and the Magic's management had reached an irreconcilable point, leaving the management with a crucial decision to make. Should they fail to trade Howard beforehand, the repercussions will be dire when he inevitably becomes a free agent. It is clear to all that the management's decision to trade Howard is merely a matter of time. They have already begun to entertain offers from other teams in the league, aiming to maximize their returns from Howard's departure. Meanwhile, Van Gundy, who sat nearby, felt his expression darken upon hearing Howard's remarks, privately lamenting Howard's apparent lack of emotional intelligence, which could also stem from the caprice often exhibited by superstars. This man, who was once considered capable of being traded 1-for-1 for LeBron James, certainly possesses the prowess to voice such sentiments. However, character shapes destiny. Can such a disposition truly lead to absolute success in the NBA? Was left pondering. Indeed, Howard's career was not destined to be smooth sailing. In a world before Jiang Feng's arrival, Howard was eventually traded to the Lakers in the summer of 2012, forming a formidable quartet with Kobe, Gasol, and Nash. Unfortunately, Howard's injuries lingered, and his lack of chemistry with Kobe led to the Lakers' grand ambitions ending in disappointment. Kobe, despite rupturing his Achilles, propelled the team into the playoffs. Yet without him, the Lakers crumbled, suffering a first-round sweep at the hands of the Spurs. Subsequently, during the offseason, Howard became a free agent. Due to ongoing tensions with Kobe, he opted not to remain in Los Angeles, instead signing a 4-year, $88 million maximum contract with the Rockets. This decision ignited a wave of resentment among Lakers fans, who felt betrayed after the team had invested heavily to acquire him, only for him to depart hastily. The situation was exacerbated by Kobe's season-ending injury, which saw the Lakers plummet from a powerhouse to one of the weakest teams in the West. After joining the Rockets, Howard enjoyed only a solitary season of joy before conflicts with Harden and a dissonance with the team's system led to a rapid decline in his performance. Following the conclusion of this contract, disheartened, he chose to re-enter free agency, despite being heralded as the league's premier center and still in his early 30s. Many teams sought to court him. Ultimately, Howard decided to return to his hometown by signing a 3-year contract worth over $70 million with the Hawks. At the Hawks, Howard's performance fell short of the management's expectations, and after just one season, he was traded to the Hornets. Thus began Howard's nomadic journey, as he moved between several teams, including the Hornets, Nets, Wizards, Grizzlies, where he was traded before playing a game, Lakers, and 76ers. Notably, upon his return to the Lakers, Howard found redemption, aiding superstars LeBron James and Anthony Davis in securing the championship, his sole title in a storied career. After a season with the 76ers, he returned to the Lakers once more, but his role diminished significantly. Following another season with the Lakers, he found himself in the unfortunate position of being without a team, ultimately leading him to play overseas. In the T1 League, Howard excelled on the court, but his off-court antics garnered attention, with reports of relationships and claims of fathering a child. As Jiang Feng took the helm as the Lakers head coach and assembled a new roster, a significant ripple effect ensued, profoundly impacting Howard's future. The whereabouts of Howard in the upcoming season remained uncertain, even to Jiang Feng, who had gained a mystical insight. After the post-game interviews, the Magic players returned home to rest, while the Lakers boarded a flight to Boston. Though it wasn't a back-to-back game, they aspired to arrive in Boston early for ample rest. This matchup had long been anticipated across the nation. The Lakers and Celtics, as historical rivals in the NBA, harbored deep-seated animosities, having faced off multiple times in the finals during the Bill Russell era. In the 1980s, Larry Bird and Magic Johnson dominated the league, representing their respective teams. By the late 1990s, the Lakers emerged as a superpower with the Shaq-Kobe duo, while the Celtics languished until 2008 when they acquired Garnett and Ray Allen, forming their own formidable trio and rising again. Coincidentally, the Lakers also became championship contenders after acquiring Gasol. The two teams clashed in the finals twice over 3 years, perpetuating the legendary Lakers-Celtics rivalry. Now, although both teams remained formidable forces in the league, neither reached the finals last season. This season, the Lakers aimed for resurgence, while the Celtics, bolstered by Rondo's rapid development, continued to stand as a top contender. Consequently, the duel between these two teams captured national attention. Chapter 96, The Clash of Yellow and Green. The Pride of Pierce. Currently, the Lakers have achieved an extraordinary record of 21 consecutive victories, just one match away from equaling the Rockets' record of 22. This game is of paramount importance for the Lakers, generating immense anticipation due to various factors and highlights. As time passes, the Lakers, after a day of rest at a luxurious 5-star hotel in Boston, are set to face this pinnacle matchup. North Shore Garden. An hour before the game, the arena is already teeming with fans, every seat occupied. The fervent Celtics supporters create a cacophony, rallying for their team. Many fans are proudly holding up signs proclaiming their intent to vanquish the Lakers. Compared to the atmosphere at the Magic's home games, the Celtics arena exudes a truly formidable aura. The venue has transformed into a sea of green, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Lakers clad in their iconic purple and gold. At this juncture, both teams are participating in pre-game interviews. In the Lakers interview room, the atmosphere takes on a rare seriousness. Even the Lakers, who have secured 21 consecutive victories, approach the Celtics with a sense of gravity and caution. Kobe, with the game against the Celtics approaching, do you have confidence in leading your team to victory? A reporter inquires. Absolutely. We will continue our winning streak. Although the Celtics bear the title of the streak enders, we do not fear them. On the contrary, I look forward to witnessing the level of their prowess in this matchup. As Coach Jiang Feng often states, we hope our opponents present us with a challenge, Kobe replies, his tone imbued with a solemn determination. No one perceives Kobe's confidence as arrogance, for given his immense talent, an explosive performance could indeed overwhelm the Celtics. Kobe, how do you regard the Celtics' performance this season? Another reporter asks. They have aged. To be honest, they are not as formidable as they were 2 years ago. It saddens me. It is not an opponent that defeats them, but time itself. Kobe responds softly, his tone tinged with melancholy. After all, the Celtics trio of stars and Kobe belong to the same illustrious era. Witnessing their decline evokes a sense of wistfulness in him. Ultimately, one cannot contend with the inexorable passage of time. Jiang, do you have any strategies prepared for facing the Celtics? A reporter questions. No, there is absolutely no need. I am well acquainted with the structure of the Celtics roster. What sustains this team among the Eastern elite is their defense, not their offense. As long as we can establish our offensive rhythm, we will easily dismantle the Celtics. Jiang Feng spoke with an air of immense confidence, prompting nods of agreement from the assembled reporters. Indeed, the contrasting styles of the two teams were striking. The Lakers currently rank as the most formidable offensive team in the league, while also boasting a defensive efficiency that places them among the top 10. In stark contrast, the Celtics excel in defense, holding a position among the league's top 3 for defensive efficiency. However, their offensive efficiency is alarmingly subpar, languishing in the middle tier of the league. Should the Lakers find their rhythm from beyond the arc, the Celtics would be utterly defenseless. Unless one of the big 3 can deliver an explosive performance, their chances of defeating the Lakers appear bleak. In previous pregame predictions, the majority of basketball experts and media outlets favored the Lakers to secure victory, thereby achieving an extraordinary 22-game winning streak. After all, the Lakers have already amassed 21 consecutive wins without a single loss this season. Jiang, in your prior matches against teams like the Spurs and the Magic, you demonstrated exceptional on-the-spot coaching abilities, competing head-to-head with renowned coaches such as Popovich and Van Gundy, exhibiting a flawless performance in game management. Do you feel confident in your ability to outmaneuver Rivers in terms of tactical and strategic adjustments for this match? A reporter inquired. I do not possess such confidence, Jiang replied. Jiang Feng shrugged and spoke. The reporters were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Such words were uncharacteristic of Jiang Feng. Before they could fully process his statement, Jiang Feng continued, there's absolutely no need. Rivers may not be the worst coach in the league, but he certainly ranks among the bottom 5. His strength lies in motivational speeches for players. Therefore, from a coaching perspective, he poses no challenge to me. The reporters collectively gasped, realizing that this sentiment truly resonated with Jiang Feng's persona. When has this rookie coach ever displayed humility? It seemed rather disrespectful to Rivers, a championship-winning coach, to be so easily dismissed in Jiang Feng's remarks. It was indeed absurd. Yet, there was a kernel of truth in Jiang Feng's assertion. Throughout his lengthy coaching career, Rivers has never genuinely proven himself. Even his 2008 championship was largely due to the Celtics' formidable roster. Thus, Rivers remains a controversial figure within the league. In the Celtics press room, a reporter inquired, Pierce, do you have confidence in ending the Lakers' winning streak? Absolutely. Our home court is renowned as a formidable fortress, and I thrive in such matchups. We will certainly live up to the title of streak enders by defeating the Lakers and halting their winning streak. Pierce replied earnestly, his tone brimming with conviction. Pierce, what is your assessment of the Lakers' strength this season? Do you believe they are capable of contending for the championship? Another reporter asked. They possess considerable strength, but I must assert that they do not match our Celtics. Pierce responded. The only reason the Lakers achieved a 21-game winning streak is that they encountered us in their 22nd game of the regular season. Had they faced us earlier, their streak would have been broken long ago. There would have been no need to wait until now. As for this season's championship, I believe our Celtics remain the frontrunners. Last season's early exit was due to Garnett's absence. This season, we are all healthy and the team is still the strongest in the league, Pierce declared confidently, with a hint of disdain for the Lakers. The reporters were left perplexed, unsure of the source of Pierce's confidence. However, this was typical of him. He has always been outspoken and unfiltered. The journalists had grown